What? Shui Jian, who was on the other end of the walkie-talkie, was completely lost at the moment and almost shouted for Lu Chang to speak in human language. Lu Chang repeated himself again. The naughty kid was acting sneakily because he is looking for someone to spar with him. Get his parents here quickly. I do not have any intention to play with him, although it wouldn't be bad to witness the offspring of the dark sect. The location wasn't appropriate at all. All right, I understand. Shui Jian paused for a while before replying. He contacted the security in charge of the Samano royal family first and waited for them to handle it. Seeing Lu Chang was talking in a language he couldn't understand, little Prince Cinda's red eyes turned dull and ripples formed in them. The ripples formed in a repetitive action. This made Lu Chang felt a little like he was staring at a hanging ball moving left and right or the second hand of a clock that was making the tick-tock sounds. At the same time, he could feel that his mind was going blank. His thoughts were getting blurry and his eyelids were getting heavier as though he had fallen into a dream state. Ancient scroll of darkness, primeval hypnosis. After noticing that Lu Chang's gaze had turned slack, little Prince Cinda couldn't help but smile. In a low voice, he gave his command, "Turn around." Lu Chang did not move and continue standing there. "Turn around." Little Prince Cinda increased his volume. However, Lu Chang, who was facing him directly, was as steady as a mountain and did not budge an inch. What happened? Little Prince Cinda looked attentively over. What he discovered was that Lu Chang's gaze might seem to be not in focus but from deep in his eyes. The prince could feel that there was something high above looking down calmly and coldly without emotions at him. It was just like those gazes of deities recorded in ancient historical books. Suddenly, Cinda shivered in cold and shook his body a little. "Have you had enough fun?" Lu Chang teased. "It's enough," little Prince Cinda mumbled. Suddenly, he stomped with both of his black leather shoes and pounced out, turning into a blurry shadow and moving to the edge of the corridor at high speed. Although this action was fast, only a soft sound from the friction could be heard. It was just like how a ray of faint light would affect one who was sleeping soundly. Bam! The air barrier shattered and strong winds were caused. The dull explosion could be heard. Little Prince Cinda's vision went blurry for a moment before seeing a young teenage guy wearing green loose clothing appearing in front of him. The guy had extended his hand out, signaling for him to stop. Thud! He stomped hard on the floor again, like he was dancing, and changed his direction as he attempted to get over from the other side. Another explosion of strong winds sounded. The same person appeared in front of Cinda. He looked as experienced and had the same expression on his face. After changing his movements several times and even faked to back away, he wasn't able to shake the other party off at all. Lu Chang had always been fixed right in front of him. Puff, puff, puff. Little Prince Cinda stopped and bent down, panting lightly. The supernatural ability that this kid inherited was really powerful. It was just that he was still young and couldn't really execute it well. When he matured and was given some time, he would likely have the strength close to an inhuman expert. In the far future, it would be hard to determine where he would be. Lu Chang suddenly understood the reason why everyone from the Samano royal family spoiled him. He was so spoilt that he had become an extremely naughty child. Although he was polite and childlike, he didn't care about the wishes of others. Lu Chang really felt like beating him and showing him what a whooping with a cane felt like. Will this cause a diplomatic crisis? Lu Chang subconsciously looked at the cameras to the left, right, and in front of him. Little Prince Cinda did not know why but suddenly felt uneasy. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back. He still wasn't willing to give up. Pushing his palm forward, his pores opened up and shot out crimson-red fog from the front. They looked so evil and chilling, yet had a faint aroma. It had the effects of causing dizziness, corrosion, weakening, and blood clotting all in it. Ancient scroll of darkness, bloody fog. These were produced by Cinda after evaporating a limited amount of his own blood and mixing it with the darkness' supernatural ability. When the crimson-red fog appeared, it spread quickly to the surrounding area and engulfed Lu Chang in it. Seeing this, excitement flashed past the eyes of Cinda. At this moment, the fog seemed to become heavier and started to solidify. In just a few seconds, They had formed different crystal-clear red snowflakes and descended gradually. It was beautiful and magical. SSK, SSK, SSK. As the crimson snow covered the floor, the soft sound of a voice could be heard. The crimson snow melted quickly into water, leaving behind obvious trails. When the bloody fog dissipated, a boy wearing a black tuxedo and a red bow tie was reflected in Lu Cheng's eyes. Lu Cheng took a step forward. Cinda felt an unknown uneasiness. He staggered back again and asked in a shaky voice, "You, what are you thinking of doing?" Lu Cheng was simply trying to scare this naughty kid and had no intentions to strike. Just when he was about to speak in a fierce and stone tone, he suddenly noticed someone walking over from the entrance of the corridor. "Sister Irina!" Little Prince Cinda shouted exhilaratingly as though he had seen his savior. Lu Cheng didn't turn around as his ice mirror had naturally reflected the figure of the incoming person. This was a lady wearing an elegant nightgown. She was probably around 23 or 24 years old and had the symbolic black hair and red eyes of the Samano royal family. She had long eyelashes, bright eyes, and looked gracious. Her figure was also definitely hot and fully brought out the elegant yet sexy nightgown she was wearing. While she walked, she drew a lot of attention. Despite giving off dangerous vibes, one couldn't help but feel like getting close to her. She's not an ordinary expert. Princess Irina. Through the earphones, Shuejian introduced her to Lu Cheng. Nodded his head very slightly. Lu Cheng stepped aside and allowed little Prince Cinda to run past him to the side of the incoming person. Little Prince went to the wrong washroom. Lu Cheng explained what happened previously in a serious manner to her. "I did not. I just..." As a little gentleman, Cinda's face was turning red. "How would I possibly go to the ladies?" Before Irina replied, Lu Cheng pretended to be talking through the walkie-talkie. He walked away as he talked, left this place and returned to the banquet hall. Princess Irina did not say a word all along and was frowning slightly. She scrutinized Lu Cheng with a strange look on her face. "Sister Irina, do you know him?" Cinda was only a little more childlike, but this didn't mean that he was stupid. He had sharply noticed the strange behavior of his sister. "Perhaps?" Irina retracted her gaze and answered with an unconvincing tone. She mumbled to herself, "The feeling of stars. So familiar." Since Lu Cheng was listed as the heavenly son of the era in China, various intelligence agencies of major countries had started gathering information of him and listed him as an important target for observation. When he left the university's martial arts circle and joined the Longhu Club, similar intelligence had been brought to the attention of the higher management of various countries. Many of them saw him as the successor of the Dragon King. As someone who had been involved in the royal family affairs for some time, Irina naturally knew a little about him. "Is he very powerful?" asked the little prince excitedly. "Very powerful." Irina nodded her head seriously. Little Prince Cinda followed and asked curiously, "So is he more powerful, or is Sister Irina more powerful?" "At least for now, I'm more powerful." Irina boasted a little at this moment. She was at a similar level as Lu Cheng. As to whether if she could defeat him, she would only know through a practical fight. Cinda instantly revealed a puzzled look. "But he could see through my Shadowify, but Sister Irina you can't." Irina's face stiffened and had no reply for that at the moment. "Should I say that I was lying to you just now or that I have been lying to you all along?" Her mind turned quickly and she laughed elegantly. "Perhaps his ability happens to be the nemesis of Shadowify. So that's how it is." Little Prince Cinda believed in what his sister had said easily. "My stupid brother." The edge of her mouth twitched slightly as she smiled. In her heart, she felt an unexplainable complicated feeling. If there are no accidents, Cinda would probably be my husband in the future. But in my heart, he will always be just a kid. Sigh. A destined bloodline and a destined marriage. After returning to the side of Jialu, Lu Cheng took out his phone once again and shared his encounter with that naughty kid Tianzhika. "What took you so long? What did that little prince do?" Jialu couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. "He was playing hide and seek." Lu Cheng answered casually. Jia Lu almost couldn't believe his ears. After some time, he sighed emotionally. A child from closed marriages is usually either super smart or easily be handicapped. It seemed that this prince was a moron. At night, in the hotel where the Samano royal family stayed, Lu Chang and Jia Lu were in the surveillance room. One of them rested while the other paid close attention to the professionals. Once they discovered someone was acting strangely, they would move out immediately. In the presidential suite of Irina, she walked back and forth after changing into her lace pajamas. She seemed to be rather annoyed. These were the strong side effects of the mutated darkness bloodline she had inherited. The members of the Samano royal family would be engulfed with a desire for blood from time to time. It wasn't the desire to suck or drink blood, but the desire to tear flesh apart and allow the warm blood to drip on them. The younger one is and the stronger one is, the stronger the desire. Pa pa pa. Irina struck with both of her fists, causing her pillow to sink in from the middle. She wasn't intending to head out to hunt even if it was just against some stray animals. This was because once this was discovered, the image of the royal family would be negatively affected. She was in another large country after all. After taking 2 deep breaths, Irina sat down and removed the necklace around her neck. After pulling out the amulet that had fallen between her cleavage, she held it in her palm. There seemed to be a sky of stars that had mixed emotions within it, allowing her to calm down. After several minutes, she heaved out a sigh, recovered and relaxed her hands. That amulet looked fresh from the furnace. It was completely silverish white in color and have several pure gems embedded on it. In the middle, a complicated sealed script was engraved on it. It was a script from China. Confrontation. Irina, after taking a moment to compose herself, dipped her head and looked at the amulet in her hand, mumbling thoughtfully. No wonder the feeling of the starry sky felt familiar. It was because of this. She pondered for a few seconds, then stood up and walked to the French window with her phone in hand. Her dark hair cascaded to the center of her back like silk, a perfect match with her lace nightgown. She looked at the unsleeping city, a flowing galaxy on Earth, then buzzed a number using a private satellite line. A sluggish male voice answered after a series of beeps. Still awake. Irina drew a soft breath, peering into the distance. Trying to sound casual, she said, "Go hui. I met someone with a similar scent to the amulet you gave me. The scent of a starry sky." "What?" blurted the man on the other side. He fell silent. After a few seconds, he asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "Lu Chang. That heavenly son of China," replied Princess Irina, narrowing her eyes. Her scarlet pupils reflected 1,000 lights. "I got it," the man said, then paused. "Don't provoke him and don't draw his attention. I'll take over from here." "Okay. I just wanted to let you know." Irina chuckled. She then asked, "Is the sun in John Weilberg still as bright?" Her bewitchingly beautiful face was impassive, devoid of even a ghost of a smile. "Yeah, I'm suntanning right now. Was just about to fall asleep," laughed the man. They shot the breeze before hanging up. Irina remained standing by the French window. Pure white nightgown, jet black hair, blood-red eyes. She gazed into the distance. There was a deep and distant look in her eyes. She mused, almost inaudibly, "Go he, are you related to this mystery?" Aside from preventing accidents and ensuring the safety of the Samano royal family, the royal security team was also tasked with keeping watch on certain bloodline members, so that they did not run free and create havoc. It was a matter of national pride, and so the night passed uneventfully. Lu Chang and Jia Lu both had an easy time. It was the same for the second day. The schedule was tightly packed with events. Excursion after the meeting, and a ball after the banquet. Jia Lu tossed a glance at the beautiful and regal Irina. She drew a breath and clicked her tongue. "SS, what on earth were you doing yesterday? Did the princess from Samano royal family take an interest in you? She keeps on glancing at us, time and again." Lu Chang pursed his lips, saying, "Interested in me? More like interested in fighting me." She's also a mighty one at a similar stage. I'm sure she's just feeling the thrill of the hunt after finding a worthy match. He had researched her beforehand and knew the level and extent of Irina's capabilities. Then why doesn't she look at me? Retorted Jialu. Right after that, she processed the words in her head and immediately grew petulant. Never mind. Don't answer that. The answer was simple. Lu Chang was currently the heavenly son of China. His fame and reputation were widespread. She herself, on the other hand, had an entire career in the martial arts school and never won any prestigious competitions. Even though she was fairly gifted and powerful, not many people knew her. To a princess of the Samano royal family, she was just a nobody. I'm glad I don't have to answer that, jested Lu Chang smilingly. My answer would be, you are too weak. That would make Jialu go ballistic, wouldn't it? With her curiosity piqued, Jialu was about to get to the bottom of it, when Irina ambled towards them with a glass of pale gold champagne in her hand. Hey, she's here to throw down the gauntlet. Are you going to accept it? Jialu asked with great interest. She was always up for drama when she herself wasn't involved. I better check with Xuejian first, said Lu Chang. He himself was a troublemaker and was quite tempted to give it a go. Irina stopped before him. She had a voluptuous, hourglass body. She smiled and asked in English, Lu, has anyone ever told you that you have an amazing scent? What kind of movie script is this? Miss, did you mess up your line? Lu Chang was stunned. Wasn't this about sparring? A few seconds later, when he was himself again, he shook his head in confusion. Never. Cuckoo often said that I'm smelly though. Irina creased her thin brows slightly, then broke into a smile. What a pity. With that, she didn't linger any longer and returned to the center of the banquet hall. What's she on about? Lu Chang turned to Jialu in confusion. Jialu was equally dazed. Her bright and moist eyes filled in comprehension. After a few seconds, she laughed, as though she understood. Do you want me to translate the real meaning of those words to you? Let's hear it. Even after much thought, Lu Chang was still puzzled. To put it simply, your conversation went something like this. Jialu paused, then smiled in a sardonic way. Wanna hook up? No thanks. Come on. Be serious. Lu Chang never realized Jialu was this type of girl and was almost rendered speechless. Normally, she looked like the type that was feisty on the outside but cold and aloof inside. The kind that liked drama but didn't like involving herself. Who would have thought she had this side to her? Jialu chuckled. I'm serious. If she's not inviting you to hook up, why would she begin by complimenting your smell? Shouldn't she at least begin by talking about the weather or the dishes served during dinner? If you had replied, you are the first? Or, is that so? Can you describe it to me? Then you would have had a chance to bed a princess tonight. Though they have to leave for the airport later, there is enough time if you think about it. Are you feeling regretful now? She was very much intrigued since it was her first time experiencing something like that. Thank goodness I didn't answer correctly. Lu Chang wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. He actually found some sense in what Jialu said. Had he replied without thinking and got tangled up with that Princess Irina, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he dived into the Yellow River. How then could he face his little fairy? I'm not exactly handsome, and my manners are just that of a gentle and reserved mighty one. As for a scent, I have no idea what she's talking about. Is Irina approaching me to add me to her collection? Or does she have ulterior motives? What if she's like one of those vampire from novels? Maybe the Samano's royal family members are capable of creating something great by ingesting my blood? Lu Cheng's thoughts raced, thinking about the endless possibilities. Nothing else happened in the time that followed, and after the farewell banquet, the Samano's royal family arrived at the airport and departed from China. All right, that's the end of your mission. Thank you both so much, Xuejian said to Lu Chang and Jialu through the earphone. Phew, freedom at last, Jialu said as she removed her walkie-talkie. Looking towards Lu Chang, she said, can't wait for tomorrow to come, so I can head to the club training ground and practice my kung fu. Me too, Lu Chang assented with a smile. Jia Lu's thoughts jumped to something else. Out of a sudden, she said, "You and I, we haven't sparred against each other, right? How about we abolish the lot drawing on Friday? I'll challenge you directly." She wanted to truly experience the strength of the current heavenly son of China. She could only catch up to him after finding out the gap between them. "This week. Not this week. Another time," rejected Lu Cheng after thinking. "Why? Someone booked you in advance?" asked Jia Lu curiously. Lu Cheng replied in a joyful tone, "I have something on Friday afternoon. I'll be excusing myself." "Okay." Without dwelling on the topic, Jia Lu resumed her detached and indifferent disposition. After Lu Cheng received another round of guidance from the physical invulnerability mighty ones, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was Friday once more. Since he left his home and took the multi-purpose vehicle to the club in the morning, he had been smiling from time to time. Towards Amen and Huang Bin's hoary pleasantries, he was not in the least bit annoyed, and even took the initiative to make small talk. He told them that he wouldn't be having dinner at the restaurant and would be leaving at 2 p.m., and that it would be great if they could arrange a car for him, but it wouldn't matter even if they couldn't. Amen and Huang Bin, too busy to speculate why he was in such a great mood, immediately assented to his requests, both doing their best to leave a good impression. After spending an afternoon in the dance stage training room, Lu Cheng's efficiency was even better than usual. In the afternoon he had a great appetite and ate more than he usually did. Just as he was about to pack up his stuff and take a break in his private resting room, Amen scuttled into the room and made an announcement to all the Inhuman Mighty Ones. "The registration for Battle of the Kings is now open. This year it will commence on August 19th. Which of you is interested in joining?" The requirement set by Longhu Club for its reserve team members was that they had to attend at least 3 preliminary matches for national title competitions. As to which ones they wanted to attend, they had complete freedom. "I am. It's a rare opportunity for me to fight against friends in the same league." Tu Zheng volunteered first. Lu Cheng raised his hand, saying, "I would like to join too." Back when he joined the club, they had already made it clear to him that he was to first practice the Fire Sect dance stage chapters, then attend the preliminary matches for Battle of the Kings and digest what he had learned through actual combat. "If the both of you are going, then count me in as well," said Yu Wangyuan, Sun Jianlin, Lu Xiaofei, and Jia Lu. Even an Inhuman Mighty One who wasn't a member of the reserve team registered. He had already transferred to a managerial position. Inhuman was a stage that was in the middle of nowhere. It did not attract international attention or have a great following like physical invulnerability, but neither did it have the down-to-earth feeling of body refining stage and low-tier dance stage. It was always stuck somewhere in the middle and didn't have its own professional competitions. Currently, the preliminary matches for the 5 supreme national title competitions was deemed to have the highest standards for competition between Inhumans. Almost every up-and-coming fighter from the top-tiered sects and other Inhuman Mighty Ones from other sects would attend, but they prioritized differently. Currently, Battle of the Kings and Warrior Sage Battle were the type that almost no one wanted to miss. Once someone made it through the preliminary phase, it was almost as good as announcing that they were the cream of the crop among the ones belong physical invulnerability. After submitting their applications, Amen gave a flowery smile. This time around, the Battle of Kings will have 16 participants in the preliminary phase. I wish everyone the best of luck to proceed into the main competition and have the chance to fight against physical invulnerability mighty ones. No matter how good you think you are, there's always someone out there better than you. Putting aside those from the same age group, it's not going to be easy dealing with the seniors who had been Inhumans for years, or even tens of years. The thought flitted across Lu Cheng's mind and died away. Anyway, he still had more than a month. After packing up and taking a break, he got into the multi-purpose vehicle with all smiles, then left the club. The most important task of today was to go to airport and fetch Kuku, his precious wife. It was the 17th of July, Friday, Huaqing, Heishui Airport. After getting away from the driver, Lu Cheng waited patiently. At the meantime, he formed a group with Xiaoming and played a few rounds of games. When the app updated him that Yenjika's flight would be landing soon, He quickly told the group that this would be his last round. With his mind on other things, he was quickly killed. After some time, Yenjika switched on her phone and sent a message to Lu Chang to confirm that she had landed. "I've been waiting." "Hands on the waist, acting cockily expression," replied Lu Chang. "Didn't I do the same when you fly to Connecticut?" "Roll eyes expression." "There's this guy who wanted to help me with my luggage after seeing that it was heavy. His expression was truly amazing when he saw me get it myself. Haha. Those who are good-looking surely feel the friendliness of the world at all times." Lu Chang quickly and subtly praised her. While chatting on and off, his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Yenjika walking out while carrying a black bag and pulling a yellow suitcase to the arrival hall. Yenjika had her hair down and her fringe pulled to the side. She looked pure and beautiful. She wore a white t-shirt with a simple design, dark blue denim shorts that covered half of her thighs and flip-flop sandals, revealing her fair, white skin and her healthy nails and toes. It was refreshing and youthful. Lu Chang took several steps ahead and took over the suitcase with a smile. "You need to be qualified to carry my girl's suitcase." He continued with the topic they were chatting about. "That is correct." Yenjika's eyes lit up and raised her head a little. Lu Chang stopped right there and looked at her attentively. Suddenly, he broke into laughter. "I thought you would be wearing like a little fairy girl, but in the end, you chose to go with the girl next door style." Yenjika looked away and said, "That's because I'm afraid someone couldn't control himself and be overwhelmed by his beastly desires. Whenever I dress nicely, someone's gaze would be different." It was as though he had been hungry for a long time and had seen a human meal in front of him. "Aren't you on your period today? How am I supposed to be overwhelmed by my beastly desires?" Lu Chang smiled sourly. Yenjika pouted, opened her eyes widely and attempted to say it in an angry tone. "It's because of this that I'm afraid. I'm afraid you will ask for my help in other ways and I will give in to you after not seeing you for a month. I will definitely be led astray by him." Her face blushed slightly and couldn't complete her sentence. Immediately, she changed the topic and asked in a serious manner, "Where are we going now?" "When it was your menses period. Since when am I not behaving myself appropriately and only showering you with love and concern?" Lu Chang answered aggrievedly. "Yeah, that deserves compliments. Please continue to work harder." Yenjika was only trying to move on to the next topic and therefore replied in such a manner. When she stopped, she extended his hand and patted on the head of her husband. "Taking me as a child?" Although that's what Lu Chang was saying, his face was full of smiles. He pulled Yenjika over by the wrist and pointed in the direction with his chin. "Let's rent a car first. It will be more convenient when we go out for dates and buying groceries." He did not have a driving license and the club would arrange for transportation for him most of the time. In addition, Yenjika could only come over from America during the winter and summer breaks. If he was to buy a car directly, it would be left to accumulate dust most of the time. He was thinking of getting a house and moving in before considering the rest. For this period of time, they could just rent a car to meet their needs. "All right." Yenjika nodded her head slightly. After taking several steps forward, she suddenly asked, "Chang, you got your driving license?" Based on someone's personality, he would definitely have boasted about such a big event. "Nope." Lu Chang laughed. "I can only rely on you then." Although he could drive too, he tried not to break the rules if he could since he did not have a driving license. Yenjika found it both hilarious and infuriating. Waving her hands, she continued, "All right, let me bring you around. It's hard being the head of the family. There are so many things to worry about and I have so many responsibilities." "That's what the head of the family has to do." Lu Chang smiled and agreed with the self-compliments that Yenjika had on herself. When they were at the car rental stand, the two of them completed the paperwork and paid part of the fees. They have chosen an Audi TT which was easy for a girl to drive. After seeing off the employee, Lu Chang signaled to Yenjika for her to wait for a while. He pulled open the doors of the car and took a deep breath in. His abdomen expanded into a ball shape. Circulating his ice spirit force, he opened his mouth and blew out the air he took in previously. Swoosh! A gust of strong wind blew in the car and cooled it. The heat accumulated under the high temperature of the summer immediately dissipated. Yenjika, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. There's still such a way to use one's ability? Lu Cheng stopped his actions and straightened his back. Signaling for her to get in, he smiled and continued, "Friendly reminder. The sun in the summer is harsh. If you did not place your car under the shade and is away for a long time, please be reminded to let the heat dissipates first. Guaranteed ventilation." Yenjika was shocked for several seconds. She wasn't stingy with her compliments and said in a rather superfluous manner, "Chang, you are the best." He's indeed a mobile, multifunctional electrical equipment. After getting on the car, she adjusted the seat, closed the window, and was about to adjust the rear-view mirror and side-view mirror. Lu Cheng suddenly stretched his body over and said, "Let me help you to adjust." Yenjika was lost and didn't understand what is going on. Don't he know that it could be electronically adjusted? Seeing the silly and shocked look on Yenjika, Lu Cheng kissed down without hesitating. Keeping her lips between his mouth, he softly went around before exploring deeper. "I'm flirting with you. Flirting with you. Do you understand?" She raised her arms subconsciously and hugged Lu Cheng. Yenjika's eyes were closed slightly and finally pushed the pervert away after some time. Just when she was about to scold him, she suddenly heard him saying beside her ear in a soft voice, "It's been a long time since we met." She gave in immediately and mumbled, "Didn't we chat every day? I missed you so badly too." When their eyes met, it was an emotional moment. Yenjika suddenly broke into laughter. "Is this the failed attempt by your martial cousin Mo previously to flirt with you? How dare you use it on me?" "There's no one else I can use it on," Lu Cheng answered proudly. Covering her mouth while laughing, the girl cleared her throat and asked, "Where shall we go now? Heading home first, or should we go out for dinner later?" "Look at you. If your stomach isn't hurting, let's go to that Lin eatery near the university town that Fatty Jiang brought me to for their steamed chicken and roasted goose. If you are still feeling unwell, let's head home first. I have boiled some fish soup last night and kept it in the fridge. We can heat it up and cook some noodles later. I have also bought a huge serving of porridge with preserved egg and lean meat. It's from the stall that you liked when we came to Huaqing to watch the competition previously. We can eat it once I heat it up a little using my Emperor Yen force. Yeah. If it hurts badly, it will be better if I drive." Lu Cheng continued naggily. Yenjika turned her head and faced the front after listening. After holding it in for several seconds, she couldn't contain her smile and said in a gentle voice, "What if I want to eat all of that? Then we shall eat all of them. Let's go the Lin eatery first before heading home." Lu Cheng had made the decision. "Let's go," said Yenjika as she started the car quickly. After filling their stomach, the two of them went to the Sky Capital Garden. After finding a spot, they parked their car and rested in it. "I'm so tired after taking the plane, having my menses and driving for such a long time." Yenjika locked the car door and looked at Lu Cheng. As she spoke, she hammered on Lu Cheng's shoulders and pinched his arms. Yenjika was getting better at acting in a pettishly charming manner. A thought flashed past Lu Cheng's mind, and without saying a further word, he turned his back to face Yenjika, lowered his body and said, "Come, let me carry you. I just wanted you to give me a massage." Yenjika was initially a little shocked but laughed out after a while. "There are still others around and your teammates. This is so embarrassing. It's quiet at night in this place. Moreover, it's our house after passing that corner." Lu Cheng tried to convince her. "All right." Yenjika's eyes shimmered and seemed hesitant about it. However, her actions weren't so at all. After using his arms to support the legs, Lu Cheng stood up steadily and carried his wife through the quiet corridor and darkness under the moonlight and the road lamps. Each unit occupied a level. In other words, there's only a family for each level, and each unit would have 2 lifts to prevent malfunctions. Unfortunately, both of the lifts were damaged today and the technicians were trying to fix it as soon as possible. Lu Cheng didn't say anything and stopped Yenjika from trying to get down. He turned into the safety route, followed the stairs and took one step at a time up. Beside him were two legs swaying lightly, and he could hear the melody that his girl was humming. Europe, John Weilberg. Go hui. This doesn't seem to be fully in compliance with the protocol. Irina laughed heartily. The guy lying on the deck chair suddenly opened his eyes. It was as though a starlit night sky was hiding within them. The man had several silverish strands of hair on his head. Although he sounded like an old man, he looked young. His facial features and skin tone clearly showed that he was from China and perhaps was Chinese. "I'll be going for a long trip soon," the guy said with a faint smile. Irina's eyes sank and pretended to ask nonchalantly, "To China?" "Yeah, to check on that heavenly son of the era. It is just to take a look." Gu Hui answered frankly and took off the ancient-looking long robe on him. Irina didn't know about this type of clothing that had a strong Eastern style. After searching online, she learnt that this was known as a Taoist robe. In Mandarin, the phrase that often went with it was Taoist robe and Taoist hat. When they were done with the fish broth noodles and century egg pork porridge, Lu Chang and Yan Zhika sat on the sofa with contentment. Leaning against each other, they began chattering aimlessly, and anything they talked about brought them joy. The television flickered before them and the scenes changed rapidly, but none of them paid attention to what was on it. "I feel like I'm forgetting something," said Yan Zhika in the middle of their chat, frowning in remembrance. Lu Chang diligently consulted his memories, then paused and exclaimed, "Your suitcase!" "My suitcase." At the same time, Cuckoo had also recalled what she had left unattended. "Giving you a piggyback was the only thing that was on my mind," explained Lu Chang in a mumbling tone, his mouth twitching. Cuckoo's rolling suitcase was still in the car. The romantic passion they'd kindled at that time and the breaking down of the lift had made them completely and utterly forget about it. "Hurry and go get it," chided Yan Zhika with a complicated look. "Yes, ma'am." Lu Chang stood up immediately and walked out of the door. The girl watched him leave, then laid down, hugged her body pillow, and sunk her face into it. She chided in visible amusement. "Two idiots. When I'm together with Chang, my intelligence and wit often leave me. No. It must be due to my period today. The severe bleeding had caused a deficiency of blood in my brain, causing my memory to be foggy. It has to be something like that." After Lu Chang returned from picking up the luggage, they both freshened up and changed into their pajamas. For a long while, the two of them lay in the bed, laughing about the whole affair and poking fun at themselves. The bed was large, but the distance between the two was small. Yan Zhika stuck her cold hands and feet onto Lu Chang. Without pausing in between, she said, "Ever since I mastered the swordsman formula, I realized that the duration of my period cramps has been largely reduced. And after mastering the wholeness formula, I have been feeling more and more energetic. I don't even feel tired during training after burning the midnight oil the night before." "Great! That's the best thing they have done so far." Lu Chang happily praised the 9 words formula. Looking elsewhere, the girl said in a thoughtful manner, "Chung, do you think there might be hidden effects to gathering all of the 9-word formulas? Usually, when you gather a whole set, additional changes will occur. In similar secret arts, the first word or the last word is usually the most special. Take the 6-syllabled Sanskrit mantra, for example. It begins with the word Wang, which contains the will of Buddha and enables the 5 latter syllables. Intoning it repeatedly is said to have the power of suppression. At the moment, the attainment formula doesn't seem to have anything strange about it. But what if the confrontation formula is special? If there are hidden effects, I hope it's of a recovering and nourishing nature so that it can heal master's old wounds and compensate your congenital deficiencies." Lu Chang thought to himself. He laughed softly. "From the 6 words I hold at the moment, the confrontation formula might really have something odd about it. According to the military, they already have substantial leads. In the recent 1 to 2 centuries in Europe, similar items have appeared multiple times. I'm looking forward to it." Feeling a rush of sleepiness, Yan Zhika yawned adorably with her hand clasping her mouth. Still, she didn't want to sleep on their first meeting after a month, so she found a few other subjects and continued chatting idly with Lu Chang. It was very quiet outside, and soft whisperings filled the room. It was serene and heartwarming. They talked a while longer. Then the girl picked up her phone and scrolled through her Weibo. All of a sudden, she asked, "Was she very sexy?" "That Princess Irina." Lu Chang had relayed to his little fairy about the oracular "you smell good" that Irina said to him. Of course, he didn't mention a word about Jia Lu's classic interpretation. The subject was merely brought up as a mysterious affair. Yenjika didn't think Irina was brazenly hooking up with her hubby either. At that time, Jia Lu was beside them after all. As a member of the royal family, no matter how open-minded she would have to act as decorum dictates, so it's impossible that she would be so straightforward. It would have been more appropriate to use sparring as an excuse. As for the explanation of her eccentric behavior, she could not fathom. She racked her brain at length but came to no reasonable answers. Hearing Yenjika's question, Lu Chang secretly felt relieved that nothing had happened at that time. Otherwise, he would be sweating bullets right now. He pondered for a few seconds, then replied incisively, "Not at all. What's so sexy about her? You sound really fake and flippant." Yenjika shot him a look, muttering. On Weibo, many people were talking about how sexy Princess Irina is. Below the news section. Perhaps everyone has different perceptions of beauty. I just don't find her sexy. Speaking from prior experience, I feel that big boobs are a little unnatural. Oh? Yenjika pursed her lips. So you like flat chests? I like it just the right size, for example. Lu Chang chuckled, and before he could finish his sentence, his little fairy had landed a vicious punch on him, stopping him from continuing. Yenjika looked sideways, propping herself up with her hands. She closed up to Lu Cheng's head and twitched her nose, sniffing him from top to bottom. "What's so good about your scent? Why is it that I can't smell it?" she said in a doubtful and thoughtful manner. Her sweet aroma pervaded his nose, and her soft breath aroused him. Her delicate, soft body stuck to him closely, wriggling here and there. Lu Cheng's heartbeat quickened as his lust rapidly increased. He could no longer hold back the change in his body. She felt a familiar bulge and was taken aback at first. Then, with her eyes shimmering and her cheeks rosy, she chided. You pervert. So it's my fault now?" Lu Cheng grinned. "It's my little fairy's fault for being too sexy." In his mind, he condensed water to ice and turned the lake into a mirror. From a top view, Lu Cheng suppressed his desires and gained control of the flow of his qi and blood. The tent instantly collapsed. Yenjika stared blankly, then said, "Amazing! Ever since reaching the stage of all-seeing God, Cheng has really developed many strange abilities." The distraction made her forget about the whole scent business. They talked for a little longer, then shared a deep kiss and bade each other good night. The peaceful night lasted until daylight broke out. The next day, in the morning, when the couple was done with their training, they drove themselves to the Longhu Club. Perhaps I shouldn't go. The closer they were to the club, the more shy Yenjika felt. It would be embarrassing to be in front of all these strangers. What's there to be afraid of? We are legally married. I thought you had always wanted to eat breakfast at our restaurant and visit the club exhibition room? Goaded Lu Cheng, smiling. Yenjika gently bit down on her rosy lips and made up her mind to put her embarrassment aside. Actually, what I really want is to visit the places you have been to and experience the life you have lived." They parked their car after arriving. It took no longer than them stepping into the entrance for Amen and Huang Bin to walk up to them. "As I mentioned yesterday, this is my wife." Lu Cheng introduced Yenjika frankly. He had phoned the assistant team beforehand, telling them he would be bringing a family member to visit the club and requesting the chefs to prepare more dishes. "Your girlfriend is so pretty," praised Amen from the bottom of her heart. "Wife, it's wife," Lu Cheng silently corrected her. As they were exchanging banal pleasantries, Lu Cheng linked hands with Yenjika, who by then had switched into her elegant and glamorous form. Ushered by Amen and Huang Bin, they went inside the club and entered the restaurant. Due to the two of them being lovey-dovey and leaving the house late, there were no longer people eating breakfast in the restaurant, giving them a perfectly quiet venue for their date. After filling themselves, they arrived at the exhibition room on the 3rd floor. It was a spacious place with all sorts of trophies on display. There was a special room dedicated to playing videos of the glorious moments of the Longhu Club and classic fights. Feels like it would take days to watch all of these, mused Yenjika. She turned her head to Lu Cheng. Go ahead with your training. I'll be fine by myself. Seeing that Lu Cheng was hesitant, Amen stood out at once. Don't you worry, Mr. Lu. I'm free today and will accompany Mississippi Yen during her stay here. I'll make sure she doesn't run into any difficulties from being in a foreign place. At the moment, nothing matters more than this. I will brush them all off. Thank you. Relaxing, Lu Cheng smiled sincerely and nodded at her. His impression of Amen instantly became great. This girl is pretty dependable. I'll be heading to the training room. Chat on QQ, said Lu Cheng, flourishing his phone. She smiled prettily in response. Beside them, Huang Bin could only watch bitterly. As much as he didn't want to lose out, he didn't dare to show more diligence than what was due. He was a man, and no matter how sincere he was, ingratiating himself with someone else's girlfriend would only result in tension between him and Lu Cheng. That would be the opposite of what he wanted to achieve. Though gender inequality is definitely a thing in this society, there are times and situations when being a girl makes things much easier than if you were a guy. Amen didn't notice the change on Huang Bin's face. The only thing in her mind was the sincere gratitude expressed by Lu Cheng. This was progress at an unprecedented rate. Suddenly, she realized that she might have found the current heavenly son of China's soft spot. Perhaps, just perhaps, he's the type that listens to everything his wife says. If so, then winning over his girlfriend would be more effective than getting on his good side. Lu Cheng focused on practicing martial arts, occasionally chatting for a bit. Once it was noon, Lu Cheng instantly left the training room. In the exhibition room, he accompanied his little fairy in her viewing of classic fights for half-hour, then headed to the restaurant once more. This time, Tuzheng, Jialu, and the others were in the middle of eating and had yet to leave. My wife, Yenjika. Lu Cheng smiled as he introduced everyone. This is the captain of reserve team, Captain Tuzheng. This is Yu Wangyuan, a talented groom with a beautiful bride, complimented Tuzheng and the others, smiling. She's very talented too, complimented Lu Cheng. Without exchanging more words, he held Yenjika's hand and began picking out food. When the table was filled with food, Yenjika glanced left and right, then lowered her voice, saying, It feels as if I'm here to announce sovereignty over you. Absolutely right. Care to stamp me? Lu Cheng raised his arm, then said humorously, A stamp that says, Property of Little Fairy? Yenjika glanced up and played along. I want it on your face, so everyone can see it. Here. Lu Cheng laughed softly, pointing to his lips. He received a coquettish glance. Just like that, the two of them settled down in watching. On weekends, they went on dates. On normal days, Lu Cheng concentrated on practicing kung fu, but ended his sessions earlier than usual. Coutoured, studied, consulted, and conversed. The days were sweet and heartwarming. When the girls' period was over, Lu Cheng almost didn't wake up on mornings, if not for his strong determination. In the blink of an eye, August came. The Longhu Club was about to start 2 consecutive weeks of campaigning in away grounds. After the middle of the month, Yenjika was to return to Shoshan and stay with her dad and Empress Dowager for a period of time. Afterwards, she will return and stay with him for 2 or 3 days before departing to Connecticut from Huaqing. It was August 5th. The night was deep and the seawater seemed black. A ship sailing on the international waters stopped outside the boundary. All right, you can go back now, said a man in a quaint feather raiment to the captain of the ship. There were strands of silver in his dark hair, but his countenance was that of a young person. Ha! The captain scanned left and right, but didn't see anyone that was here to attend to him. At that moment, he thought of something and looked back, but the man in the eccentric attire was nowhere to be seen. Splash! The waves blustered against the shore, sweeping up waves. A silhouette emerged from the waters, his hair glistening and his clothes tightly clinging to his skin. The man came ashore, and as he walked, fragments of ice fell from him. Before long, a white mist formed around him and he was dry again. I was August 9th, Sunday, 8 p.m. A rented car turned at the corner of the street and headed for the Sky Capitol Garden. Lu Chang sat on the right side of the car and looked out of the window. He suggested to Yen Zhika, "Should we drive over and buy some fruit before walking home?" Yen Zhika had always been full of praise for the fruits in Huaqing. "Nope, there are still some in the fridge." Yen Zhika stretched her neck and continued, "I'm so tired from the flight." The Longhu Club's competition over this weekend would be at Jinfeng City up north to challenge the Guanwai League. They had almost crossed the entire country. Lu Chang and Yen Zhika had left on Thursday, which was the 6th of August, as they had the intention to visit Xinjiang. After watching videos of the battles, they took the trip as a short holiday. It was inevitable that they would feel a little tired from the travels. "Yeah, that's true. My back is a little sore too." Lu Chang agreed with Yen Zhika and managed to stop her from complaining. He quickly changed the topic and said in a lighthearted mood, "It's a shame that we aren't visiting Jinfeng in the winter. It's not that unique in other times of the year." "Yeah, I was hoping for the temperature to go below zero and having an ice cream on the streets in the central city. It would definitely be a special experience." Yen Zhika suddenly got revitalized. "And also fishing from a hole made on the ice and speed skiing on the ice. And there's also..." She started listing out her wishes that she couldn't accomplish this time as though she was making a to-do list. "Yeah, let's go there again if there's a chance next time." Lu Chang reminisced about the food. "I felt that their hot plate stewed fish was only average. Perhaps it's because we have not managed to get the best. On a side note, their Korean restaurants were all pretty good. Oh right, we didn't even get the chance to get some barbecue food from Guanwai this time. I wonder what the differences were between those from Shoshan, Songcheng and the Sky Capitol Garden." Suddenly, Yen Zhika felt a little hungry. At this moment, the rented car stopped at the main gate of the Sky Capitol Garden. Lu Chang paid using his phone and got down first. He grabbed all the bags and luggage just in case they forgot about them again later. Holding hands, the couple slowly walked forward. Suddenly they saw a figure appearing from a dark spot from their side and headed towards the opposite side of the road. Lu Chang squinted his eyes and took a look. It was a man in a short-sleeved polo t-shirt. He looked young but had quite a number of silver strands between his head of black hair, making it hard to tell his age. The man had a serious look and seemed as though he was leaving after not getting whatever he was waiting for. When the two of them went to pass each other, Lu Chang felt some minor changes to the jindan at his lower abdomen. However, when he formed his ice mirror to do a more detailed investigation, he didn't discover anything. It was as though that was just a random fleeting feeling. "What happened?" Yen Zhika felt something and asked curiously. "Nothing." Lu Chang shook his head and made his reply. Jindan was an external item after all and didn't belong to him. Lu Chang was hoping to gather the full set of 9 words formula and understood the mysterious parts of it. This was to prevent himself from losing out in the future. Using the sight of his vision, he saw that man from before hailed a rented car, got onto it and left the place without any strange actions. His doubts dissipated and Lu Chang had completely forgotten about this matter. After returning home with his wife, the two of them rummaged through the ingredients in the fridge. Working together, they made 2 large bowls of noodles as supper. "If I follow you and eat like you every day, it's just a matter of time before I become fat." Yen Zhika looked aggrievedly at the 2 empty bowls. Someone is using a basin. You can just watch me instead." Lu Chang snickered. "Wow, you are bullying me. Asking me to just watch you and not allowing me to eat." Yen Zhika complained despite still having a radiant smile. Lu Chang didn't dare to continue on this topic anymore. He heaved a sigh and continued, "Sigh. I have to return to Shoshan tomorrow. The last half a month passed by really quickly." Yen Zhika softly bit on her lips and tried to liven the mood. "Well, we are going to look at the stars and moon tonight, while talking about poems and songs about life philosophy. These lines are really familiar." Lu Cheng thought about it and finally understood, bursting into laughter all of a sudden. The smiles washed away the sorrows of impending separation. However, in the middle of the night, after cuddling together for some time, the couple leaned on each other while looking at the bright moon outside the window. The lights in the room were off and the chilling wind blew outside. When the faint light shone into the room, the darkness around them seemed dyed by a mystical realm. Yanzhika laid in the embrace of Lu Cheng, having close contact with him while refusing to fall asleep. When I graduate, I want to do something big and expand my mum's company to Huaqing. As she spoke, she broke into laughter herself. However, I'm not the kind that likes to socialize. I estimate I could likely be just a consultant. I can't let me husband always have his meals alone. Perhaps I should seek employment at the university in Huaqing, take the academic path and research economic problems. Seeing that Yanzhika started talking about the future, Lu Cheng also started talking about his ambitions. I have almost learned most of the fire sex dance stage skills. At the moment, I'm an expert in some while only grasping the surface of others. After going through the preliminaries of the Battle of the Kings, I should really have the strength of a senior fourth-pin expert. February next year, but hopefully before my birthday, I will aim to reach a level that is close to the physical invulnerability stage. With the realm of encountering gods in the void, self-reflection, there shouldn't be many obstacles in the process. Think about it. The ice mirror can reflect anything within a certain radius around me. The accuracy is to the millimeters. Isn't this a little similar to the rudimentary of achieving connection between heaven and earth? When the time comes, I will give myself a deadline of 3 years to reach the physical invulnerability stage. Cannot be too long as I will lose my edge and drive. It also couldn't be too short as I might get flustered, resulting in worse outcomes. Why does it feel like the distance between is are getting wider? Yanzhika couldn't hide her worries and sought consolation from her husband. How can that be? The head of this house will always be you. Lu Cheng answered without hesitation. Wait till I think of a way to make up for your natural-born deficiencies. Dance stage is definitely not a problem for you, although the same couldn't be said for the inhuman stage. However, you definitely can awaken your supernatural abilities. At that time, you wouldn't have to worry about gains and losses. Can you guarantee? Yanzhika only felt emotional for a moment and quickly adjusted herself. She had always been a girl that was full of confidence. Yeah. Why don't we do a pinky promise? You are so childish. Come. Don't be angry. I like your current looks the most. The words resounded throughout and the night passed by peacefully. It was the same night and under the same moon. In a short-term accommodation unit within Huaqing. The man with silverish hair between his head of black hair was sitting in front of the window. His expressions showed some lingering agitation from before. Although he wasn't the same kind as he had thought, he discovered something that even he did not believe to be in existence. This wasn't a wasted trip. No, not only was it not a wasted trip, but his future would be dependent on this encounter. He switched on his newly bought second-hand computer and analyzed Lu Cheng's recent battle videos carefully. He also took a peek in the direction of Longhu Club and conjectured the various aspects. Yeah, I have to find a good opportunity. The next day morning, Lu Cheng woke up early, but was seduced by his little fairy girl. This was a rare occasion when he did not go for morning practice. When Yanzhika's flight took off, he made up for the missed training and attended the guidance lesson by physical invulnerability experts in the afternoon. In just a blink of an eye, it was Friday once again. However, the sparring session between the reserve team had been cancelled. This was because the preliminaries of the Battle of the Kings competition was just next week and they had to move out by Sunday. Everyone had to adjust their mental and physical condition for the competition. The 16th of August, on the high-speed train to Linfu, Lu Cheng was chatting with Yanzhika on the related information regarding the title competition. While waiting for replies, Lu Cheng searched for priest and sent a message over, "Hook up." After sending, he suddenly felt something was wrong with the message and quickly added, "Are you going for the Battle of the Kings?" Several seconds later, Peng Liyun replied, wiping cold sweat expression. I thought someone was using your account. Not waiting for Lu Chang to reply, he continued, I have also attained the realm of encountering gods in the void. Just a reminder so you will not be careless. If I'm going to win, I'll like to win against my opponent when he is in his best state. Right? This guy is improving quickly. Lu Chang complimented him in his mind. Laughing heartily expression. That's how I feel too. Priest has revealed his hidden card now, so he is truly extending his style of taking it easy to even before the competition started. Peng Liyun did not stay on this topic any longer. He continued, Ren Li has also confirmed that she will join. There are also a number of outstanding experts from Daxing Temple, and these are the same for other sects and clans. You better not underestimate them. Speaking of which, I have not really fought with an internal disciple of Daxing Temple, so I might just be able to experience it this time. Hands on the waist expression, replied Lu Chang enthusiastically. Silly Lu Chang, when you talk online, can you not send such childish expression? Whenever I see the expressions you send over, I feel so depressed that I might lose to such an opponent. Cover face and sighing expression, replied Peng Liyun. It seemed like he did not erase all the words. Damn, so the priest has a vicious tongue too. Besides that, the word silly has several meanings. Please explain it. Lu Chang hadn't sent the message when he received a message from Ren Li. Lu Chang, I think we have only fought once, and that match ended in a draw. Let's decide the victor between us this time. Sure. Lu Chang agreed to it without hesitation. At this instance, he suddenly remembered An Chaoyang. He was wondering if he should ask Hipster if he will be participating with the preliminaries of the Battle of the King. He was at the stage where he was about to achieve a breakthrough. Lu Chang was wondering if he had made the breakthrough. Hipster took the initiative to send a message to Lu Chang, while he was still considering if he should contact An Chaoyang. I'm at Linfu. Do you want to have dinner tonight? All right, said Lu Chang. There's only one truth expression. Have you made the breakthrough? Yeah. I'm finally at the inhuman stage and have gone through the initial consolidation, and Chaoyang was feeling equally happy and emotional while replying. Congratulations, congratulations. Lu Chang glanced at Tu Zhang and the rest who were beside him before lowering his head again. He searched for another name but didn't dare to ask after thinking about it. This name was cousin-in-law, who told me that he had not broken through as of June. If I am to ask if he is participating in the Battle of the Kings, it will definitely be a blow to him. Forget it. There will be opportunities in the future. While Lu Chang was still feeling complicated, the high-speed train had stopped at the Linfu station. This city Thahat became well known because of the Battle of the Kings competition. An ocean breeze passed through the city that was choked with people and devoid of even a semblance of uniqueness. From the milling tourists' lips came standard Chinese in a variety of accents. Most of them looked stoked. To them, it was not only about watching the competition, but it was also a vacation opportunity. Admittedly, the Battle of the Kings preliminary matches had been set on a splendid date. Students were on their holidays with time to spare, and parents were taking time off for their families. It was a similar setting to the Warrior Sages preliminary matches set for the end of the year. When the lot from Longhu Club arrived at the Wanhua Hotel, the hall was already filled with a welcoming crowd. Some dewy, some vibrant, some spirited, some past their 30s, some matured and joyful, and some were just reporters. Lu Chang, can we know what goals have you set for yourself in the upcoming Battle of the Kings competition? Are you confident about getting into the main match? Who do you want to fight the most? Peng Liyun, Ren Li, or the warrior monk from the Daxing Temple? Hello, Tu Zhang. I heard you beat Lu Chang during a sparring session. Is that true? Will you use the opportunity at Battle of the Kings to make the great leap? The one who has beaten you previously, Meng Liang, from Shizhou Island, is also participating this time. Is there anything you would like to say to him? The ones who received the most attention from the media and were deemed the most worthy of being interviewed were, doubtlessly, Lu Chang, the current heavenly son of China, and Tu Zhang, who was anticipated to reach physical invulnerability in less than 2 years. This made Wang Yuan, Lu Xiaofei, and the others feel rather dejected. There were only a few reporters paying attention to them, and worse still, they were only interviewing them because they couldn't get near Lu Chang and Tu Zheng. Motivation spawns from comparison. Right now, a fire kindled in their eyes as they secretly clenched their fists. All right, please make way, everyone. If there are any more questions, we will arrange time for interviews, said the co-director of the External Affairs Group. Xiang Tong, the guide for the Battle of Kings, slightly exerted his aura, opening up a passageway through the people. The hotel security also formed a barricade with their bodies, blocking off the crowd. Lu Chang remembered Ko Qian's advice to heart. At times like this, he just had to smile. Occasionally, when he noticed fans painstakingly extending their arms, he happily took the pen and paper from them and signed his name before returning it to them. In exchange, he received screams of, "Lu Chang! Lu Chang!" After a tough journey, they finally entered the lift and came to the 33rd floor, which was fully booked by them. It was a serene there. This is an individual competition, so there aren't any hard and fast rules. To you, I only have 2 words of advice. Guide Xiang clapped and smiled. First, don't miss the competition. Second, try not to stir up any trouble. Okay. The lot of them replied impassively. After that, they took their key cards and went off to scour for their individual rooms. In private, Lu Chang informed the guide that he wouldn't be joining them for dinner, since he had an appointment with his friends. No problem, as long as you don't let it affect your form. Xiang Tong nodded with an ambiguous smile. What on earth is he thinking? Male friends, emphasized Lu Chang. Oh. Xiang Tong shot him a funny look and took a step back, then laughed. Just kidding. Mental, mouth twitching, Lu Chang secretly cussed at him. He was deeply concerned for the guide's mental well-being. After going into the room, he laid his belongings down and spent some time sorting through them. He then waited for a moment, until the sky began turning dark, before putting on his black-framed glasses and changing into new clothes. Slipping out of the hotel, he walked onto the hot summer road. He only hailed a cab when he was out of the perimeters of the Wanhua Hotel. The cab headed for Guanqiao Street, a bustling street choked with seafood stalls. Before the well-decorated storefront of Lean Fu Century Barbecue Fish stood and Xiaoyang, with his headphones on and his hands in his pocket. He still kept his hippie, semi-long hair. He had a peaceful expression on his face, his eyes half shut, as though he was sleeping. I have already reserved seats, he smiled as he greeted Lu Chang. Lu Chang twitched his nose, distinguishing the smell in the air. Smells good. A local friend introduced it to me. Can't go wrong. And Xiaoyang laughed softly, whirling and walking into the shop. Local friend. Lu Chang repeated whimsically, looking as though he was about to fall asleep at any moment, and Xiaoyang replied, a fellow music lover that I befriended on a traveling forum. Sounds convoluted. Lu Chang pulled out a chair and sat down. His eyes roved around the place. Do we order the fish now? Or do we wait for Priest and Ren Li to arrive? I say we order it now. We are all big eaters, so it's best if we stock up on food, said In Xiaoyang. He thought for a moment. When would they be arriving? Aren't you the one who contacted them? Questioned Lu Chang blankly. I thought you would contact them, said In Xiaoyang, initiating a stare-off. Shouldn't the one who is footing the bill be tasked with contacting everyone? Said Lu Chang after a brief pause, rushing to push the blame. Back when we were in Shangxiang, it was always you that was more active in contacting everyone and keeping us updated, reasoned In Xiaoyang. They fell silent again. Amused and exasperated, Lu Chang sighed and picked up his phone. Should I ask them now? Forget it, it's almost past dinner time. They would either have not arrived yet or have already eaten. We can hang out again in a few days, said In Xiaoyang, laughing in self-derision. He stood up and ordered some fish. When he was back and seated, he even took off his earphones and set them aside, adopting an attentive attitude as he ate and chatted with Lu Chang. Hipster. This must be the highest level of respect you would offer to a friend, right? Jested Lu Chang. In the past, he would have slung his headphones around his neck even if he wasn't listening to music. "Are you praising me, or mocking me?" laughed and Xiaoyang. "How are things? Have you more or less mastered the Fire Sect Dan stage chapters?" "I mastered all the important ones," Lu Chang replied concisely. "What are your plans this time? Wowing everyone and soaring to fame?" "Stop poking fun at me." And Xiaoyang shook his head in amusement. "I only made the breakthrough recently. As someone who just consolidated his learnings, I'm only here to broaden my horizons and gain some experience. I dare not hope for anything beyond my reach. But what about you? Are you really not thinking about getting into the main competition?" "I would be lying if I told you it never crossed my mind," Lu Chang replied frankly. "Then you'll be in for a load of competition. The top-tiered organizations have sent out their strongest reserves and seasoned seniors. Many of them are at the same level as Tu Zhang, and some could even be stronger, just to name some: Fa Zhen and Ji Ren of the Daxing Temple, Ming Shi of the Shangqing sect, Go Wen of the Xuanwu school, Qing Feng of the Shushan study, Wang Xian of the Yanzhao sect, Zheng Shiduo of the Guanwai League, Meng Liang of Shizhou Island," enumerated and Xiaoyang as he consulted his memory. "Even Fa Zhen's coming? He's of the grandfather's generation." Lu Chang was started. Fa Zhen was the junior martial brother of the Daxing Temple's abbot, Fang Yuan, and the martial uncle of Wisdom King Zhi Hai. He was 51 this year, an inhuman mighty one belonging to the generation of Geezer Shi. He had been a physical invulnerability reserve since 20-odd years ago, but unfortunately never made the breakthrough. Presently, there was no longer hope for him to do so. Still, after being among the apex of inhumans for so many years, his body has yet to enter a state of obvious deterioration. He definitely wasn't someone to be think lightly of. But didn't this senior monk long ago devote himself to self-cultivation and the path to enlightenment? What's the meaning behind him registering for the Battle of the King's preliminaries? As for Zhiran, he was a senior brother to both Wisdom King Zhi Hai and Living Buddha Shi Shan. The Living Buddha is not ranked by the traditional naming system, and therefore was assigned a different title. Zhiran was 29 this year and had hopes of attaining physical invulnerability. As for Mingshi, Gowen, and the others, though they weren't heavenly sons of China, they were still physical invulnerability reserves from major organizations. Out of them, Gowen was especially worth mentioning. He was approved by the strongest fighter in the Xuanwu school, Long Dam that guards the sea, Ma Xinghong, who once held the titles of Warrior Sage and Grandmaster. According to him, Gowen could make the breakthrough the following year. Hearing Lu Cheng's doubt, and Xiaoyang smiled. The one regret Senior Fa Zhen has was that he never entered the main competition of Battle of the Kings. This time, he wants to fulfill that dream. Considering his age and ours, I call that bullying, quipped Lu Chang. If we count the B-list and C-list inhumans, the mighty ones in the police and martial arts school, and the other ones that have went into all sorts of occupations, there's probably more than 400 people in the preliminaries. And Xiaoyang sipped at his tea as he discussed with Lu Chang about the Battle of the Kings. Of course, this number was definitely not a representation of the total number of inhumans. And so, they chatted merrily around the topic that they were both interested in. The roasted fish was delicious too, with a strong aroma that made them drool and a taste that left them craving more. When they had amply enjoyed themselves, Lu Chang returned to the hotel. Once again, he video-called Yan Zhika, and the two of them began discussing the aforementioned mighty ones. On the evening of the following day, the registration ended. About 2 hours later, the host of the event published the matchups of the first round. The competition this time would take place in 4 venues simultaneously. There would be battles ongoing throughout the day, morning, noon, and night. The first round will last for 2 days in single elimination format. It would be same afterwards all the way until the top 64. Then, the format would change to double elimination. The 16 remaining contestants would enter the main competition. Lu Chang scrolled through the web pages, looking for his name, and in that time he caught glimpses of the names of Peng Liyun, Ren Li, Go Wen, and Fa Zhen. All of their opponents weren't very famous. Finally, he found his own name. 19th morning. Guanhai Martial Arts Stadium, 6th match. Longhu Club Lu Chang. At the other end of the M- was Shizhou Island. Lin Yu. Beep. A message came from Yen Zheka. He's a famous senior. Chang. Copying and pasting the name into the search bar, Lu Chang found information on his opponent in no time. Lin Yu, 42 years old, 16 years as an inhuman. His ability, Immortal Flesh, is terrifyingly powerful. He had accumulated an entire 16 years of experience in the high tiers of Pin. I just wanted to enter round 2 without a hitch. Sighs while covering face, replied Lu Chang. Somewhere in Linfu, in a motel, a man with silvery white hair amidst his dark hair was staring at the screen of his computer. He shook his head slightly. On the morning of 19th, reporters blocked the way of Lin Yu at the entrance of Guanhai Martial Arts Stadium. To the successful-looking mighty one, they asked, "What are your thoughts on drawing Lu Chang?" Lin Yu smiled. "I will beat him while it is still possible to." After answering, Lin Yu did not stay behind. Taking huge strides, he walked into the Guanhai Martial Arts Stadium. The reporter did not pester him because he was afraid of being accused of harassing martial artists and affecting their mental condition. Just was about to take a short break. He suddenly saw a luxury vehicle stopping at the side door. Tu Zheng, Lu Xiaofei, Lu Chang, and 10 other Inhuman stage experts climbed out of it and were arranged to be taken to 3 separate places. Feeling the excitement and agitation welling up, the reporter quickly went over and managed to stop Lu Chang before he entered the stadium. Puff puff. I'll just ask 2 questions. The reporter was panting, although it looked like he was pretending, to signal that his job wasn't easy. The security guards at the side turned their attention to Lu Chang and waited for his reply. If he wasn't willing, they would take action immediately and remove the reporter. Lu Chang's was feeling friendly. He looked around and saw that no one was around. After confirming that he would not be surrounded by reporters, he nodded his head slightly and said, "All right." The reporter immediately asked, "Do you have the confidence to emerge victorious from the crowd of Go 1, Fa Zhen, Ji Ren, Meng Liang, Tu Zhang, and the other experts? What do you think your chances are against them?" 2 questions, reminded Lu Chang with a gentle smile. After which, he shook his head and replied, "However, I don't wish to answer." Humph. The reporter was a little shocked. "Instead of asking me about the upcoming match, you brought up the names of other martial artists. This is disrespect to Senior Lin Yu," Lu Chang said seriously. The reporter understood and nodded his head. "What are your views on the upcoming battle?" "I will try my best to win," answered Lu Chang decisively. Seeing that Tu Zhang and Lu Xiaofei had entered by the side door and were waiting for him, he waved his hands, shifted his body, and followed up before the reporter could ask again. "I still have another question," shouted the reporter. His voice tapered off towards the end. Should the headline be Lu Chang going back on his words? Or a certain disrespectful heavenly son of the era? Which one would be more attention-grabbing? The reporter thought, sinisterly joking. Back to business. With the few sentences from the previous interviews, the reporter was already able to create a headline news. Every Inhuman stage expert had status and authority. Lin Fu, who became famous because of the Battle of the Kings competition, would naturally have a unique design for the martial arts stadium that was hosting the competition. The changing room wasn't very spacious but was enough for 10 to 20 people to use. Small resting rooms were partitioned out and each had their individual washroom and a sofa to sleep on. There was also a cupboard, Wi-Fi, and LCD TV hanging on the wall. These resting rooms were fully equipped and were aimed to fulfill the various needs of the experts. Lu Chang, Tu Zhang, and Lu Xiaofei's rooms were side by side. After chatting for a while, they returned to their respective homes for their pre-match preparations. Soon the TV screen began broadcasting the first match of the competition in the Guanhai Martial Arts Stadium. This year's Battle of the Kings competition had officially started. Different from the lower tiers individual competition, as matches between experts could affect the surrounding areas, each deck of the stadium was separated to 5 to 10 arenas. This was to prevent arenas from being too close to each other and affecting each other. Therefore, only the center arena had a fight going on while the surrounding arenas were empty to serve as isolation zones. Lu Chang switched between channels casually. Sometimes he watched the live broadcast and others he switched his attention to battles in another stadium. Throughout this process, he held the phone in his hand, chatting with Yan Zhika and discussing his opponent. It was only at the end of the fourth match in Guanhai Martial Arts Stadium that he switched off the screen, leaned back, closed his eyes to rest. Through his microcontrol of his body, he rapidly adjusted his condition to its peak. In Lu Chang's fan forum, Eternal Nightfall, Yan Xiaoling said, walking in circles expression excitement. It's been 4 months. I'm finally able to see Lu Chang in a competition again. A girl has been spotted. Where have you disappeared to recently? Shocked expression, replied the unparalleled Dragon King. Yan Xiaoling replied naturally, I'm not missing. I'm lying on my bed each day, refreshing for new programs and dramas. I have also been on the forum every day to manage it. It was just that I'm too lazy to type. Your laziness has reached a new level, Brahmin said with disdain. I'm not even that decadent when I finished my middle school examinations. She's graduating from her 3rd year of high school this year. I'll be in my 3rd year of university when school reopens, my 4th year in just another year, and will be working the following year. Just let me enjoy my last few moments of being decadent, Yan Xiaoling said without feeling embarrassed. Look, such a lazy person like me still comes into this forum to discuss the competition. Lu Chang will definitely win today. Shoo. Keep a low profile and accumulate some good karma. Index finger over mouth expression, said all the good names are taken by dogs. Many cats had also popped out. Yan Xiaoling, have you memorized the vocabulary? Can you not talk about such unhappy things when I'm full of anticipation? Crying face expression, said Yan Xiaoling. Lin Yu is not that easy to defeat, emphasized unparalleled Dragon King. Bull Demon King laughed. Yeah, just his victories over Dragon King and Warrior Sage in the past would be enough for him to boast for the rest of his lifetime. He previously defeated Dragon King and Warrior Sage? Fell and sat on the floor expression, said Nyachichi. He won against them once. That was when Warrior Sage and Dragon King had just reached the Inhuman stage. At that time, with his 4th pin strength, he won against them in Master and Supreme class respectively, explained unparalleled Dragon King. He's indeed an old senior. Brahmin heaved a sigh of relief. Those records were from a really long time ago. The martial arts that I'm most envious of in my life would be immortal flesh, smiling sheepishly expression, said Okamoto's fan. What's the most important thing for a man? That's is to be hard when you need it and be soft when it's time to be soft. You are so dirty that I can't even see my fingers. Is immortal flesh very powerful? The half-assed martial arts enthusiast Yan Xiaoling maintained her good habit of asking whenever she did not understand. It's the most important martial arts skill of the Shizhou sect. So do you think it's powerful? Described unparalleled Dragon King. It has great strength. Not only can it withstand attacks and last long, but it can also grant immunity or reduce the effects of the majority of poisons. Once mastered, its user can't be burned by fire, crushed by water, and would have extremely strong restorative abilities. To sum it up, it is similar to an anti-bullet armored vehicle. Is he okay if he doesn't eat, doesn't drink, and doesn't visit the toilet for a long time? Eyes wide opened expression, Yan Xiaoling asked. This senior might be very powerful, but Lu Chang will definitely win. Theoretically speaking, that's true, said a plumber eating mushroom. Yan Xiaoling replied, slamming on the table expression. I'm so envious of him. If I could master that, I could really not get out of my bed for an entire month. Everyone was speechless to her comments. After more than 20 minutes, Lu Chang suddenly opened his eyes. A light gathered deep in them just like the brightest star in the dark and quiet sky. After waiting for several seconds, a rhythmic knock sounded from the door of the resting room. It wasn't too light nor too heavy. Who's that? Lu Chang actually knew who the person was but still asked. "Mr. Liu, your match will be starting soon. You are about to get on the arena." The employee answered while controlling his voice as he was afraid of disturbing the other inhuman expert. "All right." Lu Cheng picked up his phone and asked for encouragement from his wife. He pulled open the door and walked out of this place into the competition ground under the companion of the employee. "Lu Cheng! Lu Cheng!" The cheers erupted suddenly and gathered towards the skies, seemingly capable of flipping over the roof of the stadium. This familiar feeling caused Lu Cheng's body to shiver a little. It was as though he was back to the nationals competition. "I missed this and love it so much." He waved to the crowd and walked to the edge of the arena under the raucous cheers. Walking up along the stone steps, he didn't release his aura into the surrounding. He maintained a peaceful state just like the calm before a snowstorm. Lin Yu had already been waiting on the other side. He was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a golden martial arts suit. His breathing was rhythmic and seemed to possess a unique life force. His hair was short. He had thick eyebrows, a mature and steady disposition, but didn't have any unique facial features. He looked more like a successful man from a debt collection company than a martial artist. Seeing that Lu Cheng had arrived, he nodded his head with a faint smile and looked at ease. After handling the miscellaneous items on him to the competition's invigilator, Lu Cheng returned the gesture calmly. The referee took a look at the time, raised his right hand and said, "The conversation time starts now." Lin Yu cleared his throat and said with a smile, "I have seen the Dragon King, Warrior Sage, Wisdom King, Living Buddha and many other wildly gifted and brilliant young talents in this place." Lu Cheng did not interrupt him and waited patiently for him to finish speaking. "In these competitions, I have not won many of these and in fact lost in most of them. Looking back now, every match is still as clear to me as though they had just happened. At the initial period when I missed out on the opportunity to reach physical invulnerability stage, I was feeling very low and depressed and did not participate in title matches for many consecutive years. When I have finally calmed myself down, it is then that I realize how much I missed this place. I missed fighting against experts with their own unique characteristics. Dragon King's aggressiveness, the pressurizing warrior sage. Therefore I'm back again. Since then, I have seen young talents shot to the skies or fall into oblivious. I have witnessed the living Buddha who seemed able to see through everything. Wisdom King who is able to simplify the most complicated moves. When talking about these, the contours of his face had seemingly become more gentle. The reason why I talked about these isn't to agitate you or for other reasons. What I'm trying to tell you is that I will enjoy this fight with a heavenly son of the era." Lin Yu's eyes lighted up and had an unexplainable vitality within it. "Please show me your guidance, senior." Lu Cheng was a little touched from what he said and truly admired him. This was a true martial artist. "Senior? If you let your master hear this, he will probably give you a slap," laughed Lin Yu. "We got to address each other with the same seniority. I have always forgotten that my master is really senior." Lu Cheng broke into embarrassed laughter. With the remaining time, the two of them didn't continue talking and maintained their conditions at the peak. The referee glanced at the electronic clock, swung down his hand rapidly and announced loudly to the surrounding, "Begins." Lu Cheng's first match in a title competition had started officially. Bam! He twisted his back and broke through the air barrier, bringing strong winds along. He quickly moved to the side and reached the left side of Lin Yu. Lu Cheng was not intending to have a direct confrontation. As for Lin Yu, he was just standing there and did not have any reactions. It was as though he was an immovable peak. Bam! Lu Cheng retracted his breathing and blood flow, shrugged his shoulders and swung out his right fist towards the temple of his enemy. Lin Yu raised his arm as a guard and expanded his muscles to defend against the attack. At this very moment, Lu Cheng's fist, which was imbued with Emperor Yen force, exploded, causing a propulsion force downwards. Boom! Shaking his arm, his fist changed direction, creepilla downwards on the neck of Lin Yu. Fire Sex 15 move, jet spray. At the most crucial moment, Lin Yu suddenly took in a deep breath. His neck expanded suddenly as though he was a snake that had just swallowed a giant elephant. His skin was propped to the maximum and veins could be seen crossing each other. Lu Chang connected on his punch and caused ripples. It was as though he struck on 1,000 layers of cow skin. Lin Yu had taken a direct strike from Lu Chang with the vulnerable neck area. Immortal flesh, swallow elephant. Lu Chang was prepared for this. Moving his finger joints, he opened up his 5 fingers and shot out several rays of aurora for the second series of attack. However, Lin Yu only tilted his head to avoid them from hitting the artilleries while allowing the other crystal-chilling ray to hit the surface into the neck. Bam! At the same time, he sent out a punch and forced away Lu Chang, who wasn't willing to engage in close combat with him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ice needles bounced out. He wasn't bleeding and the wounds were recovering fast. Heroes are indeed usually youths. He wriggled his neck a little and laughed. Heroes are indeed usually youths. Right as he said it, Lin Yu's bones began producing a cracking noise, his muscles at times tensing and others relaxing. Inside his body, it was as though there were thousands of lungs tugging at his diaphragm. The sound of howling reverberated in the stadium, drowning the sea of cheers, like an army of ferocious tigers roaring in the forest. Bam! Lin Yu took a swift step, closing the distance before them as he cut through the air. The frigid wind blustered against Lu Cheng's face. He raised his right arm, seemingly clenching his fist but not actually doing so, shaping his hand like a tiger's claw. He then swung his arm downwards diagonally in a savage and vicious motion, again letting out the sound of a tiger's roar, and leaving an almost incandescent trail of air behind. "The tiger is alive," praised unparalleled Dragon King in the Lu Chang fan club forum. The tiger form was among the most ordinary and common moves, but it was no easy feat to attain such an advanced mastery and execute it at such a standard. Lu Chang neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, during the time when Lin Yu closed up to him, he made rapid visualizations, first the serene and icy universe, then came the thunderclouds that broke the silence. Utilizing his stage of encountering God in the voids, he reduced the amount of preparation needed for his muscles, fascias, organs, chi, and blood. He jerked his shoulders and swung his arm upwards. The uppercut soared upwards like a cannonball being fired. Severe warning. For a fight at this level, Lin Yu's attacks were lacking. His moves weren't closely connected, and was in need of deceit. That gave Lu Chang the chance to use his simplified physical invulnerability move. His opponent had a tough body, but he wanted to find out whether his opponent's mind was equally top-notch. Bam! Lu Chang's uppercut crashed into his opponent's downward-smashing fist. With a flash of cold light, the tiger claw that was poised to strike stopped in the air, encased by a layer of ice crystals. Staring blankly, Lin Yu seemed to be frozen. With a push of the shoulder, Lu Chang swung out his left arm. His fingers spread apart, fascias bulged with a tracery of veins, and grabbed at his enemy's eyes. He intended to finish him off while he was weak. But at that moment, Lin Yu, with his eyes vacant, tilted his head. Instinctively, he lifted his other arm, barring it in between himself and Lu Cheng's grabbing attack. Even with his mind frozen, he managed to parry. Immortal flesh, perfect serenity, pomp. Lu Cheng's fingers latched onto his opponent's forearm. He felt a strange sensation, soft, yet hard, spongy, yet sturdy. The force he used was enough to rip a steel board apart, yet it merely tore his opponent's sleeves. At the time the cloth produced a ripping sound, Lin Yu, with Immortal Flesh's strong resistance against psychological attacks, had come back to his senses. The cloth around his leg tightened as he dealt a tiger tail kick. His leg was like a steel whip forged from alloy, lashing at Lu Chang in a sudden and vicious manner. Compared to the golden bell cover, Immortal Flesh developed the practitioner's mind and body holistically, not giving rise to any weaknesses. Like the unshaken body of the Wisdom King, Immortal Flesh had its own strength. Because of that, Lin Yu dared to make big movements without worrying about simplified moves of physical invulnerability. Bam! His leg whipped through the air, sweeping up a violent gust. But Lu Chang, as though he expected it, released his grip beforehand. With a burst of strength from his abdomen, he gained a backward momentum, instantly gliding more than 30 feet away. On the ground, there were 2 trails of ice crystals, resembling the rails of a train. Snap! Missing his kick, Lin Yu immediately stepped on the group. With the flawless combination between the withdrawal and release of qi and blood, he turned to a male eagle soaring through the 9 skies, leaping into the air and swooping down on Lu Chang. His shadow canopied his opponent's vision and frame. This time, he wasn't going to give his opponent a chance to use simplified moves of physical invulnerability. Thud! His feet touched solid ground. Swinging his right fist rapidly, he punched out. Immediately after that, his left arm followed, his moves connecting like bullets fired from a Gatling gun. BOM, BOM, BOM. Stretching his fascias and moving his joints, with spurts of Dan force erupting from his abdomen like a volcano. The sound of Lin Yu's machine fist was redolent of 10,000 cannons fired at once. It was swift, powerful, glorious, and magnificent. From his eyes, he saw a flash of white-hot light leaping into Lu Chang's eyes, which was then quickly turned purple. Unhurriedly, Lu Chang pushed out his palms, blocking them before the 2 cannonball-like fists in the nick of time. Hu! Lu Chang opened his mouth, where a jet of pale purple flame erupted, merging into one with the lava stream on his palms. A whirlpool sunk into place, steadily warding off the enemy's attack. Fire sect simplified move of physical invulnerability. Purple sun. Boom! The whirlpool burst apart, spitting out purple flames that landed all over Lin Yu. Shutting his eyes, Lin Yu defended against it using the sole power of his body. Numerous burn marks, shallow in depth, formed, then quickly peeled off, and his body was unblemished again, without the slightest evidence of injury. Using the recoil from the explosion, Lu Chang stretched his hips and leaped more than 30 feet away, out of the radius of machine fist. Seeing Lin Yu dashing at him again, he lowered both arms, flicking both wrists at once, throwing out a ray of white frostlight and a column of scarlet flames that slithered through the ground. At the same time, he shifted his center of gravity and bulged his muscles to force a turn in direction. Riding on the frost wind, he repositioned himself. Thump, thump, thump. In the arena rampaging as though he was a massive elephant, Lin Yu ran through the frost light and scattered the flames. Neither the stiffing cold nor the scorching heat affected him or slowed him in the slightest. His gold martial arts suit, swelled up over his muscles, was sharply edged and clearly defined. The sight of such a scene and such physique made the audience's blood boil in excitement, desperately compelled to be put into their shoes. This was the beauty of strength. This was the sensation of battle. Boom, boom, boom. Using the footwork of ascension to heaven's stars, Lu Chang successively zigzagged in the arena. The air above the arena, as though overcast with nimbuses, boomed incessantly. Cold winds rushed in every direction, shaking even the large suspending screen. At this point, descriptions like flying gravel and sand could no longer justify the scene. It was practically a fight between demigods. In the minutes that followed, Lu Chang shuffled through his moves. Scorch, Blazing God, Jet Spray, Snow Cover, Cold Swallow, and Aurora. Unfortunately, none of these did any real damage to Lin Yu. To him, it was no big deal, as though he had merely been bitten by mosquitoes. However, Polar Region, which he used to bind and disrupt his opponent, seemed to have some effects since it affected the terrain and caused the enemy's attacks to slow down. This fight is going to last for a while, commented Outspoken on the Longhu Club forums. Yeah, immortal flesh is absolutely disgusting. He's like a bronze pea. Too hard to be steamed, too tough to be cooked, too sturdy to be flattened, and too durable to be fried. Lu Chang's in for a haul, assented Road to the Arena. Invincible Punch smiled as he wrote. An extreme survival TV show featuring Senior Lin would be extremely entertaining. In the climax of the fight, Lu Chang drew a sudden breath and leapt several feet backwards. Right as Lin Yu chased behind him, he made a visualization, channeling his qi and blood to stimulate the corresponding parts of his body. His bloodlust turned into an arrow that lodged itself in the massive elephant's head. Simplified version of the army formula. In a split second, Lin Yu was inside of an illusion. His head and limbs were tied to different horses that were galloping in all directions. He struggled desperately, vehemently defying the fate of being ripped apart. But, just as he steadied the horses, a heavenly blade glistening with a cold luster suddenly struck down. The coldness alone was enough to slit his skin. He shuddered, awakening only to see Lu Cheng's fist punching at him. An utmostly condensed incandescent flame gathered at the surface of his fist. Suddenly it exploded. Boom! Lin Yu was dazzled by the strong light. An endless rain of flaming arrows crawled into his skin, one at a time, causing him a sharp and burning pain. The 36th style of fire sect. Devour. Lin Yu wriggled his muscles and contracted his skin, and the flame went out before achieving anything significant. But, while he was disoriented and confused, Lu Chang had closed up to him and was launching a punch from his waist. Before that, he withdrew his qi and blood to reach Dan equilibrium. The scorching heat was expelled from the boundary, and the darkness grew colder. Self-created secret art, lament of the Ice Queen. Yet to sense the danger, Lin Yu relied on his absolute reaction and dealt a hammer fist. In the narrow radius, his fist exploded the air. Thud! A dull sound soared into the sky. Lu Chang swayed backward, twice, before regaining his balance. Lin Yu, by now, was entombed in a thick layer of ice, as though he was sealed into an invisible coffin. No matter how resistant his body was, he couldn't prevent ice from forming around his body. That would only be possible for someone at the stage of physical invulnerability. Crack, crack. Lin Yu's bulging muscles began cracking through the coffin of ice. However, Lu Chang had seized the chance to visualize the dense, scorching Emperor Yen, and compressed all the fire force in his body. After that, he tamed the savage power with fire god Zhurong, then drew his right arm back and punched out at lightning speed. The 10th style of the fire sect, simplified move of physical invulnerability, internal explosion punch. Lin Yu's feet were still encased in ice, so he couldn't dodge. Confident in his physical abilities, he jerked his arm and punched out. Boom! The force from the internal explosion punch came short to seeping fully into his enemy's body. Half of it exploded on his skin, causing a slight tremor, and the other half barely seeped through, disordering the flow of his qi and blood, and jerking his organs. However, this amount of damage was nothing to Lin Yu. Impassively, he pulled his legs out of the ice coffin, completely shattering it. But, at that moment, Lu Chang had already directed his qi and blood to stimulate his body. He used the simplified version of fighting formula. By controlling his body, he tensed most of the muscles that were supposed to be bulging. He raised his arm and slammed downwards. Bam! Right as they contacted, Lu Cheng's taut muscles expanded at once, sending intense shockwaves outwards and triggering the lingering effects in Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu teetered. This was the result of merging the simplified version of fighting formula with Thunder Roar Zen. Lin Yu started, his trembling muscles slowing him down. Lu Chang made another visualization, forming and throwing another internal explosion punch. Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Straightening his hips, Lu Chang threw one punch after the other. Every punch imbued with internal explosion force was followed by a punch enhanced by fighting formula. The first packed damage, while the second restricted movement, flawlessly complementing each other. Lin Yu, without the stage of encountering gods in the void, could only struggle to defend himself without any solution to overcome the situation. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. Lu Chang used 5 simplified version of fighting formula and hit his opponent with internal explosion punch 5 times in a row. If it had been any other Inhuman Mighty One, even if they managed to survive the attack, they would be heavily wounded by now. Lin Yu, however, only had blood seeping from his lips and his form worsened. He wasn't nearing his limits just yet. Still, Lu Chang could now affect him by using only Dan-force-imbued tremor punches without the need to use the simplified fighting formula. He could restrain his enemy and give himself a chance to recover from energy backflow. 6, 7, 8. Lu Chang landed 3 more internal explosion punches on him. Every punch was solid and driven by an insane power. The audience was thrilled by the sight. Bam! Lu Chang took a step forward. Glaring, his body grew extraordinarily large, looking like a descended immortal. He drew his right arm back violently and delivered another internal explosion punch. Lin Yu, with his vision blurred from the tremor, subconsciously barred his arms before him and blocked off the attack. Boom! The sound of an explosion traveled from the inside to the outside of Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu went still, completely still. His muscles were still tremoring. Lu Chang backed off by himself, putting distance between them. The referee raised his right hand, announcing loudly, "Lu Chang wins." Lin Yu's lips quivered, as though he wanted to say something, but blood spurted from his mouth the moment he parted his lips. He fell to the ground like an avalanche. Thud. Many of the audience was taken aback by the sound. In the Longhu Club forums, Pig Riding Knight commented puzzledly, "What was Lu Chang doing earlier? If he had fought like this from the start, he would have won way before this." Similar questions also appeared in Lu Cheng's fan forum. Bull Demon King replied jokingly, "Perhaps he hasn't fought in such a long time and is a little out of touch. It's a rare opportunity to have such a great opponent. If he didn't make the best use of the opportunity for practicing his newly learned martial arts, how could he account to himself?" "Smiling sheepishly expression," said the unparalleled Dragon King. "In other words, our Lu Chang hasn't gotten serious yet?" "Clapping excitedly?" asked Yan Shaoling as she continued her habit of asking when she didn't understand. A plumber eating mushroom replied, "He is definitely serious about the match. It is just that his aim was to increase his own experience and trying out new things most of the time. To put it simply, fighting without the aim of winning is really badass." Okamoto's fans summarized it simply. "If you guys don't mind, I can use more ornamented description to explain." "I don't want to know. It's definitely dirty. Cover ears and shaking head expression," replied Brahmin. "Fight, fight, fight. The last few strikes were really great." Old Gun vented his emotions without caring about others. "Yeah, it was awesome." Nya Chi-Chi seconded. Yan Shaoling replied proudly, "Haha, just like I have said, the current opponent still doesn't require us to keep a low profile and accumulate good karma. Since when has Lu Chang disappointed us?" Yeah, commented all the good names are taken by dogs. After heaving a sigh, she continued, "Speaking of this, I am suddenly reminded of Lin Quebec. He is supposed to have a smooth path ahead, but yet he could only take part in competition below the inhuman stage, especially those that aren't that important. We can only catch a glimpse of him occasionally." Sigh. "Feeling sorry for Lin K, didn't you have a new male idol?" asked Brahmin curiously. "Since when did I have a new male idol?" Lost expression. Replied all the good names are taken by dogs. Yan Shaoling pointed out, "Didn't you say that the bald image of Poison Milk Hierarch is pretty cute?" Without waiting for a reply, she excitedly replayed the video for this match and extracted several handsome and manly action images of Lu Chang, after which she got busy downloading and sorting her work. In the resting room, Tu Zhang sat on the sofa. His body leaned forward, and he rested his right elbow on his thigh and supported his face with his right fist. He attentively watched the television screen, which was replaying several crucial moments of the previous match. Ding! His phone rang. It was a message from Lu Xiaofei, which was just beside his room. "Captain 2. That move by Lu Chang was self-created?" They had seen him used in April during the University Martial Arts Nationals. Now that they had seen it again, they were more sure of it. Yeah, that's probably the results of understanding Titanic Starlit Skies, Absolute Frost. That move isn't complete. For him to come out with something new, it is really something awesome. Tu Zheng pondered for a while before replying Lu Xiaofei. Those who practice the unique skills of Ice Sect in this generation are all seeing him as a leader. I wonder what is Wuyue Club thinking. Why didn't they stop him from joining us? After clicking send, Tu Zheng was silent. Suddenly he heaved a sigh. Lu Cheng was more than what the word awesome could describe. At his current level and after having viewed the physical invulnerability moves of the Fire Sect, creating a new move wasn't something strange. However, for his newly created move to have the might of a simplified physical invulnerability move, that could be considered unbelievable. Rumors had it that Lu Cheng's master had done similar things while he was still in the inhuman stage in the past. He had combined the Thunder and Ice Sect elements to create a set of tremor punches. The killer move of it was a simplified physical invulnerability move. However, it was only similar in this aspect. This was because that killer move was mainly based on the blueprint of Deep Slumber, a simplified physical invulnerability move of the Ice Sect, and adding in new elements. As for Lu Cheng's previous move, it seemed to have been developed out of nothing. At least nothing of this sort had happened among people who were below physical invulnerability stage. Therefore, these two cases couldn't be compared directly. Facing this type of heavenly son of the era, even if my strength and realm could still overwhelm him, I'll still feel a little depressed from time to time. Naturally, this will also be motivation. In the arena, after seeing Lin Yu fall and almost create a huge hole, Lu Cheng quickly rushed over, attempted to help him up and send him to the emergency treatment room. He still had quite some respect for such a true martial artist. At this moment, Lin Yu supported himself with both of his arms and stood up by himself while swaying. After wiping the blood stains off the edge of his mouth, he stuck out his thumb and said, "Awesome. You almost dismantled this set of old bones. Oh damn, he can still move, and even so agilely?" Lu Cheng was a little dumbfounded and had forgotten what he wanted to say. Lu Cheng could control the minute details of his body and make accurate repairs by himself. Even so, if he were to take 5 blows of internal explosion from someone at the same level, he would probably suffer grave injuries and be on the edge of death. Other than being sent to the emergency treatment room, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. However, Lin Yu had taken a total of 9 blows of internal explosion. Yet he seemed like he could still run home. He only couldn't withstand the moment his injuries were all dealt. Since then, he had recovered from them. Immortal Flesh is really insane. He's really a monster. He's really a monster from the M78 galaxy. Lu Cheng exclaimed. However, no matter how tough his martial arts were, there were still shortcomings. One who practices Immortal Flesh couldn't develop a various mystical force. Only their regeneration and defensive capabilities were insanely strong. Fierce and relentless. Each generation is getting more and more relentless. Lin Yu laughed and touched his head. After bowing, he turned around and walked towards the stone steps as though he wasn't affected at all. Initially, his footsteps were still a little staggered. Towards the stone step, he was already as steady as a rock. Phew! I really have to experience it myself to be able to objectively understand how powerful Immortal Flesh is. If I had only watched it on video, I would have only been able to get a superficial understanding and unable to form a clear idea, Lu Cheng thought to himself. He walked off the arena with the whole crowd cheering Lu Cheng, and back to his personal resting room. After sharing the details of the battle with Yan Zhika, Lu Cheng collected his mind, did a self-reflection and controlled his breathing and blood flow. This was to repair and rejuvenate the injuries that had appeared after the battle with the utmost precision. It was tough initially but got easier towards the end. After half an hour, he was even able to do it while watching the other matches. At noon, he went to the restaurant in the Guanhai Martial Arts Stadium to fill his stomach. After which, he had a 40-minute nap. When he woke up, various aspects such as vitality, mental and physical had all returned to the peak status and he was ready for another fight. These were the benefits of attaining the realm of all-seeing God and practicing the wholeness formula. In the afternoon, he watched the battles of Tu Zheng, Lu Xiaofei and his other teammates casually. In between their matches, He switched to other popular matches and fervently and excitedly discussed them with his wife. During this process, and Chaoyang suddenly sent a message to report something good that happened to him. He was talking about encountering a fifth pin in human. After a prolonged and intense battle, he was able to finally win by a narrow margin and did not embarrass himself by being eliminated in the first round. Peng Liyun was in the last match that afternoon. With his encountering gods in the void self-reflection realm to support, he pushed his taking it easy style a little further. Luckily, he did not fall into the embarrassing situation where he lost because he took it too easy. From the start to the end, everything was firmly in his control. He seems to be a little stronger than me again, Lu Cheng mumbled. That night was Rin Li's match in the Sky Moon Martial Arts Stadium. She demonstrated the realm of all-seeing God and clinched the victory without any suspense. This made Lu Cheng feel an unknown pressure. These two fellows are improving so quickly. I can't possibly let them leave me far behind after I finally catch up with them. With his mind still highly excited, he returned to the hotel together with Tu Zhang and Lu Xiaofei. For the following day, other than practicing and having his meals, Lu Cheng did not leave the room. This was because they were too many favorites for him to pay attention to. He had compiled the videos of those he would like to watch and had to go through the countless details. How could he possibly find time to walk around casually? Yan Zhika was always enthusiastic in such things. It was as though she was participating in the Battle of the Kings. Throughout the day, she talked enthusiastically with Lu Cheng. After the first round had ended, there was a day of break. Lu Cheng continued to stay in his hotel and focused his research only on opponents who were stronger than him. He was so busy that he lacked the time to play games. Picking up the phone, he replied to his little fairy girl. Just when he was about to put it down, he suddenly received a notification and was pulled into a group chat. "Want to meet up tonight?" And Chaoyang asked. This time, he had learned from his previous mistake and directly created a lean fu eating group. "Let's do it another day. I still have tons of videos that I have not watched. Let's decide the date after we enter the double elimination format," replied Peng Liyun, whose nickname had been changed to Physics Worker. +1. Ren Li seconded. Lu Cheng took a glance at the videos to watch on his tablet and replied, laughing heartily expression, "What a coincidence. Damn it. A group of video maniac youths." This living tempo remained till the evening when the organizing committee announced the face-off schedule. From the second round of the competition onwards, some people would get a walkover win. This was to ensure that there would be exactly 64 members after 3 rounds of battles. "I really wanted to advance directly, but I also really will like to fight. I'm so conflicted." Lu Cheng refreshed the webpage and found his name and the person he would be facing. Sky Moon Martial Arts Stadium, Friday night, Longhu Club Lu Cheng vs. Daxing Temple, Ji Tong. I'm finally able to witness the strength of a direct disciple of the Daxing Temple. After half an hour, he received a message from Yan Zhika while researching into the competition videos of Ji Tong. It was a web link to a piece of news. Lu Cheng clicked in and took a look. Ji Tong was stopped by an official reporter when he left his Zen room. He accepted the interview and said with both of his palms together, "Namo Amitba. A monk doesn't lie or boast. I really want to win against Benefactor Lu." The video on him ended and the reporter commented, "He also has the strength to achieve the win." The news flash ended, and the scene switched back to the commentator who was chuckling. As what we have just seen, Ji Tong, Peng Liyun, and Ren Li's opponents have all expressed their desires to win. The Heavenly Son of China is an honorable title, but it doesn't come without pressure. Anyone fighting against you will be fired up. In a forest, the tallest trees are the first to get blown down, and among people, the outstanding ones are most susceptible to slander. Defeating a Heavenly Son of China is an honor, something to remember for life. If presented the chance, who wouldn't give it their all? Let us patiently wait for a feast to the eyes. This commentator is good, stirring up emotions with just a few words. Lu Cheng thought to himself. Placidly, he replied to Yan Zhika. "But what should I do if I want to win too?" He sent a confused emoji along. Comrade Lu, I trust you can win as long as you don't play around. Pat's shoulder, replied Yenjika. Originally, Lu Chang told her about his playing around as a joke, but who knew she would have remembered it? I wouldn't dare to. We are talking about a Daxing Temple inner disciple. Indignant emoji, protested Lu Chang. Based on what I know of you, you will play around precisely because he's an inner disciple of the Daxing sect. Wouldn't you like to experience the Buddhist Zen method? Wouldn't you like to have a taste of the secret arts Vajrapani and womb realm? I admit I do. Kuka knows me best. Cries with hand over face, replied Lu Chang. Relax. Go ahead and do it, so I have something to poke fun at for the rest of your life. Titters with hand over mouth, replied Yenjika. Alright, let's talk about Jitong. He mainly practices the secret art of Yamantaka, which belongs to the Vajra wing. When he achieves physical invulnerability, he will be able to physically morph into Yamantaka. Apart from that, he's also well-versed with Vajrasil, secret arts developed from the secret arts of Yamantaka, and is in the Dan stage of the Golden Light Sutra. Also, the 6-syllabled Sanskrit mantra. But, don't worry, it has been said that his Zen mind is unenlightened, failing to pick up the weakened version of thought steal. Lu Chang nodded gently as he read. He began discussing with Ku, and at the end of it he asked, curiously, Daxing Temple has restricted godly techniques, right? After all, it was the leading Buddhist sect. Yes, but I can't recall its name. What I do know is that practicing it can grant one the Vairocana flesh. Remembered Yenjika. According to her, the Daxing Temple had restricted godly techniques at its top, and below that there was the Golden Light Sutra, the secret arts womb realm and Vajrapani, and Dan stage moves derived from the secret arts. On the following day, Lu Chang spent the first half of the day training and studying footage. It was not until night that he set off for the Sky Moon Martial Arts Stadium. At this point, the only one to have lost his match was An Chaoyang, which didn't come as a surprise. The popular mighty ones, Peng Liyun, Ren Li, Tu Zhang, and Meng Liang, progressed to the next round without a hitch. This brought him a good amount of pressure. After a while, when he was done regulating his body, he left the resting room, walked along the path of glory, and was led by staff members to the arena in the center. In a sea of cheers, Lu Chang ascended the stone steps. The dull-looking Jitong was clad in gray monk robes. His scalp had a caesious glow, and in his sullen eyes, there was more black than white. Yamantaka was also known as Vajrabhairava. They greeted each other with a nod. Without further ado, the referee raised his right hand and shouted, "Talk time begins now." Jitong folded his hands before his chest and announced his Buddhist name in a soft tone. "Mr. Lu, I believe you must have already seen my interview from last night." His tone was indifferent and did not give away any hostility. "Yes, but everyone longs to win. That hardly comes as a shock," Lu Chang replied calmly. Jitong nodded gently and chuckled. "All along, Great Master Abbot and Master thought my competitiveness detrimental to my quest to enlightenment. I would like to prove to them that a fighter too can attain true enlightenment." The last part of his sentences was delivered in a melodious tone. The cloud before his eyes dispersed, and so did the gloominess around him. In those eyes, a golden light sparkled. The intense fighting intent exhibited by him seemed to display an energy of pervapradna. In a split second, right before Lu Chang, Jitong's frame enlarged suddenly. His solemn, austere expression was enough to inspire fear, ward off evil, and petrify demons. At the same time, a golden glow began spreading around him and illuminating the arena. The glow was so sacred and benevolent it gave many audiences the impulse to fall to their knees. Inside him resided Yamantaka, and outside him shone the Buddha's light. Pressured and disturbed, Lu Chang quickly cleared his mind, condensing water to ice and freezing the lake into a mirror. The negative emotions were buried and couldn't surface again. Who? In the arena, it felt as though a freezing wind had just swept past. Bloodlust blended into the coldness, and it was as though a world-ending blizzard was brewing. The Buddha's light dimmed, then spread out in rings once more. In the frightening, raging blizzard, the gentle but resilient light persevered, like a lantern limning homegoers' paths on a snowy night. They went even in the aura fight. Jitong retracted his gaze from Lu Cheng. Moving his lips, he began cantillating, soft as a whisper at first but increasingly loud as he went on. Buzz! At Lu Cheng's ears, it was as though 1,000 monks were knocking on wooden fishes and intoning sutras. As clamorous and annoying as it was, there was a sense of enlightened detachment to it. Cracks began forming on Lu Cheng's ice mirror, ripples spreading across the lake. You can do that during talk time? Looking down, Lu Cheng controlled his body in the state of all-seeing God. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat grew louder and louder, within which bore the howling of a blizzard wind and the clatter of battle. Thump, thump, thump. Jitong felt his heartbeat increasing helplessly, resonating with Lu Cheng's in the distance. The circulation of his blood was disrupted, causing him to experience a giddiness in his head. Just as their ranged combat was intensifying, the referee swung his arm down. "Begin!" he boomed. The second round of Battle of the King's preliminaries, a match between favorites, officially begun. Snap! Jitong stepped forward, closing the distance gracefully as he entered Lu Cheng's 5-meter radius. The Buddha's light around him had not yet scattered. Moving relentlessly, he jerked his right arm, throwing out a dense but swift palm. His skin was of a golden luster, as though it was forged with bronze. A move derived from Vajra seal of the Vajra wing. Great Vajra palm. Bam! The attack condensed the air before him, giving it the density of a steel board as it toppled towards Lu Cheng. It was a two-staged attack. First the air, then the palm. As such, if the enemy blocks it, the steel-like column of air would exhaust him, allowing the great Vajra palm to hit hard. Without moving away, Lu Cheng unhurriedly withdrew his chi and blood, triggering his Dan force. Then he drew his arm back, bulging his muscles, and punched at the concentrated, dense column of air. Boom! The steel board shattered apart, reduced to a gentle breeze. The pale gold palm emerged from the storm's eye and was about to meet Lu Cheng's fist. In a case where an opponent at the same stage blocked with insufficient strength, Jitong's palm strike is utterly enough to shatter bones. At that moment, a dull sound of explosion sounded at Lu Cheng's fist and wrists, revigorating his attack that was at the end of its momentum. His fist pushed forward another inch. The 15th style of fire sect, jet spray. This was another application of it. Bam! His fist crashed into the palm, and the pale gold glow shook as though it was going to break. At that moment, Jitong's other hand extended from his waist at lightning speed. For fingers curved and a thumb extended forward, he thrust his hand at his opponent's lower abdomen. The pale gold Buddha's light spawned two colors, green and red, which was pure and pellucid but dangerous and terrifying at the same time. Vajra seal, demon vanquishing finger. It was a move adept at penetrating defenses, a divine skill that moderately countered the golden bell cover and immortal flesh. Lu Cheng maintained his stance masterfully, his left fist not once losing its position. He swung his arm down, conjuring a raging flame around it. Pomph! Right as his fist contacted the thumb that was glowing in green and red, the enwreathed flames were instantly snuffed out, as though it never existed in the first place. The punch that carried the force to crack gold and crush rocks failed to produce a single crack. Logically speaking, a clenched fist should easily overpower a single finger. But Jitong's demon vanquishing finger was so hard it was as though he had entered the unbreakable realm. Bam! Missing his finger strike, Jitong immediately drew his right arm back and brandished it like a monk's staff. Glowing with a faint gold Buddha's light, he smashed it at Lu Cheng as though he meant to smash through both his defense and body. A move derived from the secret arts of Yamantaka from Vajra wing. Mad Demon Scepter. Lu Cheng did not have the time to dodge or use force concentration. Shifting his force of gravity, he bent his back, guiding his arm upwards. His fist scraped through the air, donning an extraordinarily dense and incandescent flame glove in the process. The 13th style of the fire sect. Scorch. Boom! The sound of the explosion traveled outwards. Lu Cheng's fist blocked Ji Tong's forearm, denting the golden skin, and set off a drizzle of flame and Buddha's light. Instantly, Ji Tong's arm recoiled and Lu Cheng's fist rebounded. They both had to relieve the soreness in their arms. Ji Tong drew a breath, forcefully keeping the negative effects at bay. He then raised his left arm, forming a palm knife and chopped downwards swiftly. Bam, bam, bam. He attacked with both arms, delivering a flurry of chops that left afterimages, with the swiftness of lightning and the finesse of a blooming lotus. Still, he couldn't breach Lu Cheng's inner defense, who with the aid of Ice Mirror preempted his attacks, parrying them with punches, pushes, arm blocks, and elbow strikes. His defense was impregnable. Pam, pam, pam. Ji Tong's palm knives got faster and faster, and eventually, the heat from the rapid friction ignited the air. Dharmapala Valurium Flames Chapters of the Womb Sect Wing. Blazing Flames Divine Blade. The scarlet flames sprung up and spread towards Lu Cheng from wherever the palm knives had cut through. A net of flames formed. Lu Cheng's pupils shone brightly against the blazing light that was mixed with palm knives trying to catch him off guard. He wasn't shocked at the scene, but rather delighted. Breezily, he threw out a punch. Incandescent flames gathered at the surface of his fist, collapsing inwards and absorbed the surrounding flames. In a moment, it reached its limits and suddenly expanded and burst apart. Boom! The white-hot luminance dazzled Ji Tong, and the flames that burned towards Lu Cheng were brought back by the wind, returning and engulfing him. The 36th style of fire sect. Devour. Emperor Yen force has always been incredible when it comes to interfering with other flames. The one who controls Emperor Yen rules supreme in the world of flames. Lu Cheng lowered himself, preparing to close up to Ji Tong and give him a taste of a severe warning or lament of the Ice Queen. But, right at that moment, he heard a Buddhist syllable being uttered in a booming, sacred and stern voice. Ma! Right as the note surfaced, heaven and earth seemed to connect, the air around them condensing into a swamp, and like a cage, it solidified the flames and bound Lu Cheng. The 6-syllabled Sanskrit mantra, Ma syllable. The moment Lu Cheng was immobilized, he knew things were going south. Realizing that he could not swing his fist, he immediately reversed the flow of his qi and blood to pump up his muscles in an attempt to free himself using brute strength. Bom, bom, bom. The popping of air sounded endless. By then, Ji Tong's vision had recovered, and he was forming a new hand seal. With the opportunity, he solemnly pronounced the note, Ba! The blaring sound echoed in the stadium as the Buddha's light flared. Guided by a mysterious force, the light materialized into 4 arms around Ji Tong's shoulders. His arms were mirage-like, deep blue, horrifying, and out of this world. Simultaneously, rage leapt into Ji Tong's face as his muscles bulged and his pale gold complexion turned blue. Storing a latent rage, his power was evident. The extremely battle-gifted Ji Tong had spilled blood, sweat, and tears to develop this killer move. Even among all schools and sects, this simplified physical invulnerability move can be listed as top 3. The only drawback was its long preparation time, so he had to find an opportunity to trap Lu Cheng with the Ma syllable. And the engineering of that opportunity has been under work since the beginning of his first attack. Of course, he knew about Lu Cheng's Emperor Yen force and his mastering of the Fire Stage Dan Stage chapters. He was precisely waiting for Lu Cheng to counterattack and introduce chaos into the fight. Bam, bam, bam. Ji Tong stepped forward. His fists and 4 new-grown arms uniformly beat at Lu Cheng, who had just managed to break free from his confinement. There was nothing fancy about his moves. Every move was brutish and rough. Concentrating his eyes, Lu Cheng had already visualized the ancient character before his enemy had stepped out. Right now, he was directing a hand-formed seal towards himself. Fighting formula, he yelled. The complete fighting formula. 9 words formula versus 6-syllabled Sanskrit mantra. His taut muscles were exaggerating and staggering. Lu Cheng leaned backward on his back, raising his arm for a backhanded block. Boom! The 6 arms descended on him at once, bashing through the air currents. Lu Cheng teetered under the tremendous strength, his arm shivering and about to break. Without the complement of simplified moves of physical invulnerability, the fighting formula slightly loses effectiveness. Left with no choice, Lu Cheng twisted his hips, his feet still aligned, directing the unbearable external force into the ground with his extremely potent control. Snap! His body shrunk as his feet sunk 2 inches above his ankles into the ground. What horrifying strength, and what preposterous effects. Inside the Longhu Club, Optimus Prime Longzhan, wiping at the sweat on his forehead, walked out of the volcano experiment lab and saw Chun Chi Tao, the Dragon King, spectating the fight between Lu Cheng and Ji Tong. Long Jin took a glimpse and clicked his tongue. Umantacification. Merely in appearance. Meretricious. Chun Chi Tao commented concisely. Long Jin smiled without saying anything. This was Dragon King's usual attitude towards umantacification and other deity transformation skills. To him, the purpose of forming 3 heads or 4 arms was more for the propagation of Buddhism and Taoism back in the days, gathering believers through inspiring awe. However, in actual combat, this will seem like a counterproductive move that scatters strength. With such effort, one might as well transform into a ball, which would have a shorter preparation time than umantacification, but also concentrates its empowering effects. That would raise the power of the move by at least 20%. Guided by this mentality, he made tremendous modifications to the secret arts of the fire sect he learned and was often mocked by warrior sage, calling his moves unsightly. Lu Cheng's chi and blood madly tumbled. His muscles constantly shuddered. His feet were trapped in stone, and at that moment there was an obvious delay in his movements as he failed to work them free. The complexion of his right arm turned from green-red to black, and his bones and fascias were extraordinarily painful, temporarily preventing him from exerting strength. The rage on Ji Tong's face vanished, replaced by a solemn look once more. Suddenly he put his palms together. Guided by visualization, he condensed the Buddha's light that was both inside and outside of his body to his closed palms. He was about to end the match in one move. A simplified move of physical invulnerability from the Golden Light Sutra, Buddha's one-finger strike. This was also a move that was, at the cost of extreme self-consumption, hard to defend against. But, once it hits an enemy, the attack would directly pierce through them if they weren't at physical invulnerability, even if they have immortal flesh. However, the long preparation time and obvious giveaway signs of the move were major problems. If Lu Cheng had not been rooted to the spot, Ji Tong wouldn't even waste the effort of using it. As for now, he was going to finish it all at once. Thump, thump, thump. Sensing an extreme danger, Lu Cheng's heartbeat intensified. He did not have time to tend to his injuries and ready himself again, so he made use of the time he had to visualize a dark nebula, solemn and freezing, as well as a dense great sun that ignites into existence after enough dust accumulated. Mutated version of severe warning. At that moment, Ji Tong released his palms slightly, forming a thin gap, from which shot out a bright laser, piercing towards Lu Cheng's lower abdomen like Virokana's finger. The speed of the laser was comparable to lightning, way beyond what human power can produce. Therefore, there was no way for Lu Cheng, who was not able to evade in advance, to dodge it. Even the referee could not come to his rescue in time. That was precisely why Ji Tong did not aim at any vitals. But just before his enclosed palms split apart, Lu Cheng, as if he had a premonition, swung his left arm and fist down, covered in a layer of darkness. Pomph! The laser struck his fist and instantly vanished without a trace, leaving a shallow burn mark. Ji Tong's eyes shrunk to the size of a needle's tip. Wasn't Buddha's one-finger strike said to be able to pierce through even immortal flesh? It only looked effortless on the surface, and Lu Cheng's left fist had already sustained moderate damage. His fascias were disordered and fractured. There were tears in his muscles, and his bones were nearly broken. The strength that was supposed to rebound and explode could only be dispersed into the surrounding through his movements. I wouldn't expect less from the heavenly son of China. When Lu Chang was swinging his fist, Ji Tong had secretly used the ma syllable, cutting away the fear and anxiety in his mind with the sword of intelligence, and breaking free from wavering emotions. Forming another hand seal, he said in a dignified manner, "Hong." It was as though some substance in this world was being pumped into his body, stimulating it and causing his qi and blood to reach its peak form once more. At the moment, Ji Tong was not yet at his limits and had quite a bit of remaining stamina. Still, he chose to use the Hong syllable in advance. The only for him to defeat the injured Lu Chang was to press the attack while maintaining his peak form. If he held it until he was at his limit, the fight would be subjected to a lot of change, and there was the possibility that he would lose the upper hand and lose any chances of executing it. It's stupid to hold the trump card until the last second. In a breath's time, the status of Ji Tong's body was refreshed, once again radiating rings of Buddha's light. Seeing that Lu Chang had broken free from the stone trap, he dashed forward with a slide to close up to him. At that moment, Lu Chang, with the benefits from encountering God in the void, had already gotten his injuries under control. Working his qi and blood to stimulate and bulge his body, and tensed his muscles, he was poised to attack. Simplified version of fighting formula, complemented by the thunder roar Zen. Bam! Lu Chang drew his arm back and punched at the replenished Ji Tong. Ji Tong pushed out a palm. The palm, pale gold in complexion, caught his opponent's fist. Bam! Lu Chang's tensed muscles concentrated a burst of strength at one spot, producing a strong tremor. Ji Tong flinched slightly. He felt the tremor in his organs, but his movements did not slow down. Lu Chang worked his qi and blood once more to use the simplified version of fighting formula. Tensing his muscles again, he used a Zen strike. Bam, bam, bam. He spread both fists, hitting once with every step, shuffling between fighting formula and Zen strike. His body had magnified to a spectacular size, as though Thor had descended and was swinging his Mjolnir, deploying both his left and right hands. There was nothing fancy about his moves, only pure strength and oppression. Bam, bam, bam. Ji Tong could not find any gaps in the enemy's tightly timed tempo, and could only block the attacks head-on. After a few checks, his qi and blood were heavily disordered. The tremor in his organs affected him, and his shivering muscles made it hard for him to exert strength. In Moshang City, Wuyue Province. Watching this scene, Geezer Sher clicked his tongue in approval. The smelly brat is finally beginning to resemble a little cough of myself back when I killed an inhuman with 19 Zen strikes. After 5 punches, Lu Cheng's movements paused to adjust his tempo. While Ji Tong had yet to recover from his tremor, with his eyes still slightly dazed, Lu Cheng visualized nimbuses in the darkness, shattering the cold with sound. Bam! His fist went out again, this time in a hammer fist, but it was slightly different than before. Severe warning. This was requisite for controlling the rhythm of the battle, but also because his fighting formula was at its limits. Bam! Instinctively, Ji Tong blocked with great Vajrapam. The world darkened before for him as a coldness flitted through his body, as though he had lost consciousness in an instant. Lu Chang took a half-step forward, visualizing Emperor Yen and compressing his fire force. His eyes widened, inside which the fire god Zhu Rong seemed to appear out of nowhere. His left fist went for Ji Tong's waist. Boom! Calming himself with the Wang syllable, Ji Tong quickly recovered from his thoughts, freezing, barely warding off the hit. However, the power of the internal explosion had utterly triggered the tremor effects he was trying so hard to suppress. His organs and fascias also sustained damage. He wanted to dodge, but his feet temporarily lost strength. His body was shivering when Lu Cheng straightened and dealt a punch downwards, from the same height with the same power, and setting off the same internal explosion. As for physical preparation, His internal explosion punches was made simpler and quicker due to the benefits from the stage of encountering gods in the void, allowing him to leverage on the enemy's delay in movements from the tremor and injuries. After the boom, Lu Chang extended his left arm forward, raising his right fist for another internal explosion punch backed by strength from his dantian. He wasn't going to give the opponent a chance to readjust. Boom! Ji Tong, with his hand protecting his lower abdomen, felt as though something exploded inside him. There was a buzzing noise in his head, and he was seeing red. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth as he fell limply onto his opponent's extended hand. The same question reverberated in his mind. Why is it that, after returning to peak form, I did worse than the first half of the match and utterly lost? Unclenching his fists, Lu Chang steadied Ji Tong with his palms. At his ear, the referee's voice sounded. Lu Chang wins. It's like looking like an in-game bug. As it stands, Lu Chang can easily take down any opponents below the stage of encountering gods in the void stage. Long Zhun let out a laugh, shaking his head. He stood like a mountain. The little monk is too stupid, trading blow for blow with an opponent in the state of all-seeing God, said Ning Zidong, who had come to the lab control room at some point of time. Ha 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 ha. If a heavenly son of the era can be so easily defeated, he wouldn't be one in the first place. It doesn't matter even if you take stimulants. The match had just ended and Brahman had been expressing her comments cockily on Lu Cheng's fan forum. After graduating from her third year in junior high school, she currently at a period of her life when she had the most amount of free time. One will only be deserving of the name of heavenly son of the era by defeating an opponent that was utterly filled with battle intent. A plumber eating mushrooms seconded. The increase in battle strength by attaining the all-seeing God realm is truly too great. Unparalleled Dragon King replied dimly. Eternal Nightfall, Yen Shaoling said. Fireworks expression. Let's not talk harbor on these useless things. Everyone, let's get wild. Get your hands ready and take out those hidden stashes you all have been keeping like treasures. What kind of hidden stashes do you have? Smiling sheepishly expression. Okamoto's fan replied. I have all kinds of television dramas acted by both young and mature male idols. These have even exceeded 2 terabytes. Damn it! I used to store them on the cloud in the past and almost lost them when the server crashed. Crying sadly expression, replied Yen Shaoling. He had only won against Jitong. What's there to take from your stashes? The real opponents are still waiting at the back. Excluding those at the ages where they can be our grandfathers, there are still Jiren, Mengliang, Gowen, Wang Xian, Ren Li, Zheng Shiduo, Peng Liyun and the rest. He might just encounter them in the 3rd round. Even if he does not, he will definitely not be available to avoid them when they reached the double elimination format in the round of 64. Unparalleled Dragon King halted Yen Shaoling's celebration. Let's get wild after he wins against one of them. In fact, it doesn't matter. Other than Ren Li and Peng Liyun, the rest of them have been in the inhuman stage for quite some years. It's perfectly normal to lose to them. I have a very positive attitude about this. Roll on floor laughing expression, Yen Shaoling said. Within the resting room of the Guanhai Martial Arts Stadium, a monk in a gray robe was watching the replay of Lu Cheng's battle with Ji Tong. His face was skinny and was rather ovalish. He had a high and broad forehead and droopy eye bags. He was the eldest disciple of Daxing Temple of this generation and the one widely considered by others to have the highest hope of achieving physical invulnerability stage within a year. After focusing and pondering for some time, he suddenly stood up and stomped his legs. His body bent backwards like it was made of paper, and he was seemingly simulating how he would dodge the consecutive attacks of an illusory Lu Chang. The resting room was small and his back was soon against the wall. However, he continued moving backwards by going onto the wall and eventually the ceiling. With every step he took, was like he stepped on lotus over the pond. To advance while retreating and to compel submission by kindness. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, a girl with her hair tied in 2 plaits watched the television attentively. She watched the replays of Lu Chang defeating Ji Tong continuously. Her looks were ordinary but her eyes were bright. She seemed to have inherited some of the blood lineages of the Miao tribe. She was approximately 25 or 26 years and was the proud disciple of the Xuanwu school. Her name was Go Wen. After thinking seriously for some time, Go Wen relaxed her crossed legs and stood to the middle of the living room. Throwing out 2 heavy palm strikes, she formed a closely knitted network. Sounds of water flowing could be heard as though there was a large wave raging. As from Lu Cheng's attacks, they were just several strands of steel chains. They might be able to hold the ship but would never stop the deluge. After switching between practicing and resting for some time while making adjustments, the girl finally had some ideas of her own. In a room on the 33rd level of the Wanhua Hotel, Tu Zhang held on to the remote control while looking at the floor in front of him. He was clearly distracted, and the images that filled his mind were all about Lu Cheng's consecutive thunder roar zen and internal explosion punches. How should I deal with it? After thinking for a while, he closed his eyes and regained his vitality. Putting the remote down, he walked to the empty space beside the table. He lowered his stance and got into his guard. Flames covered his body and his potential was triggered. Sounds of bones and muscles pulling and expanding sounded out from his body, making him suddenly grow bigger. Bam! 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 Controlling his strength, he punched ahead. Within his hypothetical world, he was releasing a secret technique in conjunction with Flame's cannon punch to take Lu Cheng head on. It was a contest of shockwaves against shockwaves initially and internal explosion against explosion towards the end. He was trying to see who could last longer. Tu Zhang was also at the realm of encountering gods in the void, and it was clear that he had an edge over Lu Cheng because he was at the brink of reaching the physical invulnerability stage. However, this was a contest of battle strength and not which stage one was in. While various other martial artists were simulating how they would react to Lu Cheng completed the ceremonial bow and saw Zhitong being helped to the emergency treatment room. He regulated his breathing and blood flow slowly before stimulating certain areas of his body. Suddenly, the fatigued Lu Cheng was revitalized. The injuries he suffered in both of his arms wasn't light, and there was quite a number of injuries internally. He had to quickly go into the details and repair the cracks so he wouldn't miss the best opportunity to do so and affect his match the day after tomorrow. To do so, he would have to be fully awake to control the realm of the all-seeing God. Therefore, Lu Cheng had quietly executed the simplified wholeness formula. While repairing his injuries quietly, Lu Cheng walked down the stone steps under the raucous cheers of the crowd and collected his phone and other belongings from the supervision team of the competition. When he just unlocked the phone, he turned on the app and saw a message from Yan Zheke. Such a shame. You almost lost. I just won my match. Shouldn't you be happy about it? Lu Cheng slowed down his steps and laughed while replying. Yan Zheke replied shyly, I'm a little disappointed. I don't even have the chance to laugh at you. You are only a little disappointed? Does that mean that you are mostly happy about it? Lu Cheng smiled and pointed out sharply. Yan Zheke replied, covering face and sighing expression, Don't expose me. At this moment, the official reporter of the Battle of the Kings competition walked over and stopped Lu Cheng. With a smile, he asked, I finally get the opportunity to interview you. It wasn't the rule to have interviews after every match. Is it still 3 questions? Lu Cheng smiled and returned the question. Yeah, replied the reporter with an elongated face. During your match with Zhitong, the 2 of you were evenly matched at the beginning and you were even at a disadvantage at some point. However, you were able to suppress him towards the end and didn't leave him any chance. How did you do that? Lu Cheng thought about the question seriously and replied, When I participate in a competition, winning isn't the only thing I want. I am also hoping to be able to learn about other techniques in the pursuit of winning, so I can witness new martial arts and increase my own experiences. The various unique skills of the Daxing Temple are indeed outstanding. I was really on the brink of defeat. So that's how it is. The reporter nodded his head slowly. After several seconds, she was stunned and suddenly understood. Looking at this gracious answer from Lu Cheng from another perspective, wouldn't he mean that he was just trying to experience the various powerful unique skills of the Daxing Temple? He wasn't serious at the beginning. He put it so nicely that I was almost fooled. Humph. It isn't right to say he wasn't serious. He was just not actively trying to gain control of the tempo to achieve complete suppression. Obviously, these kinds of things couldn't be said directly. Jitong would be infuriated, and he wouldn't be given a good time when he met with other people from the Daxing Temple in the future. The reporter didn't stay on the previous question and continued with a smile. Congratulations on advancing into the third round of the preliminaries. At this stage, the probability of going against those popular experts isn't low. How do you feel about it? What else can I do about it? Let's fight. Among them, there are quite a number of them stronger than me at this stage. This is something that I can't deny. I could only try my best to exploit the slim chances that I might have, answered Lu Chang honestly. To win once is like having a holiday, and to win against two would be equivalent to a long New Year holiday. Humble in victory and gracious in defeat, the reporter said sincerely. After the interview, Lu Chang returned to his resting room. He was totally focused on controlling his body and repairing his internal injuries. He had also intended to wait for all the matches tonight to end before heading to the underground car park to take the Longhu Club's hired car to avoid the jam. At the spectator stand, the young man with silver hairs stood up suddenly. From the middle of the row, he moved to the edge of the row like a fish swimming in a congested school of fish and walked towards the washroom. He knew that his opportunity to get the Jindan was here. It wasn't that he wasn't confident enough to take down Lu Chang if Lu Chang was in his peak condition. However, it would definitely take some effort. Moreover, once the time they fought got too long, there would be more uncertainties. No matter if he was in Huaqing or Linfu, there wasn't a lack of physical invulnerability experts guarding the place. At that time, he would be the one having a hard time. The current Lu Chang was fatigued after the battle. He might even be injured now. Moreover, it was nighttime currently, and he would definitely wait until he got back to the hotel to rest. Gu Hui wore an ordinary t-shirt and casual shorts. Without attracting any attention, he disappeared from the corridor of the toilet. He also used a secret technique to cover his thoughts and emotions to prevent triggering Lu Cheng's ability to sense danger. When there's one last match remaining, Lu Cheng opened his eyes. His injuries had recovered to about 50 or 60%. He yawned, gathered his things and walked towards the personal lift at the other end of the corridor to get to the underground car park. There was an Inhuman Stage senior that had switched to a management role in the Sky Moon Martial Arts Stadium with him, and he happened to have his match at the same time as Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng would be returning to the hotel with him. However, he was already in the car and waiting for Lu Cheng. When the lift's door opened, Lu Cheng walked in and pressed B2. After a short pause, the lift started moving downwards. However, when the lift reached B1, it paused again. The door opened gradually from both sides, and there was a young-looking man with strands of silverish hair standing outside. So familiar. I think I met him before. A thought flashed past his mind and his pupils quickly contracted. Without thinking much, Lu Cheng relied on his past experiences and danger premonition, and suddenly squatted down, guiding his qi, blood, force, and spirit to compress at his lower abdomen. At that moment, Gu Hui, with silver strands in his dark hair, had a callous look in his eyes that accentuated the intertwining red and white. He uttered, "Army." There weren't any hand seals or preparations. The effect came as soon as the sound did. In the interior of the lift, a sinister wind suddenly developed, wafting with the smell of bloodlust and overflowing with a cold sharpness. The wind, almost tangible and unmistakably real, blew at Lu Cheng from all directions. The mind has augmented reality. This was power exclusive to physical invulnerability martial artists. The sinister wind rushed into Lu Cheng's body, but, as though he had turned into a corpse, there was not a sign of life or vigor in him, rendering the bloodlust and hostility ineffective. The reason why he compressed his mind, qi, soul, will, and strength into one was to enter the Dan stage. Had he been a second slower, his mind would have been infiltrated, causing his will to waver. If that happened, he would have fallen into a state of fear and wouldn't have been able to compress his powers even if he wanted to. But if he performed it too much in advance, then his opponent would have had enough time to modify his strategies. The power of the ice mirror allowed him to have perfect timing. Impassive, Gu Hui seemed to have been mentally prepared for his first attack to fail. Facing the semi-squatting Lu Chang, he visualized his opponent's imminent counterattack and raised his right palm, pointing it at his enemy like a mirror. Bam! After a dull boom, a red fireball shot out from the center of his palm, towards Lu Chang. The lift door closed inwards around him, but begrudgingly opened again when the sensor detected a presence. Boom! With a burst of Dan force, Lu Chang's right arm bulged as he stood up and punched at the fireball. A dense white-hot glove formed around his fist. Boom! The lift shook from the shock waves of the explosion. Reflected in Lu Chang's eyes, scarlet and white energy revolved around the young man with silver-streaked dark hair, the red like fire, and the white like ice. They intertwined, like the vermilion dragon and the frost chi, hornless dragon. The scent of Jindan? Shit. Lu Cheng's danger premonition went from intense to the extreme. Without holding back, he worked his chi and blood, extracting the maximum amount of strength from the Jindan in his lower abdomen. In a breath's time, every patch of his muscles was engorged with blood, and every inch of his blue-black fascius protruded. His frame had increased 10 or so centimeters all of a sudden. His body thickened to twice its original size, and like a descended heavenly general, he threw a punch forward, popping the air and vacuuming the surrounding. At that moment, the vermilion dragon and ice chi revolving around Gu Hui pounced out at once, intertwining as they bit at Lu Chang in an attempt to devour him. Boom! The massive sound of an explosion filled the lift with clangor. The savage shockwaves dented the metallic walls around them, covering them with cracks. The walls were partly frozen and partly charred. The lift was completely stuck at that level. The noise that rang out aroused attention from many people. In the security room, the alarms shrilled. Started. The security staff sprung into action, checking through the screens to find the source of the sound. The vermilion dragon and frost chi broke off inch by inch, falling down like rain. Lu Chang stood in the center, but could not move a single step forward. His fist, with its skin peeled off, was a mess of blood and flesh and cracked bones. His clothes were in tatters, partly burning and partly dangling with ice crystals. Below that, his dented rib cage, nearly torn muscles, and hideous skin could be discerned. His mind was filled with fear, bewilderment, and terror at the mighty enemy that had sprung out of nowhere. Still, these negative emotions were rapidly suppressed by the ice mirror, failing to ripple his mind lake. In mortal combat, the only thing that mattered was the fine line between life and death. There was a slight change in Gu Hui's expression. Without any more hesitation, he uttered once more, "Confrontation!" The ancient word triggered something mysterious, reverting him back to an unblemished state. The scratches from the shockwaves recovered rapidly. Lu Chang, on the other hand, as though someone had drained him of power and mental strength, could no longer hold down feelings of sleepiness and exhaustion, letting it get to his head and nearly fainting. His heart tightened and immediately worked his chi and blood to stimulate his body, using a simplified version of wholeness formula for a second time. A gleaming light converged in his eyes once more. But that had delayed precious time. Gu Hui's palms, facing each other with one above the other, condensed a pellucid ball in the center of his palms. The lower half of the ball was a lump of brilliant white, vaguely dotted with blots of scarlet, like a magical reflection of a starry sky. With a solemn expression, he turned his palms and pushed them out, sending out the brilliant ball. Since the beginning, he had been going at full strength, clutching tightly to the dominant position and using his strongest killer moves. He hoped to end it as quickly as possible. The scarlet white reflected in Lu Cheng's eyes grew bigger, but the fear in his heart had decreased instead. Without mentally relying on the ice mirror, he had spontaneously entered the state of all-seeing God, watching down from above indifferently. He then visualized and swiftly composed the vast, endless galaxy that was dark and freezing, and the great sun ignited from the accumulation of dust. Bam! He jerked his arm in robot-like motion, rapidly throwing out fists covered in a layer of darkness. Right as the darkness contacted the lump of brilliance, a dull pitch-black consumed the area around them. Following that, a dazzling radiance broke out, then came the dull and out-of-scale explosion. Boom! By now the lift had been distorted beyond recognition. Gu Hui took 2 steps backwards. The surface of his body was scattered with ice crystals, but his t-shirt was undamaged. In a nimbus of flames and mist, Lu Cheng's bones were protruding from his chest, many of which were broken. His left arm, a charred pile of flesh and blood, hung limply. His legs were blatantly shuttered with his muscles jiggling. Gu Hui saw the bloodthirsty look in his opponent's calm eyes. Placidly, he parted his lips once more, spitting out a word before Lu Cheng pounced onto him. Formation. The ancient word reverberated in the air. The air around Lu Cheng condensed inch by inch, turning into boards of steel and rooting him to the spot. In his eyes, the enemy with silver-streaked dark hair rose his right arm, forming a sword with 2 fingers. At the sword's tip was a dangerous pellucid white luster aimed at his forehead. At the same time, a slight pity came into his enemy's eyes, as though he was sending him off to his death. Without any more consideration on how much damage his body would receive, Lu Cheng entered the state of Dan equilibrium, gritting his teeth as he borrowed the strength from the nebula in his lower abdomen to compress his chi, blood, mind, and fire force, separating them from the edging darkness. A thin beam of light was about to shoot out. Gu Hui saw Lu Cheng, with his Dan force erupting, dragging his bound self forward and struggling to push a palm forward from more than a meter away. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly. He was ready to end his opponent's life with ice hell holy light. At that moment, Lu Cheng's extended palms airily patted on the vacuum. The air before his arms sharply dropped in temperature. A pale blue formed and spread rapidly, freezing onto Gu Hui. At the same time, the dangerous, pellucid, white light shot out, penetrating the layers of ice crystal and landing on Lu Cheng's other raised palm. It went through half his palm, but there was no blood and only clear, sparkling ice crystals. The complete version of Lament of the Ice Queen. Snap! With the shock from the pain, Lu Cheng mustered all his remaining strength, completely freeing himself from the containment. Pushing his feet into the ground, he pounced at his dangerous enemy, whose body was encased in ice. His fist, a mess of flesh and blood, shot out from his waist, hitting the enemy's abdomen with a thud. At the moment, there was nothing in his mind, and he relied solely on the judgments of his instinct. Since the enemy stuck to using ranged attacks, he had to turn the fight into a melee brawl. It's either you or me that dies here. No, I'm going to leave alive. Lu Cheng's astounding momentum shook Gu Hui's will. He felt fear, something he had never felt in a long time. Hurriedly, he worked the gene Dan that had formed in his body, extracting a few times more power output. Snap! Gu Hui's muscles bulged, cracking the layers of ice and tearing his black t-shirt apart. His left arm had expanded to twice its original size, like the arm of a demon. Then, he threw a punch, surrounded by scarlet and white energy, in retaliation to his opponent's attack. He was very confident that no inhuman martial artists could defend against his punch. If his opponent didn't retreat to disperse the impact, he would surely be left with broken bones, or even worse. Boom! The 2 fists collided, producing a deafening boom. A hint of delight flitted across Gu Hui's mind when he sensed Lu Cheng's weakness. Still rejoicing, he suddenly heard the sound of bones cracking. His opponent's arm and hand were abnormally distorted, but he didn't yield a single step. The metal at the edge of the lift shattered to pieces under his aligned feet. Pomph! Gu Hui's strike had broke Lu Cheng's fist and arm, and the remaining impact landed on his abdomen, piercing his blood and flesh and crushing a part of his intestine. Why didn't he retreat? Bewildered, Gu Hui noticed that Lu Cheng's calm eyes had turned callous. However, there was something else in those eyes, the vehement desire to live and a wild vigor. The muscles at Lu Cheng's abdomen wriggled, instantly binding Gu Hui's fist before he could reclaim it. At the same time, his unbroken right arm was raised in the air, empowered by the simplified version of fighting formula. When two enemies encountered each other on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Eyes wide with rage, Lu Chang smashed at Gu Hui's head with the fist on his bulging right arm. Hurriedly, Gu Hui raised his arm to block, on which a layer of ice formed. Bam! This fist landed. There was a cracking noise as the layer of ice on Gu Hui's arm shattered. His arm was bent. In a physical matchup, Lu Chang had the absolute upper hand. Yelling savagely without a shred of care for the energy backflow, he used a simplified version of fighting formula once more. His fist gained power on the spot as he smashed down once more. Panic showed in Gu Hui's eyes. Lips parting, he spat out a beam of frost light at Lu Chang in an attempt to save himself. Lu Chang didn't dodge and merely tilted his head. The cold light gashed his face, biting off a portion of his flesh and blood. Bam! The air burst apart as his fist lodged itself in Gu Hui's reclining head, exploding it with a splat. Scarlet blood and milky brain matter sprayed behind, like a watermelon that had been ran over by a car. Plop, plop. Two popped eyeballs fell onto the ground in succession, in which there was still a hint of despair. Gu Hui's bloody fist retracted from Lu Cheng's abdomen, falling back along with his limp body and what remained of his head. From the start till now, the whole proceeding happened in less than 20 seconds. Just as Lu Chang caught his breath, he suddenly felt a strong danger premonition. He quickly jerked his broken and unbroken arm, one barred at the bottom and one raised to the top, protecting his vitals. He also swiftly shrunk his body into a ball as he tried to reduce his surface area that could be damaged. Boom! At Gu Hui's lower abdomen, the gene dan that had lost control suddenly exploded, filling the surrounding with scarlet and white light. Two sides of the wall were destroyed. Lu Chang was covered with bruises and wounds. The shock waves died down. His body was still curled up, feeling sleepy and cold. He could not open his eyes. Life was quickly seeping away from him in the darkness. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. You won't wake up again if you fall asleep here. Lu Chang tried his hardest to remember his parents' silhouettes, to recall Yen Zhika's pretty and easily embarrassed countenance. Scenes flashed through his mind, one after the other, igniting his strong desire to live. He hung in difficulty with his solid willpower. After God knows how long, he finally heard raucous footsteps and the sound of people inhaling sharply. It's okay. It's okay. There's ER's right at the martial arts stadium. Eventually, his consciousness went blurry. In the Sky Moon Martial Arts Stadium, the audiences were enchanted by the fierce fight on stage, not realizing a thing. It was not until a while later that they noticed the chaos at the ER. Huaching, Longhu Club, Volcano Experiment Lab. Empress Luo, Ning Zitong answered the phone. After replying twice, her facial expression started to get more and more serious. Holding the phone in her hand, she looked towards Dragon King, Chan Chitao, and Optimus Prime, Longjin. With a depressed and low voice, she said, Lu Chang was assaulted. The surroundings suddenly turned dark and the electrical voltages seemed to have plunged suddenly. Dragonkind held both of his hands together gradually and asked, What's the situation now? His life is in danger. Ning Zidong replied succinctly. Luckily, Li Wade happened to be in Linfu. He should be safe. Li Wade was over 40 years old and was at the peak of the inhuman stage. In the past, he was also one of the few people who could possibly reach the physical invulnerability stage. When he eventually lost all hopes of achieving it, he fully maximized his interests in the medical field since he had nothing better to do. From a guy without any foundation, he studied Western medicine step by step before combining them with medicinal pills and acupuncture. Using his steady, error-free hands and the realm of the all-seeing God to understand the smallest part of the body, he became a top-notch doctor in the country. He was especially famous for his surgical skills. He had also participated in the preliminaries of the Battle of the Kings this time, mainly to meet up with old friends and to join in the fun. What about the assaulter? Chun Chitao asked with a regulated tone. He was finished off by Lu Cheng. The beautiful face of Ning Zitong showed clear doubts. Chun Chitao nodded his head gently and relaxed his tightly held hands. His mountain-like build suddenly stood up and he walked towards the door. Although there wasn't any wind in the area, the surrounding hanging lights were swaying. While walking, he said sternly, "Seal off the information. Let Lin Fu contact the military directly. When I arrive, I want to see a detailed report of the situation." All right. As an expert from an earlier generation, Ning Zitong chose to follow the instructions of Dragon King. After pondering for a few seconds, she also strode out. She turned her head around before leaving and said to Long Zhen, "I'll go to Linfu too and I'll leave this place to you." Wuyue Province, Moshang City. As the Battle of the Kings was ongoing and the professional league had a 2-week break, Shi Yu was researching into culinary skills with the free time she had at home. At this moment, her phone suddenly started vibrating incessantly. It seemed that there was something very urgent. Shaking her wrist, the water stains on her hand turned into ice and fell off. Shi Yu picked up the phone and placed it next to her ears. Her casual face got sterner and was frowning with anger and doubts. "Dad." After hanging up the phone, she paused for several seconds before shouting in the direction of the living room. Geezer Shi, who was watching some competition, nagged, "What's the matter? I'm not drinking alcohol in secret." "Something happened to little Junior." Shi Yu walked to the living room. "What?" Geezer Shi stood up. Initially he was lost and couldn't understand. However, his face turned stern and his eyes became unparalleled cold. It was as though he was back to his time when he was still roaming the war zone. Didn't that brat just finish his competition just a while ago? Little Junior was assaulted when he was heading to the underground car park. He suffered grave injuries. Shi Yu was clearly choosing her words. Cough, cough, cough. Geezer wanted to ask further but ended up coughing intensely. His face turned red and his lungs felt like splitting. The Longhu Club has gotten Li Wade to operate on him now. Shi Yu quickly added after seeing her father's cough started to get better. Did they capture the assaulter? Geezer Shi asked after panting. He was killed on the spot by little Junior. Shi Yu answered as she was told. Geezer Shi frowned. A strong sense of suspicion was rising within his pure anger. Initially, he thought the assaulter was one of his enemies that wanted to start a war. However, it seemed that it wasn't like what he had expected. If the assaulter was a physical invulnerability expert, that brat would definitely not escape alive. So what had happened then? After a moment of silence, Geezer Shi waved his hand and said, "Let the military get me a plane. I'll be going to Linfu." "I'll go too," Shi Yu answered decisively. Province Xing, Shoshan City. Yanzheka was resting on a chair with a backrest, lifted her legs and placed her tablet on them. After watching the other matches, she picked up her phone beside her and unlocked the screen. However, she did not see Lu Cheng's reply. There were only the contents of the conversation they had previously. "Getting a ride back to the hotel." Clenched fist expression, said Lu Cheng. "Do you want to get some supper at the same time to replenish the nutrients? You almost lost the match after all." Covering smile and laugh expression. "Gotcha." She locked the phone and turned her attention back to the tablet. After discovering a new source, she watched the match between Lu Cheng and Jitong again. After several minutes, she picked up her phone once again. However, she still didn't see a reply. She couldn't hold back her question and asked, question mark above head expression, "Have you gotten on the car?" After waiting patiently for some time, she still did not hear the familiar special notification sound. Yanzheka glanced at the screen from time to time and was vaguely a little frustrated. Why didn't Cheng reply? If he had something going on, he would have said it in advance. Stuck in the lift? Yanzheka couldn't control herself and sent out several messages. However, they all went unanswered. She moved the tablet away, got off the chair and started walking back and forth. Can it be that Chung is angry? I was only joking just now. Moreover, he isn't such a petty person. Can it be that his phone had run out of battery? But he always says in advance when his battery falls below 10%. But I saw from a news article that sometimes when a battery is below 20%, there might be a situation where the phone goes dead suddenly. His phone might have suddenly broken too. Yen Zhika thought of various reasons to make her calm down and wait patiently. However, after another 10 minutes, she still didn't receive anything from Lu Cheng, despite glancing at her phone several times during the period. At this point, she couldn't get herself to do other things. Taking in a light breath, Yen Zhika opened the call interface and directly called Lu Cheng's number. Ring, ring, ring. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Yen Zhika was shocked for a moment and called once again instinctively to confirm. Ring, ring, ring. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. While listening to this expressionless voice, Yen Zhika's hand froze beside her ears. Can it be that his phone is really broken? She forced a smile out to comfort herself. If Chung lost his phone, I'll make fun of him for his entire lifetime. She was trying hard to think positively, but negative thoughts keep flashing past. Yen Zhika started to get restless and disturbed. Looking out at the night skies, she clenched her teeth. She couldn't care about any other thing at the moment and ran out of her bedroom to knock furiously on the door of her parents' room. Ku, what happened? Ji Mingyu was in her pajamas and asked with doubts in her mind after opening the door. Mom, do you know anyone in Linfu? I couldn't contact Chung. I'm afraid he got into an accident. Yen Zhika didn't her thoughts. If you don't, I'll look for Grandpa and Grandma and ask them to inquire from the disciples of Shushan study. How long has it been since you couldn't contact him? Ji Mingyu frowned. Over 20 minutes. If he isn't stuck in a jam, he should be back in the hotel and will definitely contact me over the internet. Yen Zhika rubbed her legs on the carpet and answered disorientedly. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang. The vibrations were strong and the ringtone resonated throughout. Turning her attention to it, she saw that it was Grandpa calling. Yen Zhika's heart started beating faster without reason. Thump, 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 thump. It was as though something was going to jump out from her throat. Hello, Grandpa? After accepting the call, she asked carefully. You should get to Linfu quickly. Something happened to Lu Cheng. Ji Jianzhang said sternly. Something happened. Something happened. Yen Zhika's hand trembled and her gaze looked dazedly ahead. The metallic phone in her hand slipped down and fell onto the carpet. Linfu Airport. Once Dragon King, Chun Chitao and Empress Luo, Ning Zitong got onto the reception car, they received a detailed report. The cameras on the ground were destroyed and the surveillance system where the assaulter had passed by had been interfered with. However, we still managed to find some video information. After going through an emergency investigation and interrogation throughout the city, we have basically identified the hotel of the assaulter and the trails he left over this period of time. Combining with the information and the drawings provided by witnesses and verifying them with the intelligence system, we have preliminary confirmation that the assaulter was the home tutor of Princess Irina of the Samano royal family, Gu Hui. He went overseas for study when he was 18 and completed his immigration application before he graduated. We have tried to maintain a good relationship with him previously and establish contact so as to arrange for him to be a spy planted in the Samano royal family. However, he rejected it in the end. A military personnel concluded the outcome of their investigation. The Samano royal family? Ning Zitong asked with doubts in her tone. There were many things she didn't understand. What's their aim for ambushing Lu Cheng? Lu Cheng was part of the security force for Samano royal family last month, but he had no clashes with them, the military personnel added. Dragon King leaned back on the seat and his eyes were half opened. Tapping his fingers softly on the armrest, he mumbled to himself in a soft tone, "The Samano royal family." He suddenly opened both of his eyes. They were bright despite being black, just like the brightest stars hidden in the night skies. In a calm and composed tone, he continued, "Let's talk again after Lu Cheng wakes up. Dragon King was easily angered but was never rash. Alright, we would be analyzing the items he left behind in the hotel and the remaining parts of his body next. The military officer said sternly. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. Outside the surgery room, the atmosphere was heavy. Medical personnel that were walking past all walked carefully. It was as though they were small ships that were moving in a storm. In a small area outside the room, there were a total of 6 physical invulnerability experts. Dragon sat upright on the long bench, closing his eyes and resting while waiting. Geezer sure drank some hard liquor and would cough from time to time. Shi Yuejian and Ning Zion were sat near the windows just some distance away. Both of them clearly had no desire to interact and walked back and forth from time to time. Ji Jianzhong and Dou Ning sat to the left and right of Tanjika. Yan Zhika's fingers were crossed subconsciously. Her eyes were red and stared attentively at the door. Her expression was determined and stubborn. She gave support to her partner in the operation room while Ji Mingyu and Yan Kai looked at her worriedly. After another half an hour, the signal light outside the room went off and the operations finally completed. Li Wade, who wore a mask, could feel strong winds pressing against him the moment he stepped out of the door. At the same time, he could almost feel the strong gazes turning to him at the same time. He didn't dare to showcase his humorous side. After clearing his throat, he continued, "The operation was a success. The patient has a very strong will to live. As for my capabilities, they aren't too bad. He has gotten out of the danger zone but will still need to be under observation for some time." After hearing these words, Yan Zhika's eyes suddenly went blurry. She could hear herself sighing and the choking feeling she had been suppressing for a long time. She wiped her face quickly as it was filled with trails of tears. Geezer Shi and the rest all heaved a sigh of relief. At this point, Li Wade coughed twice before saying, "However, to have such grave injuries, as to how far he could recover in the future, and whether he has the hopes of reaching the physical invulnerability stage, I can't give you my guarantee. Furthermore," he paused again before continuing, "Furthermore, he overexhausted himself and suffered serious energy backflow. There might be some sequela in the future." Sequela? What's there to fear? It's all good as long as he lives. How severe can it be as compared to mine? Geezer Shi scoffed at Li Wade's reminder. He appeared to be very confident, not giving away any signs of apprehension. Currently, the old G couple, Dragon King, Empress Luo, and the girlie's parents are all present. As the master, I have to keep up my silly disciples' appearances so they don't develop any bad connotations. "Stop cursing little martial brother, Dad," said Shi Yu conflictedly. "At that time, if the military research subproduct had not been able to suppress your wounds by chance, you wouldn't be up and above right now. Don't say that. It's merely a possibility, and it's not like it would definitely manifest." Ning Zitong chimed in. Yan Zhika inhaled and glanced into the operation room. In a room filled with the atmosphere of physical invulnerability mighty ones, she bit her lips, declaring firmly, "It doesn't matter even if some form of infection develops. Technology is advancing and so is martial arts. As long as he is alive, there is always hope. As long as he lives, there's always the possibility of making a full recovery." This was what she used to console Chung with when he was fretting over Geezer Shi's old wounds. Presently, she was saying it to both herself and Chung, who was lying unconscious, as well as her parents and grandparents. Geezer Shi was slightly surprised. He wasn't expecting Yan Zhika to be so composed at such a trying time. Her speech was guided by a clear objective, and she was not at all disoriented from sadness. "MHM. The girlie is gentle on the outside but tough on the inside. A decisive one." He nodded in approval. He turned to Chen Qitao. "Dragon King, we should head down to the scene and see if we can find any clues." "Okay." Impassive, Chen Qitao nodded in a dignified manner. He was initially sitting and meditating on the long bench, but at some point in time he had risen up and was presently standing at the edge of the crowd. After that, Shi Yu, along with Yan Zhika, Ji Mingyu, and Yan Kai stayed at the hospital to keep watch. To prevent any more incidents from happening, they guarded the ICU where Lu Cheng rested. Ji Jianzhong, Dou Ning, and Empress Luo all followed Geezer Shi and Dragon King to the B1 parking lot in Sky Moon Martial Arts Stadium. At the place where the battle happened, a pillar lay broken, and some walls had completely collapsed. The ground was bestrewn with fragments of concrete and rebar, some with conspicuous burn marks, bespeaking the intensity of the battle. The lift was destroyed beyond recognition, with twisted and deformed metal sticking out and jamming the lift at the level. However, whenever there were movements, the lift would shake unsteadily, as though it might fall to the bottom at any time. The final explosion had destroyed most of the traces of battle, the military personnel explained nervously. The pressure from the gloomy physical invulnerability mighty ones was insane. An explosion of such magnitude and range is not easy. Not even by the ones in my league, unless it's a last-ditch attempt for survival, said Dou Ning, Yan Zhike's maternal grandmother after pondering. She looked 40-something at most, and her features were similar to Ji Mingyu, but gentler. She also had a more elegant air. The work of a physical invulnerability mighty one? Inquired the military personnel. But if it was done by a physical invulnerability mighty one, how could he have died against a mere inhuman mighty one? The power was not concentrated and the impact is scattered, said Dragon King, the explosion specialist, with a hint of contempt. He has the appearance of a physical invulnerability mighty one but lacks the skills of one. Then he might not have been a martial artist, mused Ji Jianzhong, Yan Zhike's grandfather, as he nodded thoughtfully. Though he seemed scholarly and had the air of a retired and enlightened expert, he was once an assassin that roamed the Jiandan war-torn areas. In his time, he had seen many experts of different martial art systems and all sorts of strange sects. Geezer Shi exchanged a look with Ning Zitong. This point alone had given them a vague idea. He coughed. Have you discovered anything from the assaulter's belongings in the hotel? He probably planned on fleeing once he succeeded and did not have any intention of returning to the hotel. There was nothing of importance among the items he discarded. There were hand-drawn maps of martial arts stadiums such as Guanhai and Sky Moon, and the distribution layout of security cameras, suggesting that he had scouted the grounds multiple times. There was also a laptop that had been cleaned up. We performed data recovery and found certain contents, traces of surfing the net in watching and research about Lu Chang, and also browsing history in travel forums, which could likely be linked to his contingent hiding plans, reported the military personnel. Sadly, there was no use in these analyses, since Gu Hui was killed in action and failed to escape. It's hard to tell his motives from these, said Dou Ning, knitting her brows. If nothing else can be done, I'll make a trip to Europe and pay a visit to the Samano royal family. Their Princess Irina should know a thing or two, said Dragon King evenly. His words, however, sent a chill down the military personnel's spine. I will make you spit out what you know whether you like it or not. Understanding the significance of those words, he quickly added, we extracted the genes from the assaulter's incomplete body, and we are currently running analyses and comparisons. His identity, whether he was a martial artist or a fighter or whatsoever, will be revealed in no time. When someone enters the inhuman stage, their genes undergo mutation to produce supernatural abilities. Every sect in the world had different stages in martial arts, but the difference at this particular stage was small. But with different methods of practicing, the gene mutation had unique features that could be identified through a primary analysis. Okay, said Chun Chi-Tao, turning taciturn. He scanned around the severely damaged scene, studying the details once more. Being obstinate and meticulous was one of the key reasons for his success. Yan Shaoling logged into the forum that night, asking excitedly, is that name list for the next match released yet? Is it? Take a chill pill, please. There's 5 minutes before the announcement, replied Brahman, who presently had ample time to surf the net. I'm just making sure that they didn't announce it in advance. Peeling petals off a flower, replied Yan Shaoling. Their discussion went on for a while. Glimpsing at the bottom right corner of her screen, she hit the refresh button on the Battle of the King's official webpage. A news banner caught her eyes. Lu Chang retires due to injuries. Panicking, She clicked on it, only to find a few more words than what was written in the title. Lu Chang has retired from this year's Battle of the Kings and will not be participating any further due to injuries. What's going on? What's going on? Asked Yan Shaoling desperately as she posted the link to the news. She was no longer in the mood to type in a cutesy way. The shorter the news, the more severe the incident. Inhales sharply, replied Bull Demon King. Don't make me hit you, replied Brahmin and Ye Chi at the same time. How did Lu Chang get injured? Could it be from fighting with Ji Tong the other day? Perhaps the godly fists from Daxing Temple have a delayed effect, causing an internal injury that didn't manifest until now? Asked a plumber eating mushroom, who was equally baffled. How's that possible? If Ji Tong had such abilities, he would have been bragging about it from way back, retorted unparalleled Dragon King. Perhaps the Daxing Temple had exacted personal revenge? But if that's the case, Dragon King would be furious. Or perhaps Lu Chang's buggy combos exceeded the limits of his body. Of course, it could have also been a blunder when he was practicing martial arts. Unparalleled Dragon King made many guesses, but none of them were concrete. Yan Shaoling picked up her phone in a panic, logged out of the QQ group, and looked for Big Sister Yan, typing frantically. She asked, Big Sister, what happened to Lu Chang? She was fairly intimate with Yan Zheka and kept in close touch with her. Before long, with her passable EQ, she realized that her words weren't exactly appropriate. Lu Chang's injuries must have saddened Big Sister Yan deeply. Having me asking like this is like adding insult to the injury. Realizing that, she tried to withdraw the message but failed miserably. Forget it. It's not as if I had any ill intentions. Yan Shaoling thought optimistically as she waited for a reply, but Yan Zheka never came online. In the lunch at Linfu discussion group, and Chaoyang sent the news of Lu Chang retiring due to injuries, then added, according to my master, Lu Chang is now in a stable condition. There were many witnesses at the crime scene, and it was already too late when Dragon King caught wind and issued the order to prevent the word from spreading. The inhuman martial artists who were currently in Linhai, the ones with decent social status or had many connections, had mostly heard about the news. It was only because they didn't want to anger Dragon King that no one posted it online. Thank goodness. I knew he wouldn't die so easily, replied the physics worker, Peng Liyun, at once. Run Li assented his words, then asked, when can we visit him? Let's wait for him to regain consciousness. We can only wait, Peng Liyun replied after thinking. Right? Things have not been settled, and currently he's probably under protection. Even if we go now, we might not be able to see him, said An Chaoyang, thinking from another perspective. He then asked with great interest. According to rumors, Lu Chang killed a physical invulnerability mighty one this time? This was unbelievable. Not a physical invulnerability mighty one. Just a practitioner from another martial arts system that displayed features of physical invulnerability. Renly answered seriously based on what she knew. Still, that is incredible. To think that our silly husky, a guy who seemed to be wagging his tail whenever he was on his phone, came out on top in a Mortal Kombat despite being the underdog. His mentality and determination are off the charts. If the fight was between him and I would probably be the one dead, said Peng Liyun sentimentally. When I approach physical invulnerability, I'm planning to train in the war-torn zones for half a year to accumulate experience in actual combat, said Renly eagerly. It had been her plan from the start. What about you? Me? Have you ever seen a physicist going into a battlefield? Peng Liyun asked with amusement. It's not as if others will go along with your wishes of not ever being in a mortal combat. No one can be certain about accidents. What happened to Silly Husky is the best example. It's better to take the initiative to throw yourself into such fights and gain experience, rather than doing nothing and panicking during a surprise assault. It will at least prepare you for such situations, explained Renly. Peng Liyun was silent for a moment. You do have a point there. I need to learn from Silly Husky too, assented An Chaoyang. A few seconds later, Peng Liyun sent a blank face sticker, saying, Can Silly Husky see our chat history? That goes without a doubt, answered An Chaoyang with a baffled expression. What would he think about his nickname? Silly husky? Sighs while covering face, replied Peng Liyun. And Chaoyang froze. Since Lu Chang wasn't present, they had inadvertently used silly husky. Would it work if we delete our chat histories? Run Li asked meekly. Nah, it's not like we can delete his chat. And Chaoyang replied helplessly. Hipster, delete this group. Perhaps that will work, said Peng Liyun in a last-ditch attempt. The darkness was beginning to fade. Lu Chang, in search of light, mustered all of his strength to open his eyelids. After some trying attempts, he finally saw a blurry scene as his perceptions of the surroundings returned to him. His vision was beginning to become clearer. That's when he heard hurried footsteps. In the reflection of his eyes came Yen Zhika's pretty face. Her body sprinkled with sunlight that ruddied her exquisite pallor and made her eyes glimmer. I am alive. I can still see Cuckoo. Lu Cheng's lips slowly curved into a smile. You are awake? Asked Yen Zhika, shocked and surprised. She didn't dare to raise her volume in fear that Chang would lose consciousness again. After the question, she whirled her eyes and blurted, subconsciously, What are you laughing about? He's giving me a silly grin right after waking up. Could it be that his brain isn't functioning properly? I was really afraid that hell would be waiting for me when I opened my eyes. Thank goodness I'm seeing my little fairy, said Lu Chang rather breathlessly in a voice so hoarse it scared himself. Yen Zhika's eyes reddened. She violently turned her head to the side and wiped at her tears, chiding, Nonsense! Don't even think about hell or whatsoever. She quickly turned and asked, How are you feeling? She didn't wipe away her tears properly. Now she looked like a little calico kitten. Lu Chang stared blankly, trying to focus. Still feeling dizzy, he barely managed to complete his ice mirror and enter the state of self-reflection. It feels like I have been run over by a 10-wheeled truck. He smiled bitterly as he examined his insides. It would take at least 20 to 30 days before I could be up and about. I would definitely need at least a year or two to recover. Also, I'm feeling oddly fatigued. Fatigue that stems from my very core. He reported what he saw in his body truthfully. Phew, that's all right. You will recover in time, said Yen Zhika, elated and relieved. Suddenly, she made an AI sound. I forgot to ask for the doctor and update Coach Sher and my grandparents. She stood up, walking out of the door, and busied herself, finally conveying the news to Geezer Sher and Do Ning, who then related it to their parents and other physical invulnerability mighty ones. Lu Chang smiled as she danced in and out. His heart was at peace. When the doctor had performed checks on him and left, he suddenly said in a rasping voice, Cuckoo! I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? You are the victim here, chided Yen Zhika with widening eyes. Lu Chang turned his head to her with great difficulty, then said earnestly and gravely, I have been keeping a secret from you. It was the trigger to this incident. I have been hiding this knot in my heart for too long. After regaining consciousness and having the doctor check on him, Lu Cheng's blurry memories from before were slowly getting clearer and clearer. He remembered the young man with strands of silverish hairs within that head of black hairs, the feeling of Jindan he was emanating, the man using the 9 words formula, and that the man specialized in long-range attacks while his body was the equivalent of one who had just entered the Dan stage. Bits and pieces of his memories came together and Lu Chang had a preliminary judgment on it. He was a real cultivator. He was here for the Jindan from the Longhu Immortal. As to whether he had accomplices or if there would be subsequent assaulters, no one would know at the moment. Therefore, for his own safety and to protect his parents, his friends and relatives, he got to tell his master everything about it. He got to make it as clear and accurate as possible to Dragon King and the rest so that they could target accurately and severed any future implications. Based on this consideration, he got to muster his courage and reveal everything to Ku. At the same time, he could get rid of this matter that had been bothering him all along and to remind himself about it. Moreover, after being at the edge of life and death, he really did not want to lie and hide anything from Yen Zhika. What kind of secret? Yen Zhika blinked her eyes and was lost. What is there about Chang that I'm still unaware of? Lu Chang continued with a hoarse voice. I am not a natural-born talent in martial arts. The reason why I have a sudden outburst of stamina and talent in solemn silence was because I had a strange encounter previously. Strange encounter? Yen Zhika was filled with doubt and asked. At this moment, she did not feel too much about it and treated this as listening to fairy tales. Yeah, answered Lu Chang while panting. After laughing mockingly at himself, he continued. After I approached you at the doorstep of the martial arts stadium, I thought about my seriously weak body after the summer holidays of my 3rd year in junior high school. I got extremely tired after just a short period of running and thought that this would be embarrassing once the martial arts training started. Therefore, I attempted to have some last-minute practices by running along the lake at night. When I was at the turn, I saw a carp that was half frozen and half charcoaled. In its belly, there was a star-like Jindan, a Jindan from the Longhu Immortal. At the initial phase, Yen Zhika couldn't help but smile while listening. She felt that Chang was just as silly as before, and especially so when it came to matters that involved her. When she reached the part about carp, Jindan, and Longhu Immortal, she sank into deep thoughts. So you absorbed that Jindan and gained the talent in solemn silence and that incredible stamina? I wouldn't call it absorbing as it entered my body on its own. At that time, I was scared out of my wits. I was afraid of becoming the same as the carp that was half frozen and half charcoaled. Subsequently, nothing happened to me, so I decided to wait and see how it goes. I wanted to see if it is really a strange encounter. It allowed me to enter solemn silence quickly, and when my stamina falls below a certain level, it would emit energy to replenish them for me. Lu Chang explained the situation honestly. Salted fish? Although Yen Zhika felt a little conflicted, she still couldn't help but burst into laughter. With a half-doubting, half-confirming tone, she asked, So the awakening of your supernatural ability also comes from the Jindan? The reason why you mastered 9 words formula and simplified physical invulnerability moves were because of this too. The one who assaulted you is really a cultivator. Yeah, when I was pinned down by Yi youting to my limits, a simple replenishment couldn't have any effect. The external layer of the Jindan disintegrated, allowing the ice force to be released with brutal blizzard and leaving the fire force remaining in the body to merge with the body. This was the first awakening. With regard to the 9-world formula, I'm sure you know that they are the core training of Longhu Immortal. As long as there was some remaining energy, I could master them directly with the help of the Jindan. That person should be the disciple of a branch where Longhu Immortal came from and formed his own Jindan. His mental ability could have preliminary interferences to the reality. Lu Chang panted from time to time as he divulged honestly on how the Jindan had impacted him over this period of time. Before Yen Zhika could continue asking, he continued and said, However, I tried my best not to rely on the Jindan most of the time. It is an external thing after all. In order to really improve myself, I can only rely on myself, train my body step by step, and hone my will for my subsequent battles. As long as it was not a life and death match and I'm still in control, I will try my best to fight based on what I have learnt, pre-match assessments, and improvisation. He was speaking slowly and focused on the hard work he had placed in the martial arts path he had taken. In between his words, he added a little content about Jindan and tried to minimize the negative impacts with his choice of words. This wasn't scheming, but because he cared too much about them and was afraid of losing them. Yen Zhika listened on quietly and suddenly felt Chang, who was just right in front of her, was foreign to her. This was a side of Chang that she had never seen before. This was a side of Chang that she would not have expected of in the past. He had hidden these so deeply. At this moment, the image of Lu Chang in her heart had slightly deformed. Cracks were appearing on the image of being a super talented martial artist. I have wanted to tell you since a long time ago but lacked the confidence to do so. I was thinking of telling you after I have consolidated myself at the inhuman stage. In this case, even if I lose the Jindan, I can also pick up the responsibilities of our future. However, after I advanced, other than during the training of Lament of the Ice Queen, I have not touched it at all. This includes my great mastery of Ice Mirror and the realm of all-seeing God. At that moment, I was thinking of telling you after I get the full set of 9 words formula. Lu Cheng thought about it as he spoke and revealed his thoughts at different stages of his progression. Why do you have to wait till you have gotten the full 9 words formula? Asked Yanjika curiously. Aren't you born with congenital deficiencies? The origin of cultivation and martial arts are different. There might be chances to make up for your problems. The reason why I did not talk about this previously was because I was afraid of the higher the hopes, the greater the disappointment. Lu Cheng answered seriously. Yanjika moved her lips a little and looked at Lu Cheng with conflicted emotions. 1,000 thoughts revolved around her mind, but she only scolded a line in the end. You are an idiot. After saying these words, her mind broke free from the shocks this secret had caused. She started recalling back her memories and re-examining her own emotions. Initially, the reason why she had some feelings for Lu Cheng was indeed because of his talents in martial arts. For someone who had no hopes of walking down this path, she had seen him as an extension of fulfilling her dreams. The reason why she fell a little in love with him was because they hit off really well. It was because of him sharing the bits and pieces of the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge tournament with her, and making her feel a little like it was her taking steps down the path of glory. It was because of his improvisation and the rapid improvements from being totally foreign to mastery. As to the reason why she really fell in love with him, it was his attentiveness, his silly actions, the importance he attached to her, the great memories they had together, his persistence, his hard work, his will, and how his views on the 3 aspects of life were so aligned with her. Within these reasons, the shadow of Jindan was getting fainter and fainter. Ku! Seeing that his little fairy girl kept silent for a long time after scolding him, Lu Cheng called out anxiously. Yanjika frowned, waved his hand and scolded in a gentle voice. Don't interrupt me. I'm thinking about something. Lu Cheng immediately shut his mouth and waited anxiously while remaining extremely still. After several minutes, Yanjika pouted and looked at him. Who said that you have no talents in martial arts? Talent in the improvisation in battle is also a form of martial arts talent. In this aspect, Jindan couldn't help you at all. Yes, yes, yes. After hearing this line, Lu Cheng heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and quickly seconded. Yanjika looked up and continued. I have imagined having such strange encounters in the past too. I thought about it making up for my congenital deficiencies and me becoming a heroine. Since you obtained the Jindan, you have become an expert despite being an ordinary man having little talents in martial arts previously. You could say that you perfectly fitted my expectation. Sigh. I'm so jealous of you. Speaking of which, it felt even more like she had seen him as an extension of her dreams. For a girl that was born with congenital deficiencies, wouldn't an ordinary guy with average talents in martial arts be more of a match? What's a heavenly son of the era and 1 in 20 years? Who cared about shining radiantly and making others only capable of looking up to? That's not close to my dreams at all. Speaking about this, Yanjika smiled. Didn't I say that I felt that the distance between us is getting wider? There's no such feeling anymore. Are you very disappointed about it? She seemed to have finally resolved a small thing that had been bothering her a little in her heart. That's great. Lu Cheng could tell the change in emotions in Yanjika and felt the sincerity in her words. At this point, he was finally able to heave a sigh of relief. Suddenly, all he could feel was that the clouds that had been hanging over his mind over the years had dissipated. He felt refreshed, cleared mind, and no longer bad about hiding things from her. What's so great? Yanjika scolded despite laughing out. After which, she asked concerningly, did you tell Coach Sure about this? You have been hiding it from him for so long. I'm afraid he would be disappointed with you. He had found out about this long ago. Lu Cheng smiled while replying. He's indeed a physical invulnerability stage expert. Yanjika looked down in embarrassment. I have even slept on the same bed as Cheng. Why didn't I notice anything previously and give him a scare? Not feeling conflicted about this anymore, she changed the topic and asked, your handphone is destroyed. I have helped you to reserve the same number and change a new phone. Humph. Regarding this, I have not tell your parents as I'm afraid of scaring them. You can rest assured though. The military has sent people to protect them from the dark. For the last 2 days, I have logged into your QQ and WeChat to tell your cousin not to worry, and asked her to tell your parents that your injuries aren't serious and just needed some rest. Speaking of this, Yenjika suddenly recalled something. Her dimples got deeper and her eyes clearly showed that she was thinking about something funny. Priest, hipster and chihuahuas sure have the talent in giving nickname. Previously, Lu Chang was injured and she didn't have the energy to think about these. However, looking back now, it's funnier the longer she thought about it. What's the matter? Lu Chang discovered the abnormality in Yenjika and asked. It's right to not inform his parents about it. With such serious injuries, they would be scared out of their wits. Moreover, they had both aged and weren't martial artists. In the worst case, his whole family might be all admitted to the hospital. Something similar had happened in Shoshan before. There was a child that got into an accident in the past and was in the process of receiving emergency treatment. His grandfather was so worried that he had a stroke attack. Nothing. Yenjika covered her mouth and shook her head. I just recalled the conjectures the outside world had on your injuries. Some said that you have improved too quickly, that your foundations aren't solid and something went wrong during your training, resulting in devil possessing your body. Some even said that after you won against Jitong you found over 10 models. With both your mental and body in the fatigue state and after a night of drugs, a problem finally arises. That's a little too exaggerated, answered Lu Chang, who found it both infuriating and hilarious. There are also some who guessed that you had a third supernatural ability awakening but failed in the process. This reason isn't bad. Yenjika was about to continue when Geezer Shi, Dragon King, Ji Jianzhong and the rest had rushed over, filling the single bed ward up. Lu Chang repeated what he told Yenjika previously in a simple and summarized way while emphasizing on the enemy's identity of being a cultivator. Jindan? The thing you got was a Jindan. Geezer Shi's eyes were wide opened and he was dumbfounded. This type of thing was similar to highly concentrated mental thoughts and energy. Ordinary people wouldn't have a way to preserve it. Once the master passed away, based on different situations, they would either explode or dissipate slowly into nothingness in several tens of days. Lu Chang was even more surprised and asked curiously, Master, didn't I tell you about it previously? I thought you meant natal artifact. As he spoke, Geezer Shi's voice got softer as he felt that he had really misunderstood something. Before he could complete his sentence, he noticed Ning Zitong, Ji Jianzhong and the rest had diverted their attention to him, seemingly on the verge of laughing. Among which the eyes of Dragon King was clearly saying, How did you even survive in the war zone in the past? Ahem. So, Gu Hui is cultivator and was here to rob the Longhu Immortals Jindan. Asking Geezer Shi, stiffly changing the topic while ignoring the look in their eyes. Lu Chang, lying down, could hardly turn his neck, let alone roll over to look at the gathering of physical invulnerability mighty ones. The perception powers of Ice Mirror had also deteriorated due to the abysmal state he was in, reducing the range of detection to a mere half-meter radius around him. As such, the reactions of the mighty ones could not be reflected. Without a choice, he went on frankly, That's the conclusion I have reached. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out of the blue with the intention to kill. Beside him, Yenjika glanced around the room, taking in the expressions of her grandparents, Dragon King, Empress Luo, and the others. It appeared that they weren't at all bothered by Lu Cheng's chance encounter, and there were only looks of surprise and curiosity. Reassured, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It has been said that back when Dragon King was in mortal training, a chance encounter saved his life, allowing him to overtake the warrior sage. To such matters, physical invulnerability mighty ones more or less held the same attitude. The only thing that matters is the stage, ability, morality, and potential. Where it originated didn't matter. Gu Hui was home tutor to Princess Irina of the Samano royal family. Could it have also been for other reasons? Said Do Ning evenly, raising another possibility. Irina's home tutor? Yenjika went still. It came to her before Lu Chang could reply. Back when she was complimenting your scent, she must have been talking about the Jindan. Lu Chang realized too, and in a hoarse voice, he affirmed her. She's right. Noticing the looks of incomprehension on their faces, Yenjika retailed the story of Irina, picking up Lu Cheng. She probably wasn't too sure either at the time she asked me. Her main objective was to test me, and at that time she didn't have any ill intentions. Otherwise I would have been alarmed, described Lu Cheng in remembrance. And during that security mission, Irina realized that you have the jindan in you, or what she called the scent of a cultivator. After she returned, she carelessly mentioned it to Gu Hui, who then made an illegal entry here, avoiding surveillance, and made plans to murder and steal the jindan. Deduced Geezer Shur in a sprightly manner. Can't be far from the truth. Ji Jianzhong nodded in agreement after considering the other pieces of information. The Dragon King, Chun Chi Tao, with his hands crossed at his back, paced back and forth for a moment. Then, in a deep voice, gave instructions to the military personnel. Work with the government department and investigate Gu Hui's life in China. I mainly want to know who he learned his martial arts from. I also want to know whether there are other disciples besides him, whether he has any friends that he had been in close contact with, and whether those friends are cultivators as well. As for his life in Europe, I will get to it once I pay a visit to the Samano royal family. You are going to Samano? Blurted Geezer Shur. Chun Chi Tao gave a slight nod. To have a tete-a-tete with the princess. The significance of his brief words made everyone in the room fall silent. I suppose it will be more appropriate for this matter to be handled by me, his master, suggested Geezer Shur, breaking the silence. Samano royal family is under the protection of that ancient monster after all. Dragon King glimpsed at him and merely asked, Are you still my match? Geezer Shur fell silent. At length he coughed. Looking back, before he could finish reminiscing, Chun Chi Tao added placidly. He's one of us at Longhu now. Unlike others, I'm not at all afraid of the vampire emperor. In that case we'll show our presence as well, chuckled Ji Jianzhong. Drunk Geezer, you take charge and hold Lin Fu to prevent further complications. At the moment, we don't know if there are other cultivators working with Gu Hui. Take charge and hold Lin Fu? As expected from someone educated, Geezer Ji has a way with his words. Forgetting about Dragon King's impertinence, Shur Jiangwo nodded. Ahem. If you are insisting, then I guess I have no choice but to defend the Nexus. Seeing that the physical invulnerability Mighty Ones has reached a conclusion, the military personnel interjected meekly. Back when we were searching for the 9 words formula, it came to our attention that there have been many items of relevance popping up in Europe in the recent 1 to 2 centuries. There are reasons to suspect that Gu Hui became a cultivator after he went overseas. I want a thorough investigation in China as well. Leave no stone unturned, demanded Ning Zitong. Yes, answered the military personnel, standing at attention. That was when Geezer Shur returned to his muttons, looking towards Lu Cheng intently and saying, So, smelly brat, the jindan is right in your body? What a magical thing. Even a top-notch physical invulnerability pro like me didn't realize a thing. Lu Cheng felt a pang as he knitted his brows. He smiled painfully. I'm not sure where it is right now. I can't feel it anymore. When he woke up and entered the state of self-reflection through all-seeing God, he discovered a severely wounded lower abdomen, and his starry sky was nowhere to be seen. Where it originally was located, there weren't any signs of anomalies. Before Geezer Shur and the others could question him further, Lu Cheng thought and added, But I can still feel it in my body as though it had spread everywhere. Unfortunately, his body was too fragile right now for exertion. Otherwise he could experiment using moves like force concentration in search of a clue. Could it have completely merged into your body? Sure, you asked curiously. Not really, there's still a discord, said Lu Cheng, focused on examining his insides. Geezer Shur clicked his tongue. Come, let your master have a look. Walking beside the bed, he extended his right hand and pressed it on the unbandaged parts of his unfilial disciple's arm. Concentrating, he formed a link between them. Lu Cheng immediately felt an intense and freezing storm infiltrating his body, causing his own mind to cower and shiver in a corner. A few minutes later, Geezer sure withdrew his hand. Strange, very strange, he muttered with a look of incomprehension. What is strange? Ning Zitong asked curiously. There is a slight irregularity when I inspect closely, but I can't get a hold of it. It's as though I'm imagining things. Strange, strange. Geezer sure kept shaking his head. Before he could finish his sentence, Dragon King had walked up to them, and without a word, he pressed a hand on Lu Cheng. In a breath's time, Lu Cheng felt as if he was under the hot, midday summer sun. His feet were burning, his pores choked, and his head giddy from the heat. Strange, said Chen Shitao, backing off with a slight frown. Ning Zitong darted forward and followed suit. Behind her, Ji Jianzhang, Do Ning, and Shi Yu began forming a line. Seeing that, Yan Zheka quickly stood out to stop them, like a hen protecting her chicks with outstretched wings. He just woke up. He's very weak right now, she protested. It's only a checkup. It won't affect him. Ning Zitong beamed. At length, the few physical invulnerability mighty ones exchanged a look and shook their head at once. Smelly brat, once you are up and about, I want you to go to the military base once every month. Cooperate with their experiments. This might allow you to recover faster and get rid of any sequela, concluded Geezer Sure. Yes, master, said Lu Cheng. He knew the severity of his wounds this time and therefore was quite afraid of developing sequela. The mutation of his gene Dan added to that sentiment. We should leave. There are many things waiting to be done, suggested Ning Zitong. Let's not trespass further on our little brother's rest. The Dragon King, walking with his hands crossed at his back, suddenly said, Lu Cheng, the chances of you developing sequela is high. I want you to be mentally prepared. Then, without explaining or lingering, he pushed the door and left. Lu Cheng froze. It seemed to him that his apprehensions had turned into reality. Sequela? To what degree? Can I still make a perfect recovery? The thoughts came one after the other. Staring at the ceiling, he fell silent. When they were out of the ward, Shi Yu, who always had a soft spot for her little martial brother, frowned. Dragon King, you could have waited for him to get better to tell him about the sequela. What if there isn't any at all? Then telling it to him now will only make him suffer a long time for nothing. Gazing forward, in a slow and dignified voice, Chen Shitao said, a true martial artist doesn't turn their eyes away from reality. Geezer Sure and Do Ning parted their lips but eventually said nothing. In the ward, Yan Zheka cupped her face, rubbing away her worried expression and replacing it with a sweet smile. She then walked to Lu Cheng's side. What's there to worry about? It's merely a possibility, and technology is advancing. And so are martial arts. As long as I'm alive, there's always hope and infinite possibilities. Lu Cheng finished her sentence spontaneously. Right? They exchanged a tacit smile. When little Fairy had gone off to wash the towel, Lu Cheng drew a breath to hold down the anxiety and apprehension. Entering the state of self-reflection, he endeavored to speed up the healing. At his current mental state, fatigue quickly took over him. But he gritted his teeth and persevered when he caught a glimpse of the beautiful silhouette diligently wiping his sweat. At the moment, nothing was certain about his body, and he didn't know what problems to expect when everything would start functioning again. Troubled by such thoughts, Lu Cheng fell into a slumber. John Weilberg, somewhere in Europe. King Eid was in his study dealing with government affairs when the valet entered with a thick file of documents. Your Majesty, there has been a letter from the China embassy, along with intel accusing Princess Irina's home tutor, Gu Hui, of attempting to assassinate their heavenly son of China, Lu Cheng, reported the valet gravely. Eid stopped what he was doing and mulled for a few seconds. Show it to me. The valet quickly laid out the letter and paper intel, then played a recording. Though the pieces of evidence didn't form a clear link, any capable person could tell it was doubtlessly Gu Hui. I always told her Gu Hui was too mysterious, and shouldn't be tied closely to the royal family. But Irina never listens. The king looked unhappy, his right finger repeatedly tapping at a crocodile skin-covered notepad. That was when a second valet entered, looking extremely tense. "Your Majesty, there has been a letter from Dragon King of China, requesting an audience with Princess Irina," he reported. He paused, then went on. "In the letter, he said he's right outside the castle." "What?" Shocked and enraged, he'd roused to his feet. "What about formality and etiquette? What a brute. The Samano royal family has an emperor, for God's sake." He paced up and down. Recalling the Intel and Chun Chitao's standard way of doing things, he'd rubbed at his eyebrows. Audience granted. Inside the castle. Gu Hui attempted to assassinate Lu Chang? Within the well-lit garden, Irina, who had black hair and red eyes, couldn't hold back and asked after hearing just part of the report by her attendant. When Gu Hui left, he looked like he was looking a little forward to it and full of anticipation. However, there wasn't any intent to kill revealed. Could it be that he hid it so well and that his usual emotions were all pretentious? The attendant replied honestly, "Based on the current situation, that is the case." What was the outcome? Irina shook her head, hid her disappointment and asked about what had happened subsequently. Lu Chang suffered grave injuries but also killed Gu Hui. The attendant's lips were shaking a little as she spoke. What? Irina lost her composure from the shock and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She could still barely believe that Gu Hui attempted to assassinate Lu Chang, as it was always hard to tell what Gu Hui was thinking. However, if one was to say that not only Gu Hui failed in his assassination attempt, but he had to pay with his life in the hands of Lu Chang, she wouldn't believe it at all. Gu Hui was mysterious and much stronger than her. He was an expert at the level of the king. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a growing Lu Chang. Even if there were other factors, escaping should also have been easily achievable. How could he be dead like this? The attendant's body tensed up. She thought about what to say before continuing. Gu Hui is really dead. His head was blown away by Lu Chang. She had initially wanted to say that Lu Chang had crushed the head of Gu Hui with a whipping kick. However, with the short amount of time she had, she didn't remember the technical terms of Chinese martial arts that were translated. Impossible, impossible. Irina shook her head slowly and her gaze was lost. Gu Hui is so mysterious and had so many secrets. How could he possibly just die like this? In this instance, she suddenly recalled her encounter with Lu Chang in a banquet at Huacheng. He was indeed extraordinary and possessed the demeanor of an expert. However, he was still far from being the same level as Gu Hui. Has he really gotten this strong? For the first time, Irina started to doubt her own judgment. All she think was that the teenager with black hair, black eyes, neat hairstyle and a steady and gentle personality was a monster. No, he's scarier than a monster. The attendant looked up and saw that the princess had calmed herself down. Mustering her courage, she continued, "Dragon King from China wished to have a meeting with you. He is currently waiting in the Black Rose Hall." After pausing for a while, she added, "The king had agreed to his request." Dragon King. Princess Irina's face turned pale and her body swayed. She finally squeezed a smile out after some time and said, "All right, let me change into another dress first." The carvings were exquisite and in the dark and black main hall, Chun Chitao sat on the sofa. His eyes were half open, and he seemed to be resting. Surrounding him was a faint light, but the atmosphere was heavy. Ill intent had seemingly materialized into clouds, crossing the space and sweeping towards his heart lake. TSK. So the old monster was only capable of this. Dragon King mumbled to himself. Igniting his spirit, he resisted the pressure that came from afar. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw Princess Irina who walked into the Black Rose Hall. She wore a bright red fishtail skirt that revealed her back and complemented her curves. She looked beautiful and gracious, but her irregular breathing and slight shivering gave away her real emotions. "It's a shame that I wasn't able to meet Dragon King when I visited Huacheng in July. Who would have known that I would make up for it so soon?" Irina greeted in an elegant manner. Chun Chitao nodded his head slightly in response. Before she could continue, he interrupted. Regarding Lu Chang, is it you who told Gu Hui about him? Without any customary or pointless words, he went straight to the core of the issue. After listening to the translator, Irina walked to the opposite sofa, forced a smile and replied, yeah, I felt that he had a similar scent as Gu Hui. After returning to John Weilberg, I mentioned it once to him. As to the actual situation, I don't know anything about it. Irina thought about it for a while before continuing honestly. Gu Hui has always been very mysterious. I have always wanted to know more about him but still couldn't find the opportunity. When I saw someone that was similar to him, it was inevitable that I became curious. I tried to find out more from Lu Chang at that time to understand the secrets behind Gu Hui. However, in the end, it appeared that he did not know anything at all. Chun Chi-tao nodded his head very slightly and expressed his approval for this answer. What Irina had said happened to corroborate well with what Lu Chang had said. At that time, she had no such intention and was clearly just about finding out more about him. How did you get to know Gu Hui? After the translator translated in real time, Irina thought for some time before continuing. I met him in a banquet hosted by a friend. Gu Hui had helped the sons of the chairman of Byron Group and had maintained a good relationship with the family. From time to time, he would participate in various kinds of gatherings. I felt that he was very mysterious and powerful. He was always able to dissect and explain the problem in manners that I couldn't imagine. It was especially so in the aspect of battles and supernatural abilities. Therefore, I have hired him as our family tutor. Oh right. He also specialized in geometry and had provided several wealthy men with advice on restructuring their homes. Geometry? Dragon King maintained his poker face and while confirming his thoughts in his heart once again. At the stage of physical invulnerability, one could already establish a connection with the heaven and earth and feel the changes to the magnetic force field in the natural world. They would understand what is damaging to him, what is beneficial to him, and change the home ground based on targeted decision with different layouts. Although they were different from the various magical arrays in the myths, they still had several unique abilities to strengthen oneself and weaken the opponent. From a different viewpoint, this was feng shui. Obviously, if one hadn't reached physical invulnerability, he could only base them on the conclusions drawn by predecessors. Those fortune-tellers in public were mainly hoaxes and based their claims on books. Occasionally, they might get it right. Gu Hui was able to receive the recognition from various wealthy guys, indicating that he had some capabilities in this aspect. This also indirectly proved that he possessed the characteristics of a physical invulnerability expert. Using a different training regime, he had developed the characteristics of the physical invulnerable stage in advance. This was a match with the battle strength he displayed and the trails of damages left behind on the ground. Chun Chi-tao asked a few other questions in details. Seeing that Irina really did not have a deep understanding of Gu Hui, he tapped his right hand fingers softly on the couch's armrest. Pass me all personal belongings of Gu Hui. Irina instantly heaved a sigh of relief. She quickly ordered her attendant to tidy up the things Gu Hui left behind. To prevent the attendant from missing out anything, she even did a thorough search in the end before coming back and saying, Gu Hui loves to collect things, and he left many things behind. This probably indicated that he had no intention to assassinate initially, and even intended to return. Based on what Irina had said, a similar scent could indicate a cultivator that had formed his own Jindan too. At the very beginning, Gu Hui might have been thinking of meeting a new friend and a partner who he could talk to about his practice. However, when he realized that the person had inherited the remains of the Longhu immortal, he changed his mind. These thoughts flashed past Chun Chi-tao's mind. After which, he stood up gradually and walked towards the door. The attendants pulled along 2 luggage and followed behind closely. At this moment, Irina gritted her teeth before saying, There's still one last thing. She took down the pendant from her neck and passed it to the Dragon King. The word confrontation was glowing from within. It was exquisite and clear. Chun Chi-tao took a glance at it, took the pendant over before saying, If there's nothing wrong with it, I'll get someone to send this back to you. Am I, the Dragon King, someone who would be greedy for an item belonging to a girl? In Lu Cheng's ward, several physical invulnerability experts gathered again. Go Hui's father died early and didn't have any strange encounters or experiences in the country. His relatives and friends are also not cultivators. Moreover, his relationships with them had become indifferent after just a year. Since his mother passed away, he had zero interaction with them. A military investigator in charge of the lead reported. The intelligence officer responsible for the threads in Europe followed on. Investigating from the clue of the Byron group, we found out that Gu Hui had gotten the inheritance of cultivators towards the second half of his first year in university. He took care of a lonely old man in the local Chinatown frequently. The time he received his supernatural abilities matched the death of that lonely old man. We are currently tracing the experiences of the old man and trying to see if there are other cultivators. Listening to this information, Lu Chang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Gu Hui's experiences were a typical protagonist model. If it was written in a novel, it would be similar to the priest in Europe, the closed home tutor of the princess, or the last cultivator on Earth. Sigh. Wouldn't it be better if we could sit down and talk about it? Why do we have to put our lives at stake and fight it out? At my current level, the effects of the Jindan have been reduced to a minimum. On the other hand, I'm more worried about the problems it might cause or any lingering hidden problems. I could work with you to take the Jindan out on the condition of you giving me the manual for cultivation and the 9 words formula. Wouldn't this be a win-win situation? It's a shame that from a certain standpoint the rules of the Dark Forest is pretty true to heart. It seems like an isolated incident. Ji Zhangzhang made his judgment. Seems like we do not have to protect him. Ning Zitong seconded. Chun Chitao walked to the side of Lu Chang and took out the pendant. This is the confrontation formula. Practicing it allows one to calm himself down and speed up recovery. It's suitable for you now. After you master it, do remember to return it to the military. When Dragon King completed his words, Geezer Shur immediately added, if we follow the clue on Gu Hui and continue investigating, the formation and dequeuing formulae shouldn't be a problem. When it comes to cultivation, we are currently drawing conclusions from the things left behind by Gu Hui. You don't have to worry about these things. All right. Lu Chang couldn't nod his head and could only respond with his voice. Yan Zhika quickly helped to receive the pendant and placed it in front of Lu Chang. Lu Chang focused his eyes on it and started tracing it secretly. He was trying to do what he did in the past where after getting some energy from it, he would trigger the Jindan and allowing him to master it right away. However, no matter how he visualized this time, the Jindan seemed to be dormant and gave no response. Could it be that he didn't crush the pendant and didn't pronouncing the words out? Lu Chang shook his head at Yan Zhika and signaled that he wouldn't master it anytime soon. His hands still required a few more days of rest before being able to move. No one would expect a seriously injured person to master the confrontation formula on the spot. Soon, the few physical invulnerability experts left, leaving the couple behind. Seeing that Lu Cheng's injuries had stabilized, Yan Kai and Ji Mingyu did not stay behind and returned to Shoshan for their own work. The Jindan was not triggered? Yan Zhika kept the pendant and asked. Yeah, perhaps I'm lacking a copy of the formula and the ancient voice. Lu Chang answered without confidence. After chatting for a while, Lu Chang started gaining control of his body and could begin repairing his internal injuries. Yan Zhika sat to the side of the bed, took out her phone and intended to refresh the news page before revising for her studies. After turning on her Weibo, she saw a piece of popular news. Lu Chang has not shown himself yet. His injuries might be a lot worse than we have expected. I suspect that he has failed in the third awakening of his supernatural ability, and this type of failure might have caused him to be unable to be back at his peak for 2 or 3 years. Furthermore, it might even hurt his potential to improve to a new level. There was a pause in Yan Zhika's breathing before she continued scrolling down. It is known that experts who have reached the stage of all-seeing God all have extremely powerful regenerative abilities. They would only need 2 to 3 days to make a full recovery from wounds that would take, say, 10 to 20 days to even stabilize for the average martial artist. As for severe injuries that takes more than half a year for the average martial artist to recuperate from, they would only need 3 to 5 days to get it under control and be back on their feet. In the maximum of a month, they would have made a full recovery. Presently, however, a full week has elapsed since Lu Chang was injured. The fact that he has yet to make a public appearance bespeaks the graveness of his condition. Could it be because he doesn't want to appear publicly? But what would prompt him to do so, when accepting a short interview would clear all these doubts? There is only one answer to that. Until this point in time, he remains bedridden. Making an appearance would expose his illness to everyone. The Weibo post wasn't written by prominent figures or news reporters, but merely the speculations of an average user with the ID of Guan Tiger. It was merely on the hot posts page due to a large number of reposts and comments. Biting her lips gently, Yen Zheka tapped into the comments section and scanned through a few of them. Yeah, it's already been a week. Yet there isn't any explanation from Lu Chang or the Longhu Club. Very suspicious. Honestly, I'm not even sure if Lu Chang is still alive. Weren't there others before him who failed to awaken their supernatural ability? It didn't end well for any of them. The girl scrolled rapidly with her thumb, then eventually threw down her waist and closed the application impatiently. Her eyes were fixed before her, sullen eyes that held the tears from falling. What's wrong? Lu Cheng's present mental conditions didn't allow him to maintain the state of self-reflection for long. When he paused for a break, he happened to notice his little fairy spacing out. Yen Zheka pressed down hard on the corner of her eyes, then snuggled up to Lu Chang with a lovely, dimpled smile. A smile that lifted his mood. Talker was asking about your injuries. I was mulling over what to reply. She lied. Talker? You don't have to think too much into it. We are real tight. Just tell him 'tis but a flesh wound. Laughed Lu Chang. Okay. You boys have a really strange way of getting along, said Yen Zheka, her smile unceasing. Picking up Lu Cheng's phone, she unlocked it and sent the reply. The reply from the other side came quickly. Ha! One look and I'm talking with the real deal and not someone answering in your stead. Just like I thought. Bad things never die. As if you would die so easily. Yen Zheka giggled as she read it out. What do I say now? More like you are the bad thing. I'm just blessed by the lady of luck. Oddly, Lu Chang felt like a boss ordering his secretary to do his typing. I guess I'll keep that to myself, or I'll be sleeping on the sofa when I recuperate. The comedic chat with Talker lasted for a while. Suddenly, his phone began vibrating. An incoming call from Chi Fong. Mom. After being fed with equivocation for a week, the online speculation that was on the lips of all their friends, neighbors, and fellow townsmen finally got to Chi Fong. Quite worried, she called directly. It's from your mom. Yen Zheka subconsciously lowered her voice. Put it on speaker mode and set it by my lips, decided Lu Chang. Yen Zheka nodded, answered the call, and put it on speaker mode. Hello? Chang? Chi Fong's voice was tremulous. Mom? Shouldn't you be working at this hour? Asked Lu Chang, feigning surprise. Can't I make a call at work? Chi Fong was audibly relieved. What happened? Are you badly injured? Not at all, it's nothing serious. Just a blunder during training. I would be confined to bed for a period of time, lied Lu Chang, trying not to make his mom worried. How can you say it's nothing serious when you can't even leave the bed? Chi Fong contemplated. You don't even know anyone in Linfu? Who's going to take care of you? Should I go over? It's all right, Mom. The club has hired professional nurses and they are taking care of almost everything. Plus, Cook is here as well. She'll take care of me. Zheka's there too? Chi Fong sounded surprised. Her grandparents are in the martial arts industry, so she received first-hand information about my injury. She rushed here before I could stop her, and has been taking care of me for almost a week, replied Lu Chang, lying a little. Zheka's such a good girl. You better not take her for granted. A well-born lady like her normally has everything served to her on a silver platter. Yet here is she attending to your every need, Chi Fong said with a hint of happiness. Since it was on speaker mode, Yen Zheka heard their entire conversation. She dipped her head shyly, her cheeks suffused with color, but could hardly hide the smile on her face. They spoke for a while before Chi Fong finally hung up. Before Lu Chang could say anything, Yen Zheka chided playfully. Geez, what is Auntie saying? calling me a well-born lady and all that. No one uses those terms these days. The bulk of my mom's vocabulary comes from drama series, jested Lu Cheng. And call her mom. Yen Zheka shot a glance at him, gritting her teeth gently. But the look in her eyes softened when she saw Lu Cheng's forehead. She picked up the towel. Look at you. You were sweating so much just from talking. Pursing her lips, she continued. I'll only leave for America when you are up and about. Anyway, taking a couple of weeks of leave wouldn't affect me much. As though she was afraid of Lu Cheng protesting, she quickly added, I can self-study and get my classmates to scan the lecture notes for me. I can definitely catch up. Lu Cheng regarded her with a smile and simply said, Okay. Yen Zheka froze, then smiled gently once more. When she had cleaned him up, she dawdled to the washroom, twisted the tap open, and began rinsing the towel. The smile on her face gradually wore off, and once again her expression turned gloomy with apprehension. She twisted the towel dry and drew a deep breath, before returning to the sickbed donning a bright smile. At the buffet restaurant of Wanhua Hotel, the Longhu Club party, out of which only Tu Zhang was still in the competition, sat down with plates in their hands. They talked about last round of double elimination that would determine the top 16 contestants, then about the subjects revolving around Battle of the Kings, among which indubitably included the topic of Lu Cheng's injury that was blowing up on the internet. Captain Tu, do you think Lu Cheng would take 2 to 3 years to return to his peak form? And would it jeopardize his chances of attaining physical invulnerability? He carelessly picked up a piece of salmon sashimi and dipped it in wasabi-infused soy sauce before stuffing it in his mouth. You really believe what you see on the internet? We all know Lu Cheng didn't fail his third awakening or whatsoever, replied Tu Zhang, amused. As the Longhu Club's mighty ones who were nearby at the time of Lu Cheng's incident, they were the first to receive the news and assisted in guarding and transporting the wounded and informing Empress Luo. They had all seen the details. But, Captain Tu, we all saw how grave and critical Lu Cheng's injuries were at that time. I don't mean anything when I say this, but previously I wasn't even sure if he would survive. A wound like this, even with the microscopic reparations using self-reflection, it's hard to return to peak form. Yu Wangyuan said half sentimentally and half matter-of-factly. When all has been said and done, we are martial artists and not immortals. Even inhumans have mortal bodies. In truth, Tu Zhang did feel a hint of guilty delight at the incident. Still, as a martial artist, the abrupt and tragic fate of a fellow martial artist so extraordinarily gifted pained him. Not only was he gravely wounded, but his future was also now shrouded in uncertainty. No one can predict the future, and who knows if it would be my turn someday. Sigh. Let's not talk about this anymore and pray that Lu Cheng can make a full recovery. We have all put in blood, sweat, and tears in martial arts, and it hasn't been easy for any of us to come to where we are now. No one wants something like this to happen, sighed Tu Zhang. A piece of sushi swayed at the end of his chopstick, but he left it hanging. This incident only strengthened his desire to make the breakthrough. The only way for him to fearlessly go wherever he pleases would happen if he attained physical invulnerability. Putting down her chopsticks, Jia Lu propped her chin in one hand. Normally speaking, a rising star that leaps to fame needs to encounter 3 calamities and 9 trials to attain true enlightenment. This must be what Lu Cheng is experiencing right now. 3 calamities and 9 trials? Have you been reading too many novels? Scoffed Lu Xiaofei. So you think what Lu Cheng needs right now is for Peng Liyun to land a few calamity bolts on him? Yu Wangyuan said in amusement. A trial by lightning is a novel cliché, but a trial by people is more common than you think, replied Jia Lu with an enlightened air. A trial by people. Tu Zhang and the others frowned, chewing on the significance of the words. Inside the Lu Cheng fan club forum, there was a heated discussion about Lu Cheng's ongoing incident. If it wasn't serious, he would have just updated his Weibo or made a public appearance to drive away the rumors. Deduced, a plumber eating mushrooms. Why must he succumb to the demands of others, making public appearances and updating his Weibo just to please others? Don't you find that embarrassing? argued Brahmin. Just as they were squabbling, Yen Shaoling popped out and sent a sticker of a glowing fist. Big Sister Yen has replied to me. She told me that Lu Cheng's injury wasn't the result of failing to awaken supernatural abilities. I trust her words. Phew. The fans all heaved a sigh of relief, but the crowd of trolls couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. What happened to him then? Unparalleled Dragon King asked curiously. Yen Shaoling went blank. Forgot to ask about that. You are useless, chided Nye Chichi and others in disappointment. On the afternoon of that day, Peng Liyun, Ren Li, and An Chaoyang partied up to visit Lu Chang at the hospital. After passing through the checkpoints, they saw him in person. They were rather nervous at first, but seeing that the immobilized Lu Chang could hardly move a finger, let alone check through his phone records, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Beside them, Yen Zhika had a hard time holding her laughter. Unlike other visitors, right after inquiring about his injuries, they began discussing the mortal combat that had transpired on that day, excitedly expressing their views on the time, place, and how he responded in each scenario. And Chaoyang thought that he should have exerted strength at his feet, breaking the metal ropes so that the lift fell to the bottom. Then, he wouldn't have had to directly confront his enemy. That view was met with criticism from the other four, saying that even if he managed to break the metal rope, having such irrelevant thoughts during mortal combat would get him killed. By the time the lift hit the bottom, he would have most likely been reduced to a corpse. Eventually, the visitors were all gratified and took their leave. The Battle of the Kings was also at its end. In the end, Peng Liyun, Ren Li, Tu Zhang, and Ji Ren prevailed, successfully making it to the main competition, leaving the great senior, Fa Zhan, with defeat and disappointment once more. 11 days later, in the ward, supported by Yen Zhika, Lu Chang stood up unsteadily and took a few slow, steady steps. She then let go and watched as he hobbled about. It was tough, but he was smiling throughout. This was exactly how potent and all-seeing God in humans' regenerative abilities are. You can show yourself to the public now, so they can stop worrying and speculating. Yen Zhika smiled with pursed lips. Let me visit the toilet first. Phew, can finally go there on my own. In a penguin-like motion, Lu Chang waddled to the bathroom. Right as he was about to enter, he felt a harsh coldness gushing out from deep inside him, instantly freezing his legs. He pulled and pulled but simply could not move his right leg. It wasn't until 10 or so seconds later when he finally recovered and regained control of his leg. What's the matter? Although this was a luxurious single-bed ward, the actual area wasn't very big. For a top-tier professional ninth pin like Yen Zhika, the distance between them was only just a stride. The moment she saw Lu Chang was stunned. She felt something was wrong. She immediately strode ahead and held on to her husband and asked with concern. Lu Chang heaved out a breath, consolidated his thoughts, forced a smile and answered without hiding anything. It's probably the effects of sequela. He clearly described his previous loss of control. In the end, he concluded, I was probably too exhausted at that time and my body was in a state of innate emptiness. Under the double blow of my exploitation and the external hits I'm receiving, the Jindan probably mutated and expanded. As a result, it merged with my innate source of preliminary energy. However, since it was an external thing after all, the two sources conflicted, which resulted in rejection. From time to time, I would experience energy backflow. Previously it was chilled and it might be scorching heat in just a while. Previously, when he got off the bed with the help of Yen Zhika and regained his preliminary ability to walk, such a situation had not occurred. Today, he walked a little further and the volume of his exercise was slightly higher than usual. Suddenly, such experience appeared. Could this be an indication that the effects of sequela were triggered by the exhaustion one experienced? If this was the case and I couldn't recover fully, will this mean that I will not be able to participate in battles in the future? In the intense competition with punches and kicks, chills and scorching heat that last over 10 seconds would only signify failure. Could it be that the sequela would result in me having the realm but not having the corresponding ability? Am I just a handicapped martial artist? Various thoughts flashed past his mind, making it harder and harder for Lu Chang to take it. There's no such saying of an innate source of energy currently, Yen Zhika rebutted subconsciously. However, when she recalled her own conditions, she was silent again. This region was still unexplored by modern medical technologies. Congenital deficiencies belonged to part of this too. With hundreds of thousands of thoughts revolving around her mind, she looked up, thought carefully about it before adding, "If you really experienced the effects of high temperature and had repeated relapses, it might really be as what you have said. However," she kept her lips tight before continuing, "however, that's pretty good too. When we gather all 9 words formulas and the complete immortality practice manual, you can attempt to direct the Jindan and slowly ingest it. This might be your opportunity to break through to the physical invulnerability stage." Being influenced by the optimism of his little fairy girl, the heavy feeling Lu Chang felt in his heart was relieved substantially. He nodded his head in approval and said, "I might not need the full set of 9-word formulas. When my body has recovered and I will be able to do force concentration, and I might just be able to slowly ingest the Jindan." He tried his best to make himself appear full of confidence. Yeah, in the worst scenario, it would just mean that he wouldn't be able to participate in practical battles and he had to leave the martial arts circle. At least he wouldn't be a useless guy who couldn't even attend to his everyday life. He would not become a burden to Ku and his parents. "You are right." Yen Zhika nodded her head slightly. Suddenly, she recalled something and reminded anxiously, "Chang, give a call to Coach Shur and Dragon King quickly. Tell them about the effects of the sequela and request for them to arrange you to have an examination in a military base. Perhaps they might have another solution. Yeah, there's no rush in this. What if it was just a one-off event? Let's do it after confirming." Many thoughts were rushing through Lu Cheng's mind, and he was trying his best to force a smile. "Moreover, my body is really weak now. When I get slightly better, perhaps the effects of the sequela will be milder and won't be a concern. There's always this probability. Various martial arts manuals in the past had similar records. After suffering an energy backflow, one might feel cold or heat once a day at 12 midnight and 12 in the afternoon respectively for 15 minutes each. It wouldn't affect every day's battle, and in the worst case, it would only weaken him slightly. The chances of reaching physical invulnerability would be slim. Moreover, he would have to be on guard during that time to prevent his enemies from attacking him during that time. If he was to really become like those in the records, this was also something that he could accept. The bitter feeling welled up as Lu Chang agreed with what Yen Zhika said. "Let me go to the washroom first." "All right." Yen Zhika followed behind closely and stood at the door of the washroom. Her body was slanted and in position to prevent any accidents from happening if he was to faint on the toilet. The optimism on her face faded as she subconsciously bit her lips. Swish! Lu Chang pulled up his pants and turned on the tap. At this moment, he suddenly felt a heated flow raging through his body. It was like a raging flame that tore through his 5 organs and 6 viscerals. The pain in his muscles and tendons was extraordinary. Gritting his teeth, beads of perspiration appeared on Lu Cheng's forehead. However, he held all these in and didn't make a sound. He felt that he could faint any time now. After 7 to 8 seconds, the high temperature subsided. He peeked at Yen Zhika, who was at the side of the door. Using both of his hands, he cleaned off his perspiration on his face and walked out as though nothing had happened. Yen Zhika followed closely on the side of him. After taking 2 steps, Yen Zhika noticed that a huge portion of the back of Lu Chang was drenched in perspiration. So much sweat. A thought flashed past and she suddenly understood. She kept her lips closed tightly and tried hard not to make a voice. In her eyes, tears gathered. Taking a breath in, she caught up and smiled radiantly. "Your steps are getting steadier." "Of course. I'm an expert with the realm of all-seeing God," Lu Chang replied with a smile. "You are indeed my Chang." Yen Zhika looked away and said, "I still think that it would be better to tell Coach Shur about it first. He has been very worried about you. If he knows about it earlier, he can also make preparations for it sooner. Even if this was just a scare, he would feel more assured too. It would also be better than waiting until a huge problem arises." Sounds reasonable. Lu Chang nodded his head. I'll give him a call right away. All right. Yenjika replied in a light-hearted tone and felt relieved at the same time. After several days, within a secret military base deep within the Xinling mountain ranges, Lu Chang wore various monitoring devices and completed a set of slow suicide runs and 2 sets of Taiji-like moves. As compared to when he was just able to get off the bed, it was hard to tell the obvious signs of weakness. However, in this short period that lasted less than 10 minutes, he experienced 2 chills. One was on his left leg and the other on the right side of his body. He also experienced scorching heat once. Other than his head, it was throughout his whole body and was unbearable. As a result, he almost fell while running. Puff! After heaving a breath, Lu Chang tried his best to look fine before walking to the side of Gizershur and Yenjika. How was it? He asked the military personnel that was looking directly at the computer. We are almost done with the data collection. We are currently researching into your cells and genes. When the graph has plotted the model built at that place, we will then do comparison and analysis. Through designing experiments, we will find the source of the problem. This can take anywhere from 2 weeks to a month. The military personnel tilted his head and said, So slow? Gizershur interrupted. Senior, I'm sure you know about it too. When it comes to such things, it has always been very slow. The military personnel answered with guilt. Your old injuries have been around for so long and yet we are just at the mid-phase. I'll be contented if we can get the results in a month. Lu Chang smiled and attempted to help. The most likely situation was for him to return after a month for another examination, contributing several more syringes of blood and continued waiting. That's too long. Isn't there a huge leap in the advancement of technology? The half-illiterate Gizershur shook his head as he nagged. Stinky brat. Are you going to live here? Head to Huaching or rest back at home for some time? I'll go home. Lu Chang felt that his current condition wasn't suitable for meeting outsiders. I can send Ku to the airport at the same time. That's great too. Remember to inform Dragon King about it. Gizershur coughed twice before striding away. I'll go back to my research. Lu Chang told Yenjika about his experience of being the subject of experiment. As they spoke, they instantly covered their mouths to prevent themselves from laughing out loud. Instantly, their moods got better substantially. When his master left, Lu Chang took out the pendant with the confrontation formula and handed it over the military personnel. Please return this to Dragon King on my behalf. A week ago, he had already gotten the grasp of the confrontation formula. However, he still wasn't able to get a response from the Jindan. The main use of the confrontation formula was to stop distracting thoughts, cleanse, and consolidate oneself. This might seem similar to the forwarding formula but had great difference in actuality. It was just like the difference between a shirt that didn't get dirty and a shirt that had its stain removed. Considering this, distracting thoughts were kept away and this was beneficial to both the body and the mind. Once Lu Chang invoked it, he could maintain his condition at the peak and allowed his injuries to be repaired at a faster rate. By mastering the confrontation formula, Lu Chang was able to get out of the bed for activities much earlier than what others had expected. When used on others, the effects were similar. However, if other people were in a state of mental blankness or physical exhaustion, once they received peace, their fatigue would also set in quickly and be unstoppable. After returning the pendant with the confrontation formula, the couple arrived at the nearest military-grade airport and flew back to Province Xing. After staying over at Gaofen for a night, they rushed to the departure hall at the international airport. After helping Empress Dowager with her package for consignment, Yenjika carried his black bag and stood in front of Lu Chang. She bit on her lips a little before saying in a gentle tone, I saw many rumors about your injuries online. When you get back home, there might also be many reporters that may harass you. If you find them a chore, come over to Connecticut. You can take it as a holiday and stay away from the attention. Speaking to her, she smiled radiantly, patted on her own chest and said in a light-hearted tone, I will take care of you. All right. Lu Chang replied with a faint smile and did not reject the proposal. Seeing that it wasn't early anymore, Yan Zheka turned around and walked towards the departure gate. Yan Kai and Empress Dowager were already waiting there. After taking several steps ahead, the girl suddenly turned around. Looking at Lu Chang, she clenched her fist and did an all-the-best hand signal to Lu Chang. Lu Chang clenched his fist and waved goodbye. At the same time, he told himself that everything wasn't as bad as it might seem. Shoshan. Under the protection from the military, Lu Chang took a car to the basement before getting into the lift to his house. Seeing that his son could walk casually and seemingly unharmed, Qifeng, who had been worried since taking the call, finally heaved a sigh of relief. Initially, she had intended to invite the guests over for dinner. In the end, they left without a trace after putting down Lu Cheng's luggage. They helped you with your luggage under such scorching heat. You should have asked them to stay for a while. Qifeng nagged. Now was the time when mom is raging. They have to keep to their discipline. Lu Cheng smiled as he walked into the house and sat on the sofa. Being at home should be free and easy. As for the luggage, he could wait a while before unpacking. Humph. Mum will not be able to stand it and will unpack for me. He took out his phone and replied to Yan Zheka, who was still on her flight. After which, he refreshed his Weibo and saw that the news of him being injured had not toned down. On the contrary, it was getting more and more exaggerated. There were conspiracies of him being assaulted, him being the victim of jealousy, and him being poisoned by his teammate. With Lu Cheng not showing himself in public for over 20 days, some had even claimed that he was now handicapped. As he scrolled down the forum, he could see that his fans were all dead worried and feeling anxious. Lu Cheng suddenly felt guilty. After giving it some thoughts, he raised his voice and said, "Mom, help me take a video later. A video of me about every day's life. After which, I'll upload it on Weibo to relieve everyone's concerns." "What do you want me to film? Another one of your cooking sessions?" asked Qifeng, recalling what had happened back during the period of moving. "Forget about that already, Mom," Lu Cheng grinned. "Just a candid video. Hurry up then, I still need to get the groceries." "You should have called yesterday, then I wouldn't be in such a hurry," grumbled Qifeng incessantly. "Her face is written with visible disdain," thought Lu Cheng in amusement as he got up, walked, and stood under the suspending calendar. He then opened the camera and switched it to the recording interface. Taking the phone, Qifeng asked uncertainly, "So I just have to press here?" "Yes. Then let it record for 20 to 30 seconds before pressing it again," emphasized Lu Cheng. "Please start when I tell you to do so." Okay. So Nagi. Qifeng took 2 steps back and adjusted the screen to position her son in the center. In the past, Lu Zhiqing had artistic aspirations and loved photography, often borrowing his friends' cameras. Qifeng, going along with his hobbies, also learned a few basic photography techniques. This was the reason why Lu Cheng had a few thick photo albums that contained many embarrassing memories from his childhood. The couple only got rid of the hobby when Lu Zhiqing's business shut down and had to work his ass off to bring home the bacon. Start. Forming a stance before the calendar, Lu Cheng slowly pushed out a punch and extended a kick forward. His movements were natural and composed, yet profound and graceful. It was much more refined compared to the gramps and grannies doing Tai Chi on squares. He lowered his shoulders, but a sudden chill surged through his body before he could push his left hand out. Almost immediately, his arm could feel nothing but numbness and coldness. Lu Cheng had planned to use Encountering Gods in the Voids to control his body and jerk his shoulder so that his arm will be pushed out like an external weapon, but his delayed movements gave way to an obvious pause. "What's wrong?" Qifeng asked in surprise. Lu Cheng hurriedly concealed his impatience, summoning a smile. "The posture just now didn't feel right. It wasn't artistic enough. Take it again, Mom. Take 2. Whoa. Someone's getting obsessed over appearances, not realizing anything peculiar." Qifeng poked fun at her son. "Fashion over comfort, even during winter," was the most popular imported phrase in Shoshan. Lu Cheng looked down and explained with a smile. "Mom, I am, after all, a public figure now. After a short break, he demonstrated 7 to 8 more training movesets. Since the duration of filming was short and his control was on point, he managed to avoid energy backflow and successfully produced a recording. Lu Chang took his phone back, then stood on the spot and watched as his mom left pushing a shopping trolley. He let out a long sigh when he heard the slam of the door. Adjusting his mood, he chatted with Yen Zhuka, then logged into the Weibo application and uploaded the video, along with the caption, "Recuperating." It wasn't long before his Weibo post blew up. Lu Chang skimmed through the sea of replies. "I'm so glad you are okay. Whoa, he came back to life. Are you doing Tai Chi, Grandpa Lu? You are perfectly fine. All those people got worried over nothing. It's really recorded today. HNNNG. I'm literally shaking right now. Hug me, Lord damn. I'm crying my eyes out. Give me a hug, little Brahmin. So how did you get injured? Was it really an assault? The assault theory is complete BS. Tell me which inhuman is powerful enough to inflict grievous wounds on Lu Chang. And if it had been a physical invulnerability expert, he wouldn't have been just gravely wounded. Amidst the lively discussion, the gloominess that had enveloped the hearts of his fans was completely swept away. In consideration of her son's ravenous appetite, Chi Fong bought an abundance of food ingredients. Pushing her shopping trolley, she arrived back at the foot of the flat. Under a tree's umbrage a distance away, a reporter with resin lens glasses was eyeing her stealthily. She's buying this much food? But I didn't see a large flow of guests today. He thought to himself. Could it be Lu Chang is back? It does feel like his previous video was taken at home. The past few days of staking out weren't for nothing. The thoughts made the reporter so excited his pores expanded. Knowing that he's on to a big scoop, silently counting down, he waited for darkness to fall before following a resident into the lift and stopping at the pre-scouted doorstep. Thump, thump, thump. He rapped on the door. Who is it? Asked Lu Zhiqing, who was in the living room reading news. Habitually, he opened the anti-theft door without looking through the peephole and came face to face with the stranger. Hello? I'm a reporter from Xi'an Province Evening Daily Online, and I would like to have an interview with Lu Chang, demanded the reporter in an air of entitlement, smiling. It was only during the past year that Lu Zhiqing first got interviewed by the Shoshan media, being invited to programs like A Timeline of Lu Cheng's Growth and Parenting the Heavenly Son of China. Those were all pre-scheduled, so he lacked experience in the handling of such things. Subconsciously, he turned and called out in the direction of the room. Chang, the reporter's asking for you. He's really here. The report felt ecstatic, dying to use the digital camera hanging at his chest. Lu Chang was not in the mood to meet strangers and especially didn't want to get interviewed, which would expose his condition to the public. He drew a breath and walked to the doorway of the room with his hand covering half his face. Please contact the Longhu Club External Affairs Department if you want to schedule an interview. Shut the door, Dad. Okay. Briefly stunned, Lu Zhiqing slammed the door shut. The reporter didn't attempt to force himself in, knowing that he was up against a monster that could tear a tiger or leopard apart. Even if he was injured and is currently recuperating, it's not as if he stood any chances against him. Plus, with Longhu Club at his back, he couldn't fabricate an article like Lu Chang assaults reporter either. Of course, he wasn't disappointed at all with what he had. The encounter itself was enough to secure the headline. He didn't leave, but leaned beside the lift and began editing the contents on his phone. Lu Chang makes a secret return home, shies away from interviews and actively avoids attention. There might be more to his incident than what we know. Well, I only said might. Once the article went online, it provoked a new wave of speculations and debates, which was initially dying down. Reporters swarmed his house, pushing and shoving among themselves for the exclusive scoop. Under the constant harassment, Lu Cheng's patience ran dry and eventually had to resort to requesting security from the Longhu Club. With them stationed at the door, all the reporters were stopped. Security staffs escorted his mom and dad to work, while the military-assigned personnel protected them from the shadows. Still, there were guests that couldn't be pushed away. After the Longhu Club External Affairs team turned down the visiting request from the Shoshan government top brass, Director Xing Chenggu stepped into Lu Cheng's home as a senior, burdened with hopes and expectations. "Please have a seat, Uncle Xing." Lu Cheng endeavored to relax and act naturally. "If he merely came as a senior visitor and didn't do anything unnecessary, I should be able to tough it out until he leaves. MHM. Without physical exertion, it wouldn't be much different from when I dealt with my cousins, uncles, aunties, and grandparents." Without reservation, Xing Chenggu plopped down in the center of the sofa. He studied Lu Cheng with a faint smile. "You are doing well." "The recovery has been going well," replied Lu Cheng. He leaned forward, picked up the teapot, and poured Xing Chenggu a cup of Maojian green tea. Xing Chenggu, having a fairly high rank in the police force, had vaguely heard about the incident. After exchanging pleasantries, he asked curiously, "So the assailant really was a physical invulnerability pro? If Lu Cheng could single-handedly kill a physical invulnerability pro, that would subvert his entire understanding of martial arts." "No, he practiced martial arts of a different system, and only developed certain traits of physical invulnerability." Lu Cheng replied honestly but didn't specify that he was a cultivator. Xing Chenggu didn't press on the topic, just like how Peng Liyun, Ren Li, and in Chaoyang tactfully skipped through the parts where Lu Cheng chose to be vague or was unwilling to explain. They chatted for a bit, then, noting the fatigue on Lu Cheng's face, Xing Chenggu finished his cup of tea and stood up with a hearty laugh. "Having just recovered, you ought to rest more. I shall not take up any more of your time. Swing by my house when you have fully recovered." "Certainly." Lu Cheng smiled as he stood up to accompany him to the door. Watching as Xing Chenggu left, his tired expression vanished at once. But, before long, his muscles began convulsing, causing him to grimace. Perspiration beaded on his forehead. Took him a moment to revitalize. When Xing Chenggu had left the Lu household, he willingly approached the reporters, announcing in a stentorian voice, "What could happen to him? He's as fit as a bull." After that incident, reporters no longer swarmed to his house. Still, some remained, loitering around, waiting to intercept Lu Cheng. After another 2 or 3 days, more visitors came. This time, it was his elder cousin Lu Yanwei and Erzi, Lu Yuancheng. In the past few months, after being introduced to the ways of society by Erzi, Lu Yanwei began to realize that his current social standing was largely dependent on his younger cousin's status and power. Therefore, he was more worried than anyone when he heard about Lu Cheng's injury. When he had confirmed with his own eyes that Lu Cheng was okay, he was exceedingly relieved. "Pour whatever you want to drink and take whatever you want to take. We are family, so don't hold back. It would save me from exertion too," Lu Cheng, leaning against the sofa, said with a smile. In similar circumstances, he could last a few hours without his sequela triggering. It was even better at night since it rarely occurred. "Okay, I love those words." Erzi smiled as he helped himself, actually making himself at home. He returned to his company after dinner. After sending off Lu Yanwei, he gazed at the scenery through the window as he waited for the arrival of his lover. About 10 minutes later, a well-dressed, coquettish woman entered the office. "You went to visit Lu Cheng?" she inquired. "Yeah, he seemed fine," Erzi replied with a smile. "But I heard his injuries were very serious and severe. Maybe he's just feigning to be fine. Why do you bother visiting him?" giggled the woman. A smile came to Erzi's face. Even if he no longer has hopes of attaining physical invulnerability, he's still an influential Inhuman Mighty One. Plus, he has the Ice God sect and the Longhu Club at his back, not to mention an Inhuman Mighty One master. Anyway, even if he's crippled, what do I stand to lose from visiting and showing concern? The only loss is if I don't go at all. Right. You always know what you are doing," the woman said as she threw herself on him. At around dawn, Lu Cheng got off his bed and began warming up his body. He first started with entering solemn silence, then slowly demonstrated a set of moves. At the moment, his body didn't allow him to do any real training. Even with the improved regeneration from the forwarding formula, he still needed at least a month to begin on recovery exercises. Presently, all he could manage is move around a little and coordinate his heart and mind to aid his recovery. As such, he didn't need to go to the park, especially with those reporters lurking around. Slowly punching out from his waist, Lu Cheng's entire body froze except for his head and limbs. He couldn't move his torso at all. It was as though it had been completely encased in ice. In the 10 or so minutes that followed, the same thing happened repeatedly. Vexed, he couldn't help but want to punch himself. The first time Lin Ke got injured, Master told him it was a blessing in disguise. With the comparison, he managed to grasp the concept of silence and withdrawing. I shouldn't rush things. Instead, I should try to learn something from not being able to participate in actual combat, like how martial arts interacts with my body, or how to remain calm. Reminding himself, Lu Cheng calmed his emotions and began practicing again. Yet, how could he adapt in such a short time or get into the right state of mind so easily? Before he had realized it himself, a month had elapsed since he returned home. At the nearby military base, he met the researcher from last time. We have yet to find anything useful, said the technician geek as he dipped his head in shame. It happens. If every research succeed on the first try, we would have been the rulers of the universe by now, said Lu Cheng, summoning a smile despite his disappointment. The military personnel nodded, and with newfound zeal and vigor he said, but after sorting through Gu Hui's possessions, we found a cultivation manual possessing the core elements of cultivation. A cultivation technique that possessed the core elements of cultivation? Lu Cheng was elated and repeated to confirm what he had heard. His sequela was a result of serious exhaustion and came from the Jindan. Solving it through the cultivation technique of cultivation was one of the possible shortcuts. Now that there was a glimmer of hope, it was hard for him not to be excited. Moreover, this could possibly solve Kuz and his master's issues at the same time. Yeah, Gu Hui might not have had the intention to kill you initially, and might have even intended to return to the Samano royal family. Therefore, he had not brought many of his important items with him. Instead, he hid them in a well-hidden place in his room. The military personnel answered with his own conjecture. We have made several copies and have sent them to your master and Queen of Thoughts. I have also brought a copy for you. Thank you, thank you. Lu Cheng couldn't hide his smile. After several minutes, he received Gu Hui's practice notebook, a list of books he read and other information that was sorted out according to relevance to the techniques of cultivation. Although these weren't complete, he was still able to clearly understand some of it after combining them with the incomplete set he had previously obtained. For example, cultivators believed that there were souls that broke free from the material world and the mind was an extension of it. Therefore, from the beginning of body refining, they had greatly strengthened their training in this aspect and treated the training of the body as secondary content. The purpose of a strong body was to support a healthy and clear mind. Throughout this process, the confrontation formula was an overview of everything. As for the practice of the entire set of the 9 words formulas, they were an extremely effective set of skills that could be used to increase one's mental strength. When the mind could sense its surroundings, it would have moved into a new level. Cultivators would then use these skills to nourish their bodies and achieve well-rounded improvements, after which they would refine corresponding medicinal pills for consumption. These pills acted as catalysts during training for minor mutations and used the mind as a lead. The initial effects would be similar to Lu Cheng achieving his first awakening of supernatural ability. The final aim was to reach a stage similar to him achieving the second awakening. At this stage, cultivators would face their greatest hurdle, which was to use his mind as a lever and their supernatural ability as a form of energy for propulsion to combine with the soul, which they claimed was mysterious, to form a Jindan that was in between illusion and reality. Once the Jindan was formed, cultivators would have various kinds of unbelievable achievements. They could connect with nature, change reality, and move internal energy within their body without the use of complicated hand seals, making the use of natural energy seem even more magical. Speaking of its origin, once the Jindan gradually grew stronger, the body of the cultivator would grow stronger once again. Their overall battle strength would start to be at a level similar to a physical invulnerability expert. Each had their own unique characteristics and advantages. As to what would happen subsequently, Gu Hui did not talk about it at all or have any records. As for the entire set of cultivation techniques, they were only be passed down verbally. On a separate note, the notebook also briefly mentioned that when Gu Hui was forming his Jindan, he got into some trouble because his senior passed away and he lacked proper guidance and assistance. Over the years, he was unable to improve, and he had been actively looking for his own kind. In other words, he was looking for other branches of cultivation and attempted to learn from them by finding similarities between what they learned. However, it's a shame that he wasn't able to find anyone all along. The mind nourishing the body. This might just be able to solve Ku's congenital deficiencies. The thought flashed past Lu Cheng's mind and his mouth subconsciously arc upwards. This was the first time he really smiled without hiding his sorrows. Ku's current body refining had already reached its limits and was currently stuck at a bottleneck. To first increase one's mental strength through techniques of cultivation and then to nourish the body with the mind. This might just be a plausible route. Master's old injuries and my sequela might just be able to be resolved through this. If it still isn't enough, wait till I have gathered the full 9 words formulas. I can rely on them to resonate with the cultivation. In this case, the chances of triggering the Longhu Immortal's Jindan should be higher. Once I obtain the full set of cultivation techniques, I should be able to slowly digest the Jindan and absorb it. The world's greatest sorrows would be to have no hope. After experiencing a glimmer of hope, Lu Cheng's mood got substantially better. Even when he experienced another set of chills and scorching heat, he wasn't discouraged by it. Speaking of which, I have been imitating the Longhu Immortal to balance and rotate so I could form my Dan. This is already different from the ordinary path of martial arts. As to how am I going to attain the physical invulnerability stage in the future, I have always had some doubts about it. It seems to be that if I rely on the proven method provided by my predecessors, I wouldn't be able to achieve it. This is just the right time. I'm currently at the lowest point in my life, and I happen to obtain the core elements of the cultivation technique of cultivation. I should remain calm and compose myself, combine elements from the 2 schools, and find my own unique path. Once Lu Cheng got his mind set, he was filled with ambition again. Obviously, he also clearly knew that this would be the best-case scenario for his life. The reality might not be as perfect, but without giving it a try, he would never know if it would work. To do your best and then to hope for the best. At the thought of this, he took out his phone and gave a call to his master first. Hey brat, have you seen Gu Hui's techniques of cultivation? Geezer sure drank a mouthful of alcohol and asked. The military had not found anything from their research. However, he would still be the first person the military would update. Lu Cheng laughed heartily and said, Yeah, I saw them. Moreover, I have corroborated them with the incomplete set that I obtained from the Jindan of the immortal Longhu. Master, that portion about the mind nourishing the body, your disciple believed that it would have some effects on you. Brat, do you think your master is blind? The salt I have eaten is more than the rice you have had. That's the first thing I noticed when I got my hands on the information. Will I still need you to remind me of it? Sure, Jiangue answered rudely. Aren't I just trying to show respect to you, master? Lu Cheng's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to reply in the moment. Geezer sure coughed twice before continuing. I have seen it. If I am to just use this technique alone, the effects will not be great. The thing about cultivation is that the initial phases are connected to the back. I have to start from the initial phase of training the mind first and allow my body and mind to be synchronized to build a strong foundation for the subsequent nourishment of my body through my mind. Hey brat, don't forget to send the incomplete information from the Longhu Immortal to my inbox later. Yes, master. Lu Cheng felt with warmth streaming in his heart. After hanging up the phone, he sent a message to Yen Jika and told her about getting the core elements of the cultivation technique of cultivation. In the end, he said, I think I'll be coming to Connecticut in a few days for 2 months and wait for your winter break to arrive. If I keep staying at home, it will just be a matter of time until my parents find this strange. Moreover, we can research and discuss the topic of mind and body together. At the same time, it is to avoid those wolves and tiger-like reporters. I can't wait. Sitting upright with enthusiasm expression, replied Yen Zhika. Before Lu Chang replied, she heaved a sigh and added, cover face in embarrassment expression. It's over. The pure me has been completely corrupted by you. Although I know that you are referring to cultivation, the first thing that came to my mind when I saw mind and body is soul and body. Seeing the hopes that Lu Chang might be recovering soon, her mood suddenly got better. Cough. I could have meant both interpretations with my words. Lu Chang seemed to have awakened from the winter slumber and was no longer feeling so emotional. He was much more lively and dynamic. TSK, you better rest well for now. Let's talk about it when you can start practicing again, Yen Zhika emphasized. Lu Chang replied, bowing with both hands raised expression, yes, Coach Yen. 3 days later, the flight that took off from Gaofan finally landed in Orion Airport in Connecticut. Lu Chang and Yen Zhika held hands as they walked towards the car park where Aunt Du was waiting. While walking, Yen Zhika constantly looked for any changes in the condition of her husband. Once she noticed that he was having chills or a scorch attack, she would immediately stop, tilt her head and pretended to be talking to him. This was to make it hard for others to tell that there was something wrong and to avoid unnecessary attention. This level of understanding chased away all worries Lu Chang had and made him feel warmth in his heart. I have gotten used to it, and it isn't as unbearable as before. Even if the path of cultivation is ineffective, perhaps I might become immune to it, joked Lu Chang. Yen Zhika was shocked for a moment before scolding, don't say this so casually. Don't curse yourself. She quickly added, pooey pooey, pooey. Childish rhetoric. He doesn't mean it. Ku seems to be more worried than me. Lu Chang, who was still able to make fun of himself, decided to not do so again in the future. After taking several breaks between walks, the couple finally saw Aunt Du and got on the car. At this point, Lu Chang received a phone message from Fallen Spider-Man. Smith, it's been a few months since we met, and I actually have missed you a little. There have been active rumors online about your injuries. It seems like you are all right. I'm recovering better than expected. However, it's still at least 2 months' time before I can hope to get back to fighting. Lu Chang answered honestly. Perfect. On a side note, congratulations. Your danger grade assessment has been lowered temporarily. Currently, you would not be required to be under supervision for 24 hours a day. However, I will still follow you. My boss has given me a mission to observe your recovery status and potential hidden issues, so as to collect information to assess your potential in the future. Smith replied in his message. Lu Chang thought about his reply for over 10 seconds before replying. In that case, you would get to learn something new this time. Why? Smith, who was initially relaxed, suddenly tensed up. His hair stood up just like his initial encounter with Lu Chang, as he was afraid of him causing a huge ruckus. Is it too late for me to curse now? Lu Chang laughed. Relax, it's beneficial to you. After clicking send, Lu Chang put down his phone. He didn't avoid Aunt Du, who was driving, and tilted his head to look at his little fairy girl. After your mind nourishes your body, you could continue the path of cultivation, or you could just stop there and experience the concept of withdrawing, force concentration, and go down the martial artist path. How would you choose? Yen Zhika thought carefully about it, looked up and replied, if it's possible, I will still prefer the path of martial arts. Chang is really anxious. We don't even know if this method is plausible. Yeah. However, you should be mentally preparing. The initial phase of cultivation is relatively harder. It was especially so for making my mind nourish my body. Reminded Lu Chang. I have been dealing with it all these years and wouldn't mind waiting for another few years. Replied Yen Zhika with a faint smile. Oh right. Did the few students from Martial Arts Club successfully achieve solemn silence? Lu Chang changed the topic. Yen Zhika thought about it and replied, I have not visited them since the previous time. Looking at George and Wilden's usual behavior, I don't think they have grasped it. What did you ask this for? Lu Chang laughed and replied, I'm looking for some voluntary experimental targets to explore the combination of martial arts and cultivation. This is to lay the foundation for me to further prove that this is possible. Perhaps solving my sequela would be dependent on this. Obviously, the teachings in America would not involve the deep and profound portion. Spoken like a true grandmaster, praised Yenjika, her beautiful eyes darting about. Lu Chang, without lingering on the subject, moved on to talk about the girl's past month in America, joining her in her censure of an incompetent and racist professor. The car arrived at home as the sky began to darken. While Aunt Du was preparing dinner, Lu Chang dragged Yenjika to the second floor and from his bag rifled out the photocopied version of Go Huey's Cultivation manual. Turning serious, he said, "Read through the front part. Then rid yourself of all unnecessary thoughts using the confrontation formula. After that, practice using these techniques. It will sharpen your mind and refine your body in a special way." In Cultivation, there were exclusive body refining methods. The external training resembles that of martial arts, but the internal training relies on your mind and visualizations. Nodding, Yenjika took the manual and began poring over the pages, occasionally consulting Lu Chang. At length, she kicked off her slippers, crossed her legs and got into a meditating position. In her mind, she began visualizing the confrontation formula she recently mastered. She could feel her thoughts subsiding, her body and mind entering a pure and clear state. Then, with the instructions on the manual and Lu Chang's whispered guidance, she began conditioning her internal organs, lowering her heart flames and thickening her kidney water, a process that refined and nourished her mind. After reaching a limit, she visualized something else. Facilitating the harmonization of the 5 elements with her mind, she refined different nodes of her body to strengthen them. After about 20 minutes, she opened her eyes again. Her jet-black eyes were gleaming with energy. "Not too bad." Yenjika gave a dimpled smile when she saw Lu Chang staring at her intently. She looked up and pouted. "Chang, are you sure you want to teach this to George and the others?" Putting aside the fact that they couldn't enter solemn silence, make visualizations, or rid themselves of unnecessary thoughts, it would be extremely challenging for them to even comprehend these complex Taoist terms. How do we explain abstract Taoist terms like heart flames, kidney water, Longhu, and Cantly? Lu Chang didn't have an answer to that. He had taken into consideration their inability to enter solemn silence and made preparations, but comprehending the manual was a lot trickier. Based on the Chinese text alone, he himself barely understood it, not to mention he had foundations built from contacting similar materials in the past few years. Earlier, when he was explaining it to Cuckoo, he almost broke into a sweat, his sequela freezing and scorching himself once each. If this were to be translated into English, wouldn't it be like an alien manuscript? Seeing her husband's dilemma, Yenjika said in contemplation, "We have to extract the core idea and express it in a straightforward way, using only modern vocabulary. It might not be 100% accurate, but what's important is that it conveys the meaning." She then volunteered herself. "Here, let me help you." They huddled together, their hair occasionally rubbing against each other as they began the tedious translation process. This lasted until 10:30 p.m. They worked tirelessly, not even taking a break during dinner. "Phew, finally done." Yenjika stretched animatedly. However, her "finally done" only referred to the first segment. Lu Chang stretched his neck. He then fetched pen and paper and used the writing desk as support. With a focused mind and steady breathing, he visualized the ancient character while effortlessly writing down the word confrontation that had the effect of cleansing the heart and soul. "Thank goodness I managed to do it in one fell swoop," he said, flapping the piece of paper in delight. Completing a task related to training before his sequela caught up to him made him feel as though he was back to normal. Sadly, it would seem that he had spoken too early. Before he could finish his sentence, an ice-cold sensation came over him, as though he had fallen into a rifter. He froze on the spot like a statue. Recovering after 7 or 8 seconds, he laughed, pretending as if nothing had happened. "This can forcefully make them enter solemn silence." Replied Yenjika. Her eyes were on him the whole time, not once averting her gaze or turning away, indicating that she was already comfortable with it and treated it as a daily occurrence. Lu Chang did not realize it himself, but her actions had made his melancholy and frustration drift away. After freshening up, the girl, wearing a low-cut nightgown, slipped into the sheets and snuggled up to Lu Chang. Suddenly she felt his skin burning hot, his muscles taut like rocks. It was clear that he was currently experiencing the scorching sequela. Just as she was about to extend a cooling hand to absorb some of his heat, Lu Chang relaxed and heaved a corrupted breath. Turning to her, Lu Chang smiled gently. "I should be fine for the rest of the night." His bright smile pretending that everything was fine made Yenjika's heart tighten. She quickly curved her lips, barely managing to stop her eyes from reddening. "Here, your little fairy will kiss you good night." Moving on her own, she looped her hands around Lu Chang's waist, her brilliant eyes half closed, and delivered her lips to him. Skin touching, her faint aroma permeated Lu Chang's nostrils. Lu Chang's venturing tongue parted her pearlescent teeth and danced with her nimble tongue. Ever since he got injured, they had been mindful of his physical and mental state. The kisses they shared every day merely became a greeting ritual, not ever advancing any further than that. Right now, hope had shed their burdens, and their tongues passionately tangled. It was as though they were back to the time before the Battle of the Kings. Tacitly, they exchanged their worries, sorrows, pain, and dejection. The emotions that were normally stowed and hidden behind laughter received comfort and dispersed. Their heart-to-heart communication involved little lust. After sharing a kiss, they locked eyes and linked their hands, both feeling as though a weight was lifted off their shoulders. "Good night," said Yenjika, her eyes glimmering like the stars. "Good night," crooned Lu Chang, a smile spreading across his face. They lied down properly once more. Yenjika, remembering something a few minutes later, suddenly said, "Are you still awake, Chang? I have a serious academic problem that I would like to discuss with you." What piqued Kuku's curiosity? Lu Chang tiled his head quizzically. "What is it?" "Right now, your bones and muscles are still fragile, so they wouldn't permit you to engage in vigorous exercises. Supposing your sequela has yet to go away when you begin formal training, would it manifest when we are doing that?" said Yenjika. She slowly turned her back to Lu Chang as she spoke, facing the wall as though she was reflecting. "Ah?" Lu Chang only caught on after a moment, unsure if he should laugh or sigh. "Theoretically speaking, yes. Then I'll have to take the initiative and work harder on my part." Her voice dropped to a whisper. If Chung always had to hold it in, it would only add to his frustration and make it harder for him to accept his new reality. Lu Chang went still. He knew how much courage it must have taken for his prim little fairy to speak of such matters. Honestly, if Kuku had not mentioned it, he might really be troubled when the time comes and shy away from attempting, which could only sadden him more. He nodded hard. He felt rather ashamed of a teasing thought that flashed past earlier, feeling that it was disrespectful towards Kuku's thoughtfulness. On the afternoon next day at the martial arts club, George and Wilden were sparring in the boxing ring when they heard a chorus of exclamations. They stopped and turned to look. Appearing at the doorstep was no other than the powerful martial artist who was rumored to be heavily wounded, along with his girlfriend. "Long time no see, Lou." Thrilled, George hopped down from the ring and rushed to him, his golden hair fluttering in the air, and sweat dripped from his body. On his bare arm, there was a new tattoo of the mystical Eastern beast. "Ho!" Lu Chang nodded his greetings. When they have all gathered around him, he scanned around him and cut to the chase. "Has anyone succeeded in entering solemn silence?" The question rapidly dampened the mood. Everyone fell silent. "No," replied Colleen, the Caucasian girl, dipping her head in shame. "No, none of us did," admitted the freckled Wilden sullenly. Weren't Chinese known for their customary exchange of pleasantries, like talking about the weather or inquiring if the other party has eaten? Why must Lu begin with such a gloomy question? "So none of you did." Lu Chang nodded slowly. He cut to the chase. "I recently acquired a new technique and is thinking of combining it with my own kung fu. However, I'm already past a certain stage, and I don't want to rashly try something so profound in fear of any harmful effects. Is anyone interested in learning it? It will make entering solemn silence easier, and also improve your aptitude for martial arts, enhancing your combat abilities. Of course, since it's something new, I cannot guarantee that it's safe. On the contrary, I have to warn you that it might cost you your entire martial arts career if anything goes wrong. George and the others listened with intervals of astonishment. The possibility of gain excited them, but the severe and frightening consequences made them wary. At length, George asked hesitantly, "What kind of technique is it? Which sect did it come from?" It originated from a division of an ancient Taoist sect in China. The practitioners were known as Taoist priests, Lu Chang explained vaguely. Wilden, Colleen, and the others exchanged indecisive glances, but none could make up their mind. A few minutes passed before George, gritting his teeth, stood forward. "I'm willing to give a shot." He then turned to the other club members and declared loudly, "Do you really think you can still become stronger? That there's still hope? We couldn't even have a basic mastery over what is taught in martial arts sects over here or the ones in China. Things couldn't get any worse than this. What if we encounter a miracle?" Galvanized, Wilden and the others cleared away their doubts and joined in one by one. Lu Chang nodded slightly, signaling Yen Zheka to spread the scroll that contained the confrontation word. He made the martial arts club members sit in a lotus position while staring at it. The essence of painting infiltrated and affected their minds. The Caucasian girl, Colleen, gradually felt her heart beginning to lighten, a sensation similar to what she felt when she saw the gem the time she first began learning martial arts. But it was even more calming, and it was as though her mind was completely blank. Amazing! The thought almost made her lose the magical feeling. Unlike before, Lu Chang did not ask them to try to understand anything from it, and instead guided them to get rid of their unnecessary thoughts in a sonorous and rhythmic voice. In the parking lot outside the martial arts stadium, Smith listened to the tutorial through his earphones. Imagine a puddle of water in your kidney. Imagine a flame burning in your heart, just that it's not real. The more he listened, the more confused Smith got. Subconsciously, he muttered the following words in fluent Chinese. "Shinmi Gui? What the hell?" The lungs are organs for breathing. When you breathe in, a feeling of hiding deeply. When you breathe out, it is to reveal everything. We can see it as the metal element. Some are in the form of minerals. At the stage when it is buried deep in the ground, it could be seen as sharpening its quality. In the viewpoints of the 5 elements in ancient China, metal complements water. Water nourishes life. The oxygen that fills the lungs will eventually be dissolved in the blood and brought to various parts of the body for metabolism. And what is blood made of? It's water. Isn't this a practical illustration of metal complements water? Not only was Lu Cheng's explanation of cultivation not accurately translated, but he also made some modifications to it. At the current stage of martial arts development, the original complementary theory of the 5 elements had already been dissected with modern technology. Modern medical science theories had made some adjustment and reflected the useful portions of one's body. This had opened up several blind spots in technology. This was also the reason why internally practice arts had been constantly changing over the last 100 years and their effects were getting stronger and stronger. This was also a testament to the fact that the current triumphed the past. Lu Chang wanted to combine cultivation with the path of martial arts and open up a new road that was different from both of the previous paths. In his experiment, he clearly couldn't just follow the cultivation technique of Gu Hui. If he did follow, it would only help George, Wilden and the rest but would be totally pointless for himself. He combined the latest concept of internal practice together with the modified techniques of cultivation. In this process, he added his various thoughts on this information. Just like when he achieved Dan equilibrium in the past, he wasn't completely following the Longhu immortal. He instead used it as a reference point and used the universe as the blueprint and developed new meanings. With regard to this, he felt that he had to thank his current education and his university life. They had given him the solid foundation of self-learning and imparted him with an open mindset and logical thinking abilities. This was different from those martial artists that had only received basic education in martial arts school or martial arts sects. The internally practiced arts he was teaching now clearly had their own unique characteristics and could be called Lu's 5 elements. The rise of all living things and humans followed the light. This was the basic biological rule. If it wasn't for the great fireball, the sun, shining its light and heat, even species that were most fond of darkness would face energy depletion and entered absolute chill and silence. In the human body, the heart pumped blood and was the source of living. From the viewpoint of the entire structure, its position was just like the sun, and therefore is of the fire element. Fire is the source of civilization, the source of life itself. Water didn't simply refer to the kidney. It also was the liquid in the entire circulatory system. The kidney was more of a symbol for water cleansing, removing dirt and clearing. Wood purified the air just like the liver in the human body. Both store energy and help distribute nutrients. The spleen was usually deep in the body. It's where old cells are gathered and recycled before being released back into the blood. It also served as a filter for blood, just like soil of the earth did to water. Naturally, Lu Chang didn't have complete confidence in the things he had modified. He believed that there were definitely some other issues present. Therefore, he had chosen to find a group of voluntary lab rats for the experiment. He would use his listening skills to check their body each day, look for changes so as to correct and make adjustments in time. During his teaching, he would suffer chills and scorch attacks from time to time. However, he had disguised these abnormalities as him thinking about something. He saved the confrontation writing at the end of the first lesson. After which, he asked Heroine Yen to demonstrate the set of practice moves for the 24 blizzard strikes to combine internal teachings with external teachings. What are you really trying to teach? Lu Chang received many messages from Smith. You don't have to understand. Just follow and it will be fine. Lu Chang smiled and gave his reply. Smith wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. That's what the heads of cults usually say. If you are interested, you could access the Chinese internet and search for cultivation practice. Oh right, don't search for happiness practice. It would cause you to be unable to fall asleep for the entire night. Lu Chang reminded him out of goodwill to prevent him from getting scammed further while trying to understand something he didn't currently. More than a month later, North region of Connecticut City, in the couple's room. How is it? Lu Chang looked concerningly at Yen Zheka, who was sitting with her leg crossed and had just completed his practice. She was opening her eyes slowly. Little fairy girl had grasped the first portion of cultivation. Yen Zheka's beautiful eyes looked up and she pondered for a while before saying, My mental strength has indeed grown stronger by a level. It has also become more resilient. However, it's still a rather long distance away from the level of mind nourishing the body. At this current rate of practice, I estimate I'll need at least 5 more years or more. Lu Chang nodded his head slightly and said while pondering, It's normal. The current technique is the most regular type. As for the branch of the Longhu Immortal, the most effective way to hone the mind is the full set of 9 words formulas. If we can get the whole set, perhaps you could achieve the level of mind nourishing the body within a year. Yeah. Yen Zheka released her ponytail and allowed her hair to fall. After biting on her lips for a second, she happily exclaimed, After my mind improved, it seems that my body experienced some positive changes too. It feels like the theory of mind nourishing the body might just be really effective. What kind of changes? Lu Chang asked curiously. Yen Zheka pointed at the forehead hidden by the fringe and then her back. I had some pimples that left some marks. I still thought that I would need to treat it for some time and they would only be completely gone before the new year. In the end, they had faded extremely quickly over the last month. It even seems to be accelerating over the last few days, and they have disappeared in a poof. During the period when Lu Chang was injured, she was worried and depressed. Too many emotions were suppressed within her, resulting in more pimples popping up despite not having many in the past. There were also multiple red spots in different locations that had been popping out. Not bad. Perhaps you could use this and develop as female beauty arts in the future. Complimented Lu Chang. Then you will achieve financial freedom very soon. Yenjika's mouth arced upwards and revealed her beautiful dimples. What about you? How are the effects of the mind nourishing the body working for you? Lu Chang had long mastered the all-seeing God realm and his mental strength was extremely strong. He had long exceeded the lowest threshold for mind nourishing the body by several times. Over this period, he had taken steps in different attempts. Yeah, my body is of an inhuman and the nourishment of the body is a little stronger now. However, it is not very effective in suppressing the chills and scorching heat. Moreover, I am suspecting that the roots of the sequela originated from the body. It isn't something that I can withstand, gain immunity or get used to after my body gets stronger. Lu Chang thought for a few seconds before answering accordingly. It seems like this path wouldn't be plausible. My focus now is on gathering the 9 words formulas and combing cultivation with the path of martial arts. He said it calmly and frankly and didn't show any disappointment or despondency. When Yenjika heard the initial part, she was still rather worried. She thought that she had chosen a topic that caused unhappiness. However, when Lu Chang completed his reply, it was well thought out and complete. She couldn't help but comment, "Chang, I feel that you are getting more and more mature. It's an attractiveness that is from remaining strong after going through turmoils." At the thought of this, Yenjika waved her hand and continued, "Brat, seems like you have grown more mature mentally recently." "Hey, what did you call me?" laughed Lu Chang. "This is the tone of a coach." Yenjika proudly lifted her chin. "That's what coach sure is like." Lu Chang shook his head while laughing. He examined himself, turned around and said, "However, with the nourishment from the mind, my recovery speed has accelerated once again. I should be able to attempt forced concentration next week and undergo restorative training." "Congratulations!" Yenjika smiled radiantly like a blossoming flower. Lu Chang laughed. "At that time, someone promised me something." "What promise?" Yenjika widened her innocent eyes and said with an elevated pitch, "I did not promise you anything." In just a blink of an eye, it was Monday afternoon again. After Lu Chang and Yenjika stepped into the martial arts club, they suspected that they were at the wrong place. In front of them was a bunch of people wearing feather raiments and hats. However, some of them were blonde and some of them had blue eyes. It looked extremely weird and unusual. Evil Taoist priest? Lu Chang wondered curiously, "Are you participating in a costume party?" He almost said the word cosplay. "No, Lu. No, coach. We have entered solemn silence." George, who had golden hair, blue eyes and tattoos extending to the back of his hand, shouted excitedly, "I feel that I should be a junior phase Taoist priest now. I have looked through a lot of information and have this specialized costume made specifically. I'm proud of it. Unique, powerful, mysterious." He was very agitated and answered disorientedly. However, Lu Chang managed to understand the gist of what he was trying to say. After a month of repeated influence by the confrontation formula that warded off distracting thoughts, George finally could enter solemn silence on his own and taken a solid step forward. Obviously, people who depended on external forces to grasp the concept might not know that their foundations were relatively weaker, and it would be harder for him to take a further step ahead in the future. However, for Lu Chang, if one student out of everyone here could achieve Dan equilibrium, he would have achieved his goal and laid the foundation for combining cultivation with the path of martial arts. "I'm also capable of solemn silence. I'm also a Taoist priest." The white girl, Colleen, was so excited that she almost rushed ahead and gave Lu Chang a kiss. She was stopped by Yenjika, who knew about their habits. "We will also become Taoist priests." Wilden and the rest had all seen hopes and were extremely excited. A group of Taoist priests with black, white, or brown skin tones. Why does it feel a little like the transformed form of demons in legends and myths? Lu Chang broke into laughter. He was happy for the students that had improved and made the breakthrough. Cultivators had to depend on long-range methods and were supposed to look cool and composed. When I combined it with the path of martial arts, the majority of the time would be spent raising and hitting with a small fist or using whip kicks to sweep at opponents. This is simply a strange to imagine. For the following lesson, everyone was very serious, making it doubly effective. Lu Chang talked about some additional novel things. When he was about to leave, he received a message from Smith. Lu, that costume is really cool. Remember to send me the address of where they have it specially made. A spider demon still wishes to disguise as a Taoist priest? Lu Chang and Yan Zhika exchanged gazes and laughed. After returning home, Lu Chang found an empty patch of land. He closed his eyes and invoked self-reflection. Yan Zhika was waiting by the side. While she was looking forward to it, she was also a little worried. Chang is going to undergo restorative practice in just a while. After several minutes, small explosion sounds sounded from within Lu Chang's body. It was like the thunder in spring before animals awakened from their winter slumber. He took a deep breath, converged his force, breathing, blood flow and mind towards his lower abdomen into a ball before rotating them in balance. And in this majestic scene, dots of lights gathered. A crimson-red star-like object appeared inside Lu Chang's Big Dan, and he couldn't tell which one was a reflection and which one was the true form. A thought flashed past Lu Chang's mind. Focusing his attention, his Dan Qi exploded instantly. Everything was blown into pieces without remains. What happened? Yan Zhika saw that her husband didn't look right and immediately asked with concern. Lu Chang frowned slightly before answering with doubts and a little elation. I saw the Jin Dan. The Jin Dan? Exclaimed Yan Zhika, frowning slightly with confused eyes. Her eyes then widened. You mean the Jin Dan from the Longhu Immortal? How incredible! Mused Yan Zhika. Contemplating, she asked, in that case, can you interact with it? Like activating it with the confrontation formula. If he did not have the Jin Dan at that time, Cheng's sequela, most likely the result of overexertion and a deficiency in his 99, wouldn't go as far as giving him regular fits of freezing or burning. Who knows if that's for better or worse? The confrontation formula? How am I supposed to use it in a state of force concentrating? Questioned Lu Chang, amused. Right as he said those words, an idea came to him. He paused, then said, perhaps there is a way. My force concentration is different from other martial artists, so I can maintain the state for a considerably long time. He quickly put those thoughts into action. Lowering his waist, he raised his hands and formed the hand seal for the confrontation formula. Then compressed his qi, blood, mind, and force, concentrating all of those to one point. Ice and fire formed a spiral, rotating into stability. At the point of concentration, a starry sky, pitch black and icy, with a great sun in it seemed to form and stretch endlessly. Like the real universe, every entity performed their roles dutifully, maintaining an interesting balance and slowly expanding to an end. Inside that universe, a nebula gathered and revealed itself. Icy and brilliant, yet red-hot and scorching. It was no other than the Jin Dan from the Longhu Immortal. In the state of force concentration, Lu Chang wasn't able to maintain the state of all-seeing God. His willpower, or rather his consciousness, had become a part of the human body Big Dan, compressed within the vast starry skies. However, with encountering gods in the voids, he made his consciousness rise up to the pinnacle of the universe, overlooking everything that was below him, controlling his qi, blood, mind, and ice and fire forces. He reshaped the layout of darkness and light. Stroke by stroke, he visualized the ancient and profound character for confrontation. The appearance of the cleansing confrontation character resonated with his preformed hand seal. Instantly, the mysterious effects were triggered. Right at that moment, the Jin Dan suddenly began trembling. The waters rippled, and the stars shuffled, forming into a confrontation character. A confrontation character right in the center of it all. Buzz, the bright light, turning into a brush and calligraphed down a page of Taoist techniques. The contents were oddly familiar to Lu Chang, since it was no other than the first section of the Cultivation manual he had been studying. At the same time, 6 other parts of the Jin Dan began emitting a dazzling light that circled around the confrontation formula. They came close to combining into one, but something was lacking. Still, Lu Chang felt as though his bond with the Jin Dan had strengthened by a little. Discomfort seized his body, so he stopped and disintegrated the human body Big Dan after roughly memorizing it. He felt the surge of strength, felt the feeling of unstoppable power that he hadn't felt in the longest time. In an instant, coldness rose up in him, numbing his legs and rooting him to the spot. To Lu Chang, this was already a daily occurrence. Paying no heed to the stifling coldness, he smiled at Cuckoo while shuddering. It worked, and it kind of spat out the opening pages. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have thought about trying it. You are welcome. I'm merely doing my job as your coach, said Yenjika, exultant. She lifted her chin playfully. Phew. When I gather all of the 9 words formulas and combine them into one, something might really happen. Even if it doesn't do much to help resolve my sequela, it will bring opportunities of digesting the Jindan. Seeing how it deepened my connection with it, Lu Chang moved his legs, which were no longer immobilized. I'm gonna try more and see if I can memorize the entire opening chapter. He rested in between attempts, and with Little Fairy's aid, he managed to gradually replicate the opening chapter of Longhu Immortal's original manual. It's quite different from what we got from Guhui, said Yenjika. Her right index pressed at the bottom of her lips. The information remained puzzling to her despite having formed some theories of her own. It's nothing strange. Martial arts have constantly been evolving over the years, so cultivators wouldn't follow the teachings of their antecedents blindly, like a certain incompetent professor. I think I know who you are talking about. The girl's lips pursed into a smile. Lu Chang pondered for a few seconds, then said, We'll look deeper into it later. We might be able to learn something by comparing the different parts and deducing the reason and logic behind those alterations. MHM. Yenjika nodded obediently, a smile dimpling her face. Why not now, though? I'll need some time to train my Emperor Yen Force and Ice Spirit Force. At the same time, I'll do some data collection to see if I can find a certain pattern, confessed Lu Chang. What pattern? Yenjika looked puzzled. Stopping what he was doing at hand, Lu Chang said, I have been taking notes in this period of time, to see if the parts of my body that suffered the freezing and burning effects from the sequela correlated with my exercise method and location. As for the sequela, even if we do find a solution, it might be a year or 2 later before it fully goes away. With such a long time, it's not guaranteed that I wouldn't be involved in another accident, so I want to recover as much combat power as possible. Think about it, Cuckoo. If I can find some kind of pattern, I would be able to deduce the number of times I can use Ice Spirit Force before suffering the scorching effect. On the same note, I can deduce how many times I can use Emperor Yen Force before being hit by the cold-natured energy backflow. Plus, I'll also know which parts the manifestation will occur, whether it's my hands, feet, or half of my body. With that, I can plan and control in advance so as to prevent being fully incapacitated. If I treat the affected parts of my body as external weapons, perhaps I can arrive at a new style of combat. As such, even if I'm against an opponent of the same league, I wouldn't go down instantly, or be completely helpless. From Lu Chang's long-winded explanation of his sequela to his future plans, there were utterly no signs of negativity. As Yenjika listened to the methodical, gentle, and calm man, she suddenly came to realize that Lu Chang had become a real man through and through. In the face of danger and adversity, he was not blinded by rage or taken by fear. With the burden of responsibility on his back, he marched forth, steady like an unmovable monolith. Her eyes, brilliant like the shimmering waters, were filled with emotion. She watched as Lu Chang struck another stance and began to practice, every move full of power. Sometimes he was interrupted by the cold attacks and sometimes by the heat attacks, but he never stopped. Perspiration slid off his face in drops. Having just recovered from a grave injury, Lu Chang didn't want to take risks by over-practicing. Recovering from his stance, he heaved a corrupted breath. Using Ice Spirit Force twice triggers the burning effect, and using Emperor Yen Force causes the freezing effect. If I use them in alternation, I can use them 4 times in total, using the last used force as criteria, but then the effects will spread across my entire body. What I just did were merely basic moves. I'll try blending in Dan stage secret arts from the fire sect and ice sect tomorrow. Without using force, I still can't find the pattern at the moment. Yenjika pursed her lips and smiled. It's like doing qualitative and quantitative experiments. It's actually not much different, said Lu Cheng. Recovering the scorching pain in his body, he smiled and walked inside the room to wash up. It was only 4 p.m. The sky was still lit, and it was too early for dinner. The couple retreated back to the bedroom. They began comparing Longhu Immortal's opening chapter and Gu Hui's Cultivation manual, discussing the logic behind the improvements made. It's not necessarily guaranteed that beings today are stronger than their ancestors. However, if there hadn't been any omnipotent beings as old as the universe itself, or omniscient beings who had mastered all the rules, the advancement with the times would be inevitable in a civilization where knowledge is handed down from generation to generation. Yenjika, who was beginning to get the hang of cultivation, was extremely enthusiastic. Even after all of their research, she couldn't stop herself from pestering Lu Cheng with related questions. She didn't realize he was getting distracted until his hand looped around her waist and ventured into her home clothes. She turned her head blankly, protesting in a daze. We have not yet had dinner. She knew Lu Cheng was in high spirits that day, and so was she. She also knew that he had been holding it in for 3 months, both physically and emotionally. Therefore, she was prepared to go along with his wishes. Still, she expected the time to come before bed. But who would have thought? This hooligan. Still early. It's only 5 plus. Don't we usually eat at around 7? Said Lu Cheng in intervals as he repeatedly kissed the girl's swan-like neck. White, long and slender. His right and slowly explored upwards. In broad daylight, chided Yenjika, blushing. Lu Cheng darted forward and shut the curtains. Darkness fell across the room. He then turned, smiling. Not anymore. Yenjika couldn't refute. She wanted to protest further, but when she saw the stiff pause in Lu Cheng's returning gait, her heart instantly softened. Gently biting her lips, she hump-fed and turned her head to the side, letting Lu Cheng embrace her and actively playing along. During dinner, Lu Cheng buried his head while eating, occasionally receiving indignant stares from his little fairy beside him. She was radiant and exquisitely beautiful, but for her occasional frown. Life went back on track, and these days continued on until the arrival of the couple's winter break. At that moment, more and more people were entering solemn silence in Lu Cheng's cultivation class. They had also more or less adjusted themselves to the Taoist techniques. Of course, if George and the others wanted to achieve the stage of force concentration and Dan equilibrium, they would need at least 1 more year. Before returning to Shoshan, Lu Cheng and Yenjika made another trip to the military base. As usual, they ran experiments on Lu Cheng's blood, and as usual, no results turned up. But I have got some good news for you, said the military technician geek, propping up his glasses. What good news? Asked Lu Cheng and Yenjika at once. The military personnel produced a silver pendant. Following the clues left by Gu Hui, we retrieved the formation formula. Lu Cheng was elated and confirmed again by asking, the formation formula? With a lead, the military is really efficient. His right hand was subconsciously held by Yenjika, and he felt the same feelings that his little fairy girl had. The technician geek answered confidently. We followed the lead on Gu Hui and investigated his friends, his classmates, and those that he had close contact with. From there, we discovered that he once created a bracelet for the child of a classmate and cured his problem of constantly falling down. After confirmation, that is the formation formula. The other person did not know about the origin of it. After spending a certain sum, we managed to rent this bracelet for 3 months. As he spoke, he took out the bracelet made of silver and handed it over to Lu Cheng. While swaying, it revealed an orderly, coordinated formation wording on it that seemed capable of interfering with its environment. Would we be affecting that kid? The truth is we just need a stone rubbing of it, Lu Cheng asked concerningly. Since the reappearance of the Jindan, as long as there's a little lingering energy of the 9 words formula, I can easily master it. Child, He was indeed a child long ago, but he is currently older than me and you. He even had a family now. His tendency to fall down completely dissipated after he grew up. He just holds on to this bracelet as a safety amulet nowadays. The military personnel shook his head and laughed. Lu Cheng was shocked and asked, Gahui isn't young? He has been stuck at the initial phases of Jindan formation for many years, confirmed the military personnel. So that's how it is. No wonder. Lu Cheng took over the bracelet, which could be adjusted to the desired length. Turning his attention to the pendant, he focused on the formation word and tried hard to understand while deducing carefully. Several minutes later, he executed the hand seals, retracted his breathing, blood flow, mental strength and force, and converged them into a big Dan below his lower abdomen, creating the intertwined crystal and crimson red stardust once again. Keeping his consciousness high above, he directed the star to rotate and trace out the formation word that he was still trying to master. After the hand seals, the Jindan palpitated and violent ripples spread outwards. The bright light slashed through the darkness, forming an orderly ancient word that had the hidden energy within it. It connected with Lu Cheng's visualization, causing the very different formation word gradually perfecting and leaving behind an engraving. When the engraving reacted, the stardust exploded in 7 different areas and shone with brilliant light. The ancient word revolved in the space with confrontation as the core and became as one and no longer separable. However, it's a shame that there was still something missing and he couldn't achieve a major change. After balancing for some time and pondered about it, Lu Cheng released the Dan force and allowed his mind and will back to the original state. He heaved out a breath and spoke to Yen Zhika in a teaching tone. The formation formula, when used externally, allows one's body to become one with the environment and control it to restrain your enemy. An internal practice of it allows the body to be orderly and increases coordination. It's a shame that we are still missing the decuing formula and the 9 words formula isn't complete yet. There wasn't a big change. Yeah. Yen Zhika nodded her head. We are just missing one last word. It shouldn't take too long. We already have some clues on the decuing formula. The military personnel overheard their conversation and interrupted them. Really? Yen Zhika's eyes widened in shock. Previously, we were investigating objects that are related to 9 words formula in Europe in the last 100 to 200 years, among which the last known object that is related to the decuing formula was a drawing. The direction isn't clear initially and might take several years of time to investigate. Who would have known that when we traced the life on Guhui's master, we would have obtained useful leads? If there aren't any accidents, the chances of getting it before the year end are pretty high. The military personnel answered in exceptional details after being asked by a beautiful girl. Lu Cheng and Yen Zhika exchanged glances and were clearly elated. As the white snow fell in the city and the chilling wind blew strongly, the fireplace in an ancient castle shone brightly and burned. The master of the castle wore a tuxedo and held a cup of red wine in his hand. Caressing his neatly trimmed beard, he smiled faintly and said to the guest sitting opposite of him, "Are you representing Dragon King from China?" "Yes. We would like to borrow a drawing from you and would be willing to pay you a price you are satisfied with," said a young man who only kept an inch long of black hair. When it came to such matters, they would always like to show courtesy before resorting to violence. Obviously, this was also because there was someone supporting him from the back. Otherwise, if he told the other party of his motives and the negotiations failed, the subsequent actions to be taken would be several times more troublesome. The master, who had brown hair, swayed the cup of red wine in his hand. After pondering for some time, he continued, "I'm not lacking in money or items. If you would like to borrow it, I will require help from the Dragon King." Speaking till here, he smiled and added, "Rest assured. For the Dragon King, this isn't something that will place him in a tough spot." The young man sitting opposite of him held his hands together. After thinking about it for some time, he stood up and said, "I need to seek instructions about this." "Please." The master signaled to him. The young man left the living room. After several minutes, he returned. Looking at the master, he said with a stern voice, "Dragon King has agreed to your proposal. May we have a joyous collaboration. The master looked at the faraway east side and lifted his cup. In the middle of January, Shoshan's weather was wet and freezing. As for Yenjika, her school was starting and she had booked the tickets to Connecticut in 2 days' time. Lu Chang had initially intended to celebrate the Chinese New Year at home this time before going over to accompany his little fairy girl on the 3rd day of the Chinese New Year. He didn't want his parents to always celebrate the eve alone. However, at the thought of his sequela not recovering and the fact that there would be people coming and going during the spring festival, he decided to stay with his parents for another 10 days as a small family reunion before heading to America. This was also to prevent his condition from being leaked by carelessness since there would be more guests during the spring festival. The couple discussed how the arrangements would work for the remaining days. Should they have breakfast at Lu's house and pay a visit to Yan's house in the afternoon, or should they just book a room in a hotel restaurant and invite the two families for a gathering? Suddenly, Lu Cheng's phone rang. It was from Shi Jiangwo. "Hello, master?" Lu Cheng felt a little excited while picking up the car. Geezer Shi replied in a heroic tone. "Hey stinky brat, come to the nearest military base for a while. Someone would be receiving you." "Oh, I forgot to mention that Dragon King got the dequeeing formula." "Yes, all right," Lu Cheng answered with ecstasy. Yenjika tilted her head over and listened along. When she heard it, her eyes shone like the stars in the skies. Who would have expected that the 9 words formula could be assembled so quickly? After having the leads, the giant engine of a country started moving, and it was indeed much more effective than individual effort by an unknown amount of times. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and extended his right hand to his little fairy girl. "Let's go. Let's go." Yenjika smiled shyly and held onto her husband's hand. After applying for leave through a phone call, the couple rushed through the trip without a break. Sitting in the military car, they entered a military base hidden in the middle of tall and deep mountain range. There, they saw the area heavily guarded by real arms and bullets. They saw elites with extraordinary skills and also saw Geezer Shi who was shaking his leg while sitting in the office of the research lab. The full set of the 9 words formula is indeed extraordinary. The effects of the mind nourishing the body are just ordinary on this old body of mine. My body is getting stronger by the day. Even if it can't heal me completely, I will definitely have at least 10 more years to live. At this rate, coupled with some results from the researches, my old injuries might not have even relapsed by the time your master, I, pass away. Shi Jiangwo said gleefully. "That's great. That's great." Geezer Shi stood up slowly, picked up a drawing on the table before saying, "Remember to thank Dragon King when you get back. TSK. It's all because of his fame and influence. He is currently at the top of the pyramid." "Yes, master." Lu Cheng couldn't wait to take over the drawing. Shaking his hand a little, he opened up the drawing. A large dequeeing word appeared in front of him. There seemed to be several layers stacking, strengthening each layer. Lu Cheng tilted his head and smiled at Yenjika before turning his attention back. He focused entirely and tried to understand the energy within. His hand that was holding on the drawing seemed to be exerting too much strength as he was taking this seriously. In less than 5 minutes, he handed the dequeeing formula drawing to little fairy girl. After which, he lowered his stance, formed a guard and completed his hand seals. Converging his breathing and blood flow, various emotions gathered at his lower abdomen. A miniature universe was formed. The freezing chill was the background of darkness while the scorching heat was a heavy bright light. The Jindan appeared once again just like how it did in previous times. Lu Cheng instantly raised his consciousness higher, controlled the force and gradually changed the location of the stars. At the same time, he traced out a not-so-accurate dequeeing word. Just like before, the Jindan was stimulated instantly, palpitated and the ripples spread throughout the Milky Way. The shining light trail formed layers of simple and deep yet dull ancient engravings and directed other external items in the process. In an instant, the dequeeing formula in his Big Dan rearranged rapidly with the energy in it still present. At this point, the rotating stardust started accelerating and interchanged between expanding and contracting. 8 brilliant spots lit up in unison and connected with the dequeeing formula. The confrontation formula that was revolving around his body suddenly danced and quickly sank down. In Lu Chang's ears, it was as though there were strange vibrations of clouds and winds sounding off in an ancient voice. Confrontation, army, fighting, swordsman, wholeness, formation, decoying, forwarding, attainment. Every voice had a corresponding bright word engraving. They stacked onto the confrontation word from all direction, forming a three-dimensional, mysterious and never-seen-before engraving. The crystals and great sun expanded outwards and combined more deeply with Lu Cheng's Big Dan. This allowed his sense for danger to improve to a whole new level and allowed him to have a whole new different level of understanding on controlling the Jindan. At this moment, for the very first time, he no longer saw the Jindan as a foreign object. Instead, he saw it as a part of his weapons that he had been honing for a very long time. Puff! The following step of digesting the Jindan would be the hardest part. Lu Chang kept his consciousness high above and ignored the full set of Taoist practice that appeared in front of him. Carefully, he controlled the Jindan and attempted to borrow some energy from it. When the energy was triggered, it instantly clashed with the universe and caused the balance of the Big Dan to tilt and collapse in an instant. There was nothing Lu Chang could do to stop it. Kacha! The concrete floor below his leg instantly cracked and several cracks appeared. Why did it end up like this? Lu Chang was a little shocked at this moment. Everything before this had fit well with his expectation. However, at the most crucial step, it couldn't be completed. While in the balance of Dan, he could not draw out the energy of the Jindan. This was completely different from the time he executed the completed version of Lament of the Ice Queen. At that time, Jindan was external and it was an individual entity. As for now, it was within and part of the Big Dan. Once Lu Chang moved, the balance would be lost. Lu Chang gritted his teeth and visualized the entire set of 9 words formulas. At the same time, he was mumbling confrontation, army, fighting, swordsman, wholeness, formation, decoying, forwarding, attainment, as he tried to complete the triggering while the Jindan was in a dispersed form so as to induce a mutation. He repeated them several times, but there were no reactions from within his body. The Jindan seemed to be in a slumber mode unless Lu Chang was in the forced concentration state. Yan Zhika was full of anticipation and uneasiness while watching from the side. When she saw Lu Chang opened his eyes, she had initially wanted to ask him. However, when she saw that her husband's facial expression did not reveal any signs of joy, she immediately bit her lips together and held back her question. Her heart also immediately sank. After several months of previous ordeals, Lu Chang had initially thought that he could face this with an open mind and calmly tell them about the results. However, in the end, he realized he could only force an expression as he shook his head slightly at his master and wife. Color faded from Yan Zhika's cheeks. Her eyes reddened slightly. Perhaps the effects will only show when you attain a higher mastery in cultivation, she blurted. A faint bite mark lingered on her rosy lips. I guess so, replied Lu Chang absently. Had the Jindan not mutated and spread across his entire body, then with the complete 9 words formula he would have easily digested it and used it as a stepping stone. But now, he could not even detect his Jindan when his body acted up from the sequela. Controlling or manipulating it was, of course, out of the question. At the times when he could do that, it remained in its compressed, swirling equilibrium. Any internal changes would instantly deconstruct it, restricting any action from him. The entire manual that had appeared due to the completion of 9 words formula, including the parts Gu Hui lacked, was no other than Longhu Immortal's Miji. If he practiced it from scratch and rigorously followed the training method, it was indeed possible for him to deepen his link and gain more control over the Jindan. By the time he achieved Dan equilibrium, he would have completely absorbed and assimilated this treasure that once belonged to the Longhu Immortal. That would solve the problem of energy backflow once and for all. However, there was one problem. Presently, his root pulps had already mutated, and forced concentration had become instinct to him. This could never be reversed, so changing his path halfway was impossible. The only hope right now was to try to integrate cultivation into martial arts in hope that it will yield groundbreaking results. But, For George and his lot to achieve Dan equilibrium, even if they overperformed to an unrecognizable degree, 1 year was impossible. Frankly speaking, with their aptitude, there might not be hope in even 3 to 5 years. It could likely be 8 to 10 years of fruitless labor. As for those who were gifted, who would choose such an uncertain route that had only just been forged? More importantly, even if he succeeded in combining cultivation and martial arts, it wasn't certain that his sequela would be cured. Perhaps it was more likely that it would end in disappointment. Geezer Schur had walked up to him while he was lost in thoughts. He gave him a pat on the shoulder. "Why the long face? Back when they told me I wasn't going to live on, I was nothing but calm and indifferent. Come, I'll take you to a senior and have him do a checkup on you." I wasn't pulling a long face. I'm not that weak. My expression was, at most, a little stiff. Subconsciously, Lu Chang parted his lips to argue, but nothing came out. Yen Zhika quickly fell in beside him. She grasped his hand in her own and walked alongside him behind Geezer Schur. Her hand was tender and delicate, yet it held the strength of determination. When they left the base, a private car sent them to the nearest military airport. After a few hours of journeying, they arrived at the overcast Daidu. The car turned and swerved, finally bringing them outside a serene Sihiyuan. "Cough. Later, you will address him as Great Senior Mei," advised Geezer Schur seriously. It was rare for him to put his antics on hold. "Elder Mei? The Great Grandmaster?" repeated Yen Zhika in disbelief. Joy sprang into her dark and beautiful eyes. "Elder Mei? The Forbidden Mighty One as mentioned by Cuckoo? The only existing Forbidden Mighty One in China?" A new hope had been ignited in Lu Cheng's heart. Geezer Schur made some noises with his lips and nodded. "MHM." With that, he pushed the door and led them in. The place wasn't heavily guarded and resembled a common residence. However, even though it was in January, where winter was at full swing and all lives perished, Lu Chang noticed thriving grass and blooming flowers in the Sihiyuan. It was as though the seasons had been subverted. "All common breeds that shouldn't have been able to survive winter," whispered Yen Zhika. Just as Lu Chang was about to reply, he noticed a figure by the stone table before him. The figure wore a Mao suit and had a sliver of dark in his silver, slick-back hair. He had a teapot in hand and casually poured an aromatic yellow-brown liquid into 4 Yixing clay cups. The elderly man had long eyebrows that almost went off of his face. His features were common and unremarkable, but the profound look in his eyes seemed to contain another universe. In that universe, there was the same Sihiyuan with the same layout, but void of grass and flowers. A vast and forlorn place. "Elder Mei, this is my unworthy disciple Lu Chang, and the granddaughter of Geezer Ji from the Shushan study. Her surname is Yen. Yen Yatu," introduced Geezer Schur with a salute used by juniors. From appearances alone, he seemed a lot older than Elder Mei. In the Jianghu, every generation brings new talents. "Sit, my children," said Elder Mei, beckoning at the stone stool before him. His gentle smile contained no haughtiness. "Thank you, Elder Mei." Lu Chang and Yen Zhika saluted him solemnly, then sat down respectively. "Hand," said Elder Mei, looking towards Lu Chang with a smile. Lu Chang extended his left hand and laid it on the stone table. Elder Mei reached out and placed a finger on his pulse. He looked deep in thought with his eyes half closed. Lu Chang felt an indescribable pleasure, as though he was bathing in a spring breeze. Even the gushing, burning pain no longer felt so bad. A moment later, under Geezer Schur and Yen Zhika's looks of anticipation, Elder Mei reopened his eyes. He looked at Lu Chang meaningfully, and slowly he said, "External forces can't help. You can only rely on yourself." "I understand, Senior," said Lu Chang. He could feel the bitterness in his own forced smile. The light in Yen Zhika and Geezer Schur's eyes gradually dimmed, and they fell silent once more. Without another word, Elder Mei raised his teacup, lifted off the lid, and took a sip, a signal that the guests should be on their way. Silently, the 3 of them left the Sihiyuan and got in the sedan, aimlessly letting the driver take them to wherever they were going next. At length, Geezer Shur harumphed and said, "Don't mind what Elder May said. He's not a doctor after all. And, on the bright side, you can at least rely on yourself. Do you know what he told me back then? One word, delay. You get what that means? He was telling me to leave it all to fate." Lu Chang drew a breath and exhaled it slowly. "I know, Master. I have not given up yet." He paused for a moment, then tilted his head at Yenjika. His eyes were untelling and his voice was calm. "The data collection has been going well lately, so even if I never recover, I can definitely come up with a unique style of combat in the future. And even if I can't step into the arena ever again, I can at least defend myself." He smiled at that part. "Plus, with my abilities, I can make a decent amount of money by opening a dojo. Who knows? Maybe I can even work towards opening health and beauty classes for women. MHM. Yenjika nodded vehemently. Her right hand grasped Lu Cheng's left, interlocking tightly. A few days later, Yenjika was back in Connecticut City with her attention fully invested in her studies. On the other hand, Lu Chang still dallied at home, spacing out often when he wasn't training or communicating. A little past 10 that day, he received a sudden message from the bank. "You have received 1,200,000 renminbi, roughly $178,619 US, on your debit card account ending with XXXX at 10:25 a.m. on January 15th. Your current balance is 8,162,328 renminbi and 65 cents. Roughly $1,214,958 US. This was the monthly salary from the Longhu Club, with extra 4 million year-end bonus. Adding it to what he originally owned, he already had over 8 million renminbi. Since that was no petty amount, the bank had been contacting him to promote their services. But he turned them down for he wasn't in the mood of coming into contact with strangers. Looking at the long string of numbers, Lu Chang was oddly silent. After 10 or so minutes, he sent a message to Yenjika. "Cuckoo. I'm thinking about ending my contract with Longhu." "Huh? But why?" "Stunned," replied Yenjika. After a momentary silence, Lu Cheng's fingers moved to construct the message. "I feel like I owe the Longhu Club too much. I haven't done anything for them, but, in turn, received so much favor from them. And now I still draw such a fat salary every month. Well, I feel like I don't deserve it. If I can help them save some money, then I would like to do it. I'm able-bodied and have a decent amount in my savings. So there's no fear that I couldn't find something to do that pays off well. Anyway, if I do recover in the future, I can renew the contract anytime. No one could have foreseen the accident. It's a risk everyone must bear." Yenjika contemplated. "But if you have qualms, then go ahead with it." "Okay." Lu Chang dipped his head, looking at the Longhu Club navy blue martial arts uniform he had bought a few years back. For a moment his eyes lost focus. At length, he found Dragon King's number from his list of contacts and dialed it. Chun Chitao's majestic voice came after 10 or so seconds of ringing. "Hello." Lu Chang began by thanking him. "Senior, thank you so much for helping me with the formation formula. I'm in your debt and cannot express my gratitude enough," said Lu Chang. "Don't mention it," replied Dragon King flatly. Gazing at the azure sky and white clouds, Lu Chang calmed down and went on. "Senior, I would like to end my contract with the Longhu Club." "Why?" questioned Dragon King curtly. "Without knowing when I might recover, I don't feel right accepting the Longhu Club's money. It's beginning to weigh me down," said Lu Chang, reciting the speech he had prepared in case Dragon King rejected his proposal. "I want to fight for that last sliver of hope in my best state." "Spoken like a true martial artist," commented Chan Chitao briefly. "Have your lawyer contact the club." Before Lu Chang said anything else, he went on peremptorily. "As for the payment from before, consider it a compensation for your accident. Don't think about giving it back. Come back and renew your contract when you recover." That wasn't a confirmation rather than a supposition. "Yes, senior," replied Lu Chang, feeling more at ease. 3 days later, on a Monday night, when Yan Zheke was working on her reports and chatting with Lu Chang, she received a sudden message from Dirty Tong, Li Liantong. Cuckoo! What happened to your other half? It's exploding on Weibo. What's going on? Dazed, Yan Zheke opened the application and scrolled through it. Popular posts related to Lu Chang came into sight one after the other. Breaking! Insiders from the Martial Artists Association has confirmed that the Longhu Club has terminated Lu Cheng's contract. What could be the reason behind the Longhu Club terminating Lu Cheng's contract? Could this be the end of a heavenly son of China? Lu Cheng's condition is more severe than expected. Are the wounds too much to recover from? Or did he simply lose it all? The one who rose up like a meteor now falls like a meteor? The Longhu Club's External Affairs Department has said that it wasn't a matter that could be discussed publicly, but revealed that Lu Chang was the one who made the call because he didn't want to take advantage of the Longhu Club. The staggering news spread around the world like wildfire. No one could have expected things to deteriorate to such an extent. At the same time, Lu Chang received many concerned calls from friends and unwanted calls from reporters, bringing to his attention that the matter had been disseminated. He subconsciously opened his forum. It was in a state of pandemonium. What do we do? I'm freaking out. Little nightfall, quickly. Find out something from senior sister. What happened to our idol? Sniff. Sniff. She's not replying to me. How did this happen? How could this have happened? What on earth happened? Is Lu Chang injured that badly? So badly that he can't even stay on the reserve team anymore. Concerns, worries, surprise, and sadness were gushing out of those words. Lu Chang stared at it blankly until Yan Zheke's overseas call came. Chang, ignore those reporters. They love exaggerating. They just can't wait to watch the world burn, she consoled urgently. Lu Chang clenched his right fist and poked his mouth. I know, Cuckoo. You don't have to worry about me. He drew a breath and continued. I'm going to write a post on Weibo. I owe everyone an explanation. You don't have to, demurred Yan Zheke, tearing his own scab away and displaying the bloody mess to all, abandoning the pride in his heart and admitting his own weakness. Isn't it too cruel for Cheng? Her thoughts turned quickly. Looking up, she replied, I'll let Shaoling know in private. You don't have to explain anything. Lu Chang shook his head. He continued in a low tone. They like me from the bottom of their heart. And I can see it. At a time like this, I don't want to disrespect those feelings. I don't want to leave them hanging without a word. Right now, this might be the least I could do for them. Seeing that Chang had made up his resolve, Yan Zheke fell silent. Okay, but please, don't be too hard on yourself. Emicham. Lu Chang hung up and looked down, typing and deleting, then deleting and typing in the empty box. A few minutes later, everyone saw his reply. Though I don't want to admit this, I have to do it. Perhaps I would return after a really, really long time. Perhaps this is goodbye. After hitting send, Lu Chang felt as though he had used up all his strength. Limply, he fell against the sofa. He then shut his eyes, cutting off light and embracing the darkness. In Connecticut, when Yan Zheke saw the post, she abruptly clasped her hand over her lips. Crystal-clear droplets rolled down silently from her beautiful eyes. While lying on the bed, Yan Shaoling busily switched between the forum and Weibo. She wasn't willing to see any negative news, but also wouldn't miss out on any optimistic predictions. She kept refreshing until she saw the post by Lu Chang. She was shocked instantly and her eyes blurred suddenly. The more she rubbed them, the harder she found it to see clearly. How can this be? How can this be? Isn't he going all out for the physical invulnerability stage? Isn't he going to get the titles? After getting distracted for a moment, Yan Shaoling raised her handphone up. She was crying as she typed below Lu Cheng's post. We will wait for you. Her reply wasn't fast, and there were many other messages above hers relating to how they weren't willing to believe and how they couldn't say goodbye to Lu Cheng. No, You will definitely get better. You are a heavenly son of the era. There isn't an obstacle that you can't overcome. In glory times we get wild together. In difficult times, we will also take it with you. I would pray for you. We must definitely meet again. Really. In Longhu Club, where the members were going to have their annual holidays, the members of the reserve team all had their heads down looking at their phone. They were clearly shocked and disappointed. After a period of silence, Tu Zhang sighed. What a shame. At this point in time, Lu Cheng's phone had already been bombarded with all kinds of messages. Everyone had the chemistry to not call him directly but used a more indirect method. Kai Zhongming said, I mean it. We can consider forming a comical dialogue duo on martial arts. Alright, this is really what I mean. Based on my fortune-telling ability, this isn't the end of you. You will definitely find a way out and recover. Believe in the intuition of a man. Lin Kei said, I'm almost at the inhuman stage. Don't let me catch up with you. Peng Liyun said, What's really the problem? My Shangqing sect is a big sect that has a history of over 1,000 years. Disregarding others, we have all kinds of strange things. Do you want to come over and give it a try? Renli said, There's nothing that can't be overcome. You can consider heading to the war-torn zones to seek life in death. And Xiaoyang said, There's always a way out. Moreover, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a great man, it always first frustrates his spirit and will, exhausts his muscles and bones, exposes him to starvation and poverty, harasses him by troubles and setbacks so as to stimulate his spirit, toughen his nature and enhance his abilities. Zhang Fei said, Which great man in history hasn't experienced any setbacks? Qin Rui said, You have been forging miracles. I believe you can do the same in the future. Tao Xiaofei said, Brother Lu, I'm just a middle school student and can't quote any great words. All I want to say is that you will definitely take flight again. Amen said, Mr. Lu, you are the most talented martial artist I have seen. You will definitely get through this. Lu Chang closed his eyes and heard the incessant vibrations of his phone. After a long period of time, he picked it up reluctantly and faced his scar directly. With regard to Peng Liyun's suggestion, he thought about it and made his reply. He didn't talk about the causes and effects but still described the existence of Jindan and the core of the problem. What if Shangqing sect really has a solution? Lu Chang replied individually to some and in a group to others. Just as he was chatting with Yen Zhika over video conferencing, his mood suddenly got heavy once again. From outside his door, he could hear someone panting heavily and the turning of the key. Qi Fong and Lu Jisheng rushed in while panting heavily. After seeing that Lu Chang looked all right, they were able to feel a little relief. Chang, it's all right. Take your time and rest well. You don't have to rush. Qi Fong consoled him. At this moment, she finally understood what those strange signs, which she had not thought much about, really represented. Lu Jisheng asked with a heavy tone, What really happened? Lu Chang did not intend to hide from them any further and answered honestly, The injuries I had left sequela. My body would stiffen from time to time, but it doesn't really affect my day-to-day activities. It is just that I might not be able to go for ring fights in the future. Seeing the sorrowful and painful expressions of his parents, he quickly added with a smile, Dad, Mom, that's fine too. I have already earned several million yuan. Moreover, this wouldn't affect my ability to teach martial arts to others. There would definitely be a path I can take in the future. Moreover, who can really be certain that I can't recover from this? That's right. Qi Fong quickly seconded. Suddenly, she recalled something. Lowering her voice instinctively, she asked, Do Zhaka and her family know about this? She knows about it some time ago and has been very supportive of me. Her family did not have other thoughts about it as long as we can stay together happily. Lu Chang described it in a simple manner to his parents. Lu Jisheng heaved a long sigh. What a good girl. As Lu Chang seemed fine and was just a little gloomy, the old couple was able to set aside the majority of their worries. The next day afternoon, Lu Chang returned from the People's Park at Sanli Pavilion. He was sweating profusely while running. For every 48 to 53 steps, he would experience one relapse. While passing by the neighborhood where he used to live in, he suddenly heard someone talking about him. "Did you hear about it? Chang from old Lu's family got into trouble. You know about it too?" Some said that he was beaten by others and had sequelae. When it happens, it is just like having a seizure. Seizure? That's really awful. How is he going to live in the future? Sigh. Old Lu and Qifeng have a really tough life. After working and getting tired for almost their entire life, and just when their son is doing well and they could enjoy themselves soon, something like this has to happen. Chang. Lu Chang smiled faintly, nodded his head and greeted, "Good afternoon, Aunt Zhu and Aunt Li." He entertained them for a while without showing any change in emotions before passing by them and continue running. In this process he would stop from time to time. However, he wasn't trying to hide, leaving the group of neighbors heaving sighs and feeling bad for him. Lu Chang had long expected there would be people talking about him behind his back. This was something that he couldn't stop. The only thing he could feel great about was that he had bought the new house earlier and moved into a foreign neighborhood. Nobody knew about each other, and this spared his parents from hearing about these depressing comments. Due to the similar atmosphere around the neighborhood and the hidden pain brought by the care and concern shown by his relatives in this period, Lu Jisheng and Qifeng were completely supportive of their son heading to America for the new year. The plane took flight and soared into the blue skies. Lu Chang looked out of the window and was clearly distracted. After the new year and early in February, Lu Chang went to Connecticut's University Martial Arts Club. Lu Chang placed his hands behind his back and walked around while looking at George and the rest sitting cross-legged. From time to time, he would stop and place his hands on their shoulders to listen to their progress and assess if everything was fine. He had the intention to depend on the combination of cultivation and martial arts to resolve the problems of his sequelae. However, he couldn't find a direction at that instance and couldn't rely on his own body for such a bold attempt. Therefore, he was hoping to get inspirations from these students who were doing cultivation from scratch to find a shortcut. The realm he had attained was already too high and there was no way for him to return and start from scratch. After some time, Lu Chang nodded his head and patted on them to signal the end of today's meditation. Following this, they would be having martial arts practice. In this aspect, George, Colleen and Wilden were already qualified to be half the coach. He did not have to worry too much about it. When the lesson ended, he examined the body of his students with his listening skills once again. Up till now, he still had not discovered anything that would benefit him. My lesson had ended. Yan Zhika messaged him. Lu Chang gathered his thoughts and replied, I'm coming to fetch you immediately. George and Wilden knew a little about what happened to Lu Chang but couldn't be sure. Seeing that their coach was behaving as per normal, they did not go to find out more. After leaving the martial arts club, Lu Chang walked towards the teaching block. Just as he took a few steps, a chilling sensation welled up and his left leg instantly lost all senses, leaving him frozen on the spot. He forcefully pulled his groin area, lifted his leg and moved ahead while staggering. He was having an unusually hard time just trying to walk. 2 steps later, he suddenly stopped, tensing his facial muscles, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. He swung out his hands to the empty space beside him ruthlessly. Yanjika was standing in the shade of the corridor and saw this scene from afar. Her eyes were filled with sorrows. After several seconds and seeing that Lu Chang had stabilized, he heaved a sigh of relief. Revealing a radiant and beautiful smile, she walked quickly towards him. Seeing his little fairy girl, Lu Chang immediately smiled. He extended his hand gently and held her hand. Let's go. Let me treat you to steamboat today. Yanjika swung her other hand slightly. After I make up for my congenital deficiencies, I'll take the path of martial arts and cultivation to serve as a reference for you. Sure. Lu Chang smiled and replied. Time passed quickly and in a blink of an eye, it was already the end of February. The weather was also getting warmer. After attempting the solution of Shangqing sect and finding it ineffective, Lu Chang continued his practice on the lawn. Bam! Bam! He moved his right fist constantly, and with every punch, there was a white fog and chilling frost surround his fist. Just as he was about to swing out his third punch, he contracted his breathing and blood flow with great precision using his all-seeing God realm. At the same time, he suppressed the chilling sensation that was welling up, but had not taken effect, together with his strength to a place below his belly. Bam! His right fist felt like it no longer belonged to him and have turned into an ice whip. Wriggling his shoulders, he swung it ruthlessly. Although the posture was awkward, the might wasn't weak at all. Bam! Bam! Lu Chang swung his left consecutively with each punch covering with a layer of scorching hot flame gloves, following which he attempted a force concentration again. However, he was a beat slower this time, and the scorching heat stimulated his mind and disrupted his attempt to retract his breathing and blood flow. After pausing for a while and enduring the pain, Lu Chang started again and wasn't discouraged. After 2 hours, his training finally stopped and caught the towel Yenjika had thrown down from the second story. I feel that your approach is pretty good. When you can completely master it and not make any errors, it shouldn't be a problem for you to have a short ring fight. Yenjika complimented without any reserve. That's how I feel too. Lu Chang smiled and replied as he used the towel to wipe off his perspiration before walking into the house. After showering and changing his clothes, he lied on the bed while enjoying the impromptu massage session by Yenjika. He casually picked up his phone, refreshed the newsfeed, and saw a piece of popular news. Striking again after Battle of the Kings, Peng Liyun is already close to the physical invulnerability stage and has the chance to achieve it within the year. Should he focus on practicing behind closed doors or going through trials in the war-torn zones? Lu Chang was shocked for a moment and quickly opened the app. Tapping into the conversation chat with Peng Liyun, he entered, "Congratulations." After several seconds of silence, he deleted the word and exited. "Why didn't you send it?" Yenjika saw it from the side of her vision and casually asked. "He hasn't broken through yet, and it's too early to congratulate him." "Yeah." Yenjika didn't ask any further, and instead changed to a different conversation topic. In the middle of the night, the girl was sleeping soundly. As she flipped her body groggily, she habitually glanced to the side. This glance instantly woke her up. This was because she saw Lu Chang was staring emotionally at the ceiling. She didn't know what he was thinking, and Lu Chang remained in this position without moving for a long time. Biting her lips, Yenjika kept everything in and pretended to be soundly asleep. She leaned over and gently grabbed onto Lu Chang's arms. She curled her body and moved her face closer, as though she wanted to fill the gap in Lu Chang's heart. Lu Chang closed his eyes gradually, lifted his head slightly, and kissed lightly on the forehead of his little fairy girl. The next night, Yenjika had her shower and changed into her pajamas before walking into the room. In the bedroom, Lu Chang had his side facing the door while looking at the darkness outside the window. He was unusually focused. "Chang?" Yenjika sounded out softly. Lu Chang turned his head around, took a deep look at little fairy girl, smiled and asked, "Cool. Didn't you say that you have a week of spring holiday in March? Let's go see the aurora lights together? We have talked about this a long time ago and hasn't got the time to go for it." In Yenjika's eyes, the current Lu Chang seemed to have returned to the time before he got injured. He was passionate and wasn't gloomy at all. Hiding away her strong sense of doubts and worries, she nodded her head and said, "All right." It was somewhere in the middle of March. They were at the state furthest to the north in America. The ground was still matted by thick, white layers of snow, and the forest had a coat of silver on. Sitting in the snow sled, the wind roared beside Lu Chang and Yenjika's ears. Clean snow unfurled around them as they dashed through the vast land without a single worry or doubt. Before them, a group of professionally trained dogs galloped. An idyllic scene. When they had stopped, the beautiful Yenjika, with her lovely fur hat and all-white outfit, spoke. Her eyes were twinkling and her voice contained amusement. They are so adorable. But I prefer huskies. Huskies. Lu Chang could hardly agree to that, muttering. But they are silly and goofy and dumb. Hearing his diatribe on huskies, Yenjika could not hold it in any longer. She covered a glove over her mouth and let out a laugh. What is it? Lu Chang asked blankly. Her brilliant eyes regarded him with a semi-smiling expression. With pauses in between each word, she repeated his words. Silly, goofy, and dumb. Sounds about right. With that, she gave a silvery laugh once more. Lu Chang, rather stunned, asked, Care to explain the joke to me? It's nothing. You are looking too much into it, Yenjika replied with feigned seriousness. She then moved on to something else. It's been a few days since we came here, so why haven't we seen the northern lights? Hasn't it been said that trying it 3 nights in a row has a 90% chance of yielding results? She pursed her lips and said in a pitiable tone, Are we, perhaps, a part of the unfortunate 10%? Of course not. It has only been 2 nights for us, consoled Lu Chang, looping an arm around his little fairy as they headed back. They had been here for nearly 5 days and rented a small wooden cabin by the observatory point. However, due to bad weather at the start, they didn't attempt going out at all. It was not until the weather began looking up that they began to try again. MHM. Say, do you think we'll see it tonight? Asked Yenjika, as if seeking affirmation. Lu Chang smiled. I signed us up for a package tour. A driver will drive us to where it's the most likely to see the northern lights. He's a local with rich experience as a tour guide, so I'm sure it's going to work out. Plus, the weather forecast didn't predict up any bad news either. When did you sign up? Asked Yenjika, her dark and beautiful eyes filled with dorky cuteness. Don't forget I'm someone who has written guides in the past. After our first 2 attempts at seeing the northern lights failed, I immediately began to consider other solutions. Wait, didn't I mention it earlier? Why are you looking so surprised? Asked Lu Chang in amusement. It slipped my mind because I was having so much fun. That must have been what happened. Yenjika broke into a smile, the most picturesque scene in the vast snowland. When Lu Chang turned to gaze forward, the smile on her face stiffened, as though something on her mind forbade her the luxury of unrestrained enjoyment. At night on a bus, Lu Chang and Yenjika found and sat down in adjoining seats. They chatted in a whisper while waiting for the other tour members to assemble. Where they were was still a part of the city, so signal was available. Holding their cozily dressed phones, they occasionally scrolled for interesting content. Yenjika, out of habit, clicked into Lu Cheng's fanclub forum. It made her a little sad and melancholic to see the deserted state it was in. After Lu Chang sent that post in January, the forum, as though gaining a second wind, was filled with activity for the next 10 or so days. There were people praying for him, people cheering him on, people taunting him, and people defending him. Such posts were innumerable. However, when it got to the New Year season, everyone became busy and no longer had the motivation to keep them going. The forum, lacking new content and things for people to look forward to, gradually slipped into inactivity. The number of posters and commenters decreased by the day. Some lasted a week and some a month. Most people didn't only have one interest, and eventually turned their attention to something else. Other than signing in and praying, I don't even know what to post anymore. Dips head and exhales. Wrote, Eternal Nightfall, Yen Shaoling. Brahman replied with an energetic fist wave emoji. What's there to worry about, little Nightfall? Wasn't life fulfilling back when there were only the 2 of us too? But we were full of hopes at that time. Now, I feel so sad. Whales, wrote Yen Shaoling. Brahman replied with a hugging emoji. Me too. I have lost track of the number of times I wept. Sigh. Keep doing your silly antics, Lord Damn. Things will look more hopeful if you keep everyone entertained. Emoji with Nike lips, replied Unparalleled Dragon King. Scrolling down and comparing it with the day before, Yenjika realized that the number of new posts didn't even take up 2/3 of the front page. She pursed her lips and silently exited the forum, keeping it to herself. The last members arrived as she toyed with the heavily insulated digital camera in her hands. After a short briefing from the driver and accompanying photographer, they set off. The first place they went to didn't offer a view of the northern lights. Neither did the second. After passing by a number of observing spots, the driver paused, then announced apologetically, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disappointment. The clouds were thicker than expected tonight. Tomorrow we will set off again at the same time and the same place, so see you there. There won't be any additional charges. I offer it as compensation for tonight." "Not everyone is fated to see the northern lights after all," muttered a tourist. Some sighed audibly, but no one blamed the driver. Lu Chang and Yen Zhika exchanged a glance, smiling helplessly. When they were back in the city and off the bus, a cold gale bit at their bones. "Turns out we really are a part of the 10%, pouted Yen Zhika. She had a muffler around her neck and a mask sheathing her face and was looking very much like a cute teddy bear. "Relax, we have got 2 more days here," comforted Lu Chang. That was when he recalled the weather forecast he checked earlier. An idea struck him. The weather might get better during midnight. How about we drive to the small wood cabin and wait there? Yen Zhika looked up with clear eyes. She hesitated, then said, "Sure." Even if they didn't manage to see it, she would still share a beautiful memory with Chang. It was late into the night and the road was slippery with frigid winds soughing around them. Yen Zhika drove very carefully on the straight road, and finally, they arrived safely at the observation camp and settled themselves in the small wooden cabin. Warmth permeated through the air. Leaning against each other, they sat on the chair and gazed at the scenery through the window, nonchalantly chatting while they waited. As it got later into the night, it got darker and darker outside. Yen Zhika stretched lazily and said to Lu Chang, "That's enough for today. We'll try again tomorrow. Don't forget that you have to wake up in the morning for training." "Okay." Lu Chang exhaled and stood up. But just as they were about to turn around, they saw a magical shade of green in the corner of their eyes at the same time. It started from the edge of the sky, shifting and wavering and vaguely visible. The northern lights. Lu Chang and Yen Zhika exchanged a glance, their eyes suffused with delight. Without a second thought, they linked hands, pushed the door open, and rushed out, sprinting towards where it was more spacious and offered a better view. They ran and stopped, and after a long time, the only thing that remained in their eyes was the vast, boundless winter sky and the brilliant northern lights that seemed unreal. It was dreamy, majestic, mystical, beautiful, and enchanting. It burned wildly. It was endless. It filled their eyes. Before the vast, majestic, and magical sight offered by Mother Nature, Lu Chang and Yen Zhika felt so tiny, and so were their daily troubles. They both felt at ease and purified, as though under the effects of the confrontation formula. "It's pretty," she praised in a murmur. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chang took out his digital camera and captured the view of nature's wonderland. After a few consecutive snaps, he then took pictures of his little ferry with the heavenly view in the background. When that was done, he stretched his arms out to capture their adjoining faces in the dazzle of the northern lights. When they were about to leave, the contented Yen Zhika said with a touch of sentiment, "Seems like we are pretty lucky after all." As she spoke, she gazed at where their camp was. "We ran this far?" she exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Chang followed her gaze. "Indeed, I never realized," he assented with a chuckle. His eyes twinkled. Turning and squatting down, he said smilingly, "Come, cuckoo, I'll give you a piggyback." "You don't have to. I'm not tired." Yen Zhika shook her head in surprise. Seeing that Lu Chang remained in his posture, she gave in and climbed onto him. Holding her legs in place, Lu Chang stood up and marched on. In the pitch-black night, cold wind blustered against their faces. His boots made a squeaking noise in the snow. After 10 or so steps, Yen Zhika felt his body stiffening and pauses in his movements. Initially, she wanted to hop off to reduce her husband's load, but she decided against it after sensing Lu Cheng's determination, her eyes roaming thoughtfully. She then leaned closer against him and plunged her face into his shoulder, giving him full rein. She never said a word or mentioned anything. The future, whatever it held, didn't matter to her as long as she was with him. The journey wasn't long, but Lu Chang took quite a long time due to his constant pauses. After a time, they returned to the small wooden cabin. His back was drenched with cold sweat from a number of factors. Shutting the door and glancing outside, Yenjika said gaily, "And that perfectly concludes our trip." "Yeah," said Lu Chang, equally sentimental. At that moment, she turned and stared melancholically at him with her beautiful eyes. Gently, she bit down on her lips. "Chang, is there something you want to tell me?" "Ha!" Lu Chang didn't know what face to make on the fly. From the end of January to these days on the trip, there were many instances where you were like that emoji pack, swallowing the words you want to say, then again, and again, she said light-heartedly. She then pursed her lips. "Go ahead and say it. I'm prepared." Before Lu Chang could reply, she added viciously, "But if you are going to tell me you are no longer good enough for me, save it." Half sighing and half chuckling, Lu Chang said, "Of course it's not that." Yenjika paused and blurted, "So you do have something to tell me?" Lu Chang took another look at the darkness outside. Turning his head and looking at his little fairy straight in the eyes, he nodded ever so slightly. "MHM." Yenjika could only feel that the lighting in the little treehouse had dimmed substantially. She bit her lower lips and asked, "Are you thinking of going for an adventure in the war-torn zones and seek life within death?" "How can that be? With my current condition, going to the war-torn zone isn't an adventure but is seeking my own death." Lu Chang shook his head. Yenjika was lost and troubled. Speaking softly, she asked again, "What did you want to talk to me about?" Lu Chang pondered for over 10 seconds before replying, "I would like to ask you grandfather and grandmother for help." "Ha!" Yenjika had a face full of questions. "What is there to feel complicated about this? You can just ask me directly any time." Lu Chang forced a smile and said with a low voice, "Ko. The truth is, after confirming the real reasons behind the sequela, I know that this method should be able to resolve this problem." Yenjika's dark eyes widened and she asked, "What's the method?" Lu Chang lowered his head, looked at this feat, smiled, lifted his head before continuing. "Can you recall what the people on Weibo guessed had happened to me in the past? He said my grave injuries were because of the failure in awakening my supernatural abilities for the third time. Yeah, after the second awakening of my supernatural ability, my master had told me that the balance of the Jindan is in a very fragile state. He didn't know that it was the Jindan at that time. If I wish to further stress it and rely on it to strengthen my body, I will have to face the violent impacts that could completely dismember me. I will at least have to have the body conditions of a physical invulnerability expert to attempt it. Furthermore, this has to be done under the supervision of strong experts. Now that the Jindan has spread throughout my body and entered my innate source of energy, the connection with my force isn't weakened. On the contrary, it had strengthened. It remains independent and has a complete structure. It is just that I can't sense it under normal circumstances, and it is harder to manipulate it steadily while achieving balance to form Dan. I believe that if my body is stressed to the limits like before, it will definitely respond naturally. Moreover, after this response, its fragile balance will be completely broken, and its structure will completely collapse. In other words, I will have to withstand the effects of sequela over the next several decades in an instant or even less. Without the Jindan, my sequela will be gone too. As it relates to the energy backflow of ice and fire, your grandfather and grandmother are more suitable than my master and Dragon King. Their yin-yang reversal should be more effective. Lu Chang turned to Yenjika and looked at her beautiful but distracted eyes. After pausing for several seconds, he continued, "There's a certain level of risk in this. I keep telling myself that the reasons why I practice martial arts, and the reasons why you practice martial arts are all for protecting you, our parents, our relatives, our friends. It isn't for trying to win against others, gaining recognition or satisfying our desire for vanity. Unless under exceptional circumstances, I can't take an unnecessary risk and place myself in danger. Therefore, I have been looking for a safer and more certain method while waiting for the results of the experiment of combining martial arts and cultivation that might very well take over 10 years. Even if I have to give up my pride and show the weak side of me to others, I know that this should be the way. However, I haven't been able to sleep. I often recall the times we were fighting together in the Nationals, the tears and smiles everyone left, the scenes of every match. I had given everything, the encouragement you gave me in the process and the serious looks we had while discussing the competition. Yenjika's vision started to get a little blurry as she instinctively bit on her lips. She didn't say anything and continued listening to Lu Chang quietly. Lu Chang forced a smile and heaved a sigh. Ku, other than loving you and having the dream to spend my life with you, other than being the husband for my little fairy girl, other than being the son of my parents and grandson of my grandparents, other than being the disciple of my master and many other identities, I believe I'm still Lu Chang. The Lu Chang that has been fond of watching ring matches since he was young, the Lu Chang that has wallpapers of experts pasted on the walls of his room, the Lu Chang that admired Dragon King, the Lu Chang that got together with you because of martial arts, the Lu Chang that found it hard to talk from the excitement of being on the stage for the very first time, the Lu Chang that enjoyed success and hates failures, the Lu Chang who always considered the opponent's thoughts and strategies, the Lu Chang that wanted to learn more unique skills, and the Lu Chang that has the dreams of becoming a physical invulnerability expert. Expressing his thoughts in a disorganized manner, he said in a serious tone to his lifelong partner, "Ko, I would like to give it a try." Yenjika subconsciously turned her head away but quickly turned it back. With her vision blurred by tears, she looked directly into Lu Chang's eyes and whimpered, "Chang." I suddenly recalled the times when I was hesitating over whether I should go for an exchange, and the days when I have to move overseas in advance. The way I felt then was probably how you are feeling now. Chang, the love I wanted and hoped for is compromising about small matters and being willing to change for the other party. However, in bigger matters, we should be two independent, radiant and beautiful souls. We are together because of love and destiny, and together we will become complete and more perfect. It isn't about giving in to each other's request no matter what, or becoming one without individuality, or just a puppet of love. She paused for a moment before continuing with her usual tone. Yeah, how dangerous will this really be? Lu Chang's vision instantly blurred. Holding it back, he laughed. In fact, the risks aren't that high. With my current body condition, even if I'm not near the physical invulnerability stage, it shouldn't be that far off. Moreover, we have your grandfather and grandmother around to suppress, convert and balance. There really isn't much risk to my life. Just in case, I will also ask my master and Dragon King to look out for me. However, after the Jindan mutated, it spread throughout my body and is no longer limited to my midsection. The energy backflow has a certain chance of injuring my brain and causing paralysis, making me silly. I have considered this for a long time and have come up with methods to counter it. The risks in this aspect aren't high either. Currently, the most likely outcome would be the Jindan disintegrating. The genetic mutation could reach the brink of collapse and change for the worse. If this happens, I will no longer have any supernatural abilities and won't be able to take other paths. I will become the most ordinary Dan stage martial artist. If that's the case, I will completely give up and just open a martial arts gym honestly. I'd open a simplified cultivation class for beauty purposes and not have unrealistic thoughts. At that time, I'll focus on earning money for raising the family. Even if I succeed, I will also completely lose the Jindan and become a martial artist without high potential in the eyes of others. Before Lu Chang could complete, the tears in Yenjika's eyes, which were shimmering under the lighting, disrupted him. She took a breath, looked into the eyes of Lu Chang and said, "I'll wait for you, forever." As for how long forever would be, Lu Chang didn't think about it. At this moment, he had totally forgotten about the saying that a man shouldn't shed tears easily. 3 days later, after communicating with the different parties, the two of them took their return flight at night. The tickets were much more costly than booking in advance, but this was the least of their concerns. What a shame that we didn't visit other places this time and couldn't see any sea leopards, sighed Yenjika as she looked lost at the windows. Let's go again next time. Lu Chang held on to the hand of his little fairy girl and promised. Yeah, next time. Yan Zhika nodded her head. She extended her fingers and locked them with Lu Cheng's. Cutting through the clouds and crossing the seas, the two of them reached Jiangnan where the ancestral house of the Ji family stood. They entered the training grounds where Ji Jianzhong and Dou Ning typically had their practice. This place was reinforced with metallic alloys with other arrangements in advance. It was completely confined and regularly shaped. The elegant Ji Jianzhong and the graceful and beautiful Dou Ning stood on the two dots of the Taiji diagram drawn on the floor. At the same time, they asked Lu Chang to stand in the middle of the separation line. The brilliant and majestic Dragon King, Chun Chi Tao and Geezer Shi, who had put away his alcohol, were standing on the two ends of the separation line and surrounded Lu Chang. Yan Zhika didn't willfully ask to be in the training ground as she was afraid of affecting these experts. She hid in a surveillance room and witnessed everything through the camera on the roof that had been well protected. She placed her hands together and covered her mouth. Are you ready? Ji Jianzhong turned his attention to his grandson-in-law. Lu Chang examined his own state of mind and nodded. I'm ready. Are you sure you really want to do this? Dou Ning interrupted. I'm sure. Lu Chang breathed out and was determined. Dragon King nodded in approval and said, Then let's get it started. Lu Chang raised his head and looked at the camera. He revealed a smile, made his visualization and started circulating his Emperor Yen force. At the beginning of the collapse, the energy backflow was based on the force being used. If he was using fire, the backflow would be ice and vice versa. When the first round was over, they would then erupt at the same time. For his body, although the total damage from ice and fire were similar, the chills were relatively slower and longer lasting. The instantaneous danger to him when it occurred wasn't as high as the fire energy backflow. When Lu Chang was in his most fragile state, this would be beneficial to him as it would be easier to suppress. Therefore, he chose to use Emperor Yen to stress his own body. Shrugging his shoulder, he swung his arm out. His fist was covered in flames and hit in front of him heavily. Bam! He seemed to have returned to the first time he entered the arena and was still young and foreign to everything. Bam! It was another heavy punch as the flames exploded. Lu Chang seemed to have seen the resilient him who persisted in morning practice. Bam! His punches landed on the empty face. Those were the cheers from Yan Zhika, the passion that had also influenced him. Bam! 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 The crimson-red flames shimmered constantly. Those were miracles that were based on preparation, analysis, surprise factor, and improvisation. Lu Chang could see himself reaching the quarterfinals of the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament, being the underdog and clinching the champion title at the province-level youth competition after giving his all and won matches after matches despite being the underdog, and eventually triumphing and not letting Lin Ke down after he risked being seriously injured in exchange for an advantage against Peng Liyun. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chang started panting. He was enduring the energy backflow of scorching heat and relentlessly pushed his body to the limits. Bam! 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 The surrounding temperature started rising. That was him eliminating threats to Yan Zhika. That was him trying to earn more money to improve his parents' living condition. That was him who become more mature, steady and confident through martial arts. And that was him dreaming about reaching the top and the future. Puff Lu Chang felt the exhaustion of his body and panted profusely. He could feel that his fire force was depleted and subtly connected to the innate source of energy. At this point, his vision started to sway. He seemed to have seen himself struggling in pain. The Lu Chang who had fallen from hopeful to desolation constantly, and the reality that had destroyed all his pride. A voice seemed to be sounding beside his ear. Are you fine with this? Are you fine with just giving up like this? Are you fine with just staying in a martial arts gym and living your entire life off by teaching students? Are you fine with Ku telling the kids, once upon a time, if it wasn't because? Are you fine with being looked at with eyes of pity for life and seeing Ku and your parents feeling worried but afraid to speak out? No! Lu Chang roared out his answer and sent a defiant punch ahead. Bam! The tightly clenched fist broke through the air barrier. A large fireball rose and illuminated the entire training ground. The structure of the training ground shook with the reinforced metal alloy and half of the cameras were destroyed. At this moment, something seemed to have broken in Lu Cheng's body. Terrifying and raging chills welled up. His consciousness looked from above and examined his body. Clenching his teeth and withstanding the pain, he retracted his breathing and blood flow. I'm willing to go through anything for friends, for love and for me. In the state of all-seeing God, Lu Cheng withdrew his qi and blood at the perfect time. Immediately, the crystalline shell of the Jindan burst apart and scattered all over. Within it, the lands and waters went into a turbulent state. Losing its balance, the Jindan was on the verge of disintegration. With a boom, the cold waves surged and unfurled violently. The piercing coldness forced Lu Cheng out of the state of force concentration. He could only watch as the Dan force fell apart, his mind returning to its place. He could only watch as the veins and vessels, starting from his abdomen, turned rigid. He could only watch as the liquid of life, reeking of metal, froze in an instant. The sanguine cruelty permeated him inch by inch. It reached his intestines. It reached his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Cheng's heart contracted and expanded violently, pumping out warm blood and invigorating streams of fire flowing from his delicate parts. The flame put up a tough defense against the lonely coldness. The loud noise from it resembled a drum being drummed, reverberating in every corner of the training arena. Thankfully, this all happened in the torso region. If it had occurred at the head, it would most likely have left irreversible damage. When the Jindan disseminated, Lu Cheng's brain would likely have been damaged by the impact. His solution to that was to find the right time and contract his qi and blood with the aid of encountering gods in the void. He had to move the main battleground to his abdomen. After the eruption of his Dan qi, with the gushing of his blood, a fatally low temperature rapidly spread across Lu Cheng's body. Right away, it was about to pass his neck and spine and enter his head. At that moment, Lu Cheng lowered his shoulders. Heat rushed into the blood, producing a white mist. The inside and outside balanced. When the blood reached his head, it was only mildly cold. At the two pivotal points of the yin-yang tai chi diagram, Ji Zhenjiang and Dou Ning, each wielded a long sword of 1 meter. By stirring at the magnetic field, they produced a swirling, intertwining light and darkness that mantled the frighteningly pale Lu Cheng in it. The cold was being extracted, and warmth delivered. Lu Cheng's body began to stabilize. His steaming hot blood melted the frost, retaking the affected regions. If the third awakening of supernatural ability was only at this level, he felt that he could attempt it at the inhuman stage and have an exceedingly high chance of succeeding, provided that the Jindan had not yet disseminated. Unfortunately, the starry sky had already mutated. Unfortunately, the highlight was the disintegration that comes next. At that time, the crystal-clear ice and scarlet-red flames, having lost their individual structures, had stopped spreading. A bright meteor shot across the sky with a fitful flare. The great suns resembled an enraged beast. What followed after the extreme repression and heavy tremor was going to be an extremely horrifying explosion. Lu Cheng could already foresee it. A boom from inside his body, his vital organs being thrown out, his limbs, torso, and eyes sprawled across the ground. Him turning into minced meat. This was no different to taking a last-ditch blow from a top-tiered physical invulnerability master, at a vital spot no less. The disintegration of a Jindan was enough to blow any Inhumans to smithereens, or even tear down a skyscraper. That was when the Dragon King interfered. He reached out with his right palm, grabbing at Lu Cheng's abdomen with fingers enveloped by exceedingly dense dark purple flames. It went in without a sound, like a hot knife through butter, charring the blood vessels and sealing the ruptures along its path. Not a sanguine drop dripped out. The dense flame, like a moth attracted to the flame of a candle, caused the great suns to quickly converge around it. The heat and light released from them were all absorbed into Chen Qitao's palms. He withdrew his hand. At the center of his palms, The incandescent flames were exaggeratingly bright. The savage force, seemingly turning tangible, was about to blow up and turn everything into flat ground. Impassive, the Dragon King suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. The dark purple flames flared, and the incandescent flame was instantly extinguished before it could wreak havoc. At the same time, he straightened his back and aligned his feet. Deep beneath the earth, a sudden explosion occurred and shook the ground violently. The alloy forge training arena produced a clattering sound, nearly collapsing. At the nearest observatory station, signs of a low-magnitude earthquake was noted. Lu Chang felt the great suns in him quietly disintegrating, turning into pure fire force, charring his skin and clothing. The stars completely lost balance, and were about to expand and disseminate. Geezer Shi, with a cough, reached out and pressed his left hand on Lu Cheng's shoulder. His body turned mirage-like, as though an endless stretch of darkness and coldness resided within him. Scratching through his disciple's muscles, he grabbed hold of his blood vessels and abruptly dragged them outward. With Ji Jianzhong and Dou Ning's repression and conversion, the crystal scraps from the brilliant stars naturally flowed into his arm, soughing. Jerking his shoulder and swinging his forearm, Geezer Shi tossed the spreading cold waves behind him. He began coughing violently. The air temperature fell sharply. Thick layers of ice instantly formed on the alloy walls and switchable floorboards. Nimbus clouds gathered in the room as snowflakes the size of goose feathers fluttered down. Rather than Jiangnan, it was more redolent of the North Pole. The odd sight lasted for a long time. With the aid of the physical invulnerability mighty ones, Lu Chang had, at last, made it through the most dangerous and volatile stage. It was even more terrifying than what Geezer Shi had expected. Of course, that was mainly because he did not know that it was the Jindan at that time. Lu Chang did not relax. The scattered Jindan had brought forth many heat streams and cold waves, allowing them to roam freely in his body. At times, it charred his blood vessels. Then, it froze his body fluid. The relatively fragile vital organs were being damaged, causing internal bleeding everywhere. Bearing pain that was intolerable to an average person, Lu Chang found himself unable to control his body at all. He felt as though he had turned into a glass puppet. From the most delicate parts of his body, cracks spawned, connected and intersected. Light and darkness intercrossed as yin and yang reversed. Ji Jianzhong and Dou Ning, with visible perspiration on their foreheads, danced their swords to help their grandson-in-law sort out his flame and ice. The wild energy backflow and negative effects began to smoothen and disperse gradually without causing the impact of a dam being flooded. These were already tightly connected with Lu Cheng's body. Other than this, there wasn't much they could do. The rest was all about whether or not Lu Chang could last until the end. In the surveillance room, Yan Zhika seemed to have turned into a statue. Her crossed hands were pressed against her lips. Her hands did not move an inch, but the patterns of her protruding veins and vessels were completely different than before. The intense pain bit at his heart. Lu Chang, driven by instinct, wanted to pass out. Still, he managed to persevere and continued surveying his body. His teeth bit through his lips. Blood streamed down in rivulets, sometimes turning into ice and sometimes into steam. As of now, the delicate parts of his body underwent changes with the raging ice and flames. Mutations that usually required a few days were being completed in a short amount of time, but the wounds in his vital organs were deteriorating. Lu Chang felt as though he was losing control over his body. If that continues, his genes might become corrupted and condemn him to a life worse than death. Even if it weren't that severe, the mutation of his root pulp had a high chance of erasing his supernatural ability. Damn! I have to do something. In the piercing pain, Lu Chang extracted his consciousness, one bit at a time, until it rose above him. For the sake of Ku's eternal promise. For the sake of not subjecting my mom and dad to pain and misery. For my pride and dreams. Lu Cheng's thoughts screamed within him. His eyes, stretched wide open, were bloodshot. In the extreme pain, he finally managed to extract his consciousness from his body and entered an overlooking position. All-seeing God mode. Amidst the chaos that was happening in his body, Lu Chang could not manage control on a microscopic level, but he gritted his teeth and channeled his blood to achieve Dan equilibrium. The cold enveloped the heat, and light illuminated the dark. Ice and fire balanced and revolved around each other, weaving into a new universe as though it corresponded with the external yin-yang tai chi diagram. Under the guidance of Ji Zhenjiang and Dou Ning, the process that began slowly and difficultly slowly became smooth and fluid. The rampant forces in his body eased and changes happened at a slower rate. The burden on Lu Cheng's body was reduced at once. Finally, he managed to pull through the terrifying stage where he could only rely on himself. Stripped of its source, the energy backflow became weaker and weaker. Gradually, it was being contained. In his helpless state earlier, Lu Chang had become numb to his pain, which allowed him to gradually regain microscopic control. His blood and flesh squirmed to stanch his internal bleeding. When the ice and fire had weakened to a certain extent, Lu Chang abruptly visualized the forwarding formula, keeping his negative sensations at bay and returning to a state of peace. After that, he uttered the following words in a husky voice. Confrontation, army, fighting, swordsman, wholeness, formation, decueing, forwarding, attainment. The ancient characters appeared one after the other, forming a three-dimensional seal script which immediately contained the remaining power of the gene Dan. Guiding the genes along, the root pulp mutation headed towards a state of near perfection. Bam! Lu Chang suddenly swung his arms to the sides, punching out the remaining forces that he couldn't digest. Air currents, with scarlet flames and crystalline ice intertwining, swept up and decorated the floor in a balanced pattern of char and ice. After doing all that, he stood still as though he was inspecting or spacing out. Geezer Shur heaved a sigh of relief internally. He harumphed. How are you feeling, smelly brat? How am I feeling? Lu Chang snapped out of his dreamy state, realizing the weakness of his body and the severity of his internal wounds. He bit down on the charred wound on his lips, went forward with a sliding step and jerked his arm into a side punch. His feet almost gave way and caused him to collapse, but his fist still went out determinedly. Bam! Half slouching, Lu Chang punched out again with difficulty. He felt weak and strengthless all over, but it had been a long time since he felt this good. The cold and heat energy backflow weren't manifesting anymore. Bam, bam, bam. Like a martial artist struggling at his last breath, Lu Cheng's body slouched lower and lower, but the look in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Yes, I have lost my gene Dan, the greatest source of my strength in the past. Yes, due to the special circumstances of Dan equilibrium, I couldn't use the chance to make the great leap and attain physical invulnerability. However, what I still have is myself, my powerful supernatural ability, my undamaged body, and my solid martial arts foundations. However, I am no longer affected by sequela or other problems. I can steadfastly and truly begin on a path of my own. The slouching Lu Chang suddenly lifted his head and roared, punching upwards. Bam! White mist and frost light shot to the roof, which contained the dense and burning white-hot flames. The light fell down slowly, limning Lu Cheng's exultant face. From today onwards, I have regained freedom, like a fish swimming in the borderless ocean or a bird soaring in the vast skies. In the surveillance room, Yen Zheka suddenly buried her face in her hands, sniffing softly. They were tears of joy. Wuyu Province, Moshang City, Yanbing Mount, ancestral grounds of Ice God Sect. A strong gust of wind blew over and the layers and layers of trees in front of him were just like the seas. Flowers bloomed and the scene was beautiful. Lu Chang sat on a chair by the balcony and enjoyed the beautiful scene in front of him. However, his eyes weren't focused, and he seemed to be in a daze. After some time, he picked up his phone, unlocked the screen and typed several lines on it quickly. My internal practice roots are approaching that of a physical invulnerability stage expert, and my all-seeing God realm is also at this level. All that is left is to break through the connection between heaven and earth, and I would have successfully made the great leap. With regard to cultivation, connection between heaven and earth is equivalent to forming the gene Dan. It is a natural product after combining one's vitality, energy, and mind into one. One gets stronger as the Jindan gets perfected and grows. On the path of martial arts, the will connects everything. With improvements in the mind and leveraging on the normal interactions of the body with the outside world, one could then find amazing ways to affect the environment. The reflection of the surrounding using the ice mirror is a simplified representation of this phenomenon. If I wish to achieve the breakthrough, I will have to approach these two aspects at the same time, consolidate the learnings, find common points, and find a path to physical invulnerability that is different from achieving balance and forming Dan. After writing this paragraph, Lu Chang flipped through the notes he had written previously and sunk into deep thoughts once again. After breaking up the Jindan and eliminating future worries, Shi Jiangwo had initially nagged at Yan Zheke to bring him away as he was an eyesore. However, as he was still in the state where his roots were not solid and the grave injuries of the body had not recovered, Lu Chang wasn't suited for long-distance traveling. Eventually, Shi Jiangwo brought him back to this beautiful environment with few people to recuperate. Yan Zheke stayed for several days. She waited for him to recover his basic mobility ability before taking a plane back to Connecticut to continue with her school life, which was getting busier. As for Lu Chang, he wanted to rest for another week before heading home and stay for several days to accompany his parents. After which, he wanted to go to America, stay far away from attention and focused on recovering. Naturally, after confirming that this was fine, he called Chi Fong in the first instance. He told her that he benefited from the advancement of technology and martial arts and would be recovering fully soon. As to his friends, he couldn't possibly inform them one by one and couldn't clearly explain it to them. Therefore, he just summarized it and sent to his group of friends indicating that his recovery was better than expected. In the process, he received various likes and well wishes. Dragon King had intentions to allow him to resign with the club. However, he was hoping to achieve physical invulnerability before rejoining Longhu so that he would be deserving of that contract. While recuperating, Lu Chang wasn't slacking off. Whenever he was free, he would be pondering about his future path of seeking a way to combine cultivation and the path of martial arts. For the purpose of this, he had changed his habit of not writing a diary. Whenever he had new thoughts, a new way of thinking or new understanding, he would immediately pick up his phone and type them out in detail. After which, he would save it in several places so it would be convenient for him to come back and review and consolidate in the future. Until this point, he finally understood why various sects had notes written by their predecessors and why experts in the martial arts would write about their thoughts, experiences, viewpoints, and habits. These weren't simply for making it easier for their future generations for references. It could also aid them in sorting their train of thought, preserving their thinking, and recording memories that they could not relive. At this point, Lu Chang often regretted that he didn't keep a record of the time he started training his body to the time he achieved balance and formed his Dan. During this process, he had a complete understanding and experiences. If he could reread them now, he would definitely be able to find something different. He might very well not need to wait for George and the rest to achieve the breakthrough in order to find the crux for himself to open a new path. A good memory still isn't as good as lousy notes. Thinking back, all I could remember is balance, rotation, universe, stars, and other major concepts. As these thoughts flashed past his mind, Lu Chang sensed something and turned to the corridor that led to the balcony. He saw a girl wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, and light-colored sports shoes walking towards him. Her eyes could mesmerize anyone, and she was none other than Mo Jingting. "Martial uncle. It seems like you are having a comfortable time here." She smiled as she walked over. Pulling the chair out, she sat to his side, picked up the teapot, turned over a cup and poured herself a full cup of tea. While doing this, she looked at Lu Chang. She looked a little interested but more out of curiosity. "Who would have known that when I snuck back to the mountain for a holiday, I would meet with Martial Uncle who I haven't seen for a long time. His complexion isn't too good and he looked sickly. It seems like the injuries he previously had were worse than what the rumors had speculated. It has been over half a year, and he still looked like he could be blown away by the wind. Moreover, Master has said that the most serious and troublesome issue with his injuries is the sequela. Rumors have it that this will cause him to lose the majority of his battling capabilities." As she thought about these, Mo Jingting felt that she wouldn't have to be so reserved and careful in front of him like before. She felt as though she could speak with him as an equal now. "Aren't you busy with the entertainment show? Why are you here?" Lu Chang was enjoying the breeze and returned the question with a faint smile. Just moments ago he was having a chat with Yen Zhika. She mentioned about an entertainment show that had recently become a big hit. All the participants of that show had their status raised by a level. Mo Jingting happened to be one of them. Mo Jingting sipped on a mouth of tea, turned his head to the sea of forest and answered emotionally. "I came back because I was a little tired. It's quiet here and the air is fresh. Whenever I come back and rest for a few days, my mood substantially gets better." After pausing for several seconds, she casually asked, "Martial uncle, are you here to recuperate?" "Yeah." Lu Chang didn't intend to hide anything. Mo Jingting turned her gaze away and continued with a smile. "I just remembered something. When I was transiting from being an actor to the music industry, I felt that I had good stamina, a loud voice, extremely great control over my vocals and other muscles, and could be considered as great in KTV. I didn't pay much attention to singing technique. As a result, I almost crumbled in my first experience in a recording room and cried on my way back to the condominium. After which, I put my pride aside and seriously studied under a mentor for half a year before I finally had some small results. Since that day onwards, I know that there isn't any obstacle that can't be crossed. What is more important is one's attitude." Lu Chang almost broke into laughter. He shook his head gradually and said, "You don't have to console me in such an indirect manner. I'm really fine now. I'm really fine." Mo Jingting smiled and replied, "Martial uncle's emotional qualities are the best." She did not harp on this topic. Suddenly, she had a thought in mind and laughed. "Martial uncle, are you interested to do business together?" "Ha!" Lu Chang couldn't cope with the sudden change in topic. Mo Jingting laughed. "I'm sure you know that our sect has a large production company? Over the last 2 years, internet TV programs and movies have been developing at a very fast pace. I have intentions to start a business with several other seniors in this field. At that time, we would each be investing a sum of money in it before raising capital from the Sect's Foundation Trust. If it works out well, we will let the production company of the sect acquires us. At that time, those who wish to cash in could do so, and those who wish to keep a certain level of shareholdings could also keep their shares. Martial uncle, would you be interested chipping in and earning some pocket money? No matter how Martial uncle turns out in the future, just his status as an inhuman stage expert and the 2 physical invulnerability experts behind him would be enough to justify giving him shares even if he did not chip in. However, there isn't a point to raise this up so soon. This is taking advantage of the Ice God sect." Lu Chang was a little dumbfounded. He drank some tea before replying, "I'll give it a pass. You all could go with it and don't have to wait for me." "Really?" Mo Jingting was rather surprised. "This is a good deal. It's equivalent to giving him money. Yet Martial uncle isn't willing to accept. If I'm interested in the future, I will look for you again." Lu Chang rejected her in a more indirect manner. Yen Zhika would be responsible for all future investments in the household in the future. There's no need for me to dabble into this and waste my energy. If I have the time, it will be better off pondering about the matters of physical invulnerability. After sensing the lukewarm attitude and determined Uncle Marshall, Mo Jingting did not continue on this. She chatted a little more with Lu Chang before bidding goodbyes. While walking along the corridor towards her fixed dwelling unit, she was filled with lots of questions. That's strange. Considering Martial uncle's condition, shouldn't he be in a hurry to find another path and looking for ways to earn money for his latter part of his life? Shouldn't he hit it off well with us? Why doesn't he look interested at all and didn't even ask about the price? Is it because the blow to him was too hard, causing him to be totally demoralized and unwilling to do anything now? Lu Chang couldn't care at all about what Mo Jingting thought. Seeing that lunchtime was approaching and there would be servants bringing his food over soon, he stood up, raised his phone camera and took a picture of the beautiful scene from the balcony. He sent it to Yen Zheka, who was already sleeping, before posting it on his social media and friends circle. He also appended a poem, The flowers in the plains had all withered by April, while flowers in the mountain had just started blooming. A short while later, Lu Chang received a call from Talker while enjoying his delicious lunch. "Chang, why are you at Moshang?" asked Xiao Ming surprisingly. Lu Chang was lost and returned the question, "How do you know? Do you think I'm stupid? When you upload the photo, your GPS was on," scolded Xiao Ming. "We are also in Moshang. Do you want to pay us a visit?" The University Martial Arts Nationals are held in Moshang this year. A sudden realization struck Lu Chang. If everything was going on as usual, he would definitely pay attention to the trip of Songcheng University Martial Arts Club. However, who would have expected him to experience such a thing? His mood, attention, and other aspects were all affected. Occasionally, he would hear bits and pieces of it from Xiao Ming. For example, Deng Yang broke through to the dance stage at the end of last year. He Zi had also understood the concept of withdrawing. Under the leadership of the two of them, Songcheng University and Shannon had together eliminated the previous champion, Shanbei, who experienced a void year after Peng Leung graduated, and progressed together to the Nationals. As to where the Nationals are held, he had forgotten to ask about it previously and didn't search for it subsequently. "Sigh. It has been less than a year and you have forgotten about us completely?" Sigh. Some people only remember the glorious days. But who knew the tough times would be forgotten? Kai Zongming acted despondently and sighed emotionally. "We are at Moshang and staying in the Yellow Crane Hotel. Are you coming? Just a word." Lu Cheng laughed. "Sure. Let me book a driver first. As to when, I'll let you know after I confirm. There's barely a soul on the mountain. Even if I wanted to book a car, I might not be able to. I can only look for the General Affairs Department of the sect." "Pfft. Are you practicing immortality on the mountain?" mocked Kai Zongming. The next afternoon, Lu Cheng wore a pair of black glasses. He tucked his hands into his jacket and walked into the Yellow Crane Hotel. He saw the still attractive talker, Kai Zongming. He wore casual attire and looked more mature and more attractive than before. The only problem was that he still couldn't take the step towards dance stage. "Are you completely exhausted?" asked Xiao Ming with doubts. "Didn't Cheng say that his body is recovering better than expected?" "This is better than expected? How bad is expected then?" Lu Cheng sneered. "Talker, it seems like your eyes are failing you. Can't you tell that I have to completely break things apart before I can get better? Can't you tell that these are my second injuries? In those pictures that the reporters had taken, do I look so bad? Second injuries?" Kai Zongming was lost and returned the question. "It's a price to pay to completely recover from before," Lu Cheng explained in a simple manner. Kai Zongming suddenly understood everything. He extended his hand, patted on the shoulders of Lu Cheng and said, "I knew that a guy like you would cause trouble for 1,000 years. How could you possibly just exit so easily?" Lu Cheng almost fell from this pat. He said angrily, "Please take care of the patient. I have to fully enjoy this experience of sending a high-tier dance stage flying with just a pat before you recover fully." Xiao Ming patted without reserves again. Naturally, he did not exert strength this time. As they spoke, he led Lu Cheng into his room. Deng Yang, He Zi, Yen Shaoling, and the rest were all waiting excitedly there. Master, Senior Lu," Yen Shaoling called out before everyone. While stammering, she asked, "How are your injuries recovering? I heard from Senior Yen that it's much better than expected." Lu Cheng smiled and replied, "Yeah, I can return to the arena in about 3 or 4 months. Yay!" Yen Shaoling waved her hands and jumped excitedly in a circle subconsciously. "I have to tell them and let them share the joy too." She took out her phone and posted a thread in the forum. "I saw Senior. Yeah. I saw Lu Cheng. He said he will have recovered completely in 3 to 4 months and could participate in a competition." The forum instantly went into overdrive. The remaining members had started to fervently discuss this topic. Several reporters would come by each day to see if there was any material for news. When they discovered the post by Eternal Nightfall, they quickly verified the contract details with the Martial Arts Association through their internal channels. After which, they came out with a piece of headline news. Lu Chang is about to return but is no longer associated with Longhu. Does this mean that this is the limit of his potential? Inside Kai Zongming's room, He Zi cast a disgusted glance at the ecstatic Yan Shaoling. Don't mind her. It takes a while for her to return to normal. Lu Chang laughed and looked around at them. Initially, I would have been satisfied as long as one of you attained the Dan stage. That would mean our martial arts club is on the right tracks. I could never have imagined that, in less than 1 year from my departure, Deng Yang and He Zi would both grasp the concept of withdrawing and pass their promotions. Well done. I'm impressed. He raised an approving thumb. Diffident, the bright and outgoing Deng Yang smiled dorkily while scratching his head, repeating the words, No, no. Senior martial brother Lu is way better than me. In front of his idol, he was always nervous and ill at ease. Lu Chang chuckled and shook his head. Turning to Mu Jinyan, Wang Dali, and the others, he went on. Don't get affected by this. Though I brought up numbers when I talked about the chances of you lot attaining Dan stage, it was merely an average based on the entire sample. There will always be outliers. Deng Yang and He Zi making the breakthrough don't mean you guys no longer have any chances. Look at the Daxing Temple and the Ice God sect. Based on the number of Dan stage martial artists they have, the probability of success is off the charts. One must dare to dream. Who can tell the future for certain? Understood. When the crowd had given their solemn replies, Xiaoming laughed and teased at him. Cheng, why are you talking like an elderly official doing an inspection? What's next? He crafted a voice. This is the place where I lived and fought. The traditions here are excellent. I hope everyone gives their very best in training and fights. Talker, you should really become a stand-up comedian. Lu Chang clapped back out of habit. Kai Zongming had already made up his mind. Once he graduated from university, he would return to his hometown and take over his father's company. In the future, when suitable chances arose, he might consider selling the company and making a change in career. Since his body was still in a weakened state, Lu Chang excused himself before long. He and Kai Zongming found a quiet and secluded place, where they chatted while drinking tea until it was evening. La 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 la. Yan Zhika paced up and down in her room with visible excitement. She picked up her phone and scrolled through the forum. Suddenly, she saw a repost of a news link from All the Good Names Are Taken by Dogs. The title flashed past her eyes while she was scrolling. Suddenly, she frowned and scrolled back, clicking into the contents of the link. The reporter's words were as such. According to someone close to Lu Chang, the former heavenly son of China will fully recuperate after 3 to 4 months and step onto the arena once more. Former my ass. You dumbass. Scolded Yan Zhika internally. She looked down further. From the feedbacks of the Martial Arts Association, it seems like Lu Chang has yet to sign professional contracts with any associations, including the Longhu Club. That is to say that he's now a freelance martial artist. Considering the power, stage, and aptitude he has displayed in the past, even if he needed 3 to 4 months to recuperate, there should definitely not be a lack of pursuers. We expected to see various associations flocking to him while waving their checks in the hope of recruitment. However, we aren't seeing any of that. What does this tell us? Could it be that, in the eyes of the big associations, Lu Chang is now a high-risk investment with diminished potential? Yes. A high-pin Dan stage martial artist will most certainly be welcomed with open arms by many associations. However, to teams participating in top-tiered professional matches, they have limited worth. Do they lack in humans? Not at all. What they lack are martial artists with the potential to make it to physical invulnerability in the future. The cold treatment towards Lu Chang could perhaps tell us a little something. When she was done reading through the article, Yan Shaoling's mouth gradually turned into the shape of an O. She had a notion that the reporter's source of information came from her own post, but she would never have thought that so much stuff could be made up from her simple line. It was a waste of talent for you to not become a novelist. Puffing up her cheeks, Yan Shaoling quickly scrolled through the comments and reposts. We are talking about a grave injury that took an entire year to recover. How is it possible that it wouldn't leave a mark and cost him a portion of his potential? It's so sad when you think about the unstoppable heavenly son of China, Lu Chang, turning into an unsuccessful old inhuman one day. So very sad. This story tells us that life is unpredictable, and we should enjoy ourselves while we can. So, to the cutie that commented before me, wanna hook up? Are you guys for real? Do you really think Lu Chang needs your sympathy? At any rate, he's still an inhuman mighty one. Even if he can't attain physical invulnerability in the future, his future life will still be better than yours by 100 folds. Honestly speaking, if Lu Chang shifts his eyes away from top-tiered professional matches, he could pretty much choose any second-tiered team. Poison Milk Hierarch. What do you think? Poison Milk Hierarch's profile picture was now a photo of his shiny, bald head. He reposted twice in a row, saying, "What do I think? I have not seen Lu Chang, or have any reliable information. So what can I think? Do I look like the type of person who makes baseless surmises?" Still, it reminded me of the past cases of martial arts geniuses who have had their wings snapped off before they reached their fullest. There weren't many cases, but it definitely wasn't rare either. Most of them ended up regularly competing in lower-tiered matches and slowly became commonplace. Phew. Seeing that makes me a little more at ease. Yan Xiaoling scrolled down to read more comments. Lu Chang is pretty popular. Many of my friends like him. Even if he ends up in second-tiered professional matches, I think he would regularly appear on the headlines and not just become commonplace. To the previous commenter, I have to disagree with you. Martial arts enthusiasts are only interested in two types of martial artists. The first being physical invulnerability mighty ones that have made a name for themselves, and the second being talented martial artists who have the potential to make it to physical invulnerability in the future. If Lu Chang slums among the Inhumans for 10 or so years, how many will still pay attention to him? Every year there are up-and-coming talented fighters who might even be blessed with good looks. Who would waste the effort to support a former heavenly son of China past his time? Forget about 10 or so years. As of present, how deserted has his fan club forum become after he made that Weibo post? How many still pay attention to him? A martial artist with no future is like ice cream on the ground. Who would crouch down to lick it? Sigh. You are right. The world is a cruel place. You are wrong. Yan Xiaoling mumbled silently. Switching back to the forum, she sent a roars at the sky emoji. Ah, that damn reporter called Sensi or something. I'll remember you. Oh, I have to do something. She felt as if her tiny chest was about to explode. In the past, she certainly felt anger when she saw news deriding or vilifying Lu Chang. But this time was hands down the worst. That's because the news had originated from her post. Calm down, little Nightfall. Calm down. Here, take this chopping knife, wrote Brahmin. She had no idea what was going on, but always welcomed drama. Little Nightfall, you are in Moshang, right? I'm here as well. How about we meet up and discuss if there's anything we can do? Wrote Nye Chichi thoughtfully. Ah, I'll kill him for sure. Yan Xiaoling was still caught up in her own world. Sister Chichi, are we going to have an offline meeting? Count me in. I'm near Moshang. I'm in my first year of high school now, so I can apply to watch the nationals. Assented Brahmin excitedly. What are you talking about? Yen Zheka scrolled up in perplexion, then wrote, Me. I'll go as well. Then we'll consult the others later. Lu Chang will be back in the arena soon. We have to do something, wrote Nye Chichi uncertainly. I'm fired up. Yan Xiaoling immediately tagged Unparalleled Dragon King, Wonton Seller, and the others. Brahmin went to a few QQ groups that were rather quiet these days and spammed, Lu Chang will return soon. If anyone's interested, go to the forums to discuss what we can do for him. If no one's interested, I'll come back and ask again later. In a moment, the active members were fired up and raring to go. Lu Chang, who had returned to the middle of Mount Yanbing, also saw the article. He even received many inquiries on his recent status. He replied to all of them with better than expected. Currently recuperating. Shaking his head, he closed the article. After more than half a year of torment, he could already deal with such sensational speculations with a better mentality. Other than the first line, the entire article was filled with surmises and suppositions. Even if he retorted, there was not much to start from. It's true that when one is full of openings, they no longer have an opening. Plus, having potential or not is not something he can prove with words. Arguing is a reporter's field of expertise, and anything he says will be twisted and used against him. Right now, the only way to retaliate is by seeking out a path to make the great leap and become a physical invulnerability mighty one. That would be a slap on the face to the naysayers. Work hard. For the sake of my little fairy and myself. Lu Cheng laid down his phone with newfound motivation. That was when he received a message from Kai Zhongming. "Are you coming to watch our competition the day after tomorrow?" inquired Talker. "Of course. I have already gotten a guest ticket," replied Lu Cheng with a smile. Inside the hotel, loud cheers came from Yan Shaoling and the others around Kai Zhongming. 2 days later, in the Xiling Martial Arts Stadium at 7:30 p.m., Lu Cheng entered through the guest entrance, walking along the corridor, and found his own seat. He wore black-framed glasses, appearing before the crowd without any form of disguise. This was the first time he made a public appearance since getting injured in August the year before. He felt that him getting a guest ticket wouldn't go unnoticed by the reporters, so there was no use in disguising himself. Plus, he would be exposing his usual disguise. His paleness attracted attention, and his steps were slightly unsteady. As he walked, many looked at him with pity, empathy, sentimentality, and sympathy in their eyes. Some regarded him with looks that seemed pleased by his misfortune and unkindly interested. After a long and gruesome walk, he finally sat down on his seat. He paid no heed to others and directed his eyes to the big screen that was showing replays from yesterday's matches. The introduction of teams that were participating today, and At 7:40 p.m., from the corner of his eye, he saw 2 reporter-looking people trying to approach him. Just as he was about to instruct the security to keep them away, he noticed that the scene on the big screen had changed. It was no other than himself that appeared on it. That was the past him, young and naive, at the start of the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge tournament. What's going on? Lu Cheng gazed in perplexion. The scenes kept changing, from him fighting against Invincible Punch, to him losing to Iron Palm, to him winning the former professional 9th pin road to the arena, to him defeating Yi Yaoting with that horrifying burst of strength. There were photos and clips of his fights. The scenes from the beginning of his martial arts journey reappeared before his eyes. Following that, Lu Cheng saw himself defeating Yi Machuan and Cheng Anjing and putting a finger to his lips. He saw himself losing to Zhou Zhenquan. He saw himself taking down strong enemies and clinching champion in the provincial youth tournament. He saw himself when he first met Peng Liyun. He saw himself when he had that draw against Ren Li. He saw himself when he finally took down the Great Devil and lifting up the Fate Yin Cup. He saw himself duking it out with other Inhumans at the King of Youth Pro League. This went on until the scene of him defeating the Daxing Temple monk at the Battle of the Kings. From youth to adulthood, from a haughty teenager to a matured man, everything that had happened in his martial arts journey played before Lu Cheng's eyes. It also baffled the reporters and audience. That was when the video approached its end. Appearing either alone or in groups, there was Yan Shaoling and Little Wonton, who Lu Cheng knew, and a bunch of other people who he didn't know. Their backgrounds had mountains and lakes, each varying from the others. Their looks differed greatly, each bearing its own traits. They appeared in individual, shrinking frames that aligned with each other. At the end of the video, there were almost 1,000 people on the screen. They shouted a name at the same time, producing a thundering sound that echoed through the whole stadium. Lu Cheng. The reporters started. Another cheer erupted from the other side of the grandstand. Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng looked over subconsciously. Then he saw Yan Shaoling, the ponytailed Brahmin, and faces that seemed strange and familiar to him at the same time. They hoisted a large signboard, on which the following words were clearly written. "We are always here with you. Early June in Connecticut City, inside the Holy Top Church. A large cross towered at the end of the apse. The seats on both sides of the nave spread in an orderly fashion, extending all the way to the narthex. Most were occupied by devotees. The church took up a large plot of land, and at the top of the building rested a magnificent dome. Light streamed through narrow stained glass windows on the walls, giving the place a solemn and dignified ambience. A bishop with a Bible in his hand slowly intoned a prayer in a booming and ceremonious voice, as though he was leading lost sheep to heaven's light. The holy and ethereal scene provided the people respite from their woes. That was when Lu Chang entered wearing a white t-shirt, casual shorts and tennis shoes. He took a few steps with his hands buried in his pockets, then looked to his left and right before sitting down on an empty seat in the back. Unlike the devotees who hung their heads low and folded their hands, Lu Chang merely closed his eyes. Leisurely, he began to perceive his surroundings with his ears, spirit, and mind. Due to the amount of attention he received from blowing up on the internet, he dared not dwell in Shoshan and promptly flew to Connecticut after a short stay. After a month of recuperation, he was pretty much at his full power again. However, the reason why he came to watch a ceremony at the Holy Top Church was not to be baptized. For a martial artist with an iron will, clear goals, and solid convictions like him, his faith had always been placed in himself. He would never leave the tasks of seeking inner peace and finding his own path to something as hollow and abstract as God. Lu Chang snuck among them to observe and learn. According to Geezer Schur, every martial art in the world leads back to the same path. Lu Chang felt that the next step in his path of combining martial arts and cultivation, the important step that might lead him to advance to the physical invulnerability stage, might have something to do with the aforementioned sameness. In view of that, he decided to expand his range of references beyond martial arts and cultivation. To seek out the meaning of the word sameness, he had to find the common points between religious ceremonies and martial arts sections. That would give him a tangible increase in his foundations and allow him to build up further from there. He shut his eyes and listened intently in silence. Lu Chang's all-seeing God-focused, yet non-committal, took in the shifting events in the ceremonial environment and the gathering spirit of the devotees. After a long while, the church choir began singing their praises in a neat, pure, and visionary fashion. The special design of the church amplified the echoes, immersing the crowd in the baptism of holiness. They felt as if the doubts in their minds and negative emotions like latent anxiety were being washed away. In a matter of minutes, they seemed to be reborn. Lu Chang opened his eyes slowly. Some devotees were already wailing their eyes out. He vaguely saw a wavy, milky luster in the church. But then again, it felt like a figment of his imagination. This sensation, thoughtfully he watched, listened, and learned. He was getting some ideas, but nothing concrete, let alone any signs of sameness. A similar ambient feeling persisted until the end of the ceremony. Without lingering, Lu Chang got up casually. He walked towards the door at an unhurried pace with his hands in his pockets. In the front row, a man who just happened to lay down his folded hands scoured around him inquisitively. His eyes caught the silhouette at the door. "Ha!" The blue-eyed youth with dazzling blonde hair uttered his confusion. "What's the matter, Oblak?" the dark-haired youth inquired quizzically. Oblak frowned. The guy from just now seemed familiar, but from the back, he simply couldn't remember who it was. "I don't see anyone," said the dark-haired youth, looking over his shoulders. There was no one at the open door. "Forget it. It's nothing important," Oblak said with a shake of his head. He stood up. "I must go and prepare for the competition tonight." He and the dark-haired youth, Charles, had come from Europe's Brutale, a branch of the mission sect. Right now, they were acting as convoys for the Holy Grail's traveling exhibition in America. They were also part of a religious event that allowed them to spar with local martial artists. Since Connecticut was one of the key locations of the mission sect in America, the event escalated into a small-scaled competition held in the name of determining the strongest martial artist below the crown grade. The mission sect believed that there were 10 Sephiroth in different parts of the human body, each bearing a unique significance. When all 10 were refined, the tree of life would spawn. That's when the practitioner attains the final crown grade, which was equivalent to the physical invulnerability stage in China. And despite being referred to as final, it only meant the end of mortality in the words of the mission sect. When a practitioner attains 3 crowns, the curtain of shadow will be unveiled and Ein Sof would reveal himself. That's when they become bona fide archangels. Being exceptionally gifted, Oblak had made a name for himself at a young age. After a setback in China, he got rid of his arrogance and impatience, which helped refine his 10 Sephiroth in a shorter time than expected. Presently, he was only a half step away from spawning the Tree of Life and a step away from attaining the crown. He was smoothly sailing in his current competition and was about to enter the finals. Midnight. Inside a mansion. In the center of the living room on the first floor, there was an altar with strange symbols drawn onto it. A number of naked men and women vigorously copulated on the surrounding chairs, sofas, tables, and even carpet. Some were doing it one-on-one, some with many and others even more. They all wore expressions of indulgence and pleasure, as though they were enjoying the highest form of liberation. Lu Chang silently stood at the railing on the second floor. In his hand was a paper cup filled with fruit punch. The lust parched his throat. Sipping at the ice-cold drink, he tried his best to not let his mind go wild and visualize the confrontation formula stroke by stroke. That put his body and mind at peace again. He channeled his kung fu at the opportunity, condensing water to ice and turning the lake into a mirror, entering the state of all-seeing God. He looked at the scene below him again, free of his lust and impulsion. His eyes resumed being pitch black and profound. He looked down at them with haughty sang-froid. These spirit cultivators sure know how to enjoy themselves. He chuckled. They were one of those legal spirit cultivation sects, the type that acquired its members through proper preaching. Since they did not employ any use of drugs, bewitchment, or abduction to drag innocent people into their sect, Lu Chang had no intentions of delivering justice to them. Gently swirling the paper cup in his hand, he observed silently and harmlessly as tides of flesh tumbled in a sea of moans. He was making something out of the scene and their method of training. To put it simply, this was a revolutionary method that went against all norms. He nodded slightly and sipped at the punch. From birth, everyone is bound by all kinds of restrictions and rules. When one breaks free from those, they are introduced to sensations, both mentally and physically, like liberation, relaxation, gratification, and exhilaration. Combined with lust itself, it was similar to the Vijaybuddha sect's take on substance and emptiness. What they were trying to attain is not lust, but to dethrone obstinate doctrines, binding rules, and orthodox mindset. In the process, if you become a slave to lust, indulgence, and the release and catharsis of the deed, you'd go astray and form new obsessions and bindings. That's just going from one norm to another. The spirit cultivator's method of acquiring own spirit was 2 sides of the same coin with the Vijaybuddha sect's methods. Both were extreme and could easily lead the practitioner astray. This is the right to enhance their own spirit. Spirit cultivators' advancement to the physical invulnerability stage depended largely upon their own spirit. The mission sect, sects that emphasizes on combat, cultivation, martial arts, just what is the hidden connection between them? Recently, Lu Chang had read many ancient books and records. He mulled over the matter at length, then vanished from the second floor with his paper cup in hand. When the rite ended, the spirit cultivator host returned to the second floor. He wanted to enhance his own spirit while his body was still in its state of comfort. That was when he looked to the study with a tinge of confusion. The window was open. Night gale rushed into the empty room. Did I forget to close it? The spirit cultivator was dumbfounded. A sedan sped through the streets that were vacant at night. With his eyes on the road, Smith asked in confusion, "Lu, why would you want to watch the Satan's rite?" Lu Chang put a hand against his lips in a thoughtful manner. "Satan has Satan's methods. You have to understand them to defeat them," said Lu Chang flippantly. "You are getting more and more enigmatic lately," mused Smith, shaking his head. As a Puritan descendant, He loathed the activities conducted by spirit cultivators. Without persisting on the matter, Smith asked, 2 more stops. Where to next? Lu Chang hesitated, then laughed in a self-deriding manner. Let's stop here for tonight. Send me home. Weirdo, Smith thought to himself. He turned the steering wheel, and the car swerved into the road leading to the north area. On the next day, early in the morning, Lu Chang returned from training. When he entered the house, wiping at his sweat, he happened to see Yen Zheka coming down from the 2nd floor with brisk steps. "Cuckoo, has your body been recovering well lately?" he inquired hastily. He had been asking the same thing every 3 to 5 days. Yen Zheka wore a t-shirt that exposed her exquisite collarbone. Looking away, she said, "It's all right. After collecting all of the 9 words formulas, my spirits have been increasing rapidly. My body has been regaining strength at a better rate too." She went down the staircase as she talked. A dimpled smile escaped her face. "Feels like it won't be long before I fully nourish myself, grasp the concept of withdrawing, enter Dan equilibrium, and nourish your basic cultivation martial arts foundation. What do you think? Impressive, huh? I wouldn't expect any less from Coach Yen," praised Lu Chang, grinning as he gave a thumbs up. At first, when he was perfecting the cultivation method and gathering all of 9 words formulas, he solely wanted to help Cuckoo with her congenital deficiencies. Who would have thought that it would end up opening a new avenue for him? God knows how long he would have to wait if he relied on George and the others. On the other hand, his own progression in the 9 words formulas had been satisfactory too. His spirit had increased even more. He had been feeling at the top of his game lately. Feeling proud, Yen Zheka pursed her lips prettily. "But my increased spirit has all been used to nourish my body, so my current state is not much different from last year, and I still can't stay up late too much." She paused and yawned in an adorable manner with her hand on her mouth. She then reddened and made a scary face. Lifting her foot, she swiftly kicked Lu Chang in the shin with only a little strength. Lu Chang could only smile to that. After breakfast, he sent his wife to the University of Connecticut and left her in the care Aunt Du afterwards. He swung by the martial art club, then headed to the Holy Top Church once more to carry out his observations and learning. Holy Top Church, in a small worship room of the church. There wasn't any choir in this place nor fanciful decorations, and there were only 10 believers who prayed quietly with their eyes closed. After Lu Chang entered the place, he did not say anything. He found a corner, sat down quickly, and tried to feel the atmosphere around him. The peaceful, quiet, gentle and relaxing feelings lingered around and made him feel as though he had used the confrontation formula. There aren't any clergy or martial artists from the mission sect. The mission sect and spirit cultivator both paid a lot of attention in creating an atmosphere for influence. Lu Chang looked around casually and had some thoughts in his mind. He didn't disturb anyone, stood up quietly and left the place. He took a glance at his phone that he had switched to silent mode. Seeing that it was still early and he had some free time until the end of Yen Zheka's class, he decided to visit the church museum next door and take a look at the Holy Grail display that had been the talk of Connecticut recently. Rumor had it that this was a silver cup that held the blood of the Savior at some point. Based on what his master had told him, the true form of famous deities, Buddhas and spiritual gods in history were often physical invulnerability experts. They might even be people who had stepped into the forbidden area. I wonder which level the Savior was at? Yen Zheka was also very interested in this and had planned to visit the place over the weekend. Partially for knowledge, the other just to have a date with Chun. Let's just take this as a trip. Lu Chang tugged both of his hands into his jacket and made his way to the entrance of the church museum. When he stepped in, he was stopped immediately by a good-looking blonde lady. She smiled gently and said in a cheerful tone, "Hi, I'm Tracy and I'm a docent. Is there anything that I can help you with?" A volunteer of the museum, Lu Chang had been going to the church quite a bit recently and wasn't foreign to this. He waved his hand and replied with a smile, "I'm fine. I'm just going to walk around and take a look." Similar volunteers often try to instill ideas about the Lord, redemption, how wonderful they are, and other concepts. I can understand their thinking and how they feeling, but I'm sorry. I really do not like it. Contrarily, I would rather listen to Xiao Ming's stand-up comedy. The exhibits in this hall are all related to the history of the church. If just take a look, it will be difficult for you to understand its real charm. The blonde-hair girl, Tracy, wasn't disappointed by the rejection she got at all. On the contrary, she maintained her smile and emphasized her point. Humph, that will do too. Lu Cheng thought about it for a few seconds and changed his mind. This wasn't because he disliked the girl. She was pretty, but he noticed a very important point. After listening to her, I will have some idea about the exhibits, and I'll try to remember the key points. When I'm back here with Yen Zhika on a date, I can show her my well-read and knowledgeable side again. Good afternoon, Mr. This way please. It will be best if you start with Hall 1. The exhibit here relates to the history of the Lord spreading the gospel, and also the history of our church's developments. Tracy pointed to her right and smiled sweetly. Lu Cheng was fine with anything and thus followed the volunteer museum docent. He stepped into Exhibit Hall 1 and noticed that there were several bulletproof glass cabinets and various kind of ancient artifacts in them. This is a notebook left behind by Saint Simon, before the Dead Sea Scrolls were unearthed. This was the oldest literature text that recorded the gospel. Tracy pointed to the few sheets of papyrus as she explained. Lu Cheng nodded his head with interest as he tried to remember the content of the explanation. After taking several steps and seeing through several areas, Tracy's expressions suddenly turned serious and her tone was filled with sorrow. Pointing to the standalone cabinet in the center of Exhibit Hall 1, she said, "The Savior shed his blood for mankind, and this is an ancient cup that had held his holy blood." Lu Cheng followed her gaze and looked over. He saw 4 security personnel with suppressed auras and incredible vitality standing at the 4 corners of the exhibit. They stood still, but a strong, bright and overbearing feeling swept towards Lu Cheng and engulfed him. Within the glass cabinet was a grail made from silver. Its engravings were simple and unsophisticated, and there weren't any signs of oxidation on it. The inner lining of the cup was of the color of blood. Even though it had been around for over 2,000 years, it still preserved the moisture. It looked fresh and heavy as though it nurtured something. The blood of the Savior. Lu Cheng leaned closer and observed carefully. Suddenly, he felt the atmosphere around him turn sorrowful and heavy as the blood-red layer undulated. The cup suddenly seemed to be filled despite having nothing in it. There's definitely something mysterious about this. As the thought flashed past his mind, Lu Cheng felt a tinge in his heart and suddenly could smell a suppressed feeling of danger. The Jindan was crushed and parts of it merged with him. He might have lost his greatest support, but his supernatural abilities had received the greatest boost possible. These included his ice and fire abilities and naturally, also included his intuition to sense danger. There was still some distance from the realm of foreboding, as recorded in the legends. However, as compared to the past, this was more than just a small novelty trick he had. At that very moment, Lu Cheng felt as though he was in an environment where a storm was brewing. Although he couldn't see or hear it with his own eyes or ears, he could acutely notice the various signs. A smart man wouldn't stand beside a collapsing wall. Leave right away. He made his decision decisively and left after turning around. This left the blonde girl, Tracy, dumbfounded. Mister, wait a minute, did I explain something wrongly? Tracy caught up and asked anxiously. I suddenly remembered. I have something urgent to attend to. Lu Cheng answered perfunctorily. He paused for a moment before continuing. I have a friend who would be here in just a minute. Can you explain the exhibits to him? Also, can I trouble you to wait in the resting room for a while and not attend to other matters for a moment? Tracy nodded her head in surprise and answered, Sure, no problem. Lu Cheng did not stay behind. Keeping his arm beside him, he took huge strides to the door and walked past a blonde teenager with blue eyes who was here to take over the next shift. Oblak glanced at him and entered the exhibition museum without thinking too much into it. His mind was occupied with the matters of the finals that night. After taking several steps, he stopped suddenly and shook his head violently. He looked towards the Chinese man that he encountered just moments ago. Lu Cheng? Lu Cheng. That heavenly son of the era from China that caused him the worst failure in his life? Didn't he suffer grave injuries and leave the professional circle? Why is he here? The guy that I met in the church yesterday must have been him too. As these thoughts welled up inside him, Oblak had forgotten about his responsibilities. He turned around instinctively and gave chase to the figure that was disappearing from his vision. What followed his footsteps were the faint clashing sound of his metallic armor. Since returning to Gaofen from the Brutale, he had started paying attention to news relating to martial arts in China. He finally knew who defeated him and that he was a highly regarded heavenly son of the era. Since then, he had walked out from self-denial and had a target. After several years of hard work, he felt that he had the strength to challenge him again. However, who would have expected Lu Cheng to be involved in an accident so suddenly? He was very regretful. Since he met him in Connecticut, he couldn't let this opportunity slip. Thud, thud, thud. Oblak's steps were heavy, but he was able to move agilely between the people on the streets and towards the figure that he had been chasing at high speed. However, Lu Cheng's steps were equally fast. Oblak wasn't able to close the distance between them at all. In a moment of panic, dots of light suddenly flashed on Oblak's hands, legs, chest and abdomen. As they connected, a tree-like object seemed to form. A radiant light exploded, and he truly became a son of the sun. Terrifying aura covered Lu Cheng from afar. It was both a greeting and a way to stop him. However, at this very moment, all he could feel was the direction where his aura had swept through. Everything had become empty. It felt just like the bottomless universe's darkness that couldn't be filled in all eternity. In just an instant, Lu Cheng mitigated his tempestuous holy rays and disappeared without a trace. This? Oblak was shocked and dumbfounded. In that moment of delay, Lu Cheng had turned into another street and disappeared in front of his eyes. Oblak was about to give chase again when he suddenly heard a loud explosion and feel the trembles of the ground below his feet. He turned his head around and looked towards the direction of the explosion. He saw the external glasses of the church museum and the holy top church shattering. Milky white light rays and crimson red flames smashed through the ceiling. Screams and cries could be heard everywhere. Something had happened. Oblak put aside his desire to chase after Lu Cheng and rushed back to the museum. When he stepped through the door, he saw that the glass cabinet had been shattered into pieces. There were museum docents and visitors lying around the floor, injured and moaning in pain. Chaos was everywhere. Heading towards where the flames raged from, he discovered his good friends Johnny and Charles. One of them was lying there with injuries all over him. He had lost consciousness and his life was quickly slipping away from him. His other friend had one of his arms blown off. He was moaning in pain and trying to get up. However, he was helpless. Oblak's pupils contracted and rushed towards where the Holy Grail was held without showing concern to his friend who was moaning for help. The closer he got, the more tragic the scene got. When he reached the place of the standalone cabinet, it had already been deformed. He saw his own master, the captain of the Brutale Holy Grail Night Squadron, Mason Walker. This middle-aged man who had sky-blue eyes leaned against the cabinet. His chest had sunk in and various spots were burnt to charcoal black. He was throwing up blood, and the silver cup that held the blood of the Savior had disappeared. 3 crown level. Mason Walker took a breath in and tried to make his sentence more fluid. Quickly go to the confession room and look for the Archbishop. Let him inform the Connecticut government to dispatch all the crown-level experts. Seal the roads out of the city, and use satellite surveillance and positioning to quickly retrieve the Holy Grail. Yes. Oblak nodded his head violently and ran towards the Holy Top Church without further questions. He already knew why the Holy Grail was stolen. Typically, the Brutale representative team had 2 crown-level experts guarding the place in shifts. Together with the Archbishop, Kontsev, in the church right beside, they were enough to buy time until the reinforcement team arrived. However, during this hour each day, the Archbishop would have his regular confession period. He would sever all his senses to listen to the teachings of the Lord. When he passed by the resting room of the museum, he caught a glimpse in his peripheral of a blonde sitting dazedly. She was clearly in acute shock. Lu Chang didn't care about what had happened there. He ran directly to the campus of Connecticut University and to the classroom of Yenjika. Seeing that everything was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and refreshed the newsfeed page. That was when he saw a piece of emergency news. The museum has been attacked and the Holy Grail has been stolen. 3 crown-level supercriminals. So that's what had happened. After reading it, he refreshed again and saw the latest update. The deliverman seems to be one of the assaulters. What they? Lu Chang was initially shocked but soon shouted vulgarities. Lu Chang did not know if he should cry or laugh when he saw the words deliverman. This must be what they call what comes around goes around. Back then, he secretly rejoiced about a large number of deliverman copycats diverting suspicions away from him. But, as it turned out, he was about to have a major crime pinned to him. Damn. Thank goodness most people know about my severe injuries and impeded growth. No one will believe that I would suddenly jump to horror grade, the equivalent of a physical invulnerability mighty one. You are not pinning this one on me. Lu Chang heaved a long sigh. He began to mull over the whole affair. The more he thought of it, the more mysterious it seemed to him. Strange, he mumbled, frowning. There were 2 oddities in the matter. First, the greatest value in the Holy Grail was the dash of Messiah's blood spilled on it. The blood held important significance and enlightenment value to all the branch sects of the mission sect. Meanwhile, it could at most serve as reference material to practitioners of other systems such as martial artists. The loss or gain of it wouldn't matter much to them. It also wasn't likely to be the work of research organizations from major countries, since there were many other objects of similar nature. They didn't have to take risks for the Holy Grail. The second singularity was the timing of the assault. They chose to carry out the heist at a relatively busy time in the morning. Assuredly, that was the timing when security was most lax, yet it also brought complications. It was too conspicuous and eye-catching. They couldn't cover up their traces at their own leisure by silencing witnesses, erasing security footages, or diminishing the societal impacts. That would mean leaving evidence. In a city with many physical and vulnerable mighty ones and a couple of people with extraordinary means like Connecticut, they would be put to perilous grounds if they failed to get away from the city in time. And getting away from Connecticut was no simple matter. As fast as a physical invulnerability mighty one could get, can they outrun the speed of electromagnetic wave transmission? With the crime being committed in broad daylight, the Connecticut government wouldn't take long to respond. All they had to do was to deploy their so-called horror-grade mighty ones, and have them work with the police and civil defense teams to put the city on lockdown. By assessing the power of everyone passing through, they could prevent the fugitives from sneaking out. Plus, they had satellites and other high-tech devices to monitor desolate places like farms, lakes, and rivers. Without any countermeasures, quietly fleeing from the city was no easy task. With that being said, the risk they bore decidedly outweighed its benefits. That consideration was precisely why the Broodale representatives were bold enough to put the authentic Holy Grail on an exhibition tour in America. Perhaps their interest lies elsewhere? Or was it just a bughouse act? Lu Chang shook his head lightly without being any wiser. The Holy Grail has been in the Brutals' possession for centuries, yet their research turned up nothing of value. Who would take such huge risks for such bleak hopes? He decided that it was not worth mulling over something he couldn't figure out. It didn't directly concern him anyway. Lu Chang tapped on his dimming phone screen and shared the entire story with his little fairy, who was still in the middle of class, with great vehemence. He also informed the military informant. Any incidents involving physical invulnerability mighty ones deserves the attention of the nation. Meanwhile, Connecticut City was now on its highest alert. Every outbound flight in Orion Airport was delayed, and every departing passenger was inspected once more to ascertain their power. The police had set up checkpoints on the large river bridge, and cars passed through one by one. Below the bridge, naval ships patrolled the waters and scanned the currents with sonar devices. Across the river, a white-haired elder with arms thicker than an average person's legs sat in the back of a nanny van, mediating with his eyes closed in a precautious way. He was no other than the Grand Elder of the Jaruga sect, Stephen. The ships from the naval base spread out on the shimmering lake, running all kinds of high-tech devices. The lockdown was ready. On the dock of one of those ships stood a brown-haired, middle-aged man in a general uniform. He had his arms crossed before his chest and looked coldly in the direction of Connecticut. The ripples around him ceased, sparkling and pellucid. Farms and fields connected to the city were all being closely monitored by the satellites beyond the atmosphere. Anyone detected would be reported, identified, and tracked. Aside from all this, more arrangements were made. The existence of exceedingly strong individuals had always guided technology in the direction of subduing them. In the museum of the domed church with shattered windows, the Archbishop, Kontsev, who was clearly of Latin origin, stood before the warped exhibition shelf and sighed. The Lord has always taught us not to neglect today's misfortunes because of yesterday's luck. Nothing had happened before this, and we all let our guards down. Yes, said Townsend. He was also a crown-grade mighty one in the Brutale representative team. He drew a cross at his chest and began repenting sincerely. Normally, he would have been with Mason Walker when the Archbishop gave his sermons, but on that day he slacked off. The hitchless days from before had made everyone complacent, and they let their guards down. Oblak stood on the side in silence, waiting for news from the Connecticut Command Center. He felt something at that moment. Turning his eyes to the Exhibition 1 entrance, he saw 3 men in black robes walking slowly towards them. The one in the front was a large man. On his forehead, cheeks, and the corner of his eyes were indistinct wrinkles. He had hoary eyes and hair. With just a quick glance, Oblak could sense his immense amiability and nobility. His presence alone invoked trust and submission. At the elder's left-hand side was an emerald-eyed man with scholarly air. There was something unreal about him. He was no other than the cultivator of light, Lucas, whom Oblas had an acquaintance with and was from the spirit cultivator sect. Could the other one be the world-renowned spirit cultivator Grand Cultivator Cisco? "I'm here to observe the spirit," said the leading elder. He smiled faintly when his eyes met Kontsev's. Kontsev's gaze was impassive. He drew a cross with an air of humility. "May God bless you." "Such a malignant curse." The elder smiled indifferently. "Every step leaves a print. I trust that the 3 assailants will most certainly be brought to justice. Such an act is a challenge to the orders of society. A challenge to the peace of America and Connecticut. The Holy Grail has the Messiah's blood. It's an item that means a lot to us," Kontsev said. He looked at the elder with meaningful eyes and said placidly, "It may be hidden from our eyes for now, but not for long. 2 days. 2 days at most. Cisco, I hope that information helps you." Grand Cultivator Cisco nodded slightly. Without another word, he focused on his psychic powers to hunt down the criminals. In the second-floor bedroom, Yenjika pored over her books for the imminent finals. After a while, she raised her head and turned to Lu Cheng, who was casually playing with his phone. They began discussing the Holy Grail incident once more. Towards the end, she gently hammered the table. "What a pity! I have not yet seen what the Holy Grail looks like. For religious reasons, photography wasn't allowed during the exhibition tour, so there weren't any pictures of it online. If you wanted to see it, you would have to do it on site." "It looked very common," said Lu Cheng. He fetched pen and paper with great enthusiasm and drew it out for Ku. After a few quick strokes, he handed it over as though he was presenting a treasure. "It looks just like this." Yenjika took a quick look. She immediately pursed her lips to stifle a laugh. After 10 seconds or so, she nodded solemnly. "Cheng, about your drawing skills. Well, let's just say your calligraphy is better than your drawing skills. But my calligraphy is nothing to write home about." Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. "I don't accept backhanded compliments." As soon as he finished his sentence, he felt a tinge of apprehension. He stood up with a thoughtful look on his face. "What's wrong?" Yenjika asked, blinking her bright eyes. "We have guests," Lu Cheng answered with a smile. Slowly, he made his way to the door. A few steps later, he turned back to her and said, "Let's go together. It's safer if you are closer to me, just in case anything happens." "Okay." Yenjuka nodded obediently as she wrapped Lu Cheng's hand in her own. They went down to the first floor. The girl sat beside Aunt Du in the kitchen while Lu Cheng went for the door. He pulled it. Creak. The door opened inwards. Oblak froze. He was just about to press the doorbell. "How can I help you?" Lu Cheng inquired. He already had a good idea of what was going on. Beside Oblak, the white-haired grand cultivator with gray eyes regarded him with a smile. "Just a routine investigation," he said affably. At that moment, he appeared so immensely noble and endearing to Lu Cheng that he wanted to plunge to the floor, confess everything in his knowledge, and repent for all his sins. His thoughts took a sharp turn. Visualizing the confrontation formula, his body and mind were cleansed of those, not exactly negative, emotions. "I'll be glad if I can be of help," he said with a smile. His eyes were placid, his expression relaxed, as though the grand cultivator was nothing more than a neighborhood committee ante to him. "He's completely unaffected." Oblak was taken aback. Without a change in his expression, Cisco went on. "You have been visiting the Holy Top Church on a regular basis lately. Why?" "I'm searching for a method to attain inner peace." Lu Cheng gave him the half-truth. "You might have heard about it. I have had quite a number of major setbacks this year." He was indeed in search of a method for him to make the breakthrough to physical invulnerability stage, that is. But once he reaches that stage, inner peace will indubitably come to him. All right, that meant he was not lying. Oblak was secretly impressed by the way Lu Cheng talked about his frightful setbacks. Ones that could have cost him his entire professional martial arts career. Yet, when he spoke of them, he showed no signs of pessimism or dejection, as though it didn't concern him. Even the grand cultivator's eyes twinkled. "About that, perhaps coming to us spirit cultivators would be more effective than going to the church," Cisco said as though the thought chanced upon him. He then asked, "And what brought you to see the Holy Grail at the museum today?" "Curiosity. Also as a reference. Initially, I was planning to visit with my girlfriend during the weekends, but I happened to be free this afternoon, so I went there in advance to plan for my date," Lu Cheng said earnestly without a tinge of guilt. The grand cultivator paused. A dull light flitted across his gray eyes. "You left suddenly before the assault. Did you know something in advance?" he rasped. Lu Cheng smiled with his mind as clear as an ice mirror. "As written in my data, I am owner of 3 supernatural abilities. One of those is my premonition of danger. Since I didn't know what kind of danger it was, I had to ensure my own safety before warning your people. It might have been a selfish move, but I believe it's not against the law, is it?" Cisco nodded slowly. As if seeking affirmation, he asked, "That is to say, you sensed it before the crown-grade Mason Walker detected danger?" The words made Oblak hold his breath subconsciously. Lu Cheng nodded stolidly. "I guess you can put it that way. You can say that?" As the disciple of the crown-level expert, Mason, Oblak felt a little like he was being ridiculed when he heard Lu Cheng's reply. However, when he raised his head and looked at Lu Cheng, it was clear that he wasn't boasting. He was saying it in a simple and direct manner, as though he was discussing what's on the menu for dinner tonight. This wasn't singing his own praises or bragging. It was the truth. Oblak took a deep breath and told himself that an ironsmith was good at making metal, a tailor was good at altering clothes, and everyone had something that they were good in. Even a king didn't have to be better in all aspect than a poor civilian. After listening to Lu Cheng's answers quietly, Grand Cultivator Cisco smiled and said, "I understand now." After saying, he nodded his head to show his appreciation, turned around and head for the exit. His pace wasn't fast or slow. Oblak was responsible for tying up the loose end. With a serious look and stern voice, he told Lu Cheng, "The inquiry will end here. Thank you for your cooperation. If there is a need, we might pay you a visit again." Since the Grand Cultivator didn't say anything, it meant that Lu Cheng wasn't lying. "All right." Lu Cheng nodded his head relaxingly. Oblak took a deep look at him and didn't say another word. He turned around and caught up with the leaving Cisco. He had initially intended to raise the issue of a challenge. However, it had to wait. The stolen Holy Grail was a more serious matter. As a member of the Night Squadron, he couldn't be thinking about his personal desires and ignore the bigger picture. In addition, he suddenly had some uncertainty in his heart and almost lost his confidence. When the words were at his mouth, he couldn't say them. Although Lu Chang isn't at the crown level, and is at the same level as me, he is vaguely an edge above me and felt a little insurmountable. With a heavy expression on his face, Oblak boarded the car. After seeing them off with his eyes, Lu Chang closed the door and walked back to the living room. Yan Zhika stood up and leaned over. In a cheerful manner, she said to Lu Chang, "You can say that, Chang. You are really too impressive. Why do I feel like you are mocking me?" Lu Chang found her comments hilarious and looked at her. That guy just now was Oblak who visited Gaofan in the past. From his eyes, I can tell that he felt recalcitrant and wants to have a fight with me. I can only strike a grand pose to scare him away. Otherwise, with my strength will only recover to 70 or 80%, I might really not be a match for him. Technique. Striking a grand pose. Yan Zhika looked up and said, "You still remember who he is?" "Definitely. Those were the days of our free and easy trip. I will not forget it in my lifetime," giggled Lu Chang. "I remembered this guy the moment I saw the Brutale representative group. He even chased me for an entire street this afternoon." Yan Zhika pressed her lips tightly together and turned her head away. She smiled but acted normally and said, "I remember too." At this point, Aunt Du returned to her own room to give the couple some space. Yan Zhika looked to the left and right and suddenly heard a growling sound from her stomach. She raised her eyebrows and looked straight at Lu Chang. In a seemingly pitiful tone, she said, "Chang, I'm hungry." As to what she really meant, she didn't have to say it explicitly. "Let me go take a look at what we have in the fridge and freezer." Lu Chang lowered his head and smiled as he walked to the kitchen. He then said, "We still have some leftover dumplings from yesterday and quite a bit of noodles. Should we have some dumpling noodles?" "All right." Yan Zhika smiled sweetly and followed Lu Chang into the kitchen. "What are you doing?" Lu Chang took his apron and wore it. "You are making supper for your wife and I have to make supper for my dear," giggled Yan Zhika. "You are so gluttonous and always steal my food." "Humph. I feel that the egg-fried rice I make will not lose to you. Do you want a bowl of egg-fried rice?" "One large bowl," Lu Chang replied with a large radiant smile. Just like this, the couple got busy for each other. From time to time, they would exchange some words and chat about random topics. "Chang, are you returning to Songcheng sometime later?" Yan Zhika tilted her head and asked while beating the egg. "Yeah, I have to go back to get my certification. I have even skipped my oral defense. I can't skip this too. Moreover, there's another thing that I have to tie up the loose ends. You should know about it too." Lu Chang looked at the pan that was used to heat up the water and increased the intensity of the fire. "In that case, I will go too to pay a visit to Dirty Tong and—" Yan Zhika exclaimed happily, then paused for several seconds. Biting her lower lips softly, she said emotionally, "From the next semester onwards, I will have to follow my mentor for my internship. I will be busier, and you will be re-entering the professional competition circle and will also get busier. Why don't we go for a holiday this summer break? Let's go and get a lovelock, go and see the pyramid and go and roam carefree on the grass plains. What do you think?" Although he was caught off guard by his wife's question, Lu Chang quickly caught up. He poured the dumplings into the pan and said, "Sure. Let's plan our itinerary later. Yeah, we can go to Songqing first and then back to Shoshan. We should stay at home for a while until the beginning of August before we head out. Otherwise, my father might not be very happy." Yan Zhika was thinking and planning for the future as she fried the egg. "Oh yeah." Her thoughts jumped again and she exclaimed, "Chang, I fall in love with a kind of animal recently." "What kind of animal?" "Brother crew cut." "Huh? What's that?" "A honey badger. It has a white flat head that extends down like a cape. Its symbolism is always fighting or on the way to a fight. Oh, there's one more. Don't tell me who the enemies are or how many of them. Just tell me the time and location. Sounds pretty interesting. Yeah. And there's also, hey Ko, you should turn off the fire for the egg fried rice. I can vaguely smell something burning. Aya. After some time, a notification tone sounded in the kitchen. Chung. Chung. Who are you chatting with on WeChat? With Smith. Spidey? What did he say? He asked me about why my danger assessment grading has suddenly adjusted back to danger grade, and that he would need to survey me the entire day again. You kept laughing a while ago. What did you reply to him? I said that's because I just bragged in front of the Grand Cultivator. What is his response? He said MMP. Note: MMP is a vulgarity in China, synonymous with motherfucker. Haha. Where did he learn his Mandarin from? There are over 1 billion people in the world, and only I have evolved to have this ability. The ability to obtain corresponding ability of others by taking in their blood. This is the ability of God. He was a skinny man who wore a black tuxedo and a dull red cape. His facial features were deep and his eyes were red. In his hand, he twirled an unsophisticated grail made of silver. It seemed to be full of blood but had nothing in there in actuality. Yeah, that is so unique. They would have never expected that the engravings of an eye on the forehead of those you have killed isn't because of a cult's ritual. It is just a farce. What you are really after is their blood and their unique characteristics, right? Nightmare? Opposite of the man in dull red cape was a man with brown eyes. He was approximately 30 to 40 years old and were well dressed. In the pocket of his chest, his handkerchief was folded in the shape of a flower. Yeah. Thank you for your help, God Slayer. The man in dull red cape laughed heartily. Now that I have extracted the blood of the Savior, absorbed it and digested it, I will truly reach the terror grade. I will replace that old man in the Samano royal family and become the king of the blood race in the future. At this point, he looked to the other side. There was a man with tan skin standing there. His facial features were distinctly from the Dead Sea area, and he also had a big beard. The man in a dull red cape placed his right hand on his chest and bowed elegantly. Thank you, Pharaoh, for letting you come and help me. Thank you for allowing me to show the strength of a terror grade expert temporarily to fool the others. The Pharaoh has high hopes for you, the big bearded man said in a stern voice. There would be a large exercise in 2 months' time, and he would need your help. That's not a problem if I successfully absorbed it. The man in a dull red cape smiled faintly and saw the big bearded man off to the side of an ancient coffin. He took off his clothes, wrapped himself in bandages and lay in it. His presence was lost instantly and he became a true ancient mummy. See, there's no assaulter here and there's only a mummy collection that Mr. Constantine, the collector, bought. The man in dull red cape smiled. With the intention of answering his doubts and probing, he asked the man with brown eyes, God Slayer, what's your reason for working with me then? God Slayer touched his nose with his index finger and said, perhaps, maybe, having another terror-grade bad guy in this world would be more interesting. At this point, the sounds of the doorbell ringing sounded from the surveillance system. The man in dull red cape took a look and said, It's Lucas. As he finished his sentence, he opened the door to the collection room, returned to the living room and allowed Lucas, who was wearing a black robe and had green eyes, to enter. Why did the Grand Cultivator ask you to come? The man in dull red cape asked. Lucas looked plainly at him and said, Constantine, the Grand Cultivator wanted me to tell you that you have a maximum of 2 days. In 2 days' time, there will be at least 10 terror-grade experts, several teams of special forces equipped with man-made weapons and various kinds of high-tech equipment, and even more special agents specializing in tracking arriving in Connecticut. Moreover, the uniqueness of the Holy Grail isn't something that could be hidden for long. You have to complete your absorption within this time and try your best to not damage it too badly. At that time, as long as we return it secretly, the security level will naturally decrease. If we let this situation carry on, no one will be able to take it. Don't think that you can leave if you don't use the public roads. There are eyes in the sky that are looking. The fewer the people the location has, the more obvious it would be. Constantine pondered for some time before raising the Holy Grail, smiled and continued, "All right." Several days later, Lu Chang acutely noticed that the security level of Connecticut had decreased from the news. Therefore he sent a message to Smith and asked, "The Holy Grail has been retrieved? Those 3 terror-grade assaulters have been caught." Just moments later, Smith replied, "Rumors had it that the Holy Grail was found in a rubbish bin and had some damage to it. As to the assaulters, they have only identified their details, but we still haven't found out who they are. Godslayer and Nightmare are among the assaulters. To sum it up, a conclusion is about to be reached for this incident." Conclusion is about to be reached? So it just ended like this? Lu Chang was rather surprised. Such a serious matter, and it was settled so simply? Or could it be that there is something hatching below the surface? Before he could raise his doubts, Smith sent another message over. "Lu, I want your advice about something." "Say it." Lu Chang replied. Smith said puzzledly, "I have been practicing based on the lesson plans for the awakening of supernatural ability and improvement of it. However, I haven't experienced much progress for over a year and seems to be getting further and further away from reaching terror grade. Lu, do you have any good advice? Recently, I found that you are getting more and more mysterious and harder to predict." "Humph. Find some spiders and let them bite you?" joked Lu Chang. "This isn't funny at all," Smith replied. Lu Chang pondered for some time before continuing. "The truth is that the strengthening of supernatural ability has some relation to strengthening own self. The greater your control over your own body, the deeper your understanding. I recommend you to try to awaken your own spirit." "I'm from the mission sect," Smith helplessly emphasized. "Why does it feel that Lu isn't very reliable?" "Haha, you could take some reference from Dervish, a branch of the mission sect." Lu Chang decided not to tease him further. After putting his phone down, he looked out of the window and a thought suddenly flashed past. If the incident with the Holy Grail ends like this, so be it. Ku will be having her semester-end examinations soon. After which, it would be to return to Songcheng to meet up with Master to look for the secret cave of the Longhu Immortal under the Weishui Lake. It was the latter half of June. At the new campus area of Songcheng University. "Feels like ages since I have been here." Yenjika stood on the long bridge, peering at the glimmering surface of the Weishui Lake illuminated by streetlights. She then turned her eyes to the lakeside path, the route which Lu Chang had taken countless times, day after day. It was as though every scene and corner sparked a different memory in her. Memories of the past pierced barriers of time, vividly appearing in her mind once again. Lu Chang was equally affected. He assented sentimentally. "It's been a year or so since I went down this path too." But he always looked back to the days of his first love, reminiscing on the purest and sweetest days of his life. He would think about how difficult it was for them to get together, and remind himself not to take things for granted. He understood the importance of treasuring and cherishing his relationship. "Here, let me take you on a stroll again," said Yenjika invitingly, holding out her delicate right hand. She smiled, her eyes as bright as stars. Lu Chang took her hand at once. He looked ahead and coughed 2 times, then laughed in a heh-heh manner. "If memory serves me right, whenever you invited me to a stroll by the lake, it was the silent cue for me to take initiative. What about today?" The words made Yenjika gape and widen her eyes. Color rose to her pretty face. "That's not true. It was all your fault for being a pervert. That's it, we are not strolling anymore," she added petulantly, trying to reclaim her hand. But Lu Chang held her hand tightly. When she couldn't break free, she gnashed her teeth and followed behind Lu Chang in feigned indignation. They walked from the long bridge to the lakeside, past memories and familiar sceneries. A journey where reality intertwined with memories. There were the times when they held hands. The times they first kissed. The times she took out the tissues and he wiped the wooden bench clean. The times they chatted idly. The times when the innocent him rejoiced at stealing a few kisses whenever they went strolling. They all came to them rushing. It was as though Zhike and Lu Chang had walked into the chasm between past and present. I'm thankful. I'm thankful that we are still together. If we aren't, it would definitely have been very, very regrettable, mused Zhike sentimentally. That kind of regret leaves a wound that never heals. Discreetly moving his fingers, Lu Chang interlocked his hands tightly with little fairies. We will be together for the rest of our lives, he declared earnestly. Of course. Zhike nodded vigorously. A few steps later, Lu Chang pointed to a spot beside the road and chuckled. That's where I found the black carp and Jindan, he said. Right there, huh? Zhike murmured. Raising her eyebrows, she looked to the direction curiously. After gazing at it for a few seconds, she suddenly turned sideways to face the lake. Narrowing her eyes, she put her hands together and began chanting. What are you doing, Coco? Lu Chang asked blankly. Her dimpled smile appeared. She pursed her lips slightly and gave him a cute smile. I'm thanking the black carp. If not for it, some dummy somewhere would probably have backed down by himself. It marked the beginning of everything. I doubt it's going to appreciate your words. It would have preferred a filthy life than a worthy death, Lu Chang said, shaking his head in amusement. He cleared his throat. Everything truly began. The moment I set my eyes on you standing outside the martial arts dojo in your traditional Han costume. That was what made me work up the courage to talk to you. If that didn't happen, I wouldn't even be jogging by the lake. Zhike's starry eyes moved in a coquettish way. Amused, she asked, like the lyric? Just because I've taken an extra glance at you in the crowd. Her silvery voice rang through the air. Lu Chang listened with a smile. Coco, is this your way of flirting with me? He teased. Whatever you say. Zhike walked in brisk steps with her hands crossed at her back. After a lap around the lake, the couple relived the moments where they once made out. Afterward, they calmed down their breathing and cooled out the hotness on their faces. That was when Sure finally showed up. He looked rattled as always, but the frequency of his coughing had decreased noticeably. Though the 9 words formula's effect of improving spirits and strengthening the body did not cure his old wounds completely, it did alleviate them significantly. Dive in. If you had not mentioned it, I would have totally forgotten about the matter, admitted Shi Jiangwo frankly. Zhike tittered with her hands on her lips. The master and disciple had a lot in common when it came to certain things. Birds of a feather flock together. Ah! I'm insulting myself. Unreliable old man, Lu Chang mocked internally. He rid himself of his phone, wallet and other miscellaneous items and passed them to his wife. After a moment of hesitation, Sure waved away the thought of playing tough and surrendered his phone. Step by step he walked into the lake. A frosted air surrounded him, forming into crystal-clear ice as though he was about to encase himself in ice. Yet his movements were unrestrained. Lu Chang mimicked him. He took a deep breath. A layer of ice glowed on every inch of his skin. As the master and disciple walked further into the water, the exposed parts of their bodies gradually decreased. At last, they completely vanished before Zhike's eyes, maintaining their center of gravity underwater. The waves around them shimmered. An indistinct pressure closed in on them. Lu Chang entered a fetal state, just like back when he trained underwater attempting to mutate his root pulp. At his present level, staying a couple of minutes underwater was no big deal. Amidst the swaying lush reed, Shure's lips opened and parted, forming rings of ripples that rushed to Lu Chang. It was as though the sound come from heaven. The bottom of this lake is huge. Back then I made a peremptory search but nothing turned up. Are you expecting me to comb the area inch by inch this time? Lu Chang replied by transmitting his voice too. Think about it, master. The Jindan must have acted right after being swallowed by the black carp. If so, it couldn't have swum or leaped far from that area. If we scour the region near where I found the carp, we might discover something. If we find nothing, I'll give you a good, hard slap on the face. Sure always felt that his disciple was unreliable at many times. They scanned around for anything strange as they walked under the gloomy, glimmering waters, slow and steadily. They activated their ice mirror and enemy heart-freezing move to detect any minuscule movements. After a long search near the lake, Geyser stopped in his tracks. Frowning, he echoed, this place actually feels slightly different from when I last came here. It's as if the landscape changes with the lunar phase. He would not have came to the realization in one search, but the singularity presented itself when he compared two searches. With his powerful night vision ability, Lu Chang used the weak light to take in everything around him. There was the cluster of gravels and rocks, the swaying reeds, and pieces of trash left by some people. Aside from those, there was nothing else, let alone any places that resembled a cave entrance. After pondering, Lu Chang decided to go by his initial plan. The shape of his hand seals changed rapidly as he formed them in succession, based on the visualized ancient character in his mind. Confrontation, army, fighting, swordsman. He opened his mouth to push out the words. The echoing sound made the waves expand outward rhythmically. Wholeness, formation, decuing, forwarding, attainment. The moment he cast the attainment formula, the 9 seal scripts appeared in the lake in his mind, forming the three-dimensional and enigmatic runes. Rumble. At that moment, a deep humming sounded from somewhere. Beneath the quivering waves, the lakebed formed by sand and stones split apart, revealing a flight of stone steps leading downward. A blind set up through the help of the moon, Geyser commented in contempt. Hey, brat, it was a waning crescent on the night you found the Jindan, wasn't it? And black carps aren't exactly known for their intelligence. I can't remember, Lu Chang confessed. You never remember anything, Geyser chided, shaking his head in amusement. He followed the stone steps that led to the cave interior. It was moist but dry inside. Holding his excitement in check, Lu Chang walked behind his master. When they were deep in the bottom, they saw a neat and spacious stone room. There was a traditional monk bed, on which lay a few sheets of yellowing paper and a tattered feather raiment. Doesn't look like the Longhu Immortal's abode, Geyser muttered, frowning. He had seen a fair share of cultivation ruins in his life. Lu Chang looked around and made a guess. Perhaps it's the venue for his do-or-die breakthrough attempt? The feather raiment seems to have been worn by the Longhu Immortal before his death. Where then is his body? Plausible. Geyser got closer and reached out to grab it, but the gentle breeze from his movement made the raiment corrode instantly, turning into dust and scattering around the room. On the other hand, the note-like pages were still intact. Peering, Lu Chang read out the words on the first page. My time is here, 130 years of training all about to be gone. Alack! Alack! Long have my antecedents sought to separate their souls from their bodies, create a baby in a Jindan, escape the confinements of a material body, and peregrinate all over heaven and earth. Pity. None succeeded in centuries. I reject this path. I will imitate the immortal's way of creating Dan with the essence of heaven and earth. But the future is bleak and fraught with dangers. The end. Geyser quickly browsed through the other pages. In the end, the master and disciple finally understood what the Longhu Immortal did and why his Jindan was preserved until the present. According to the Longhu Immortal, once a cultivator passes away, the Jindan that loses is not long controlled by their soul would either quickly lose control and explode or barely maintain balance and slowly dissipate in the future. He used ice and fire to imitate yin and yang, forming a balanced and revolving Dan with the starry skies. By integrating nature, he hoped that the pill would be immortal like heaven and earth. With that in mind, he decided to make a gamble before he passed away. He used a kung fu that reverses his spirits to strengthen his material body. The disintegration of his body would kindle his spirits, merging his soul and Jindan into one through and through. By using Jindan's undying element, he wanted to acquire an immortal's body. In view of the possibility of success, he rearranged the constellation order in the Jindan interior, storing the 9 words formula and his own kung fu into it too. No one had ever attempted this before, and the Longhu Immortal wasn't the least confident about it. Before his attempt, he wrote down notes as reference for fellow Taoists. In a way, he made himself the white rat, As to what happened in between, Lu Chang and Geyser could never fathom. But they knew the ending. The Longhu immortal didn't live forever. The Jindan did not have an independent will, but somehow lasted until the present. Retracting their attention and looking around, Lu Chang and Geyser didn't find anything else that was special. Even when they used Ice Mirror and Enemy Heart Freezing Move to sense each inch of space and the 9 words formula in search of resonance, their attempts were futile. What about the natal artifact of the Longhu immortal? Geyser mumbled to himself with doubt. Lu Chang thought about it for some time before saying, perhaps the branch of the Longhu immortal had a unique way of forming Dan and didn't have any natal artifact. Gehui, when he assaulted me, couldn't have underestimated me so badly and not didn't such strong assistance if he had it. Sounds reasonable. Cough. Brat. You were getting a little more insightful. Geyser couldn't help but remark emotionally. Lu Chang found it funny and was a little offended. Master, don't always see me as that student who just began martial arts. I'm already close to the physical invulnerability stage. After practicing for so many years, fighting in so many matches and experiencing so many things, how can my foresight and knowledge not have grown? So what? Even if you have reached the physical invulnerability stage, you are still my disciple. Geyser replied and stared at him. He did not stay on this topic any further and asked, have you seen all of that confidential information? Is it useful? Since Lu Chang decided to take the path of combining martial arts and cultivation, Jiangwo had been using his connection to obtain records of cultivation that the military's human body research lab had been collecting and experimental reports on over 30 volunteers. This was to help him better understand the core and the details. Besides the improvement in my prediction ability, this is one of the reasons why I appeared mysterious in front of others. Lu Chang sighed in secret. After thinking about it for several seconds, he continued, I have completed going through them, but I still couldn't understand the most crucial parts. If it is really so easy to understand, our country would have had a large team of cultivators guarding the cities a long time ago. Geyser retorted while laughing. Others have used decades of hard work to achieve their current results. Are you thinking of surpassing them with just a month or two of work? Your disciple is just trying to find the entry point that is the most suitable for me. I don't really mean to fully understand the whole system and research every part of it. Lu Chang forced a smile and tried to explain for himself. Geyser waved his hand and said, all right, let's talk when we get out. There doesn't seem to be anything useful in this place. Yeah. Lu Chang nodded his head slightly, turned his body to face the sitting couch and bowed with respect. He had initially wanted to tell the Longhu immortal the results and that his path was wrong. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it and could only thank him softly. Thank you, Senior, for exploring the path for future generations. Thank you, Senior, for gifting this encounter. After bowing 3 consecutive times, Lu Chang collected his emotions, followed his master and left the cave. Sigh. Road of Immortality. Road of Immortality. Geyser stood at the entrance and sighed, waving his hand and sending a shockwave to the surrounding. He buried the Longhu immortal. In his way of thinking, since the Longhu immortal had passed away, it would be best if he could rest peacefully underground. While walking towards the shore, the disciple and master duo shook off the ice layers formed over their body and evaporated the remaining moisture. Other than their clothing being wrinkled, they were basically the same as they were before they went down into the lake. Yenjika heaved a sigh of relief and walked up to them, returning them their belongings. Lu Chang used his palm to iron his clothes while asking his master several questions. When Geyser left, he unlocked his phone screen, clicked into the app and started summarizing and recording his thoughts. In the last words of Longhu Immortal, integrating nature and immortal like heaven and earth, reminds me of something. In the past, using his great sun star system as the blueprint, I extended and improved it, treating the various stars as fire force and the darkness of the universe as ice force respectively. I feel that I have a more magical connection with the heavens and earth. The secret of being able to connect with the heavens and earth once the Jindan is formed might be hiding within this. As he finished speaking, he turned to Yenjika. Using an explanatory tone, he said, At that time, I found this rather magical and should have remembered it. Subsequently, I do not have similar experiences and have gradually forgotten about it. If it wasn't because I saw the last words of the Longhu Immortal today and got some triggers, I would probably have to wait till you achieve balance and form Dan before I could remember it again. The Longhu Immortal has shifted the stars and changed the layout. The Book of Thoughts engraved on the Jindan, that recorded the practice of 9 words formula and cultivation could be used as a reference. In this case, I can naturally use the 9 words formula while maintaining a balanced Dan and execute force concentration with the supplement of the fighting formula. Just thinking about it makes me excited. At that time, I'll be a Superman with monstrous strength. Yenjika chuckled at what she heard, showing her beautiful dimples. She felt that the way Lu Cheng recorded his thoughts and insights in front of her was very warming. After typing them, Lu Cheng read them from the beginning twice. After some minor adjustment, he saved it and tilted to his little fairy girl. Now I'll just have to wait until your congenital deficiencies are replenished. Understand the concept of withdrawing and achieved balance to form Dan. At that time, I'll be able to look at the details from the side and corroborate with what I conjecture. Oh. Yenjika pretended to be nonchalant, but his dark and beautiful eyes started looking up. Have you told to Dirty Tong and the rest that you would like to share their bed? Lu Cheng held on to the hand of Yenjika and walked towards the long bridge. I informed them long ago. I will squeeze in with Ru and the new girl in their dormitory, but will not stay at night because she has started her internship. Yenjika smiled and replied. Lu Cheng was about to continue when his right leg suddenly felt like 1,000 pounds weight on it. This also made him lose his balance and fall. Shifting his center of gravity, he easily steadied himself. He looked with a face of doubts to his wife and asked, "What just happened?" With the lighting from the road lamps, Yenjika's exquisite and beautiful facial features were unparalleled. Her long and dark eyelashes moved, and with her innocent-looking eyes, she replied, "What do you mean? I don't know anything." After completing her line, she suddenly couldn't control herself. She tilted her head to the side, covered her mouth, and clear laughter could be heard. Lu Cheng suddenly had the realization and immediately asked with surprise and joy, "You have awakened your supernatural ability? A supernatural ability inherited from her grandparents and Empress Dowager? As compared to her cousin-in-law, whose supernatural ability should have been easier to awaken. The reason why it hadn't appeared was because of her congenital deficiencies. Since her supernatural ability is awakened, does it mean that she had made up for her congenital deficiencies? Yeah. Didn't I look exhausted for the past 2 days? You still thought that it was due to the stress of examinations and gave me massages. Yenjika tilted her head up and answered cheekily. I had wanted to give you a surprise after some time, but I failed to control it just now. Great. You are really Coach Yen. What kind of supernatural ability? Lu Cheng raised his thumb and asked. Humph. It should be related to the magnetic field of the earth. Just like attracting and repulsion and changes in the weight. Yenjika moved her eyes as she answered. So does that mean your congenital deficiencies are no longer there? Lu Cheng asked concerningly. Yenjika bit her lips a little before answering proudly. Of course. I'm feeling that I've almost grasped the concept of withdrawing. So fast. Lu Cheng exclaimed in surprise. After which, he received a "what the hell are you saying" look from his wife. He quickly changed his tone, acted like usual and nodded his head. That should be the case. You have already been at the top end of professional ninth pin for over 2 years. Moreover, you have been enduring the suffering of your congenital deficiencies for some time. All along, your love for martial arts hasn't changed and you have put in the hard work. Your will is definitely sufficiently strong. Admiring me? Yenjika flicked her hair, acted proudly, and was clearly feeling satisfied. In her heart, she quietly added, practicing martial arts isn't simply because I love it. I also wish to accompany you and do something for you. Even if it is hard for me to reach the inhuman stage in the future, this would also be enough. Lu Cheng complimented her in ecstasy, but was criticized for using overly flamboyant words. Nonetheless, Yenjika smiled satisfactorily. Just like in the past, The two of them bade goodbyes outside the female dormitory. Yenjika found the dorm room that she had moved out from. Under the guidance of Zhong Yenru, she found Li Liantong and Shi Xiangyang. Wow, Ku. Your skin has become so great, so white, tender and smooth. Li Liantong widened her eyes, leaned closer and complimented. Could it be because you receive nourishment frequently? Pui, can you not speak so sexually from the start? Let me get used to it a little first. Yenjika replied with a little annoyance and joy. These are the results of cultivation. It isn't what you said, is it? Li Liantong started scrutinizing her friend from top to bottom. After which, she sneered. I don't believe you. Your figure has gotten better too. Oh, I also want a boyfriend. At this point, Shi Xiangyang didn't pay attention to her. She hugged Yenjika and complimented. Ku, you are really whiter, softer and smell better now. Zhong Yenru insulted Li Liantong. Dirty Tong has always had high standards, but always failed to get her target. Just like how she knows this aspect so well, but couldn't put it into use. Those that like me, I do not have the same feelings. Those that I like, they don't have the same feelings for me. What else can I do? I'm also feeling desolate. Li Liantong shrugged her shoulders and answered. For those you have feelings for, you have to give it a try after all. If you don't try, how do you know if he has the same feelings for you? My Chung always tells me about what if, instructed Yenjika, who really hoped she could get it done. Just as Li Liantong was about to answer, he suddenly recalled what her friend just said. A thought flashed past his mind and she asked unconvincingly, Ku, what did you just say? Cultivation? Have you watched too much TV? Are you treating me as a fool? The real cultivation is different from the path of martial arts but eventually converges to the same point. For an ordinary girl, she can just train her mind and use the mind to nourish the body. Although you wouldn't get stronger through this, the skin will get better, whiter, and acne and pimples wouldn't leave scars behind, explained Yenjika. When Lu Chang was at his lowest point, they did think about starting a simplified cultivation beauty class. However, they did not have the mood at all to consider the details. When he recovered fully from his sequela and had his strength restored, they wouldn't have to do this. However, they did not stop and instead gradually perfected the course in their daily conversation to make it easier to understand and practice. Naturally, one couldn't just rely on this to get a very strong and healthy body. Are you sure? Li Liantong, Zhong Yenru and Shi Xiangyang all pressed further with doubts. Chung came up with it. His path of martial arts had combined cultivation in it. Yenjika nodded her head seriously. Wah! Exclaimed Li Liantong. Can we practice too? Yeah, of course. Chung specifically created a simplified version. Yenjika replied proudly. I'm going to make a statue of you, Chung, and offer it 3 joss sticks in the morning and night each day. Li Liantong started walking back and forth agitatedly, and so were Zhong Yenru and Shi Xiangyang. Don't do this, he's still living. Yenjika covered her face and broke into laughter. After several minutes, Li Liantong, Zhong Yenru and Shi Xiangyang were all lying on their own bed. They sat down with the legs crossed and their palms and feet facing up. As for Yenjika, she quickly formed hand seals, changed her footsteps and shouting out, Confrontation! 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 Seeing that Dirty Tong and the rest became quiet and at ease, Yenjika relaxed her stance. Looking across, an image of Lu Chang supervising a group of oddballs wearing feather raiment while practicing cultivation appeared in front of her. She suddenly felt like what Lu Chang had often claimed he felt. Why does it feel like I'm spreading some evil cult teaching? Due to the influx of new students and the west part of dormitory garden being used, Kai Zhongming and the others had moved to a new dorm. Since Lu Chang was considered an undergraduate doing an internship, a bed was reserved for him. At the door of Block 6, Unit 1, Room 502, he could, before even stepping into the door, hear boisterous chatter and smell strong alcohol. The next 2 days consisted of taking graduation photos and collecting certificates. Are they letting loose one last time? Smiling, Lu Chang entered the room. Kai Zhongming had a paper cup in one hand. In the other was a small bottle of Hongxing Erguotu. Since he knew beforehand, he wasn't at all surprised at the return of his friend. He studied him and said, "Chang, looks like your recovery went great. I can't even tell you got injured." "You didn't believe me when I told you the last time," replied Lu Chang, chuckling. He reached out and patted Xiao Ming on the shoulders, hard. He flinched and grimaced, nearly losing his balance. "You are taking revenge? Come on, you are so petty." Kai Zongming wriggled his arm unhappily. "Revenge is a dish best served cold. Plus, I won't have another opportunity when you are back at home living the tycoon life," said Lu Chang half-jokingly and half-sentimental. Nearing the days of leaving school, his roommates had more or less found their next paths in life. Zhao Chang was exempted to postgraduate studies and had picked up some freelance work. Zhang Jingye, as he had hoped for, remained in Songcheng. He was hired by the branch company of a large enterprise. The place was notorious for its overtime practice, but the pay was decidedly good. Old Qiu Zhigao received a few offers, but none appealed to him. In the end, through his connections with Qinemo, he was hired by a private local enterprise. The salary was average, but he was happy to stay in a big city. Mao Yuanxing and his girlfriend went for foreign firms. Qinemo, with venture capital he received from his father, planned to initiate a startup. He had two directions in mind. The first was engagement marketing for the giants in the industry, which would allow him to promote his own products as well. For example, when F&B and clothing chain stores accept mobile payments, they can give a portion of their own earnings to the seller and in turn forge stronger relations. That would make them more willing to purchase things like cashier applications in the future. It was, of course, not limited to that. The second was to invest in a local third-party payment processor. The industry was an oligopoly with two dominant companies, but there were a number of small firms existing for specific purposes. This made sense when you considered illegal poker and gambling sites. For them, a large flow of money attracted attention from the authority, so proper payment methods were out of the question. This is where third-party payment processors came into play. Through methods like topping up points, they remained discreet. It was practically money laundering. As they say, there is always a way to ferret out of a loophole. When Qinemo talked about these things, Lu Chang was extremely impressed. He didn't expect a rich kid who normally fooled around to have such astute business sense. Of course, starting a company wasn't just about funds and ideas. So many have taken the path and failed. As of now, the only person who hasn't found a job was Tang Wan, but he wasn't particularly worried about it. He passed the final clear examination, so all's well to him. Lu Chang mingled around a little, then took out a paper cup and filled it with hot water, which cooled immediately under his powers. He looked around him. "We are about to graduate and step into society. To greater heights. To greater heights," echoed the half-drunk crowd, gulping down their liquor. Some said it was an ambitious declaration, and others regarded it as self-encouragement. After the annual event of tossing glass bottles and other unnecessary items, they slumped quietly, drunk and melancholic about their unreturning youth. Lu Chang glanced at them and laughed softly. He formed a hand seal indiscreetly and hummed the confrontation formula like a lullaby. The room became peaceful and serene. In the distance, there were occasional sounds of shattering glass and people shouting. Their voices contained rejoice, regret, sadness, and sentimentality. Lu Chang snapped some pictures and sent them to Yan Zhika. He then tossed all his roommates into their beds, one hand per person. That included the heavily intoxicated Xiao Ming. "Chang, I can't move my limbs even though I'm sober," he said. On the opposite bed, Qinemo rolled over. "Me too. No headache either." "Did we drink counterfeit alcohol?" guessed Kai Zongming. Lu Chang, without saying anything, exited the dorm room. He slept through the night making do with Zhao Chang's spare bedsheet. The next day he was back at Weishui Lake for training. By adjusting the position of his qi, blood, force, and mind during force concentration, he tried to make the resultant stars naturally form into the word fighting. After morning training, he collected his academic dress. Many reporters and freshmen were attracted by his coming, watching as he took his graduation and commemorative photos. Yen Zhika attended the faculty photo shoot in similar attire, pretending to still be a part of them. When everything was over, the couple escaped from the irrelevant mass and took commemorative photos at every spot with sentimental value. They spent the following days in Songcheng revisiting memorable places. At their past dating spots, they indulged in delicacies that were familiar yet foreign. Fragments of their memories came alive. There was disappointing news as well. Due to bad business, the Spicy Crab restaurant had shut down the year before. Since they couldn't do a full run of their first date, they had to make do with a similar restaurant. At the start of July, they left Songcheng with lingering sentiments, flying for Shoshan. In life, the first 3 years of university is fleeting. But to Lu Chang and Yen Zhika, it was the time when they, as hatchlings, opened their eyes and witnessed the world for the first time. All these memories were bone-deep and unforgettable. He stepped into his house with his belongings on his back. Right as he saw Mom, she asked him, "Where's Zheka? I'm your biological son." "Mom, Cuckoo has been in America for half a year. Her parents want to see her too. She'll be here tomorrow for dinner." "Great. I'll swing by the market in the morning." "Why are you back at this late hour? The food is already cold." "Wait as I heat it up for you," grumbled Chi Fong incessantly, walking into the kitchen with plates in her hand. "The flight was behind schedule," Lu Chang explained with a helpless smile. Lu Jisheng appeared with a thermal flask in his hand and gave his son a once-over. "You are in good shape. Hungry? Eat something. I'm going out for a stroll." He lowered his volume at the last sentence to not let Chi Fong hear. Right as Lu Jisheng left, Chi Fong poked her head out. "Chang, did your dad go out?" Admitted Lu Chang. "Seriously, is he that addicted to chess? These days he can't even sit still." "He would have gone out right after dinner if not for your homecoming," complained Chi Fong, retreating to the kitchen. "Dad pushed back his chess match just for me," thought Lu Chang, pleasantly surprised. He waved at his cousins, Chi Yunfei and Chun Xiaoxiao, who were sitting in the sofa. He then walked to the table and took a picture of the food that didn't require heating. He sent it to Yen Zhika with a snickering emoji. "Want some? Check out mine." Yen Zhika sent pictures of a feast along with a "two can play the game" sticker. A laugh escaped Lu Chang. "Brother Lu Chang, are you talking to sister-in-law?" asked Chi Yunfei. Her jagged hair added to her energetic charm and cuteness. She scored averagely for college examination and only made it to a common university. Still, she was content and didn't plan on repeating a year. "Yup," Lu Chang replied honestly. "You have been together for almost 3.5 years. How are you still so lovey-dovey?" pressed Chi Yunfei, rather perplexed but in awe. "Lovey-dovey? It's more like we see many things the same way, so there's always endless things for us to talk about," Lu Chang replied in amusement. "Isn't it like that between you and Xiaoding too?" In fact, their previous conversation had arisen from their mutual love of food, especially Shoshan specialties. Lu Cheng's question brought an odd look to Chi Yunfei's face. Beside her, Chun Xiaoxiao with baby fat cheeks looked towards the kitchen. "Brother Lu Chang, Sister Fei broke up with him a long time ago," she said in a whisper. "Ha!" Lu Chang was astonished. A strong hankering for gossip took over him. When? What happened? His cousin had been dating Ding Yanbo for more than 3 years. A relationship that sprouted during their youthful, ingenuous middle school days. What made them break up all of a sudden? Chi Yunfei wrinkled her nose. "He was messing around with other girls behind my back." "Humph. He specially made an account for that purpose. Turns out he used the same password he always used. One day when I was playing on his phone, the ID piqued my interest so I tried logging in. That's how I discovered. A plain-looking girl. No idea what he sees in her. Want me to teach him a lesson?" offered Lu Chang in a consolatory voice. It's fine. Chi Yunfei shook her head in a panic. "Aren't you being too forgiving?" asked Lu Chang, perplexed. Chun Xiaoxiao couldn't resist laughing. "Brother Lu Chang, Sister Fei got a new boyfriend not long after the breakup. It was the boy who sat beside her. Ding Yanba is the one regretting it now. He's been begging her to get back together. A new boyfriend not long after breaking up. Lu Cheng sighed, then laughed in self-derision. I honestly don't get youngsters these days. He helped clean up the table after dinner, then sat on the sofa chatting with his cousins while contemplating on how to spend the month in Shoshan. Hang out with Fatty Jiang? But he doesn't have summer breaks anymore. He's currently working at a company in Huaqing. Qin Rui wasn't in Shoshan either. After getting professional his 9th pin certificate, he went to Gaofen for more opportunities. Tao Xiaofei's father managed to get him to work and sent him away on a project. He could only come back once every few months. He came to the realization that he no longer had any close friends in Shoshan to hang out with. Everyone was fighting for their futures. That was when a message came from Yan Zheka, along with a stares blankly sticker. Sister Jingjing is in Guanwei. Shuang's dad made her go back to his company in Gaofen. Song Li also got a job at Gaofen. And, in short, apart from you and my relatives, I am all alone in Shoshan. It's a little depressing. 2 hearts beat as one, thought Lu Cheng. What a coincidence. I was going through my list of friends and reached the same conclusion. Tears of joy. Overcome by sentiments, he added, perhaps it's because we all grew up. The entire month of July, Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika stayed at their respective houses, frequently moving about. They spend some days visiting their seniors at Zhengke and Ningxue, and other days touring Jiangnan. In the beginning of August, they began packing for their 3-week-long trip. The first stop was the Nile, where there were pyramids and mummies. South of the Nile, Tetan's city. It was August and the location was near the desert. It was dry and hot. Under the scorching hot sun, even the air seemed to be distorted. Looking across, it felt like an illusory place. The ringing of the bell were sounded. Lu Cheng and Yan Zheka each rode a camel and arrived at the vicinity of the Isis temple ruins. Just a short distance behind them, a professional tour guide wearing a robe and a headpiece followed closely behind. He had chosen to become invisible, as he did not want to disturb his distinguished guests. With Lu Cheng's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to go for a holiday at the Nile. However, he did not wish to resort to violence for everything. Otherwise, he would lose interest in the holiday. Hiring an extremely well-connected tour guide at a high price could save him a lot of troubles. For example, just moments ago, if 2 foreigners wished to ride a camel, they would definitely be scammed of a huge sum of money. Moreover, they might not enjoy themselves either. However, with the tour guide arranging everything through his connections, the problem was immediately solved. The price was reasonable and the service was great. This allowed the couple to have a smooth journey. You get what you pay for. If the problem could be solved with money, he wouldn't have to resort to violence. After stopping by the ancient-looking and run-down temple ruins, Yan Zhika easily hopped of the camel and happily looked inside the temple. She wore long sleeves and long pants and had her hair wrapped in a towel and looked just like a local. However, there was only one true reason why she did that, and that was to avoid the sun. A girl's insistence to protect herself from the sun was something that a man couldn't possibly understand. As for Lu Cheng, he was in t-shirt, shorts, and martial arts shoes. He felt that this was perfectly fine. This is the temple of the Isis, the goddess of earth. Yan Zhika pointed ahead and made the introduction to Lu Cheng. Rumors had it that one of her true forms was Inanna in the legends of the Sumerian religion, or Venus, the goddess of fertility, sex, and love. Seeing that someone was just nodding his head cluelessly, Yan Zhika giggled and continued, "Do you feel that the goddess Inanna is a little foreign? I might have heard of it before, or maybe not," answered Lu Cheng casually. "This is a tourist spot that some fairy girl added in the last minute. I didn't have the time to prepare for it. If I changed the name, you might be more familiar with her." Yan Zhika bit her lips and smiled heartily. "What?" asked Lu Cheng curiously. "Call me Teacher Yan. Mentor Yan is all right too." Yan Zhika tilted her head and lifted her chin. That slender and white neck was slightly visible under the cloak. Lu Cheng burst into laughter and said, Please enlighten me, Mentor Yen. Cough. Have you heard of Aphrodite? Venus? These are the names used in Greek and Roman mythologies. Also, have you heard of female saints? Yen Zhika asked several questions consecutively and waved her hands. All of their origins could be traced back to Inanna. She must be really powerful. Lu Chang was dumbfounded. After showing off her knowledge, Yen Zhika covered her own mouth. She pointed to the engravings, statues, and stone pillars that had been heavily weathered. Come, help me take a photo first. We can ask the tour guide to take our photos later. All right. Lu Chang took out his digital camera and waited for Yen Zhika to complete her pose. At this moment, a man who claimed that he was working walked over. He had the distinctive full beard of the locals and signaled that he could help the couple take their photos. Knowing that he would definitely be scammed if he agreed, Lu Chang shook his head resolutely but did not show his suspicion. That worker stepped to the side. When Lu Chang clicked the shutter, he suddenly jumped out and was captured by the camera, ruining the picture. After which, he went up to Lu Chang again and constantly pestered him for pay with his broken English. Although the couple didn't lacking the money, they weren't willing to be forced into such a situation. Lu Chang turned around and glanced at the tour guide. Seeing that he was rushing over, he extended his right palm and patted softly on the worker's shoulder. In an instant, this worker felt a chilling sensation cruising through his body. Although he was in the desert during the summer season, he suddenly felt like he was locked in a freezer. He couldn't help but shudder from the cold. When he wanted to open his mouth, he could only hear the sound of his teeth chattering. He wanted to move away but realized his body had stiffened and control of it was difficult. Lu Chang pulled his little fairy girl away as though nothing had happened. They found another position and started taking photos again after signaling to the tour guide and asking him to tie up the loose end. The local tyrant, who was used to acting fierce, was deterred by his encounter. Although he threatened to call the police, he did not dare to take any practical actions. The tour guide was able to easily persuade him to leave. After having their photos taken together, the couple held hands and roamed around the ancient temple ruins. They chattered and were having a great time. After visiting the last attraction of this area, they returned to the downtown area. Based on the introduction of the tour guide, they entered Babora, a unique barbecue store. In this place, carefully selected lamb legs or other parts were seasoned with pepper, salt and spices made from a secret formula. The scent of the roasted meat was thick and the meat was tender and smooth. Not too bad. It tastes a little different from the one we have at Dika. However, the taste was still a little too rich. Yen Zhika eyes gleamed and stared at Lu Chang. In a rather pitiful tone, she continued, "It's all about barbecue at the Nile. Otherwise, it would be biscuits or bread. Can't they come out with something new? The Chinese food culture is still better with its long history and bountiful ways of cooking." Dika was the capital of Nile. It was their first stop after arriving in this place, and they spent 3 days there to see the various ancient artifacts, pyramids and mummies. "You have to lower your demands overseas," replied Lu Chang with a smile as he looked at Yen Zhika. "We still have one more stop here before going over to the Great Grass Plains. It will definitely be different in that place." "Yeah." Yen Zhika eyes lit up and laughed. "I was thinking just now, if you are an overbearing CEO, how would you have answered me just now?" Lu Chang thought about it, hold his laughter back and said, "I will reserve the entire kitchen and make you some egg-fried rice. The egg must be from chickens reared in the mountains of Shoshan and sent over through air." "That isn't overbearing enough. You should be buying this restaurant and have several chefs sent over by plane to cook Chinese food for us." Yen Zhila looked up and mocked the overbearing CEO enthusiastically. After having the barbecued meat and specialty drinks, the couple returned to the hotel. One of them rested while the other thought about the itinerary for the next day. Half an hour later, Yen Zhika overcame her obstacles and stood up. She stretched herself and maintained her composure until her mind was full. She contracted her breathing and blood flow and allowed her force, mind and others to collapse inwards and congregate within her lower abdomen into a ball. At the end of July, she had grasped the concept of withdrawing. Under the guidance of Lu Chang, she started breaking through to the dance stage. This was a process and not just a single point. Initially, Lu Chang had used his conflicting supernatural abilities of ice and fire. Through rotations of the supernatural abilities, he achieved balance and formed his Dan. This time, he asked Yenjika to use her earth supernatural ability as Yang, and her own power as Yin. With her mind guiding and her breathing and blood flow as supplements, the two conflicting types started to rotate in balance. Gradually, there were signs of her achieving the Dan. In about 7 to 8 days' time, Yenjika should be able to use this method to fully enter the Dan stage. While Yenjika practiced, Lu Chang didn't slack off. He placed his right hand on the shoulder of his wife and constantly listened to the minute changes inside of her. Corroborating with the experiences he could recall from the past, he hoped to find the crux. They repeated the process several times. Even though Yenjika was very enthusiastic about completing her dream of reaching the Dan stage, she didn't want to exhaust herself or use the swordsman or wholeness formulas. In the end, she couldn't complete it before fatigue set in. As it got later at night, she lay flat on the bed and wasn't willing to move another inch. "I'm drenched in perspiration," she said satisfactorily. "But I don't feel like moving at all. I don't feel like taking a shower either. All I want is to lie down here comfortably and have Chung give me a massage." "You will feel more comfortable if you take a hot shower," Lu Chang said as he massaged her. "Didn't we see the notice from the hotel just now? There would be no power later, which means no hot water. The water might be stopped too." "No, no, no." Yenjika tilted her body and swung her slightly drenched hair. She sunk her head into the pillow and looked like she wouldn't cooperate unless Lu Chang resorted to violence. "Who's the one who always asks me to go and have a shower? Who's the one who is most fond of showering?" Lu Chang broke into laughter and said, "I'm going to stink you to death later," replied Yenjika resentfully. "I'm fine with it. I'm just afraid you can't stand it yourself," laughed Lu Chang as he turned his little fairy girl around. She squinted her eyes and looked out of the window. "Chang!" Yenjika pouted and continued, "If there's no power, you will be responsible for heating the water. If there's no water, you will freeze the water in the air and turn them into water. Didn't you say that you are a multifunctional household robot? I have to save up my ice force in preparation for the air condition at night," explained Lu Chang as he attempted to pull Yenjika up. "No, no, no." She shook her head violently, raised her right leg and pressed it against Lu Chang. She even used her repulsive force. Lu Chang easily broke through her force and grabbed onto her leg. Lu Chang extended his fingers and tickled it a little, making Yenjika wriggle like a fish and laugh out loud with a little embarrassment and annoyance. After which, she quickly retracted her leg and started fighting while sitting upright with Lu Chang. After fooling around for some time, the room started to heat up. Suddenly, the girl panted and said, "Go and take a shower first. Go and take a shower first." Previously, "Who's the one who says she doesn't want a shower?" Lu Chang said ambiguously. "Don't you know that girls are always changing their minds?" Yenjika struggled with all her might. "Then let's go and take a shower." Lu Chang carried Yenjika up. "No, no. I don't want a shower with you." The topic seemed to be back to the initial question, but silence followed. Intense panting ensued, and after an unknown amount of time, the couple laid on the bed. One of them was physically satisfied while the other had a rosy red face. "I'm thinking of a technical issue," said Lu Chang in deep thought. "I'm not listening. I'm not going to listen. It must be very dirty." Yenjika closed her eyes and shook her head. "I'm talking about your supernatural ability." Lu Chang broke into laughter. Before he could continue, he was disrupted by the girl. "I've already said that I'm not listening. Your thinking is so dirty." As they were immersed in peals of laughter, they suddenly heard a loud explosion. It seemed like there was an explosion somewhere in the city, after which incessant explosions sounded from various places of the city. What just happened? Lu Chang quickly sat up. Yenjika picked up her phone and happened to see a piece of news notification. It was from the embassy and stated, "Unrest broke out at the Nile and was possibly due to a coup. All citizens of China, please do not head out unnecessarily. If there's a need, Please head towards the embassy, consulate or headquarters of Chinese corporations and wait for evacuation. At the same time, Lu Chang also received the same piece of news. The couple looked at each other and felt that this wasn't real. They just happened to encounter such a big incident?